bracket, G2 have to win. So if G2 are struggling, then we really have to have a discussion about what's going on. Ago come in with no pressure. MHL, FIKU, they can just do whatever they want. They can play, and they can be styling a little bit. But I have some notes here. So far in the Pro League, Kenny is actually the lowest rated player for that of G2. Traditionally, over this roster is 197 maps recorded. He's the second highest rated player under Hunter. So we need a better Kenny performance today.
Clearly. I mean, yeah, well, maybe one of those players that we haven't really addressed is his opinion, personal opinion, and how he's feeling he's thriving in the online environment. He could be another one of those that feels the need for the fuel and all those excuses.
Remember we had Hunter, and it was at the beginning of alone doing interviews, and he was like, there's no excuses, you know, we need to treat every game.
That's right.
It is difficult to keep with the mentality, if we're going to be honest now. There's a lot of conversations going around at the moment about all these matches and all these tournaments back-to-back. I guess at the end of the day, this is work for them, this is their job. We need to see them performing to the level that we expect, and today we expect the G2 to be beating Ego.
Especially considering what this is, what this is building towards. There's a circuit, the ESL Pro Tour, the Pro League is part of that. This is the big picture stuff for when we are bums in seats, both in the arenas and blah, blah, blah. You want to be there, and of course G2, this is part of that journey.
I just still think these guys are meant to be like world class, right? Like people say they could be one of the best, but I mean that narrative still. I like the idea. It's still around, but today this should be nothing.
Like the boys from Crazy, they turn heads at the Berlin Major. They get poached by Ocelot, who's just putting a big middle finger up to the French scene, and then they go international, and they go top 5.
Today,
the vitamins really work, don't they?
I do feel like a good person.
It's either snake oil or it works.
Or it's all placebo, and I've got a wild imagination, which is part of definitely true. So that's Jax, and we're getting into ESL Pro League Day 15 of Season 12. G2 ATO and G2 with a must-win game.
Really got to say, IP for Skybox on the desktop. You have to put it in manual every bloody day. I lose the pistol round. Imagine if something cool happens.
I did just realise I always kind of sigh when I sit down now because of age. So I'm pretty sure the mic's being on. You're going to hear that constantly.
Welcome to being old, Lauren.
Yeah, hit the 30, but we do got a lot of utility there.
Guys, I haven't got a bottle of water on the desk.
Oh, hydration's over me neither. I don't think that's
I'll do a run. I'll do a run.
Alex, I'd like
have a look, Chad. This is a fun pistol round, so you can have a little look. We've got CT aggro. They're going on a fact-finding mission. Got a little backpacks on. They got everything they need. They know it's probably going to be B. Chad?
All right.
Play by play.
All right, well, the flank is on right now. Two players, Kenny and Hunter, in tandem over towards the banana area as the utility comes in. Molotov from Furlan, and that will be the go. The smokes have landed, 3 CTs on the side, but here's the flank from Kenny. Whiffing wildly, the attack is through. The Natus dropped early, and Amanek pressure is on. Groovy will take him down, and the B bomb side is given up. Oscar is defending from the sandbag position, and that's going to put us in a 3-on-4 post plant. You want to keep going?
Yeah, no, I was loving that.
Okay, well, Kenny finds one. Dinked on up here. Big duel against Furlan. Both low HP. In the meantime, FIKU takes down Nexter, and it's a 1-on-3 situation. Jax, the man, Jackie boy, can he get it done? He's isolated one. A one tap away. Knowing Furlan is low over towards Banana. Needs to tap the bomb to draw him out, and will do so. But does he know that Groovy is lying in wait towards the back of the side? All it will take is Groovy coming out. Silent as you like it. And that's the pistol round for Ago. Kicking things off in style.
Oh, yeah, fair dinkum.
Bloody oath, mate.
2 XCOM there.
Bloody hell, right on the wickets. That's lovely.
What is probably
Gosh, can you
I don't know what I'm doing
today?
Bang, look at that action replay.
Mate, get out.
That's cool. I still don't believe the Bastion. Is it Bastion?
Bastion's here.
Yeah, the ones with the fly-throughs and the free cam. I still don't believe it doesn't use controller.
Yeah, he's using
So I can give a quick update. Bastion is doing the context replays, and we have MC doing these very nice cinematic little clips right here.
That's this one, but when I saw Jax like from his POV and Groovy got the pillar, who was that?
I didn't see that one. I believe that's a combination of multiple things. Bastion along with Max, our EVS operator.
So just with 3 of your powers combined, we have a gorgeous broadcast that's always dynamic and sexy.
You gosh darn right.
Gosh darn right.
Honestly, I love that you guys hype him up, but I do miss Henry keeping it kind of level here.
I like it when Alex is nice to Rush, because he's like the Henry Rush situation.
Well, look, there's never been a physical altercation between me and Rush, and I'm pretty sure Henry and Rush were like genuinely beating each other up.
We're going to biff.
There was a proper
who wins that? I don't know.
I don't know. Rush has definitely got the body weight, but
You've seen Henry's fitness routine.
He's been working out
He's been
now.
doing his chin-ups, so if
He's
it
doing
was...
the handstand and stuff.
That's kind of Chad's territory. So.
It wasn't a handstand, it was...
You see?
It was a head,
Yeah, but he did like little press-ups, which was very impressive.
Yeah,
I don't
Smokes are part of the game, and of course you'll see some of them being thrown out now, 3 of them to be specific, and a flash up to the control brackets. Look at this little execute, this is kind of cool. If they commit to it as well, Kenny's going to have to fight, and he's done well to find ahead. Groovy, though, reveals the AK, and Jax starting to try and find a safe haven in all of this smoke. There's a nice little dink into Hunter. A good trade. Jax as well to do one. Groovy, however, remaining consistent and persistent. MHL scoops up the bomb for a safe plant, and this looks like a pretty tough retake for Nexa and Amanek.
Yeah, I'm not loving it. Smoke. So even less of a chance now. Gonna get a good little for Nexa. That's pretty nice. I probably want to keep that bad boy safe. Don't think you can put it in the back pocket, but sort of down mid with it. And I don't think there's anything really around for Amanek.
Nah, keep hold of what you got. Carry on through to the next. You bloody galah.
How dare you? I don't know what you said, but it sounds offensive.
A galah, it's a bird. No, not that type. Do you guys know what a cockatoo is?
Cockatoo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They laugh at you. Well, that's what they sound like.
Check.
Ooh, pick it
Have you
up.
heard foxes?
Oh,
They make some peculiar sounds. Yeah.
terrify me.
Screaming women. What's up?
It's just that they said an AK as well as the Galil.
What did they get that?
Did.
Yeah, Amanek had the kill there in the final moments, and that's actually
nice.
2 massive weapons to be carrying through to the 3rd round of the game. Anyway, back to Foxes.
No, what? I don't know. The fox makes a really weird sound. I seem to remember what they
Ding,
sound.
ding, 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 ding. Oh, Christ.
Production, is there any way we can replace Chad?
Rush? You fancy casting again, mate?
Yeah, fair income. Yeah, look, guys. Groovy is a malleable player. He's got the AK-47. Kenny has got the flash, though. Probably going to push on.
Yeah, this is actually going to get really intense fast. Jack wants to fight. Groovy does catch a bullet, but that saved AK very prominent in middle for now, Lauren. Does seem like they want to boost him up over this smoke. I kind of like the idea. Don't know how much vision he's got right now. He's just jiggling for something. Yeah, he has got vision now, just as it fades up. Oh, baby.
This could be nice. Could is the main word here. It's gone. There he goes. For a second or two, it looked quite promising, but for now, top mid garnered, and this wasn't the end destination, keep in mind, but it has, of course, caused Amanek to pay a little bit more dividends towards A, but floating in between the spy now looks a little less spicy. We do have Nexa with that Galil that was kept over, so he's still very much prominent in this round. Hopefully.
They will be the B stack though. Check this rotation out. Kenny is here, Hunter as well. Everybody with all the goodies are where they need to be. Next even has this HG, so as the smokes, molotovs and flashes train in, damage is done.
Yeah, and there's more to come. Next on, and then it does seem like the Eagle's done enough. Hunter's so low, but MHL with the reaction! Oh, excuse me, that's a bit of a throwback. And a quick hit from the CZ. Ooh-wee, my goodness, very quick turnaround. MHL, you said you'd be having fun, Chad. You said they'd be making a statement. Well, here's a quick one. 12 bullets in that CZ, and now watch how they are distributed. Doosh! And boosh.
Those were very, very astute sound effects there,
What's
Alex.
wrong with me today?
I don't know, but I'm liking it. I think the alpha brain's working.
Yeah, this is actually who I am when I'm alert.
Well, you said you had a good night's sleep again.
I did.
And you've had your food.
Yes.
Had your coffee.
Yes,
I had your vitamins.
I have done everything.
You're working out more regularly.
True.
Look, it's all coming together.
Well,
Got new clothes.
Alex, dear Lord, take
Well, imagine if this is actually the person I am. Oh, God, I'm so obnoxious.
It's a massive crisis mid-show.
It's just not a character anymore. I am just a weirdo.
All right, but Kenny, we want to see more from him, and maybe there's an opportunity to do so. Towards B, they lean for a banana bomb present as well, leaving just Fiku to kind of take control towards second mid, ensure that everything's somewhat covered, and somewhat is the main word there.
Kenny, yes, inspecting the beautiful flower. Considering a pick. And he gets it, Ostrich down. Amanek does have a chance and a quick one into the green screen Furlan. MHL did a pretty free firing. He must eventually convert. There's more on the side. Kenny behind the smoke next and rotates in. 3 on 4. Unless that wall bang hits, it does look like they'll have an advantage into this post plan.
Lots of utility here though for Nexa, Hunter, and Kenny on the retake. Actually, Jax as well. So 4 smokes to work with. Make that 3 now. Molotov in play, flashes. This should be easy for G2.
That's going to help things, isn't it? There's now just 2 left. Where's Fiku in this? He's still kind of roaming around here. Tried to maybe make something happen. Ruby in the open is done for. Nice little play back in from G2. First one on the board. Kenny doing well. Really nice to kind of shake it off early, get into the game. Defuse should be no problem here.
I totally just got baited by an email that came through.
Really?
Yeah, the email title was Compliment of the Day. And then I read the body of it, and it's just a scam. But I thought it was almost going to say, hey, we're really liking the vibe that you guys are bringing to the show today. But no.
It is nice that people are, like, enjoying it.
Oh, yeah. Well,
like
I hope
you know,
so.
us having fun and it being a little bit less, you know.
Well, the thing is, this is the way that I kind of look at what we're doing here. Because it's not a stadium event and because it's just round robin, quite drawn out group stage, there's a lot of games of Counter-Strike. There's definitely a lot of Inferno.
You've got to pace yourselves.
You need to pace yourself as well. You know, someone's made a good comparison. You know, so they're watching the games with their friends. And I consider the 2 of you my friends. So I'm watching the game with my friends.
Cringe.
Cringe. I don't have any of them.
It's okay if you don't have me, guys. We'll be your friends today. Talking to you. Yeah, you.
No, but
Really are
honestly,
Twitch streamers.
I just you know, on that topic, because they may have actually got hit a negative nerve, guys. You have to remember that we are genuinely all part and passionate, driven by Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and we're all very different human beings. But you can all just sit here today, and you know that the people in that chat, the ones you're probably being nasty to, are all equally as passionate about the game as you are, with all their own complexities and nasty bits that you don't have to project onto others. So we can all live in a happy little world where we talk about Counter-Strike today, and that can be the focus, as well as all the silliness and half deep V shirts.
I like this little, you know, smoke ball coming in, isolating one.
He's in trouble.
Get overwhelmed. Beautifully done. Very well handled. Reminds me of the old NIP line that used to come out many moons ago. Let's see if there's any more success, because it looks like it has been shut down. Now, Fiku and Oscar unable to really leave the pit right now, but maybe the kills will come through regardless. Fiku's down to 8 HP though. There was a nade, there is a molly. It could do a great deal of damage, and that bomb's just out of reach. They'll have to leave the pit to get it, but might just be enough for him to do so. Kenny and Amnek though, towards quad.
Hunter is a little bit isolated, so they will swing if he finds himself under pressure. But Kenny, well, getting a little bit ahead of the fight from the tees. Drops Molotov over towards the balcony, spills on into the mini pit. Now Scarus just with this CZ75. Probably not going to be able to get too much done. He might be worth 1 kill. Okay, AWP save for Kenny, not too many dramas. Second round posted on the board for G2. That's 2-3 scoreline right here. This is the pick of Ago. Number 2 was that of Nuke. We see the opening kill right here. So this smoke wall that you were talking about there, Lauren, is one of, we've seen many a time over iterations of Inferno, and the game kind of changes, it ebbs and flows, because if you want to go for that style of a play, you get pick control, you're able to put pressure on the site players, you're almost taking space. It's good when you have extra utility. We've highlighted some rounds where Heroic does it very, very well in the past. Always nice to see the set pieces coming out early within the game. I'm a big fan of strategies and tactics in the Counter-Strike realms. This is a bit of an interesting setup towards the top banana here from Amanek and Nexa. Lucky there's no flash in play, otherwise that could be catastrophic. They're both facing forward, neither playing anti-flash, but watch this. Is MHL and Felon round the corner? They won't be expecting this angle.
All right, Musketeers, ready? And they do seem to be backing away, the intimidation alone of their gunpowder pouches. And release. Felon's gone more where that came from. Oh, it's not quite as neat as they wanted it to be. The Glocks do overwhelm eventually into the
plan here
setup. So yeah, he's got himself $800 for every single member of AGO and top of 2400. So that's not too shabby. Quick maths, 800 plus 2400, Chad. Obviously, that's 3,200. So there's the maths. That's the cash. Round 7.
We're going to wish you do it like a whiteboard situation or a blackboard in the background, and Alex can be doing the maths up there for everybody.
The more I do it, the less hard it is.
Yeah.
It's almost like
repetition.
Yeah. Doing something that you're bad at repeatedly, you get better at it.
It's like life, guys. You do.
Then again, Lauren keeps talking and she's still bad at that. Joking, obviously.
Oh
it was
my
just
god. Oh my god.
Oh,
Jabs are out early.
It must be hard to be the only play-by-play left.
Okay, here we are. On round 7. She always does that. She always goes for the groin.
She'll go for the groin. Lauren goes for the jugular.
Okay, fine. Felt like
Only on weekends. Only
for the bloody neck.
God damn, lost dog.
Amanek lining up a very mighty smoke here.
Spending way too much time with me.
Over to
Takeaways now.
He's burning. They put it out. There will be the sound cue, and it forces Kenny into a new position. He flashed off for now. And that's not the smoke you were looking for. Said Jedi Kenny. I don't really like the setup right now from this.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what, Jedi, I like that. I don't know why I gave you a reluctant sigh. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Oscar is taking space in middle, hoping to try and sell this one, and Molly might do just that. And now the bomb has been spotted. Kenny does drop the incendiary, but there's more where that came from. Amanek flashed off too. They need a frag here, and Furlan's gone. That should be enough. Lauren, Fiku's going to give it his best shot, though.
Yeah, that's what Amanek can achieve. Nicely handled on the bomb. That's going to put a little bit more pressure, and obviously, last rotation's quite slow from G2 to get any support over. Oscar is going to pick up the bomb. On should be coming in. No pressure on Banana just yet. They've been given a little bit of time here.
Yeah, if they can isolate Amanek now, which it seems like Oscar could be in a position to do, I like it. I like that. Oh, he's surely full blind. No? Lip. That's a shame. Poor MHL. Got a lot to do and no health to do it. Multiple elevations. Does find the first. If he can get Amanek now before that push from Hunter comes in. Nose high. And it's a good choice of angle for Hunter to convert the force. That's going to be... Is that 4 in a row now? Yeah.
We should make it know there was a couple of bits and bobs that G2 have been doing on their Inferno CT side that we have liked. One of which is that deeper smoke, which I've highlighted in previous Skybox segments that gets thrown from CT spawn. Maybe Rush will be able to highlight that one for you guys if we see it coming on through, which will facilitate Hunter and Jax to go for those aggressive window plays, for information pushes, and also gives them a deeper corridor to throw nades down towards those T-stairs if they're going for banana control. So keep that in mind if we do see it come on through. And another interesting note was in the early stages, we've had Kenny over towards the B side of things a little bit more, right? He's there with the AWP. Not normally the case for G2. He's on float, more over to that arch side, going for picks towards middle. Sometimes he's even throwing that smoke that I was talking about. This time around, they feel that they have a clear read on what AGO are doing and their approach to the map. So having Kenny posted up with the AWP with Amanek in tow has actually netted them quite a bit of early success.
Up a bit of free damage, unconfirmed as it may be. Kenny could be posted up on the Amanek, ready to go if Epic Salt makes an appearance, but just a smoke for now.
Looks like it's going to be a bit of a slower approach here. That smoke is to take back mid-control. And if we take a look at the radar in the top left, you'll see 4 players over towards Banana from AGO. Setting up for a big piece.
Go. Let's go.
Flash towards the top Banana. That could be some great branding.
Gosh, can you imagine the whole crowd doing it?
Yeah.
Hey, go. Let's go. And then when they hit B, they go, B, go. Let's go.
This could be a double pump. There's still 2 smokes left and 2 flashes. Oh, here we go. They're going quick.
The arm Furlan is going to be the first in the mid shots. A deadly one. Kenny punished for his error. Amanek locked out for now. The rotate's coming in late, but look at Fiku cutting off the rotate as it starts. Hunter homicided on long. What's B rush?
I wonder if everyone's going to... Was it brained?
Could get brained.
Could get brained.
I think they're saving. Yeah, that high flash from Nexa. Oh, Amanek copying a bit of a love tap through the smoke there. On the way out the door, and Fiku wanting to contain. So now that Jax are spotted towards T-stairs, they know they should just go and save over towards the holes and pit side of the map, and that's what we will see them doing.
Okay, Google, define love tap.
Oh, that's a dangerous thing. Doesn't say that loud, does it?
Oh!
Oh no, oh no, oh no, mute it.
I did.
Okay, we're good. Anything fun?
It's like
a song lyrics, so I don't know.
I thought like a love tap was just like an affectionate kind of, when
you're being playful, you're like, stop it, you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're in the early stages of a relationship, when you don't hate each other.
Sure. Or if you're in the early stages of a poor relationship.
What is this, Jax and Kenny in the same room? Are they
eventually start hating each other?
Oh. Are they
there's a lot of variance in today's fan cams, both in webcam quality and balaclava.
Okay, here we go. Love tap. A light punch or other rough tap performed in an almost friendly manner. Almost friendly?
Almost friendly.
Aggression.
Like, I like you, but you're being a dick.
Well, this is a little bit friendly.
Similar to what we know. But yeah, a little bit of more aggression towards Banana. Hadn't seen them fight for for the deep control, at least this early on before.
Yeah, and this is the mix-up, right? Kenny's now back over towards A with the AWP, so the B off, it's been found out. Kenny's actually blocked that smoke, caught it with his forehead.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite the frag, or rather the block he was hoping for. Now 3 of them charging up long. They will wrap into the site, and Jax is playing passive for a retake as well, but they will eventually spray him on down. Fiku could set up into the pit now if he drops. That's kind of what Kenny's waiting for. That was the drop. And that is the shot. Tags him, mantles him over his teammate as the smoke is deployed. He's hoping for the wall bang, and Kenny finds a way back in. Locking down pit, that's big. Amanek will be working on apps now.
We can hear all this.
He knows their mate Shell's going to take this space aggressively. Falling into the pit now, this is Amanek's chance. If he can take that AWP away, then Furlan turns from Graveyard. They can forge a retake here. There's flashes for the go. Here they come. Was so late.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That felt...
I thought that was the only way.
Yeah, Hunter had the flash from the arch side. He could have thrown. That would have opened the avenue for Amanek to jump on out. I think what the thought process from Amanek was is that they wouldn't have dropped all the way into pit because he heard a player running. He might just play up on the balcony for a post plant, and then when nobody was home, that is unraveled their avenue of operation back into the side. You can see here Groovy looking towards the Halls position. We'll finish him off with the wall bang, and that's going to be 4-4.
I do get a little worried when G2 don't play
4-5 even.
I don't know. It's not that they don't play to their level. I'm worried if they play to the opponent's level sometimes the games get closer than they should be. This is super early days, but this is something I feel like
we have
echoed a bit.
We've spoken about like their mental woes a few times, but they showed us that they had that fortitude in some close overtime games.
Yeah.
The question is, I start to worry with a lot of these teams, especially the ones who are at the top of the charts earlier within the year, is that as the year goes on, and they're running more similar strategies, their positions are getting found out, it's hard to continue to reinvent that wheel. And this is a discussion we had yesterday about changing players in position so that it's a fresher look, just like having Kenny dedicated towards B with that AWP like they did earlier. So those are the changes that I like to see. But once again, this is the pick from Ago. So G2 looking to potentially get away with a
gambling.
6.5.
Going to go too long side. I mean, it makes sense considering the 3 safe weapons. You want to make sure there's just one dedicated to each side at least, and Kenny will keep his AWP on arch side, baiting in Jax, hoping that as he retreats, they won't suspect an armored deagle, or an unarmored one, I should say. The smoke from Kenny on the arch side, that works.
It's going to buy them until about 35 seconds, unless Groovy wants to flush through, and he does.
Well, this is nice and aggressive. Take control. We haven't seen them really hitting that A site all that often. We've seen a couple of those smokes in bits and pieces, but it has been that B hit with Fiku kind of lurking around, which is once again what they've fallen into. Very, very similar scenes again.
Amanek wants to basically be the canary, and he is going to fall, so that will be G2 getting their 2 of their saved rifles in the right side for the hit. See how it handles it.
Oh, Hunter, back turns, comes back in, one's good, needs a couple more though.
15 seconds.
Yeah. Oh. Mid-shell bomb down. No stopping it now. And now post plant. Kenny and Hunter do have a kid on Hunter. Everyone's... not everyone. I've lied to you. Fiku is posted up by Banana, so I think they're going to peel themselves away from this one nice and subtly. And another on the board for XCOM.
Yeah, good stuff. So that's 6 to their name now within the 10 rounds played. G2 with these 2 saved rifles should be able to get themselves a bit better of a buy going forward. We just take a look at the loss bonus. It will be 2,400 in the next round. So Amanek and Jax maybe a little bit shy, but Hunter and Kenny could drop rifles across. It just means they won't have a huge amount of utility for themselves. There's a screwdriver. If all you guys want to know, that was a Phillips head. The difference between a Phillips head and a flathead screwdriver, it's quite simple. You can come down to tradesman school with me, and I'll show you all the tools. What else we got? We got some pliers down there, some drills, some levels. You ever heard of a plumb bob before, Lauren? A plumb bob. I did.
I know what a plumb bob is. Yeah, you put your plumb bulb in with the cistern.
Cistern is in.
The plumb bob's in the cistern.
No.
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 What's the plumb bob?
A plumb bob is a weight. You put it on the end of.
Like a string.
Yep, and it's used as a vertical reference line. So when you're doing stacks, Alex, which I know you've done plenty of stacks in your time.
Yeah, when I'm doing my stacks.
Yeah, when you're doing your stacks, so basically stacks are multi-story buildings for plumbing. So you know, like in our house.
Yeah.
So we would have a stack
for the walls. The pipes.
For the pipes. Yeah, the pipes.
That's what I mean.
It's nice to live with a plumber sometimes.
Honestly,
Fix all the problems. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, nice. He did just have like random, like, you know, duct tape. Just carries it with him.
He does.
Always equipped. Old Chaddy.
He's got a utility belt. Not like a Batman one, but like a dad one. Die, God!
Yeah.
Kenny has got 1 HP after having a look down banana. That is a very expensive ticket. Just for a look, just for the view down banana, and he gets nothing else for it. So 1 HP and an AWP. Certainly a weapon that enables him to still be a threat, but goodness me, a nade, a bullet, a wall bang. He really has to choose his decisions wisely.
Sorry, Alex. Rush, what the hell's going on with the radar, mate? There's a cross in the B side, no one's dead. It's been there for a few rounds. Can you get the Vlads on the phone? I'm not having any of
I
this.
can maybe try something right now. MC, can you take control for 2 seconds? Alright, wait. Alright, I'm good. Thanks.
Alright, well, I don't want to see that happen again.
Look at the team doing their thing.
Sorry about that.
Nice rush.
I missed
I
that.
just need to refresh every now and again.
Keep
She's
on
old
that,
like me.
please.
Yeah, I'll try. I'm trying to, you know, keep everything in check, you know. I also had 7 hours sleep last night, you know, so I'm feeling a little,
Oh, it was you this whole time.
yeah, I had my
Playing
shades on
DayZ
as well.
or something.
No, you know, I asked Rush. He's very communicative and honest. But I asked him to play DZ with me yesterday, and he already had dates. He already had someone. I was his backup girl.
Yeah, we played 5 hours, believe it or not. I can believe
Played
it.
for 5 hours. Wow, that's a lot
What
of
an aid,
damage.
guys. What an aid.
If only we followed it, that would have been cool. Oscarish, though, does get Nectar. And
More
Hunter on the side, he finishes off for the nade started. There's more as well. Piku lined up. The orb does pump, and Jax finds 2 quick and succinct headshots to wrap up that round of play. Do you see Kenny make it through with just the 1 HP?
Wonder why he didn't pick up Hunter's Org there, Jax. He clearly likes it. He's got a bit of an affinity for the weapon. We're seeing it coming more and more. I think we should start making a list of Org players. Let's go around the table. I'll go first. Actually, no, that's not fair. Lauren, you go first. Who have you seen using the Org lately?
I honestly don't care, Chad.
Okay, just thought we'd have a fun little game that we could play, but that's all right. Nobody wants to play the games. Oh, round number 12, back underway. The game of Counter-Strike, it's the game of life. You gamble everything for love as Kenny pushes on down.
He's having a nightmare today, isn't he? Oh, God, Kenny! He's had that horrible Mac 10 right in his face. He's had a couple of missed shots. Last round, 1 HP, battered, and now this.
All right, well, 4-on-5 situation here. We can see more utility going out towards top banana to hold back any more aggression from G2, and they're gambling early. You can see right now Hunter's making his way over to the B bomb site. Locked on in towards Coffins is Nexa. In tow is Amanek towards the first oranges. Running out of utility right now. It looks like they want to get forward and fight for this. They need some info.
I just got a compliment of the day email as well, chat.
Oh, yeah, I got one as well.
No, it says, compliment of the day. It's from a nice guy called Amit. He says, Chad isn't as cool as you. That's the email.
Oh.
That's it. He showed me it for proof as well.
Arnav emailed and said, love the vibe that you guys are bringing to the show.
Now, that's much less derogatory. Let's stick with that one. I like you, Arnav. I appreciate you. Amit, Chad's cool.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, right? And your German lesson of the day, Chad? Manchmal. That means sometimes.
Ooh, all the CTs are here, though. This is the right place, right time here. Come the T side, still UCL as well. There
you go.
Finally comes up for the damage is already being done. Boost up from Hunter.
That's like a Gatling gun.
Like he's got a rubber band in his wrist to just slip in between the 3 targets. That was great.
That was sick work. And the reason that was so potent, and I'm sure that most of you caught it, but in case you didn't, you might have been looking the wrong way. The timing on that boost, the teaser run past and cleared it, and then Hunter was boosted on up and able to capitalize from that. This is the opening, so Kenny comes out, misses the shot. Now he's stuck in no man's land. MHL with the punish, and this is the boost into the... Wow.
That spray on the third.
That is some lovely stuff there from Hunter. We're tied up at 6-6. Pistols now for Ago. They're not looking too pretty, just a couple deagles. And, well, one of which will be taken out of the equation immediately. MHL drops, Ferlin trying to take some territory based off that aggressive AWP. Meanwhile, over towards Banana, the aggression on that UMP of Amanek rings through the smoke. Ruby down to 43. This one should be a quick one.
Quick game's a good game. That's what a friend of mine used to say.
I'm not dead yet. I think I get to at least 40.
Yeah, man. Big 4-0.
About 2 more years.
Oh, damn.
Just 2 deagles, $1,400 up against a armored CT wall. Throwing out utility is one of the many objectives here, and they've managed to pull another smoke out of them. That's a frag and a half. Kenny gets his head blown off, Orp ripped out of his hands. And this control from Groovy, although it's passive, has been instrumental. Now we're seeing more progress towards the A site, and that Orp, he wants to retrieve it so bad. Oh, and he's hit another spectacular shot. Jumping out now from the balcony. Jack's going to be in jeopardy to multiple targets and just $1,400, folks. And now 3 bodies dropped and a bomb down. Oscar-ish. Aiming.
Doesn't matter if you don't get that. He's done so much this round. The other 3 can try and bolster themselves together, but that was a straight up winning with a deagle.
Amanek has a kit. They should give this a crack. Next to coming through holes here. They need to clear out this. Okay, never mind. Pack it up, pack it in.
Next set to begin. Not looking great.
Dear, oh dear.
Gonna have to accept it. Cut has lost his hope. He wants to try and take them down with the ship. Doesn't want weapon retrieval, so he's sticking around here. Makes a lot of sense. He must not want anybody to be leaving with any of those goodies. There is an AWP on that long side. I thought Amanek might have tried to get him a little disposal mission when he was staring at it, but not to be. I'm surprised they didn't grab it, but it's T-side AWPing. And this was the first shot. Kenny, boom, wide swung. And another great counter strafe. God damn.
I love a good one, Tig. It's always fun.
Oh, look, got the support staff behind them today.
Fist pump's coming in. Ooh, yeah. So it looks like they've been brought back into more of a boot camp environment over there with the G2 things. It looks.
I saw Jax and Kenny there. I don't know about the others.
Okay.
I'm curious as to where their facility would be. I know that they did something at a facility earlier before Cologne. We were talking to Jackson. We weren't speaking to Jax about it. We saw it all over his socials. We had Hunter on the show talking about the boot camp in the past, as the timeout will be called. Hunter up the top of the charts here with 11, so we saw what he was able to do with the Morley M4 on the B-bomb site in the previous. Right now, it looks like we will be seeing... I'm not quite sure what we'll be seeing. Jax has bought a full set of nades, but... what was he going to buy behind that? Maybe the FAMAS? These are some highlights from earlier in the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, this is MHL with the CZ on an important round that AGO were able to hold themselves into. There's a 3-piece from Hunter, so it's just some highlights here, keeping you entertained. This is like our, I don't know, our mascots, our version. Imagine if we had mascots in Counter-Strike. Have Lothar rock up to the events, dressed in the samurai mask.
Don't do this. I'm just in a perfectly fine mood.
Iron shirts.
Pocket squares next, aren't you?
Why does Jax have a full set of nades but nothing else? I'm really confused.
Hi guys, welcome to Jax's nade tutorial. We're going to be seeing how to get maximum usage out of your utility. First, you're going to be starting off with a little pop flash into middle. The reason he throws this one is so that Kenny S, when he hears steps, can swing out with that P250 and put 2 into the brain of the invading Fiku. This looks like their go sign. Kenny to call it. That's the sign. Nobody home.
He can go again.
Yeah, there's a bite of the cherry. Oh, he's gonna... yeah, okay, B is wide open. So maybe if Jax arrives in time, he can dissuade Ferlin going for his info push. There's a catch. And right back is Hunter. Nearly gets 3. And Groovy is finished off by Kenny P250, lingering middle. Jax has been caught. He was only the armoured, or rather unarmoured utility, don't forget that. But they have recovered themselves an AWP.
This is good for
an M4. If Kenny hits that, God, I wasn't far off. Slips off the plant pot. And they're gathering up. If Ferlin's not ready for this, he is going to be retreating back to construction. And this is a bit of a pick your poison moment. Do you go for an unarmoured retake for Amanek, or do you, with no kits, save that AWP you know is lying at CT?
Give it a go.
Give it a go. 19 seconds.
So both of them line up. Ferlin makes light work of it. Honestly, Argo looking pretty. I don't know if I want to say they're looking pretty good or G2 aren't looking.
Well, I think here the thing that we highlighted is AGO don't have anything to play for as far as Pro League is concerned, but they're still playing for respect of their opponents and respect of the scene. So for them, there's no pressure. If they lose, they can play a little bit freer, they can take a few more risks, whereas on the G2 side of things, they're playing for everything. They lose this game, it becomes very, very difficult for them to qualify for the playoffs. And maybe that pressure is the reason we are seeing a couple of missed moments, but still 6 rounds to the name. If they get away with 7, this is the deep smoke we were talking about. So into second mid they push. It's like Fiku has a good idea, but he's pinned on in, has to drop his own smoke. Ruby coming to bail him out, unable to assist. And Hunter continuing with that fantastic aim, finds another kill.
He's looked very sharp today. I remember there was one off day in recent memory where it was a very apparent absence, but it's good to see the Hunter straight back to its ridiculous rubber band aim ways. Furlan onto next to those, keep that being side competitive. Kenny, Hunter, Jax all rotating in. They consider this a commitment, every member on that one side of the map, so there's going to be a brawl here, Lauren. And the flash is good, Furlan is evasive, but during that, closes the gap. So we will have an 8-7 half, the first of the day, and already keeping it nice and competitive. We'll see G2 versus AGO continue in just a moment. G2 Esports with a must-win game. Let me reiterate, yes, sometimes it's sunshine and rainbows, but this one is far from a walk in the park. AGO have come to make a statement. They know they can knock a Titan on its backside. It will be much more difficult for G2 Samurai to rise to the playoffs of this stacked group should they concede here. AGO already out of contention. So myself, Pansy and Spongy here to weave this tale with the boys from AGO already putting in quite the solid T showing. Wouldn't you say, Chad?
I think that it's a decent haul of 8 rounds. Now if they can continue with the CT-sided pistol, they might be on to takeaway map number 1 here. So setting up early, we will have utility on the back pocket of Amanex, smoking 2 flashes. As they're heading up towards middle here. Once they get control, this is where we'll determine what type of execute we're looking for. It might just be a smoke and go.
Oh, nothing.
One of my favorites.
Complicated. And groovy. Feel all worse where it's bounding into the side. Nice. Oh, hold to the bark.
It was a smoke, but no go. So that one from Ago was quite the simple mop-up. 17 rounds of play about to commence, or the 17th, I would say, as this one here looked like it was way too easy.
It did, didn't it? That round
like
just
no one
feels,
died.
it feels like it was, you know, when you have that refrag thing and you've got them so they don't shoot you?
Yeah.
You're just running around.
Just kill him.
Yeah. Just jumping at you. Either way, look at, you know what I'm going to say, Chad? That is the sexiest second round CT buy I've seen in at least 10 minutes.
At least 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Like, I'm just saying, I like the 3 SMGs. I like the balance of utility and long-range riflery. I like the fact that you've got 3 players that can play a bit more loosey, laissez-faire against the Glocks, but you still have them 4s that you'll be saving and prioritizing into the next rounds. It's kind of good.
And it's even better for these SMGs that there's only Glocks on the board. So this is indicative that G2 want to buy going into round number 3 of the second half. And you can just see here the centipede of
Here we go.
terrorists gallivanting around like some wild gazelles.
Supposed
In apartments.
damn domesticated gazelles.
Yeah, in the zoos.
They don't leap the same.
They don't have such a spring in their step.
No, they don't, because they're depressed because they're in a zoo.
Depressed gazelles.
Oh,
No, that was a topic of conversation coming into today.
Well, you know, remember Blackfish? Remember that movie?
I do.
Well, the gazelles are the same.
The sickly gazelle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, here we go.
Well,
Grish?
Oscar is going to be doing a little bit of a trick of him.
They're going to run back. So anyway, I'm going to talk more about gazelles.
Oh, okay.
You know how in that movie, the killer whales, like they have the limp fin, I suppose it is?
Hold on, we've got a kill, mate. How dare you talk about something other than the game? Do you not respect these teams? Do you not like Counter-Strike?
No, the limp fin, Lauren. You know how they're sad so that...
Come disrespectful, that chat.
They're also,
You're so selfish.
Oh, look, Kenny got another frag, and you're still not hyping it up.
and then also, I think the gazelles, when they leap, they don't point their toes, so that's why they're depressed gazelles.
Stupid bias casters.
Okay, well, we got the result that we all thought we were going to get.
Yeah, and they maintained the 2 rifles they wanted to. So actually...
Does Chad know what he's doing?
Oh, yeah, sometimes there's an argument to be made that Chad Birchall knows what he's doing. Sometimes.
Do you ever get those weird phrases that get stuck in your head and you can't get them out?
Yes.
Yeah, all every day.
Verbal or vocal crutches. Is that what they're called?
Kind of, but it's just one of my Swedish friends just kept going, yeah, yeet, nay, nay, and now
Yeet.
nay,
Oh,
nay.
okay.
And it's just in my head. Every time I see like a nade goes
I
somewhere,
keep
I'm
wanting
like,
to say macaroni in a pot, and there's still no way I can...
But what are you rappers?
that bucket and a mop. It's all coming together now. Oh, 7-10. This is actually quite a good game, but it does feel just like I'm waiting for G2 to do something.
Oh, they're a bit of a limp dorsal fin, Lauren. You never know.
Get your Blackfish references out of here.
I've only gone back about 10 years, right? That movie's quite old.
Yeah, but it's all the more relevant now.
All right, well, this will be finished, ladies and gentlemen, here, as we can see 2 smoke grenades and 2 flashbangs ready to land on out. Hunter will be pushed forward. He has no choice, no options, and HP already low. Hunter under pressure.
Ooh, the nade. How is he alive? Where did that nade just go? Alright, Oscar probably a little flustered by that, but MHL is doing well off flank. Jax does eventually get taken down and supported a little bit of a way off still. Furlan's on route, but that's lovely. Thought maybe a third could have happened, but no, Nexus still survives and caught on the cross. Furlan goes down. Suddenly a 2v2. Plenty of util in those CT pockets though.
Yeah, and I expect to see it utilised here. Groovy first to get the incendiary towards the new box. Next one's to fight. And Groovy ready, so was Fiku. XCOM AGO once again converting in the close rounds, and that's G2 struggling to get off the starting mark. That was the best chance so far, 3rd round buy. He'd go into the 2nd to get that investment, and you can see it's fallen flat. Oskarish getting credit for the double kill, though. Definitely the impact player of that one. Here comes his face, or does it not appear? Oh, I thought it happened every time. There I am, being a bit of a shank myself.
I don't like that term. I think it's a little bit derogatory.
Chadney,
Hank.
Chank. You're right. Fine. It's gone. But check out MHL. An unarmored... Let me try again. An unequipped, no utility. You know, I'm really unhappy with how I start that round.
Try again. Ready?
Do it.
And round 19, begin.
No utility for MHL, but he does have himself his trusty AWP looking to impress. This is on the Desert Eagles as well. So just a partial buy coming into this one from G2 Esports. Amanek with his signature weapon. I always have high expectations when I see him here. Watch him bound around the apartments area. MHL's left a gap, decides it's not worth contesting that. They're going for the apartment first. There's a universe here, Lauren, where this works very well.
I saw Groovy in my mind. Oh, this comes in. Let's see how much he can do. This position can be overwhelmed, but he seems aware, but he does still fall nonetheless. So, sights there's bomb to be planted. This is probably around on the board, feeling as Piku is pretty far off from this. Oh, those pistols. There's only that one rifle really recovered. They've got the all back now and play Furlan. Ooh, tested by Kenny. You don't double dip that, do you?
Piku has a molly, a flash, and a smoke here. This is doable. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah, I guess you shouldn't double dip that, but he did. Kenny, happy enough. Finally dig down, going to be quelled, but Piku tries to fight it back, not going to happen. Nice work from the T's, overwhelming Pit, taking some lovely space towards A, and that looked like the first real kind of round that had an end goal to it. I don't know, that felt relatively decent.
Yeah, they drew the eyes here by doing the smoke towards quad side as well as the mini pit moto area, and that was actually having the majority of attention from A go towards Arch. Next, getting the kill was even better, and that meant all the pressure on Groovy over towards Pit, who Amanek dealt with quite swiftly. So that was the key to that round. If Groovy got more from that Pit position and wasn't dealt with from Amanek, then the round was probably going to fall back in Ago's favor. Some good stuff from G2 and necessary stuff here as that has put down the pistols, and Hunter, he could have been licking his lips right there, but he falls after one. Next he grabs one as well, and this is dicey.
3 kills on the USPs. There's weapons aplenty. MHL desperately, he's tucked in on the corner. He knows he's in trouble. Oh, and he actually gets the frag check scored, and they got the headshot as well. A full eco win for Ago. Just charging into Banana. G2 caught off guard. Chad, I haven't seen that in a while.
Wow. USP's down Banana, being able to pull off a round like this, that should never happen. I know the Deagle was there for Groovy and MHL have a rifle,
but it wasn't exactly
still,
that relevant.
No, that is a wild round to be losing right there. So G2, if they weren't tilted off the face of the earth yet, they're going to be well on their way.
Jack's throwing the molly to force the fight and just getting peeked on as he throws it.
Oh dear. All right, well, look at this. You can see all 5 even through second middle right here of G2 Esports. And Hunter's going to take down Groovy with the wallbang. You don't see that every day of the week.
Said lol out loud. That's what I say when I think I've been BS'd, as Rush would say.
Rush, can you hit us with a quick BS?
That was BS. Well, actually, it wasn't fully wallbang. It was like the side of this little door frame here.
Get it right.
The kill feed said it was a wallbang, so you're going to argue
Technically so.
I thought it was through the Ghibli bab.
No, not the Ghibli bab, the Bridgie bab. No, it was the door bab. Yeah, just this door over here.
Oh, I appreciate that, Rush. Thank you for correcting me.
Rush, would you say Lamau?
A Lamau, how about that? I'll give you one of them.
All right, you had R easy for us today. You got any others here?
MHL G2 are gonna L.
All right, turn your mic off.
That was Rush 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you flame.
Turn your mic off.
It's very much great in small doses. I think his best work is maybe once a map.
Oh.
We can't go.
Got to get the rush ratio right. I don't know. It depends on the day. I think today he's in a good mood. He's in good place. I think he's got his favourite checkered shirt on.
Is it the green one?
Yeah.
Okay. Chad's got a checkered shirt. Can't wear it though.
Bit big.
Bit big.
I gave it to Alex. I ordered another one my side.
Yeah.
Nice.
Came in sleeping bag size.
It looks really cozy, to be fair. And someone who's going to be uncomfortable is Furlan. No util left. He's got mollies. He's got smokes coming in. The D-side's going to be taken by G2. MHL's nade could do a little bit of work. Let's see if that finds placement. It does. Big work, actually. And now Nectar and Hunter worse for wear.
Oh, bomb
That's
down.
great. 7 seconds now. Hunter has to go back in. 4 seconds. He's going to stop the punch. Job done. Well done. Excellent play off the back of just Furlan.
Yeah, but off the nade as well. That wallbang does not get converted necessarily if it wasn't for that 50 nade damage from MHL. Converted then by Furlan and a great round altogether. Let's see how this started. That was not a wallbang that I called a wallbang. I thought it was something else. Thank you very much. Furlan, though, getting this first shot and then just getting just enough momentum off the jump for Amanek not to be able to adjust and babysit in time. And he gets fist bumps and a pat on the shoulder for that one.
So just to note how those last 2 rounds went, if you've forgotten or if you just tuned in, lose to pistols, like a literal banana rush with pistols, no armor, and then get denied planting the bomb when you have beast control. So this is not great for G2 by any means. The mood in the boot camp room, I'm sure, is going to be a little bit... how's the vibe? What's your vibe? What's the vibe saying that the kids are saying?
Vibe check.
Well, the vibe check right now for G2...
Finish the sentence.
He's checking.
Oh, he's checking. Oh, he's doing it like
checking.
it's, yeah.
Not great.
No one could see, but...
Yeah, but you could.
We could.
It was nice.
MHL likely about to thrive again. 80 are 3 rounds away from taking G2 down a peg here on their map pick. Good timing. That's a nice incendiary. That will keep them space for the retake if they want to. And it does seem like they want to have a little. Whoa! More than a little. Ferns jumping around like Stuart Little. And MHL's hitting shots as well. Could find a second. He's in a lot of trouble here. Holds the tight line. Amanek down. Nexa can't go down with the ship as well. He has a round to win. 2 on 3. Oskarish down to just 5 HP. Bomb down. Kenny finding his trusty AWP.
Doable now. 2 on 2. Utility's still decent. There's a flash to come on through. It's in the air right now. It's popped and Kenny set on up. There's a big kill.
Yeah, probably need that. Needs that too. Nice work from G2 there. Lovely individual close from Kenny, but quite comfortable as the flash obviously didn't quite catch him.
Well,
but look at the money.
Broke.
Yeah, but that's all right. They might just rush down Banana and win again. So guys, we didn't get our poll to work properly before, but if you want to tweet it on us and say who you think had the 7-hour sleep, it's not Raj, hashtag ESL Pro League. Also, if you want to do, I saw you guys were drawing Harry last night as a horse. I don't quite understand why you were drawing Harry as a horse, or if someone could draw a diagram of why you were drawing Harry as a horse, I'd appreciate that.
I really like submissions. It's always nice to get people.
Okay, I thought we were going somewhere else there for a second.
What was that?
We were going somewhere else.
You like submissions?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Yeah.
I like that too.
One more timeout remaining for G2 after this one here, as they need to talk through their options for round number 23. Not wanting to drop an eco.
You've been learning your numbers. Do you think you can do 23 in German?
Yeah. 3
Und
20.
sehr gut, man.
Yeah, wunderbar.
Told you you can get it. Whoa, nearly got a bit too conversational there. Didn't do it.
Well done.
Day 1, game 1. But it is the eco again, Lauren. I don't think we're going to get the same as last time, are we?
Feels unlikely, doesn't it? It'd be exciting if, you know, it worked out. I guess they probably would like to go
what
to
do they
the,
fancy?
Let's see. Kenny's cool.
There we go, Kenny.
Oh, no.
Ooh, that's a spicy meatball.
Okay, it's just a lot of noises from us, but they do mean things.
Yeah.
I swear.
I'm pretty sure that's what words are, just noises that mean things.
I mean, we weren't being very verbal.
Verbal.
Yeah,
Well, no, because that there implied that he was a secret agent and he'd snuck into the back line and something cool was going to happen.
Yeah.
And it did.
What an iconic intro that was.
You know, like, you know when people, back in our day,
Back in our day.
when you say phone, you do the old, you know.
Oh, good
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
These days now do holding a phone.
They
Hey, just like their hands up.
Yeah.
Doesn't that feel
I hate
weird?
that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make you feel weird.
Don't like
It
that.
made me feel really
Don't stick
uncomfortable.
their fingers out anymore.
Yeah, strange.
Kenny's definitely back in business. I think that boot camp in Berlin is doing good things for Hunter and Kenny, because both of them are looking just a little touch sharper into today's game.
Well, I guess they're in the LAN environment, right? They're no longer at home. I would just go back and check Kenny's stats throughout Cologne, just to see the difference, because they were boot camping for Cologne, and they've obviously gone back to their homes for the longer group stage here within Pro League. It takes 3 weeks for us to get through the round robin of Group A and Group B, 16 teams in total. Next week, we have starting off with the South Americas, and less games next week too, so you'll only be able to join us for 2 slots of matches, not the 3.
I know we'd like to hear from Chad. Just wanted to give you an update, Chad. KR Finn, I think is his name, not sure. And says, Daddy Chatty B likes meatballs. They just seem to like it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's it.
They want me to make the meatballs.
No, they think you just like meatballs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Not a massive meatball fan.
I'm glad that Daddy Chatty is now catching on.
Yeah, me too. I don't know how long I could have gone without having that in my life. It's not gonna. I'm not gonna have a kid anytime soon that I know of. So,
Is it pause too?
oh well, this just got real awkward. So, able to withstand the economical round there, G2 Esports. And we'll be taking on potentially another low buy here from Ago. They don't need to invest right now. If you just take a look at the cash on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, Fiku, Groovy, and Ascarish do not have enough money to go for what I would consider a full buy. Fellan just can limp on in, and you can see that MHL with 5k could get that AWP. But I think they would just go for a pistol upgrade with some light utility behind it. You can see Fellan has purchased in with that HE, light splattering coming on through for Groovy and MHL as well. So I could get a P250 in the mix, a Deagle. Everyone's favourites.
Chad, do you think you'd consider, if the pay was good enough, to transition into Splatoon esports?
How good's the money? We talking?
I'm talking like better than Counter-Strike. If
yeah, but how much?
Nintendo are going all in,
Like triple?
double.
I'd need triple.
You wouldn't go for double. Splatoon esports, it's lit. The storytelling,
I haven't-
7-year-old prodigies.
I get the. Have you considered doing another game? We can pay you this much, and I'm like, I don't love it. It's not Counter-Strike. So if it's like triple, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, Lauren and I have something to tell you.
Oh.
There's a reason she made that Twit longer. It's because we've been
poached.
So
been
then,
poached.
who am I going to work
going
with?
all in. It's going to be a great question.
Henry's gone. Jason's gone.
Yeah, it's Chad Sponge Birchill,
Yeah.
and then they'll be bringing in.
Yo, what up,
Rush,
Chad?
One,
What
two,
up?
three, four,
Okay,
five,
so me and
six.
Rush are the duo. Or?
And a bit of a return as well. Tosspot's going to be returned.
Oh, okay. I would like to. Yeah, Stuart would be great. Can do the play-by-play. Rush can do the.
I can finally listen to Counter.
Oh, he's on the peg roller. Oh, and he's covered the whole area. What else do we say? I haven't really watched Splatoon. I had to go.
But the offer sounds fantastic.
Anyway, that's
I'll be
the
right.
pause filled. That's job done.
Oh, and into this round too. It's not like we could really set up for much. Of course, Nate's down middle. No one's giving much into this, but they're not stopping. They're going to keep pressuring this, and Kenny probably getting flashbacks to that banana play.
Look at Hunter, this cheeky devil. And Jack as well. This is going to hurt. This is going to suck for the CT. The pain train is coming, and it has no break.
They're locking him in.
Yeah, locking
Not getting out.
Lock the doors, Henry. Fiku gets one. And okay.
Not again.
A little nervous. Okay, Amanek takes the spot, takes the weapon, denies the info. Oscarish and Fiku got very little they can do about this.
Skurish has had some nice Deagle highlights right now, so he cops ahead here, is able to potentially take down a couple more. Damage done. Money not fantastic on the likes of Nexter and Amanek. For the other three, it's looking good, but the round still needs to be posted from G2, and the fact that having these kind of woes against the pistols could be worrying signs as we taper forward into round number 25. They should hide these guns. Make sure. There we go, Amanek. Get rid of another one. Come on. Where's the other gun? Maybe they already threw it away. Maybe we missed that, but that's good. Just so people are aware of what's happening there. If the CT's going looking for those weapons to carry on through, they're hidden, they're out of sight. And if they're unable to be scavenged, then that's a good sign there for... In the underpass? Is it in the other part? That one's gone. Okay. So what happened there? Oh, Jack's had a Mac 10, so it's all good. They can have the Mac 10. It's in second middle. Go to second middle if you can. Hold middle. That way, yep, left. Links, yeah. Wunderbar, das ist perfekt. Vielen Dank, Junge.
Rush, do you like that Mac 10?
It's a nice one. You know me, though. I like my disco tech that I have.
What are the stickers like? So just the Jack sticker.
Nice.
It's a Neon Rider.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah, Henry's got the full purple gear, doesn't he?
He has. He committed to a colour scheme that practically bankrupted him, but he does have a colour scheme now.
It's
Oh.
obscene.
All right, well, this one's going to be a slow one, ladies and gentlemen. We won't break out too much of the craziness.
Can we get like a third? Did we have a third person over the shoulder, like kind of GTA? Yeah, okay. So he's in the open world right now. Oh, you could have gone into the. I still want to know what's on that menu. We never got to do it because Chad was like, "Oh, we have to be adults."
Where? It's in the middle?
In the restaurant. Yeah. I don't know the pricing. Like if it's reasonable. Crazy salad, £70 to €7. Not bad. Trophy spec. Why is it different languages? That's ham. Spaghetti Van Gogh. I don't know what that is.
Where's Inferno set?
Calamari. Oh, they've got a. I wonder if there's a scene in.
That's cheap calamari.
It is not bad, is it?
Pretty good
Zucchini,
price.
8 for the veg, the flan.
Not a big menu.
No, but
I wouldn't
imagine they're wonderful.
No, but Chad, they usually say a restaurant with a smaller menu is a restaurant with a perfected set of dishes. That's why when you go to Cheesecake Factory, they've got like an Argos catalogue of clothing. You know it's probably not going to be that fantastic.
We are on the buy though. We do have MHL on the up and Ferland. Double up. Coming out to play for the CDs.
Okay. I'm going to look at this. Fiku, we set Ruby up onto that boost. Always partial to an angle like that. He'll be able to see over any smoke executes the G2 throw out. I'll remind you, this is an important round and an important map for G2. Victory here ensures the safest of steps towards the playoffs for this round robin. It's getting to the business end now, day 15 of Pro Leagues. Not many risks.
Wow.
Taking, he goes for the self-boost. And it's straight over the guise of the smoke into Nexus crosshair. Ruby in jeopardy. Backs away. Fiku anti-flash. Should have a chance. And he holds down mouse 1 for the first. just the first. 3-on-4 though, numbers favouring the T side as they advance.
It's good though. Next, Kenny just got a load of damage. Groovy's seen everything. Oscar's still on notice. Graveyard might be put into his. Soon he is. They've won the side. The bomb should be planted and nothing should come through for Furlan.
Yeah, you should just save this AWP and see if they can give it to MHL in the following. If we want to take a quick look at how the loss bonus is going to trickle forward for that of Ago, who haven't taken a timeout just yet. Maybe one will come in the next round. They get 2,900 in the bank, so it will be another save round or another partial investment, meaning G2 Esports have a real shot at tying things up at 13-13. Next, Amanek, Hunter, Kenny all have some good money, so it looks like a bit of a Hunter's on the case here. Amanek bounding forward, he'll be the first port of call, the first man that Furlan has to deal with. Smoke out to give them... Oh, a Molotov as well. This is great. He's in trouble.
Shy. It gives Furlan the angle to peek over. That's actually really prominent, and he should be able to survive.
They've heard that.
Good shot, though. Good shots, though. Doesn't have to re-peek into Kenny, so Furlan maintains the AWP and brings it on over into the next round of play. It is going to be important. He is the only one that's going to have optimal equipment.
What's his spawn looking like now, Rush? Where is Furlan currently spawned for?
Let me have a little look, Furlan.
Okay, not a great spawn to go for a mid pick or a banana pick. He could go holes with this to try and find a freebie over there. Thanks for that, Rush.
Rubber bandy aim. Look at that. I love that. We've had some great highlights from Hunter so far. Just taking a quick look back at some of these spectacular multi-kills he's been delivered. Furlan, of course, on the last few rounds of that first half, catching Kenny with a nice little elevated angle. But all round, you can see that the contributing stars so far. As you take a look at the scores on the doors, it's been Furlan at 18 at the top of the scoreboard alongside MHL, but for the others, G2, they've got the Kenny S and Hunter show continuing with Nexa just up the rear at 18 as well. So it was 13-8, it is now 12-13, so the gap's been closed. 5 T rounds posted, so we're at level stead. It's 5-5 here in the second half. And AGO already out of contention for the playoffs. They're doing this for style points. They're doing this to break G2's hearts.
Yeah, it's 4 in a row, though, for the T's here. So let's see if they can keep that up.
Wow.
Okay.
That's some space, boys. That's what you do. You let Amanek off the leash, and the rabid Frenchman is called Be Clear. Spokes it off. And Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, Groovy and Oscar can't do everything, it seems, because that's the bomb now. Hunter has managed to stop it, but getting too sketchy, but it cost him about 70 points of health. Oh, I'm getting nervous here, Lauren. I don't know why, but this doesn't feel like a safe after plant.
No, it doesn't. It should be, though, shouldn't it? But I feel like another smoke shot's going to come in, or something weird's going to happen. Flash comes in,
flash.
Kenny's blind. It made it up towards the pool, but Kenny did find Groovy, so we are down to 4 now. But that smoke does give him a little bit of play here, and they're probably waiting for Fiku maybe to do something, but Amanek has taken matters into his own hands, and surely this is all but done. Yeah.
All right. Now, 3 rounds away, either side from closing this one out. A timeout will be taken from that. Oh, there you go.
Burning through them, aren't we?
Well, that's the thing. They hadn't taken any up until this point, so it's great that they finally called one. It's all been one-way traffic from G2 needing to get back into this game, and now with 5 on the trot, they put the pressure onto Ago. Once again, their map choice. Nuke is coming up next. That was the map pick of the G2 Esports squadron. Kenny had a couple of misses with the AWP in the first half, but now he's looking fantastic. 24 for him, 21 for Hunter. Amanek going to probably hold on to that Mac 10. I want to use it for the entries again. And you can note on the CT side, 3 sets of just Kevlar. No head armor, so they will pop like a watermelon if Amanek's able to land that bullet. Utility decent. 3 Molotovs. Bunch of smokes. 2 HEs in play. And the AWP is now in the duos. MHL and Furlan both wielding the big greens. This could be the change-up that Ago need.
Kenny, aggressive. Zywu impression, opening up Banana. Taking the same space Amanek did, but this time with a much longer weapon.
Don't let Kenny say that, Alex.
Yeah, well, Zywu would be in the site by now.
Ooh.
And Furlan deals with Kenny S, trying to make space on the B side, but it's all smoke and mirrors, quite literally, as smokes do start to bloom. MHL impending doom. Oh, gets around the corner. And actually the repeat is a success. Bullet lands into Nexus ribcage. And more. MHL putting himself on display. demonstrating his proficiency with the AWP. There is more, but it's Hunter to deny. Groovy has the headshot waiting. Jack steps his head into the guillotine as well.
Finally got one back. That was 5 in a row right there. So the bleeding has been stemmed. They go put a bandage on their CT half. The AWPs received 1. Here's MHL again. Really just picking this attack apart. Now, knowing that came into play, we might see something more direct coming out from the G2 side of things, maybe straight into a set piece off the A side. Groupie's the one that they will have to deal with. You can see the fist bumps coming out again. Everybody having a great time there at the AGO facility. And a grimace there from Kenny just to close things down. So yeah, just a single AWP now from AGO. Maybe problems. More of a passive approach from G2 in the early stages. Not want to get picked off. They have enough money to go for a buy in the next round with a $1,900 loss bonus coming through. Jax is the only one here who will be strapped for cash or struggling more so. Next won't be in a great position, but that Gula will be able to come on out. So let's focus on this flash. Yeah, this is for Halls. Check this out.
Boom. Pop. Love that.
Very nice stuff. As now they've taken the territory, the default working wonders. Still need to get banana control back, so hot flush over the top. Next is now pushing forward, the half wall smoke. Need to clear past that. So Molotov's towards the top of banana to hold the CTs back at HE. Landing at the feet of Scarish. Molotov over towards Sandbag to clear. Next will be G2 going for top mid control. So
pretty convincing.
Yeah, we should see a... Well, they're taking it back right now. So the back and forth game of information has now netted in AGO's favor. We should see a smoke towards the arch side. They want to fight this.
Yeah, he delays them. Now they go. But now MHL is ready. Misses his first shot. He won't get many more. Another miss. Closing the gap. Needs to find a trigger. Finds one. And a flash is good. Groovy keeps him blind. It's MHL procedurally falling back and 3 fall in his lap. Dexter and Kenny left to their own devices, but it looks like 15's been found.
24 kills for the man. He's found his footing here. He might have been the bandage they needed to stem the bleed that G2 were causing on this T side. How many rounds in a row was it? We had, what, 5 in a row? And now the double ups in that previous round and this. And you're right, that fallback, just constantly backing away. But found that refuge he needed. And there, found the 15th for Argo. Well needed. 15 to 13. Maybe supplement on those slightly weaker buys with better utility now.
Yeah, I really think that G2 should go for a set piece, not into the AWP. So the arch side would be where you want to avoid. A B set piece, if you can get banana control, not a bad shout, take the AWP out of the equation. Or if you can do one of those set plays over towards the A side of things, smoke some Molotovs needed. And HE's probably to deal with Groovy over there in that pit position. He seems to be playing that time and time again. The guns will be out. This is the last-ditch attempt for G2 if they want to stay in map number 1. They lose this one right here. We will be heading on to map number 2. There you go. One map, the better. I don't think we'll get this heads-up orb duel here. MHL just waiting to see if there's anybody progressing up mid for a default round. No one is right now. It would be unusual to see him go for a pick here. Very brave play if he does.
It is right eye for MHL, right? Does that mean he has any... But
because it's an orb, we're taking that out of the equation.
Yeah, okay.
Because Kenny's scoped in.
So he'll see like that shoulder just as soon as MHL starts seeing his. If not tighter line. I mean, look at this. There's very little to work with on Kenny's line of sight.
If he swings at any point, he's still here and there's a minute left. So you can notice how much utility they're having to dump into Boiler so that he's able to hold this position. Another Molotov. And that's indicative that they're holding mid-wall. That is information aplenty. Oh, look at this up and over the top. Oh, no! He hit him as well. He's on 2 HP.
I think Amanek's helmet saved Oscar Rich's life.
No.
I can't believe it.
The spinal column of Amanek has been enough protection to keep Oscar Rich alive. He's down to 2.
There's 35 seconds left.
Okie dokie, artichoke. This one's getting awkward. Fern, Oscar will have to do a lot though. And here they come. Knife out and Jack pays the price. Hunter trades. Next is dunked onto Oskarish as well. So good deep smoke and a bomb plant likely. That's Hunter's responsibility. MHL's found a gap. And Nate's not quite going to achieve what he set out to.
Kenny's in a good spot here to get at least one. Posturing forward with low HP and the AWP. He's still picking.
This is where Kenny does some of his best work. Look at that angle. Ugh. It's really powerful. Up on those tight sandbags, and he holds the tight line first. Repositioning. He wants more. He's so aggressive. This is the Kenny S you want in this server at the 2 match points required. Stages, good shots from MHL. No time for this one. As they retreat. They were.
Considering it. But notice what that's done. Now that Kenny's lost the AWP, you're going to see they are going to get the win bonus for the round win, right? It's going to pop on up on the left-hand side of your screen there, $3,500 in the bank balance, but that only leaves Kenny with $3,600 and Jax with $3,600, meaning that Amanek and Hunter have to drop guns across. I mean, sorry, Nexa and Hunter. Amanek was the one that got taken down there in the opening stages. Lucky that Nexa did land that nade onto the Skyrish to take him out of the equation, otherwise he still could have been. This is one of the things that people need to note or take notes of at home. If you're low in a round, you're still a number on the board, right? You're still a man where they don't exactly know your HP. So as long as you're able to move around and still be a nuisance, they have to consider that extra player. So
Alan's taking the AWP, and he's taking it aggressive. Double AWPing, one towards the banana side of things. I say aggressive, seems like that's not quite the case at the start of things. Ben Michel still having his He looks down mid. Oh, they wanted to trap him in there. He actually has to brave the flames just to retreat. They'll throw out one as well. This exchange of utility, Chad, has been very prominent, but they do smoke out the molly. That's their go. And look how much space, even in the flash, he wants to take long. Amanek up, smoked off. He wants to wrap into the site, and Fiku's there to receive him, but he's hit a banger. Traded by Groovy, dropping in smoke. Calculated that one. And MHL already off in close quarters. Groovy catches another. They're 2 frags away from taking their map pick here. AGO want to throw a knockout blow. And MHL's hitting his shots. Kenny can't clutch. It's 16-14. A full 30 rounds and AGO taking Inferno.
Natus on Inferno, and honestly, I think I was waiting for that moment to kick in. The G2 would get it together, but it never happened. Oh, they looked great from the start, Chad.
Yeah, they were looking hot to trot. I think we have, I've got my notebook on the table here, and it's not even open, which means I didn't take any notes in that game right there. Lauren, yeah, this is the whole setup that we have right now. Ego, they're playing with nothing to gain, but also nothing to lose. So when you think about it that way, they were trying to prove themselves.
Precisely.
See, stay in your lane, Alex. All right?
Oh, he's done you.
And pull your top together. If that phone rings,
did it get a bit booby?
There was a lot going on.
Wow. Okay, we're good.
MHL, that's where we should start and probably end.
MHL delivered.
There you go.
I did there.
Moments that deliver, that's for sure. Wrong tournament, wrong sponsors. But I know we have a highlight package, so if we want to start running those for everybody at home, we can take a look at what this kid did. He was recently one of HLTV.org's players to watch for the future, and it seems like Ago and the Polish scene are able to deliver AWPers in buckets and spades. Remember Snatchy from not that long ago, also of Ago fame? Well, MHL's another one of these youngsters alongside Biku. And this round right here, we're in the 2-on-1 situation with the CZ75. That was a big round. They didn't lose the force fight. Here's an entry onto Kenny S. On the CT side, he was starting to find a lot of impact. And look, this map was picked from Ago, or by Ago for a reason, and we've seen it here. We had lots of solid performances from individuals. Furlan was finding himself quite gritty within the mid-rounds. I think if you want to take a look at Groovy, every time they went A, always seemed to have his smoke left to play that pit and bike position. And look, I don't know what's going on with G2. Maybe that's a little bit harsh to even be thinking what's going on with G2. But there is more pressure on them, and Jax did not have a fantastic game. I wouldn't even put it down to him as the reason that they lost. They did have a couple of blundersome rounds that were team issues. Remember the USP round in Banana? We all remember that one? Just 5 USPs and what?
That was a bit of a mess.
You can't be losing that one, right? You definitely cannot be losing a round like that. So G2 Esports can probably chalk it up to a couple of pedestrian errors. If you look at the scores on the doors that we have right here, you can see that it wasn't fantastic for him by any means, only 9 kills. But Kenny, he did have a decent game, and that's good signs because coming into today, he's one of the lowest rated players for that of G2 within the Pro League, and they need him to be one of the highest rated players, so that's normally where he is. He's normally within the top 2 with Hunter. So going into Nuke, which is map number 2, maybe they can turn it around.
I mean, yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Of course, we've got a whole segment to be focusing on Nuke. But in terms of what Hunter was providing, as we're looking through some of his highlights, I do think there was a clear upgrade in terms of the Hunter we've got in the server today. Yes, all the pieces weren't necessarily gelling, but just seeing his approach to game, the shots he's hitting, this is the kind of Kenny and Hunter you want stepping into Nuke.
I don't really want to start a discussion that I'm about to, but I'm going to anyway. I think that there's so much happening in the Counter-Strike scene at the moment, especially with Henry coming in with this whole Cloud9 thing. It's actually shaking a lot of the trees right now. I'm not saying that G2 are going to have a roster change by any means, but I think that if teams were going to start considering it, like your Phases of your world, or
things in motion,
then people, I'm not saying G2 are considering it, but they could be. So that there's probably going to be some big movements in the future if teams aren't able to get the results going that they want towards the tail end of this year. And it is just going to be Counter-Strike after Counter-Strike after Counter-Strike, right? We've seen the calendar. We know what it looks like. It's not going to end. And if you were going to make some changes, now that the major is postponed indefinitely, we don't actually know when it's going to be slated for, this would be the right time to do it, right? This would be the time to go, hey, let's chop, let's change, let's make some risks. I was actually thinking the other way earlier in the year because I thought by this time we might be getting back to LAN. Obviously, a bit optimistic.
Ambitious.
Yeah, a little bit. And I was like, yeah, just stick with your rosters, wait till you get back to LAN. But obviously, maybe, some teams should have some changes.
I mean, if anything, I think, yes, there's no doubt there is a lot of Counter-Strike in this calendar towards the end of the year, but I can't help but see the positives in that as well in terms of if you wanted to be developing, what better place to be developing and growing as a team than online every day against good teams. And that's exactly what happens after the break. We take a quick one. We do come back. G2 AGO continues, and AGO 1-0 up as they head into Nuke. G2's turn.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
The Let's get into this one then, folks. You can hear the music, you know what time it is. It's Nuke, second map of the day. XCOM AGO already 1-0 up. G2 need this one. It's a stacked group, and they're already one map down. It's heading into their turf, though.
Bit of a punish pick from G2 coming through here. 6 losses in a row for AGO. One of the more recent ones, a 16-13 loss to Na'Vi. The scorelines have been tight for the polls on Nuke in recent times. However, the W's are not in that column. So let's take a look right now as how many they're able to post. I'm going to set the bar 10 rounds. If AGO can get 10 rounds on their CT side, they can walk away with a 2-0 here today. Lots of pressure, I think, will be applied to the star MHL again. Groovy floating towards that yard position. Fiku over towards ramp. They will be the 3 names I'm looking for here on the CT side for AGO to step on up.
The bit's always moved when it shows like rushes the observer and then the little breaky away bits fly around. That's cool. I've never noticed that. MHL's under a lot of pressure here and ramp's lost. Poor old Fiku trying to escape, but he's getting hunted down. He has to stand his ground, and he does. Furlan 2, the double Fs. Already filling the feed. Alliteration. Well, that's the kind of stuff that cheers me up. I know no one else necessarily enjoyed it. Furlan, though. Ouch. Jax keeping it competitive. Okay, so from a 5v3, we return to the realms of a good pistol round.
If I'm remembering correctly, yeah, those last 2 players rode towards ramp that we got eyes towards Farago, but Fiku's got a lot of territory, heard the steps. He's going to be there quite quickly. I wonder if that's going to throw a spanner in the works. MHL can play a little safe here, but Nexus need to consider it. Nicely played by Nexus. That internal clock is perfect. Because MHL and Oscarish are going to have to land something pretty juicy to get back in, so I don't see a kit. And well, looks like G2 have put their foot down here.
Yeah, Oscarish. This would have to be Oscar-worthy. Redefined presents his back, and Jax can't believe his luck. So he'll grab that one up his hill. 1 to G2.
Ashley, you there, mate?
Hello?
So I know that you were upset that we don't play Danger Zone enough together anymore.
Yeah, sure.
Look, I'm upset that I don't get to spend as much time with you as I'd like, but the Counter-Strike, you know,
What are you doing instead, chat?
I have to watch all the games.
What are you playing with instead?
I'm not playing, I'm watching.
You play with someone else?
I watch every game.
Is it
Who is she?
I set up last night to watch
Is it J-Raz?
You've been playing with J-Raz
It's
about me.
J-Raz.
You know that's
I'm
not
so
allowed.
sorry.
J-Raz is mine.
Well, this is really taking a weird spin. Anyway, Hunter down the vent. We'll get back to where I wanted to go with this later. There's a force bite from AGO. And it'll come on through. Her name's ESL Pro League, Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a saucy mix a lot of the time. After the initial flurry of utility towards the top side, G2 will now reconvene to yard.
I do want to bring a little context back into this. Bear in mind that God said bottom at the moment in the group that they're in. It's Group A, Argo, next up.
Ouch.
And then above that is G2. So it's not like G2 are a mile ahead. We obviously got the caliber, but the caliber is being shown by the CTs at the moment. MHL highlighted last map for the all play. Now showing off a little bit of scout prowess, but a 2v3. I mean, they won with USPSs.
Look at this spot he's gone for. So dark, with the absence of utility, might not be the worst call. Likely a Mac 10 bounding around the corner, or his timing not being favourable is quite the possibility now. Low HP on Nexa, but standing his ground. 2 kills for him. Hunter does find the final frag, so no issues there. AK recovered as well. So we'll keep the Mac 10.
All right, well.
Good shots from MHL, though, making that scout work, making that $1,700 investment worthwhile.
He's got 3,500 in the bank balance right now, so we'll be able to get the AWP up in the following round. That is for sure. We've been noting a lot about the silenced M4s coming through. We've been talking more about the AUGs. Seeing a bit more variance of spread with some of these lesser-known names in the Pro League. Going for more audacious buys as down the vent, Scarish will dive, knife in hand. We're going to be a little bit cheeky, but I think it's just a top hit.
Well, doesn't it?
Nobody's home. Next is looking for some info. Kenny's keeping him safe in heaven. And around the world for Furlan, but not going to really unfold any success. There's Kenny. A mini game for Fiku to try and play.
Best sounding gun in the game, Alex. Go.
USB.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, wrong answer only.
Wrong answer only?
Oh, we did this.
Negative.
Nice.
Just into your head, those constant dinks that spawn.
Into the bell.
Oh, even
Yes.
worse.
Wrong answers only.
Best Counter-Strike era of all time. Wrong answers only.
It's a tough one, that.
That is a tough one. I've got to think on multiple different
lovely.
planes and fields right here. All right, well, the guns are out. Let me get one round under my belt before I come up with a funny answer. So they've held on to a lot of utility here. There haven't been any wall smokes early out of G2 to force rotations. You can see down towards Secret with AWP will be MHL. Won't be able to contribute too much if it is a top hit coming on through. You see Hunter going back towards spawn to line up a smoke, so this will just be the standard secret wall smokes coming through. Amanek to lead the charge. Kenny for Molotov. This would likely go towards top of hut, I believe. Oh, never mind, he tricked me. There's the wall smokes coming out. You can see MHL will be able to call out early. He's actually pushing up forward, so he'll call this clear. It means they won't need to rotate out of the top side. Ascarish and Fiku passive towards ramp. They're ready for a top hit right now.
See how far the incendiaries get them. They throw out one of their own designs. This is nice, buying time. Groovy standing his ground. He pulls him out one successfully.
Burning.
He is burning, and it's finished off by Nexa. He makes that low HP work. Fiku's down as well. G2 still thriving. Not a single body dropped. Now the T's are planting that bomb in the low side. The CTs might have to consider the save right out of the gate here. Oscar is just walking in for a freebie. Nexa takes an upgrade with 6 HP. He gets that frag, $600 and a free M4.
It
Me. I'm trying to think about Counter-Strike errors. Like, there aren't any. This game
doesn't
is
have to
perfect.
be an
The game's
actual error. I was going to say Optic India. You remember that lovely endeavor?
Oh yeah, look.
Yes.
Look.
You see? Wrong answers only. You don't have to actually go for a real team that had an error.
Oh, I thought you meant like a bug, like it crashing or something.
No.
There's no two ways around that one.
Is that the word, the EXE guy?
Yeah, lad, the admin's coming up, but he's trying to look on the PC and he's pushing his hand away. That's an admission of guilt, dude. What are you doing?
Just don't look at my PC, man. I'm clean, though.
Let me just close this.
Yeah, hang on, just 1 second, man. That's my USB stick, actually. My homework on there. Well, we've got AKs, we've got SMGs, and we can get back into the nitty-gritty. AGO. Hoping to see a little bit of flare out of what they have preserved here. It's MHM on the AWP, Furlan on the M4. And very minor investments into some Deagle and armor. That's about it. So this is G2's round to win. You can see their equipment. These are out. And, well, that's cost them one. Amanek gone. I like this. Hunter, though, up top with an SMG. You can't make that MP7 work, surely.
I'm not a believer. I'm really not a believer.
I've got the same skin.
Believer? You look like a Bieber fan.
How young do you think I am?
I know how young you are. I was born this way, Lauren.
No, Justin Bieber's doing great. Apparently, he's got his wife now. He's on a time. He's got long hair. Apparently, the fans are going wild for it. God, I hate the fact that I learned that from Twitter. Ooh, MHL. No, he could have done with that. Really could have done with that. Game changer there now.
Wickets.
Moved. Probably has got a York boy at least.
You don't want to take too many risks whatsoever. So they're setting up Molotovs towards the top side yet again. They should land behind the silos in the side. There she goes. Really push out of position. Has to force forward, and that'll be an easy pickup from Jack. So this one should be done and dusted as Kenny dropping on in. Repels from the main roof. Gets a kill, and it's just the pistols remaining. So, Raj, what I was all that they've been loving, all the danger zone content that you've been putting out, but I was wondering if they could maybe, I don't know, make some danger zone content of their own and send it in, and we could feature some people's plays.
Oh yeah, well I would love that. I'm always down for seeing some nerfs, no scouts.
Yeah, we don't want any scouts. You need
None
to
of
be
that
using the
stuff.
bumps. Don't use the parachute. The parachute's already minus 100 points. If you use the scout, you know we won't air your submission.
I saw
Correct.
shooting the scout regularly, by the way.
Oh, never. I'll use a scout if I pick it up from an enemy, and that's
Did you
it.
see him go to
exactly.
the vent?
Like, sometimes he goes, oh, there's a scout there, I'm bumping, I'm going to get him. Like, I mean, is that not practically the same as picking it up if you...
I wouldn't. The thing is, like,
You pick it up, and then...
No, you're misunderstanding.
I've seen him pick...
The reason that once we see the scout flying through the sky, that we immediately chase it down is because scout players have no honor, and we want to take them out, and we want to use the gun that they have wielded to inflict pain on our enemies.
Sounds a bit...
Honor, respect. I've heard this dialogue before.
Take a look at our trophy cabinet, mate. Take a look at our trophy cabinet before you come at us.
Respect is earned, not granted. And at the moment, we do have MHL looking to earn himself another round on the board of the first here on the second map. No outside tests just yet, but the fact that the bomb is postured there with Kenny S, Amanek up on the... So I'm not calling that silo. What do you call it? You say something else, Jad? The big one? The giant thing?
I call it silo, don't I?
Do? Okay, I thought you've called it other things.
We'll probably call it Red Rock.
That's the one.
Yeah, but that's like from
the throwback. MHL is in a position to... God, he's quick. He's got two. Wallbank's not going to connect. With 4 HP, surely he's going to get molly or dunked on, but actually, if they've been kept otherwise occupied, he is very brave. He's actually going through. There's a brave attempt, certainly, but Fiku double peeking in with Furlan, and they should be able to recover that at AWP as well.
So also, other names?
Because it was a giant blob.
Yeah, Twinkie's yellow. Lauren, you've spent more time in America than I.
I haven't tried a Twinkie.
Okay.
You've never had a Twinkie?
I think I might have actually wanted like a green.
Yeah, like just a really tasteless.
I've never had one.
Cream
filled. Like a
filled.
sponge cake.
Is it yellow
cream.
Though? Yeah.
Is it yellow or white? It is yellow, isn't it? Like the cake.
Yellowy.
It's not great though.
I think I do call it silo as well, but I feel like I wouldn't have called it anything else.
I still
making sure.
Call it. Wait, hold on.
Give her his first frag here.
There you go. That's not bad. Already kicking the... Oh, MHL goes down as well. I was hoping for a bit more from that, but I just feel like G2's kind of getting back into the swing of it as well. Maybe picking up the pieces after Inferno. Not exactly the start they wanted in this.
Ooh, Kenny.
Nice.
That's good stuff. Now it's just 2 remain. One's already on that lower side. That's Furlan getting greeted with the orb. Hello. Kenny can be quick too, MHL. Don't you forget about that. And now it's just Ascarish over towards the rafter position. I know what it is, Alex. You call it mini, I call it main.
Yes.
And in Australia, we call it annex.
Annex. What's annex?
An annex is a part of a building.
Yeah. The main mini.
Yeah.
Cool. I always called it main until I liked the fact that Nuke actually has a sign that calls it mini, and I'm like, yo, okay, I'll just make that. That's cool.
Do you call it garage?
Do you find the mini sign after this rush while you're watching this replay? Can you fly around and find it? It's just in main. Realize how silly that sounded. Oh, we've got some
lead.
Love.
Proactive. Mini, hut, garage.
So we call it the garage or warehouse.
I call it.
What are they calling storage?
What?
Oh, they call squeaky storage. Okay. Oh wait, go back. Have they made? Did they call it squeak with the numbers? What? Squeaky. Look.
Oh, funny.
And they have hell as well. Rush, go to hell.
Excuse me. He's working really hard, Chad.
Look at the signs on the wall here.
Great. Hell. Heaven. Ah, yeah. Cool.
Funny.
And today we learnt.
Hill. What's going on with the CT buy here? They're splitting it out. Looks like they will just be preserving the single M4 on Groovy yet to frag Bardolph.
Looks a bit chanky, doesn't it?
With that door open, is certainly going to want to try and find something close quarters. Swung on now. Oh, it does get the two that often win these opening frags into the top side. And again, forced out. Really is just very cut and dry at the moment, this half, Chad.
Yeah, I was mentioning before the loss record for the side of Ago on Nuke in recent times. So what we'll do is we will reflect on that just so you can see exactly what it's looking like. If they get this going to Kenny, we might take this round a little bit more serious. Currently locked on out. There we go. So Kenny will take him down, and that should be all she wrote. So in the last 3 months, they're currently sitting at on Nuke. And then let's go through the wins. So these were in the Mountain Dew League back in June. Okay. Everyone calm down. It was over a team called Men's and Pro 100. Those were the 2 wins that Ego got. And then their losses have been Nordvin 16-12, Lindby Vikings, they're Danish, 16-12 loss, Harvu 16-12 loss, Harvu 16-12 loss, Heroic 19-17 loss in Pro League, and Navi 16-13 loss. So those results are close. Right, but I said they needed to get 10 rounds on their CT side, and, well, I don't know how good you guys are at mathematics. Well, they can't get 10 anymore. Sorry, didn't mean to break everyone's hearts. We will be going to a third map if G2
Do you know what the third map is, Alex? Do you know what it is?
I do. I also know my name is Alex, but Vertigo
You know what it is?
the map, and I'm excited for that.
Wake me up before you go.
Am I missing why that's related?
It's not.
Vertigo,
Go.
Oh,
Hey,
got it. I really thought I missed something.
Vertigo. Groovy does manage to avoid the bond with a strong assist, and also 40 ADR. Okay, Groovy draws blood with an alligator straight to the jawline of Amanek. And there's more for MHL. Groovy, you wouldn't, would you? Yeah, he gets caught by Kenny. 2 from the heaven position, they re-smoke Mini, and the 3-on-3. Oscarish has managed to keep the level, favouring that of HEO. Bomb's not quite down yet. That smoke it's been designed to make things a little more awkward for the T's. Is CT vent being swung on? Do I have to worry about those rafters positions? And now a double peek. NHL finds them. And so we have it. It is going to be the second for HEO, and they kind of need the rest.
8's not bad. It's not 10, but we can work with it. Taking a look here at the G2 side of things, buyers will be no problem. They've been able to net themselves a decent chunk of cash, and the way that they've been approaching this T side, it felt like there haven't been too many moments that have been able to spiral out of control. The rounds now that they have posted, MHL had the multi-kill towards Yard, and that one was kicked off with the Alligator, which Groovy is keeping his hands tightly gripped to for round number 10. MHL getting forward with the AWP again, so he's going to take a lot of territory here. Has to deal with one player. If he looks down, he can rain some bullets of death.
As opposed to the bullets of life, Chad.
Yes, well, Alex, as you know,
We say, Alex, come on. It's going to be... We say nothing. We say nothing of value.
Playing around. No. Bullets of Death sounds good. It sounds like a heavy metal album I'd have bought.
True friends stab you in the front, so no, it's all right. MHL now searching with the AWP, pushing forward here, 5-7 in hand, and he will be going down the vent. That's next up.
Well, I'm surprised that didn't go down.
Tags up. MHL now forward, not able to land a shot here. Smoked on out, he's in a lot of trouble, has to be careful.
He's got a real air of confidence to his play, hasn't he?
Do you have some swagger? Do the kids still say that one?
Yeah, I think you're safe. Oh. Swagger is a very old-fashioned word, just because it came back around. Swagger and panache. Remember panache?
Wow, that was a nice shot there from Jax. Absolutely.
Yeah, Groovy's got more though, I'm telling you. Next round, watch out. So will the bomb. Jax is going to be the one to punch in those digits.
He's going to try wall back? Or floor back?
Respect. +1 thumbs for Oscarish.
It was worth a shot. You're in a 1-on-3 situation. The bomb's already gone down. There's not too many ways to get back into this site right here. He's going to do his very best to hold on to this AK-47, but Hunter hunting through the hunt position. They're going past each other like ships in the night.
It's just the ships of the night.
We're very musical today, aren't we? Hunter finished him off.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the 8th round on the board for G2, or Act. If you're playing at home.
Yeah, you've got to make it real. Give me a little bit of a...
No, I think that it's
soft.
It comes across a little bit cuter if I do it in my Australian accent.
I agree, but it's part of
Yeah,
das ist süß, aber you have to give it a little bit because otherwise it doesn't sound like the word you're trying to say.
Well, it was hard yesterday when I tried to order a burrito and I had my mask on and the girl just looked at me like, what are you saying?
Oh, I hate that one, yeah. That was my first discovery that my German is even worse when they can't see me trying. Just a mumble of bad German.
Double ops.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there is always something to be said about the double AWP, but I would expect something aggressive considering the current postures in lobby. So MHL's just floating around to support anything. G2 have no intentions but to
double AWP's the ramp.
Wait this one out. Yeah, good point.
MHL probably wanting to support Fika, who got bodied last round, but it looks like they're going towards the yard position here. So you can see them lining up the smokes. Looks like it's going to be the L frame. Oh, it's a bit deeper than that. So they smoked off towards main, they've smoked off towards Unbreakable. And towards the warehouse position. Flash on over, it's good. MHL has held back for the time being. with the Mac 10. Look at Hunter. Space. With a bit of pace and jacks onto Furlan. So 5v4 advantage for G2 here. They continue the good ways.
Ooh, I like this. MHL got a real shot.
Oh, that's not a fight that Hunter can win. He just has to hide. That's a Mac 10 to all the way to spawn. There's nothing he can do. That is the only option. So Hunter bailing out.
Weird little round though. Here comes the regress from the CTs, pushing back in towards the lobby. So yes, outside control is garnered by G2, but they have 26 seconds and going towards Upper, it looks like. Probably on the other side. That's going to go. Kenny gets away with murder.
MHL's locked in now. Hunter's just stuck around long enough. Okay. MHL's found the keys and does escape. Kenny's on for a real nice round here. Triple kill found. Fiku's coming in, but Kenny's got a nice gap in that door that he used previously. He'll probably just swing to check that intermittently. And that's what Fiku's counting on.
Yeah, the right answer is to save. I would like to see him go for it, just considering the lack of rounds that they have here, but playing the percentages, Fiku, knowing that the AWP is better suited into the next round, where they have another shot, chance in a more favourable situation. Retaking on Nuke is not easy at all, especially with the AWP. Known for the long ranges. Not really a map that too many AWPers can make it work. Yesterday, or however last night, when EG took on Furia though, Henny was doing some fantastic things on Nuke. He's been having a bit of a mad one recently, Henny. If you want to go check out some of his recent clutches and plays, I know HLTV.org did a highlight of, I think it was his ace clutch, or ace 1v3 that he had on against Liquid on Vertigo. But yeah, I was mentioning before, I think it was a 14 series streak that EG were on within the North American realms that Furia had ended last night. And Furia had also been struggling to defeat that of EG for some time. I'm just going to take a look here. The last time that Furia beat that core was when they were known as NRG back in 2019. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be a quick map. A very quick map. Someone go maybe a coffee, get me some milk arrowroot biscuits or something. I can sit back, put my feet up.
Want a coffee?
I didn't actually mean that here. I thought someone at home, you know.
No, but I got you, bro.
I wouldn't mind one.
Yeah,
Cappuccino.
Sure. Cappuccino with some froth milk.
If you need some more milk, I do love some frothy milk. If you need some more milk, though, it's in our old studio.
Oh, yes, okay. I'll go grab it. Lauren, any hot beverage requests?
I'd love maybe a latte.
Latte, cappuccino, production, anything you want to order while I've got the headset on?
Or Rush, even?
Can I take a caramel macchiato?
Okay.
Oh, don't be stupid. You get nothing for that.
Nothing for Rush. Can you catch some more kills?
Excuse me?
Hey, be in the coffee machine, mate.
This is what we're staring at the whole round, all right?
No, Rush, come on.
Walking in, chest pump, looking buff. Wait, I see Rush. He's coming out of the production room. He's looking Larry. He's got his... Anyway,
It's the push. It's the argy bargy. Haven't used that one in a while.
Argy bargy. Let's have a look. The stack up one towards Radio. Not bad for Viku, but traded out. This could be another fresh one, maybe. I mean, they're not in the worst position. Grubby staying alive is pretty valuable, and that does get away barely. But let's see what Amanek does. He's got a little time to play with now.
Yeah, lots of space. If you're next to you, just let Amanek work. Let him cut off the map. See if he can grab either Heaven or Hell, maybe even flank over towards that ramp position. Should be able to find a frag. You can see here nobody's even looking towards Heaven right now. So Amanek can take a lot of liberties with a minute 10 left on the clock. There's no rush. If Nexa goes down, well, then we start to have a couple of problems. He needs to show patience is a virtue in a situation like this. And if Ruby gets hungry, pushes forward anymore, so could have some trouble. So trying to draw the attention. Next, we're throwing out some light utility. Amanek now postured up towards the top of Heaven. But this is the first frag that he has to deal with next. Can he take down Hunter? The timing... Hunter, Groovy, Nora, what am I saying? As Furlan takes down Amanek, and now it is a 2-on-1.
There we go.
A 1-on-1.
This looks quite... Oh, this is an ace for Nexa too. This has all been him.
Spicy.
Takes down the plant, goes get to the correct bomb site, was towards lower, gonna eventually have to, I imagine, go Heaven.
Good nade set, though.
He's got a little bit of room to play with. There's a little bit of leg to this, you know. It's got some space. Let's see what Oscar does, though. Does he even use them? Next to unsure, uncertain.
He's not going to clear directly below him.
Next to sees it all. And, it was a little shaky, but it's an ace. It's an ace. We take those.
Okay, well, what's on that notepad? What's on that notepad, Rush?
It's all
economy graph that he constantly does. The Peepo thinkers are back out in chat. They're loving it. When do we get to teach him about the old, faces in chat.
Oh, we're talking about it. It's going to be some content we'll do in the future.
Future content?
Yeah, future
Always
content.
future content.
No, I know, but we don't have time, Lauren. I work 7 days a week at the moment.
It's an evening, and if you spend time with maybe me and Rush once in a while, find that out.
I watch Harry, Hugo, and Stunner, my favourite television trio, when we finish work. So
Yeah, we all watch them, but you mute it, so what's the point in calling them out?
you're right, I do play some Kendrick Lamar while I watch. Round 14, Pistols. My coffee taking a little bit longer than I expected here, so
Yeah,
getting
just
a
give me
little
some
bit
analysis.
antsy.
What can we do?
There's nothing we can do. We can't judge this one. We can wait for Vertigo. I can do a bit of judging over there.
Yeah. Nice. G2 again, Amanek, S&G boy, back out on ramp. Oof. It's going to be gorgeous. I like that. Have we ever seen Argo on it? I feel like...
I think we did actually see them. No, that was Sprout. I was confusing the polls.
Yeah.
They're rocking those double orbs.
Yep.
I'll start taking a look into the future right now. We may as well.
Why not? I mean, I like the idea of seeing teams that I haven't seen yet on that map. That's a nice little goal from Fern. But, none of it's coming together. So, again, guys playing along at home, we don't need to treat you like babies. Because some of you, very smart, no?
Good.
No, they're very smart.
Wait, hold up, this is a 1-on-3.
It is. And that's why we're going to pay attention to a degree. Now, that's made it interesting. On the bomb, full defuse comes in, and he's not moving off it. That's still going to be quite close, but it will be Argo with the third on the board. Nicely played in the end. But this is messy. It's one of those where if these rounds come in, it may be just a little bit of lack of focus occasionally from G2, or maybe a couple of nice individual pieces. From Argo, it feels like it can't be replicated on a regular basis. So you guys at home, you're smart, you get it. We know that map 3 is going to be the more exciting prospect, and you said the goal was 10. We were happy for a little lower. We were happy with maybe like an 8.
Could have worked with 8.
But
I can't work with 4.
Nothing. Yeah,
I'm really going to struggle to work with 4.
Absolutely nothing. So we do need to kind of take stock, and we're, as I said, not going to spoon feed you that this is anything other than what it is. It's a good punish pick from G2 is the main storyline coming forward, and good probably recovery in a moment to forget what happened on Inferno. NHL though, still being prevalent. 12 kills, 13 kills. You can't get too ahead of yourself. That's lovely though from Amnek on a dime. Oscarish goes down. We're back to a 3v3. NHL's hard work initially has somewhat been scrubbed, but there's still room for this.
And Amnek's taking a lot of room here. He could find himself 2 kills. Fiku, he needs to be careful. I think they passed each other, and that is Amanek getting very lucky with a kill like that. Will be traded out. Still a 2-on-2 situation. They know where Fiku is, but they're not quite certain to exactly Groovy's position. Next, they're taking space over towards ramp. Jack's trying to lock that in a Fiku. So between a rock and a hard place, the youngster now needs to fight his way out, and he cannot do that whatsoever. So we'll just be Groovy on the final round of play, left in a 1-on-2 situation. Very winnable, Lauren.
It certainly is. We've just got to see 2 kills. That's the issue. He's not had a good game yet. This would be a great one to pick up. And around we go. Ring a ring of roses. And timing's everything. Groovy's got the guess right. Just can't find the blooming players. And next up, if he clears, we might just see that scurry into vents from Jax. We'll see. Yeah, next up.
That was the cappuccino for me. It was the latte for...
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, beautiful stuff.
Grubby, well, he thinks he's done his due diligence here. Oh, he's got him. That's bomb loose, I'm pretty sure. Suddenly this becomes a bit of an issue. 20 seconds, and Nexa has to go into the Lion's Den.
We gave up the bomb here, so he's playing the long game on this one. We'll be in main in time.
Yeah, the plant, though, is safe. Groovy. Plenty of time here, doesn't need to rush it. Sweeping into the site now. Process of elimination. CT vent a threat. There was enough time between it. Next is he saw him. Teammates must have conveyed that. Yep. And a smoke is deployed. Next not going to peek on it. Open for the walkout. And so low. So low that the wall banks do connect. Groovy. A colossal frag to find himself the 4th. It will be half time. We've got hot beverages to drink. And you should be hydrated. 2.5 liters a day. 2.5 liters. Where are you at? How many milliliters are inside your system right now? We'll be right back. actually a huge lie. As far as we know, tears consist of water and 0.9 grams of salt per litre, and both of these ingredients are not free. Here before, I've listed the price of 10 litres of tears for the countries of the G8. I used the following formula to price it, and France actually has the most expensive tears.
All right, well, it was 11-4 on the half. Fantastic work there from G2 on their T side, and now they'll be underway on the CT side of Nuclear, looking to close this one out, take us to the third map that will be Vertigo. Oh, did you get a name on your cup? Look what he wrote on mine.
I saw you writing that, Chad.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to be a gag. I was trying to be funny, and
Lauren, you just really hurt his feelings there. You were like that kid that said, "No, you didn't. The coin's just in your palm." When they were doing that coin trick that their dad taught them. Jackie boy, however, not going to break any dreams, not going to crush any souls, and he likes puppies too. Kenny, missing his shots. Yeah, I think he has a puppy actually. He's very cute. I've seen the pictures. Now Jax is hitting another one. Looking very precise. He's in trouble now. Hunter's P2K. Not really needed. It's going to be all three for Jax so far. Finally, MHL's decided he's going to make it competitive. A double kill into the lower side. Oscarish, though, has he got the bomb? No, it's on MHL's back at the moment, but there is a vent pivot on the card. If Almanek didn't get that frag, now things get even more difficult for MHL.
Well, that one was in the cards.
Okay, great shooting from Jax. I'm sure we'll get to see that one again with our beautiful Euronics wipe in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I assumed. I made an assumption, and then there it is. Oh, the tight lines. Really hard shots to hit. MHL did double up nicely, though. And that's Hunter finishing things off.
He's taken the P2K. He's following in Nex's footsteps, old Hunter, isn't he?
P2K.
Will be the economical round coming out from Ego Esports.
Little brutalism, you're on 4, and you're just like, well, they're going to be closing the game after this.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's how they go.
Yep. Nice. This should be comfy. We did see the issues arise on Inferno, obviously, but that feels like a lifetime ago, so no worries. I did like that copy pasta there, Alex. Beautifully read.
Yes, I suggest I should have given the credit. It was a random HLTV copy pasta. There's a great thread at the moment on the Global Offensive subreddit of what's the greatest CS copy pasta of all time.
My Cloud9 one's not in there, which makes me a bit sad.
My personal favourite is the Roka headshotting and such.
Yeah.
It was just so beautifully innocent. I just love how it encapsulated, like, hey, new to Counter-Strike, I was wondering how I replicate the style, headshotting and such.
I love
Roka. You know, like, he wants to play like him, and he's adorable. I like it.
Was it Scream's keyboard that someone was battling?
Oh, the Azerty one. He
like,
downloaded his config. He goes, you know, actually, after some time, it took some getting used to, but actually, I understand why he's using AZ. Bloody hell. French keyboards, of course.
Yeah, alright.
Brilliant.
By coming in, we do have the leftover SMGs, but they could do wonders here. See if they find some good placement for it. MHL still been pretty prevalent, pretty involved in this. A little bit of a back and forth towards ramp. Mostly of a parting gift, but nothing to come through.
Guys, I've got a suggestion.
Okay.
If G2 win this round, or maybe we should when they go into the rounds like this with the saved SMGs,
right?
We hit them with a bonus round, just so the people at home know what they're getting into.
Like it's like an American game show.
Yeah, that's what my favorite.
Bonus round!
Like a star wipe or something.
Work on it.
Yeah.
Air horns on my soundboard that we still haven't got.
You have to pay for it, Alex.
I don't want to...
Right, well, it looks like it's going to be a top hit right now, as we can see coming in from main will be that of Furlan. The rest towards Hut and Squeaky Door over in the lobby area right now, as these bonus SMGs are ready to strike and sting in any second. There we go. I'm going to get ready for it. You guys want to play by nice. Bonus round! Too aggressive?
No, like it got my adrenaline pumping.
Yeah. A little scared. I was having a sip of coffee. I was, you know.
How is the latte, by the way? I double cupped you.
I do appreciate the double cup. When I saw it, I thought, wow, he really cares.
Yeah. Chad had only got one cup because of his actions today.
Sorry?
I don't know. I just felt like there's been a little bit of playful friction between us today, Chad. I've been leaning into it. Yeah, you saw it. Just picking up on it.
I didn't get those vibes. Maybe I missed the memo.
Oh, I mean, you know,
I'm not
a person of your years.
I'm not great at picking up the signals, Alex.
Vibe checks. Yes. Absolutely. But I've got a job to do now, Chad. Can't be talking about the signals. That's a great spray. Kenny nearly catching Furlan as well, down to 43 as they descend. Audible to Nexa, as he'll be conveying the rotation necessary. Jax, though, doesn't need any help for the first. Another quick and clean triple kill from Jax. Triple kill. No need for chill. Fiku in trouble. Or as the French say, trouble.
Love the Jack and Jill reference.
Thank you.
True Blade part.
Listen,
I felt like it could have been something with a hill for
And I
Fiku.
don't really appreciate you criticizing him constantly.
I don't like the two of you
Lawrence,
team.
don't
I don't
blame-
like it when the two of you team up. It really irks me. It really irks me. It's like the kids, they were acting up. They know Dad's weak today, and they're just chipping away.
Goodness. Okay, so I really struggle at responding to these emails. We could do it together if you want. We'll talk about it, but it's a lovely up-and-coming commentator called Yeshan from Korea. He says, I'm very inspired by all of you guys. Much love to the four of you, including Rush. I decided to be a CSGO caster, dream live casting amazing CS games, walk the same path, obviously not popular in Korea, long story short. But I never know how to respond to it because, to be honest, there is no answer. And we'll talk about it after this round, because at the moment we are seeing Nexus set up. Doesn't look like it needs to flash. Jax has done it dry.
He's bounced back from the first map. Jax struggles. 17 kills for him right now. G2 4 frags away from closing out map number 2. Shouldn't be too long before we get there.
Yeah, this should be a closeout. We could do a little segment on that.
Yeah, why not? We can do it
The next segment.
instead of a
There's not a lot to talk about with
There
this
really
game.
isn't.
Let's see that.
Yeah, why not? I'd love to have a little chat about it, but there's nothing left on the tees either. And look at this, the net's just getting closed in on.
Kenny's going to get at least one here.
Surely.
Oh, guys. DP's playing such a passive line. Look how much space they have.
I think they've gone down secret,
Yeah,
so that's why the over-rotation's coming in. This could be a round on the board for Ago right now.
He's above them. How peculiar. And he finishes off a nice shot into MHL. Amonek's now gone full around the world here.
Surely they heard him. Surely Groovy
Yeah,
heard him.
I mean, of course. Bombs down. Groovy CT vent. Kenny keeps finding shots. How's he done that? And now they can group up. They can isolate the CT vent player. This is going to hurt. Riku can't really support it. Nexus got the shots. This is a very stylish end to a very quick map. G2, it's their map pick, and they're demonstrating exactly why. It's a must-win. Fiku, just 4 HP, just likely to get overwhelmed here by the double peak. They're faking it out. They're jumping on top. They're trying to keep it easy, and they do just that. So it will be a 16-4, ladies and gentlemen. G2 Esports have done it, and we're heading off to Vertigo, which I am more than ready for. Strap yourselves in. Our favourite map at the moment, and a must-win for G2. We'll be back to break it all down in just a second. Spanzy, Sponge, and myself, Machine, are hanging out here in the studio live from Cologne for Malta Online. Neither of you are in Cologne or Malta, but that's okay because you're here to watch the show, and that's the power of the
could be in Cologne or Malta.
They could be both of those places. I just don't think the majority. I think that the words that came out of my mouth were relevant to 99% of the people watching.
Are you picking up on your phrasing again?
Well, if you are from Cologne or Malta, tweet at us using the hashtag ESL Pro League and show us how you're watching the game. We would love some interaction.
Yeah, and before it was a hashtag, it was just a hash. Even on this phone, you can see his little...
Is it actually a functional phone? Back in Malta, I do have the cable so we could actually use that. Actually,
Very
literally.
satisfying.
Isn't it? It feels good, right?
And I learned the emergency numbers, by the way, chat.
For here?
Yeah,
The other day was
so
it?
one was ambulance.
Yeah.
Wait, it was one?
Well, we both, I forgot.
Oh, I've forgotten them now. 001?
No, we just call, if you call 911, it'll work anyway.
No, really?
Yeah, because for the Americans.
Because, you know, they would assume everything's the same for them and everyone
Precisely.
speaks to them
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
We love you, America.
But we do, yeah, sure. But we do have G2 and an FGO on your screens, and it was a nuke, a very quick one, Lauren. How would you summarize this one in a short sentence?
3 words.
Blink, you miss.
Okay, that was pretty good.
I'll give you a 5 out of 7 for that.
I'm going to just say that G2 were looking hot to trot in this one. It was almost completely different with some of the individuals.
3 words, or?
Well, I wasn't holding myself to the same rules I was putting you on, so come on now.
Just to know yourself, cool.
Yeah, well, double standards, that's how I live my life.
That lives in cognitive dissonance.
But look, I think a lot of the individuals really came online here. Kenny was looking very good with the AK. He looked great with the all-point Inferno. Next, they're hitting some good shots. And Jax is the one that I really want to highlight here. Only had 9 kills over there on that first map of Inferno. But on Nuke was much more of a force. Now you're going to say, well, it was a blowout. But to get a blowout, you still need to hit the shots, make the frags, and convert the rounds. And, well, G2 did that in buckets and spades. And Alex, I don't know if it's ready yet. I'm putting production under the pump a little bit today. But you know how there's the whole global challenge thing that ESL announced not that long ago?
This is the thing they're doing at the end of the year.
The LAN, we're going back to LAN, okay? So ESL are putting on a LAN towards the end of the year, an IEM, it's called the IEM Global Challenge. Now, they just released the qualification process for that. It's 8 teams, right? It's 8 teams who are going to be there at that LAN.
8 teams at LAN.
Yeah, and we have the graphic up for you on screen right now. So, IEM New York that we have coming up in a couple of weeks' time, the North American winner of that will get themselves a spot. We have the DreamHack Open Fall event, the EU winner of that can qualify. IEM Beijing, that's happening, I think, well, you can see right there, November 6th to 22nd. The North American and EU winners will also be grabbing a spot. That's 4 teams. And if you look at the ESL World Rankings, they will also qualify 4 teams. So 1 from North America, 1 from CIS, and 2 from Europe. Now, if I was just taking a look at the rankings of ESL World Rankings now, Heroic would be number 1, Vitality number 2, Big would be number 3. So you need to keep in mind that if, let's say, if the DreamHack Open, if Heroic win that, well, then it would trickle down if we were looking at the invites.
Just to clarify, this New York, there will be a European branch of the competition.
It will.
But only the NA winner is getting a spot.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Interesting.
So I'm not...
Europe's winner is from the DreamHack Open Fall.
I believe that's an RMR event, so that could be why.
Makes sense as well. Okay.
Whereas the European part of IEM New York is not an RMR event.
Okay.
It's going to get very confusing.
But that's the first taste. We've dipped our toe in the water, and it's a little bit confusing. And half a milli LAN end of 2020. That's certainly a way to pick up the spirits after what has been an online jail cell for Counter-Strike for a while. They stopped picking the nose, but we do need to take a break. When we do come back, third map, Vertigo. G2 taking on AGO, and G2 with a must-win map ahead of them.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
With the music, I spice things up to my liking. When I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a nosy. I pull up and shoot it's a movie. I'm chasing the blind on Gucci. Ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. More than my nigga from the 0 to 1. You count the shots and I count the guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
Vertigo and myself, Pansy and Chad, are somewhat of a fan of this map, or at least I am. Don't want to speak for you, Chad. I know that upsets you.
I was an early adopter.
Yeah, you were. And then
early flag waver for Vertigo.
The new Vertigo map design is probably the longest we've actually had a stable version of the map. So what's your takes coming into this one? G2, I haven't looked at the map stats. I genuinely don't know what to expect coming into this one.
I think with the last couple of results for that of Ago, they were closer than people might consider against the likes of Heroics. So there is an opportunity, and there was a big result in there as well. So there is an opportunity here that Ago can win this map. There's a real chance chance considering the way that map number 1 went. But I think that G2 have kind of woken up to themselves now, realized, oh, we're with our buddies, we're at the land, we're doing the boot camp, we're back online, we're looking good, and they should be able to carry that through here into Vertigo. I think if they just play with that unbridled aggression that we just saw over there on their T side, it was slow, right, but they were taking heads-up duels, they weren't afraid to take fights. But I think this should be a G2 win, and they can start to steady the ship because we know that they need these victories if they want to make sure they qualify for the playoffs. They're at the boot camp for a reason, and now's the time to show it.
Yeah, and Na'Vi Heroic is, of course, next as well.
That's going to be a tasty
everyone. If you just tuned in, you're like, oh, Vertigo, I hate it. Because there is a bit of a Vertigo hate camp. I know some people really are unwilling to adapt and overcome for the new map. So if you are feeling that, Na'Vi Heroic to keep you around.
Yeah, I think it's always a curious one with the way that people like or dislike maps, right? Because some people are just like, well, I like watching Mirage because they can actually, they play a bit of Mirage, right? They play Mirage, they play the Dust 2s, it's more familiar for them, they can understand what's going on a little bit more so. But in terms of like tactical maps and seeing new things and innovation, which is what we like to see on this side because we're watching every single game of Counter-Strike every single day, the newer ones, they offer up a little bit of variety, right? And as the variety goes into this one right here, we need the knife round to come through. Alex, you get a dial if you're
not doing any. I'm not doing a gag. I'm just a fiddler.
Oh, you are a fiddler.
I either do this or I
pick up the phone. I'll tell you who won the knife round.
Yeah, mate, it was G2.
G2. Okay. Yeah. No,
G2
interesting.
Knife round. So
thank you very much.
Probably starting on the CT side. Not guaranteed that one's going to come on through, but maybe. So let's see.
Can you get the timing right for us?
We're back on camera.
Can you get the timing right, Chad, for the throw?
You want me to speak?
You have to get the timing from the throw to the fly through. That was it. You missed it.
We're not. It's not flying through.
They would be if you'd have thrown into it. Watch. Ready?
Yep.
Let's get it on. It's Vertigo, and we are flying through the beautiful skies. G2 and AGO. All you have to do is talk, Chad. Look, you think you're a Desco, so I'm giving you a chance.
I think.
So you know that you're a bad one. But we have got ourselves our third map, and the dubstep drop could mean only one thing. Rush is on the cards. It's a B rush as well, my favourite. Let's crank up the tune. Oh.
Never mind, it's all right. We can work with this. I'll make some noise.
Yeah, okay, we're not going to do that. Fiku and Groovy are going to frag out. Okay, just Fiku, excuse me. Groovy, not necessary just yet. Tucking in to that close corner. With the lights go down, the frags come out. Nade does force Kinney into a more passive line. Groovy's still tucked in there. One straight bullet. One inquisitive wallbang, but Fiku's not done. Give him the fourth. Hunter's just around the corner. Well, they tested B. That might be enough to deter them for a good few rounds, I imagine. Fiku's looking very sharp, and he's spotted. And damn, son.
Okay, we'll have an X on the other side of the map. It's
no armor.
Yeah, the ace probably not going to be coming through for Fiku here, as Felon will be the first individual to deal with Amanek and this dirty lurk. Oh, nice little camera transition there, isn't it? Amanek seeing if he can find anything, any kills, any Kevlar, whatever he can take away from the CT side here, because the round, highly unlikely he wins this one. If he does, I'll drink my coffee.
All right.
Wouldn't dare.
That's one
I would.
please, Chad. Oh.
There it is.
Oh. He's got it.
It does have a nice knife.
4 more to find.
Skeleton knife, is it? Is that the one?
That's the one.
Really?
Like
Very
combination
Look at the nade! It's perfect! Amanek could maybe have hit something to convert that. 20 seconds. He continues to try and take as much as he can away. This duel with Fiku could be the ace.
Give him the ace.
Give it to him.
The ace.
Give it to him. A career ace on the cards, and Fiku takes it.
Big stuff.
Big stuff. Big event, and he's got them all 5 on that pistol round. So congratulations to him. It's a big pickup. It's certainly a nice consolation prize, considering playoffs are no longer on the cards. We'll see how that started. Great precision. And I really like the frag onto Hunter as well. All of them really pretty. Look at that one, just on the edge of the smoke.
Do that with your P2K, Alex.
Off Amanek. Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to kind of give up on my P2K project. Oh, and that smile looks like Christmas morning. Oh, Christmas morning.
Sweet.
I love that. I absolutely love that. I could watch that again and again.
Humans,
warmed my
happiness, amazing. And this could be an issue. Cullen's bailing them out as best he can. Yeah, Sports down here. There was a bit of damage done. MHL's low. And Amanek, all he knows is ramp. Loves it over here. The CT side, he prowls it all day long. I don't think I can say the word prowl without like leaning into a bit of a impression. And yeah, down he goes. So, well handled in by XCOM, only losing Furlan. I thought MHL was done for, but no. All sorted. No worries. How'd you really fancy playing some Vertigo?
I'm going to play some Counter-Strike. If we get a relatively decent finish, we could maybe squeeze in a game. Chat might be down if Rush is in.
I'm trying to leverage me live on it.
It usually works.
He's got you then. He found you out.
All right, guns are out now for G2. Round number 3 underway. AK-47s for all 5 members. And a bit of a slower approach. We might see that mid-utility come out on the back of Amanek to net control of the construction area. And it won't be the A-go, it'll be the B push.
Nice. Piku's denying that, liking his B presence, and you can see just how close that flank is. Like this new Virgo, I do think we haven't quite seen the be-all and end-all of this B containment, because you can see, just by doing that deep smoke, it kind of forces the defense to be, ooh, he spotted something on the jump, it's Kenny's head.
Still have a good amount of utility left.
Yeah, look how many incendiaries they're sitting on.
Yeah, Skarish can use his nades now over towards B because he swapped out positions. So he's floating around towards middle now. Can help out if there's any pressure. There won't be.
MHL's going to flash for his contact. Now it comes in, weapons equipped, and the frags aren't quite as easy as they could have been. Quick wide spacing from G2, make sure there's no damage to be particularly concerned about. 5-on-4 as they advance. They've got time, 45 seconds. MHL only with the FAMAS. He can hope for some good damage. He unloads his clip. Until they're brought down just even lower. And this will be the go.
Time's getting a problem now.
27, they've got to make a move soon. The smoke's later back on the bomb side. Jax does find MHL above that. Groovy gets a fair amount of damage, so Hunter walks low, but it doesn't seem to matter. He is proficient, and then some of that position. Always around short, we saw him being quite masterful, and even though, yes, the time was low, they seem to have kept themselves in check. That Molotov from Fiku never found the right place to be put into to maybe hinder a plan, and as the time ticks, it looks all but a lost cause here for the CTs.
Now, it was a bit of a bonus scenario there with a couple of carried across weapons, but the money's still not fantastic. So Skarish and Fiku, they're going to think better of limping on in and seeing what they can get done against the 5 standing G2 members. Skarish could have considered hanging around to try and use that MP9. Look, they are actually pushing a little bit more forward, so wanting to find a gun on the way out. Smoke to potentially hold the T's around, keep them interested. There's no time for the defuse. They're not fooling anybody with that one right there. But just some nades to see if they can do any last-minute damage. But none will be netted. So having a look here, Ago will have to scrap together a buy. Skarish could drop a gun or drop that MP9. Fiku could drop a FAMAS. It definitely could go for a buy here if they want to contest early against that of G2.
I have to admit that the T's didn't think their uniform through. You know, you're going towards a construction site. Why are you wearing collared shirts and
we got to get
waistcoats?
They had to get in the building first.
Oh, were they pretending to be like wait staff or something?
Well, because we're in the city, right? They wanted to be able to walk through the city. This is the law of Vertigo.
Yeah,
they want to be able to walk through the city unnoticed. Obviously with their gym bags because they like to work out.
Yeah.
And then they broke into the building.
Got it.
It's just curious. What are they doing with the building, you know?
I don't know. I was looking up the lore, and Vertigo is based on a skyscraper that was under construction. It centered the conflict between the CT and T teams. That doesn't really, you know.
Yes, okay. The CT and T teams, I see.
Yeah, really.
The defense and attack, as it were.
Oh. Give me some lore.
We can make it.
I'd really like someone to come up with a really creative backstory.
I bet Rush has come up with a creative backstory for Counter-Strike. Rush, you like the lore and things, don't you?
I do like a bit of lore, yes. Basically, what I can kind of tell from the game is that they're a terrorist people and they're not nice people. Sometimes you play as them, which makes things very confusing. But the CTs, basically, their role is to stop the terrorists from planting the bomb in the various places. And this is we're on the 51st story here of the Vertigo building.
Okay.
And
all about this building.
Well, basically, as you can see over here, we got these boxes. You don't want to know what's in those boxes. That's government secrets that they have to contain. So
Area 51?
Exactly. That's actually Area 52. This is the place, but the battleground, and the battleground's coming into MHL. I don't think it's going to get much done. Jackson in a forward position. Groove is coming up. He gets taken down. This could get messy though, but Kenny has for the equalizer and take it away. It's all good over here.
He's getting bold, isn't he?
Oh, I do enjoy it. Probably more than I should.
It is going to be save time though for the CTs. the M4 is the precious goods they probably want to keep with them.
I thought it was the cargo for Area 51.
Well, that's on the A.
So what's on B?
Site. Well, that's we don't know.
I reckon that's where I think all those boxes are full of. It's a lifetime supply of chibis and weebies.
Oh, it's the chibi weebies.
So the CTs want to protect the chibis and weebies.
So wear a mask.
Of course. And
don't
wash your hands with hydrochloric acid, guys. Not
soap. Soap will do.
Soap's fine. Not
antibacterial
acid.
sort of stuff, really useful. Yeah.
Even just some water sometimes is not bad if you don't have anything else.
Really at a pinch. But, yeah.
Maybe get some lime or some lemon, mix that in.
Smells
nice. Bit of acidic going on there. No weapons, no drugs or alcohol, no music, no explosion, no tank tops or shorts, and no fun. Okay, well, I don't know if we want to be working on this construction side. As we get back underway, round 5 of the game will be the full buy from Ago as Scarish will still be holding on to that MP9. Aggression over towards B site once again, wanting to take away as much territory as they can early. And this time, 3 members postured forward over to the ramp as they push on down quietly. This could get messy.
Could do. Let's see what he does with it. That's nice. Drake comes in though. Kenny now called into action and Kenny's there. So far, the ramp progress didn't really work as well as they'd hoped.
Yeah, doing that dry is very risky, but the fact it was so quiet and nobody was picking, maybe XCOM Ago thought nobody was home, and now they're a man down. They don't really have any territory to speak of, and they're having to go with a gamble stack over towards the A side of things. Now, Jax and Kenny will progress forward, and MHL2 we're about to have a head-on-head duel again, and Jax looking sharp as ever. Takes the head off NHL. Nade into Kenny. Hello, another love tap. Those nades should give up the fact there's multiple people over one side of things. G2 gets taken out of the equation by a Nexus. So, G2 starting to get a grip on this game. We'll be forcing the pistols out of Ago right now. Scarish is the only one who can purchase because he was saving on those MP9s round after round. You can see there next to his name. Kill 0, assist 0, but deaths only 1. And we're on to round 6. So his survivability has allowed him to have a little bit more money in the back pocket. But it won't really net them much unless he can make that Deagle sting like we saw over on some of the rounds there on Inferno, which feels it was oh so long ago. Pace change from G2 back towards the tried and tested A play.
And away we go. I really want to know what the song the Deagle sings. It does remind me of those Bieber frag movies, that guy that makes like the crazy syncs with them. You know, a little bit reggaeton-esque sort of vibes coming in.
Well, the Furious sticker on the Vanilla Deeg as well. Groovy. I didn't consider him a man of style, but I've been corrected. Very nice.
I haven't actually heard that loud enough.
That is a quick, clean, neat, tidy, running out of adjectives. 3 kills, and Amanek playing in that corner. That one will see a lot of action as the lurk spot. And double quick 4 kills and 3 of them with that SMG. 6 times 3. 1800.
We want to watch that frag movie now. Well, Hunter's quite good here, isn't he?
Oh, smiles on the faces. That's good stuff.
Hey, good signs.
Mood changing in the G2 camp. I'm sure it was pretty grim after map number 1. Now, back again with the guns. They go AWP for MHL. They have kits in play. Rifles are plenty. Exchange of utility early will push VQ back, so won't be getting that free space on the map this time round. Hunter keeping the A players busy. Nice little Molotov there to clear out the cutout position, meaning that the CTs cannot be close. But VQ wants to contest. He's getting pushed around here.
He's taking a fair whack of damage too, though. Down half HP, out of util. Does have Oscarish with him. He's not much better off either. Only a smoke left. 1 minute, 20 seconds into this. So a lot more room to be guarded by the T's if they continue to posture for this one. Again, he's himself around. Jax is there. Nex is there. Patient play between these two.
Yeah, very slow stuff here. Just waiting if there's any CT-sided aggression. Trying to milk out more utility. Hunter's going to be on the receiving end of some of that utility. And as we can see with Amanek in limbo with the bomb right now, it's probably only going to be a matter of time. The reason that they don't want to miss this B hit is they haven't forced back the CTs of Ago away from the A ramp. Once they do that, they'll be brought into question. The information plays on Vertigo a little bit different to those of Inferno, and that's a big kill from Jax. B should be open.
Yeah, Jax is going to give it a good go. Into the side we go. Ago falling as well. Oscarish gone. MHL not on for this well. Finished off by Jax into the toes. Knocked his AGO branded shoes right off.
Oh, look at the lurk. Hunter's about to punish here. Oh, Furlan aware. So knowing Hunter goes for those A-ramp plays, able to at least give them an avenue to escape. Groovy needs to catch on up.
I made a decision, Chad.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to get that AK.
Which AK?
The one with the flower on it. It's got Nex. I think it's Nexus. That one. Yeah.
Okay. Why do you like this
one? I don't know. I like the the Rhodesian Ridgeback stripe down the top of it.
The Rhodesian.
That's a dog with a really pretty like stripe down its back. But you see, it's got that long stripe. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
I call it like Well, I haven't thought about the name yet, so I don't know why.
Take some time.
Yeah, exactly. The naming.
Like some
I am the guy that takes 4 hours to decide his WoW character's name.
It's very important. You're going to be looking at that name tag
all the time. It's my identity, Lauren. I have to make the right choice.
Someone gifted me a souvenir MP9 hot rod,
Well,
and they called it
you want
Winston
that, okay.
Churchill.
Is it pricey?
For Battle Scarred, we're looking at €700.
Okay, you know what? I like it.
No, let's do this. Sales, I know you're listening. And
if he gets one, I get one.
And if you're not, someone will clip it.
Sales aren't listening.
Sales.
We're sponsored by CS.money.
Yeah.
You would think that maybe we could have some form of a little partnership with us and them, and we could deck out, this is just an idea, I'm spitballing it live on air.
Okay, give me a theory.
We could deck out our favorite or ideal loadouts with us, the talent behind the people speaking and expression, and we can make some fun content because we play games together.
Who's got the best looking?
People could vote who they think has the best loadouts.
Names included.
No, we could have a limited budget, and you have to make it work within that budget. And, you know,
I like that.
That's a proper content piece. Imagine how easy that would be.
So, production, clip it. Send it to the sales. They're just next door to where you guys are. I can see their offices.
Yeah.
Why don't we make like a nice little we'll get some sugar paper and we'll do some cut and stick. And we can make like a pitch.
Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, like we'll get pictures of our face, the skins we won.
I've got all the arts and crafts in my room. I bought lots of Sharpies.
Yeah? How many did you get in?
Sharpies?
Yeah.
I think I have like 20.
Nice. 20
different
Sharpies
colours.
in. That's nice.
It's a very beautiful skin.
How many shoes did you put on your head?
I don't get the reference.
Very cheeky. It's very cheeky. Very meta. Very cheeky.
Really love that, Alex.
That's for the 28-year-olds watching who used to use the internet. Yeah, don't say that word. The hacker known as 4chan now. As we continue with an American cast, oh my god, it's so easy to sound excited with a voice like this. Furlan waiting by the sandbags and it's beheading here on the ramp room. Hunter hunting. Oh dear, 8 frags already to his name, but Furlan stands with the Desert Eagle. The American Eagle flying, soaring through the sky. He goes for the repeat. And next, oh, bye-bye, Kenny. Yes, it's all 4. Amanek next on the block, and Furlan gets all 5. Monumental.
Did you ever feel bad that you had to really commit to that?
I really hated that. I really wish I was casting that properly.
Oh, I hate that Furlan's highlight clip is going to be you casting in a bad American accent.
Yeah, it's ruined it. I'm really sorry. I had to commit.
Sorry, Furlan.
Sorry, Furlan. I'll do it again.
No, we'll make a new caster. What's his name? New caster name. Name? What was it?
That was Chank.
Chank, there he is.
Live.
Don't point fingers at me.
Oh, dear.
That was a great round, though.
Big round. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Furlan. He's listening to this. He's like, that's not cool.
There's a good ace.
Weird American caster. Don't worry about it. No one's going to rat you out.
that was
Chat's
Rush.
got your back. Quickly pushing up those teams. They want to get this back. They want to shake off the last round they have. Your power just moving in on this one. Bomb plant. This is over. Done for. Bye-bye.
So the two of the 3 rounds that have been posted from AGO so far have been aces. Fiku had the ace on the pistol round, and then we've had Furlan right there on that deagle round, playing it off angle, hanging around, probably a little bit too long, as Amanek will take down Fiku, and it's going to be Oscarish. He'll be able to get himself away on out, but Hunter closes the door in his face, and that's going to be round 6 on the board. So if G2 can continue in a fashion like this, steal back round number 10, the economy is not going to be looking great for AGO.
max cash. Like, he has to drop something for someone. Like, I don't know why Hunter's got a Mac 10. Why doesn't the Amanek just pop over one of those AK-47s? Otherwise, this round is actually losing money in this round. There we go. Armor and util. He's fine. He's fine. And a pistol. Treats himself.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to splash the cash around. This will be back to the A play once more, and Hunter probably holding on to that Mac 10 means we'll be looking at something quick.
3 missing helmets, Chad. There's a world where this really does go a bit askew, and Furlan, he didn't have a helmet. Now he's got no head. Safety first, kids. Oh dear, the round's over. Hunter walks into the site, demands respect, demands the 7th. He's got it, and I've got deja vu. It's 2 Oscar and Fiku on the B site with nothing to do.
This is where Chatty B, when we're playing our matchmaking games, would be like...
Magic numbers 3, guys.
I don't know, in the matchmaking a bit. Save.
Sorry, Alex had a good game with the AWP last time I played Vertigo, and he was just popping off at a ramp.
Oh, it was good.
RPK, I was a bit confused with that, but...
RPK AWPing. No, the guys, it's RPK role-playing. Alex, RPK doesn't AWP. No, but no, it's working.
But I've got his crosshair, so it's aight.
Get him, Hunter.
Go on. Oh, yeah, this is nice. This is like, you ever had it when, you know, you're playing football with your friends, and then someone's dad joins in, an older brother. Football.
My what?
Colleagues?
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, no, yeah.
You know, you're playing football with your colleagues, friends, when you're a kid. Don't know why you would be colleagues as a kid. But then, you know, someone's older brother comes in and it's just unfair. You know what I mean?
Oh, you think
it
that
just feels like
the older
G2
brother?
just turned up.
Okay, yeah, well...
I mean, there was a nice little ace, you know, we had a little bit of fun on ramp was had, and they're like, nah.
Let him score a goal or two, and now he's as big as the goals because he's, you know, an 18-year-old and everyone else are little 7-year-old kids running around. All right, well, let's see if Ago can do it with the pistols again, because that's where they've netted the most success so far for them on Vertigo. G2 did win the knife. They opted to start on the T side. Let's see how many they can mount in total. A couple of nades, 3 in total. And damage again. So the pistol's looking good to kick things off. Unconfirmed damage in exchange there through the smoke onto MHL and Groovy with spam and nades. And they continue to hang around, and that's going to get Fiku taken out through the smoke, and Hunter's going to grab another. So not even having to see the enemy right now. G2, they can see through the big grey screen. And there we go. Kenny onto Groove Dog. And it's just going to be...
Oh, the Oscar-ish pistol 4K, though, was a pretty sick round, wasn't it?
Yeah, in hindsight, when we were doing the death segment, round number 11, it was the turning point of the game. So the P250 in hand with that smoke, it was just masterful. I mean, he played around it.
I didn't understand how he kind of turned it around, because the fact he got the AK after killing... could have been cool.
Would have been.
Woulda, shoulda, wasn't. Oh, that do you see the cone wobble as we swap to the next camera? That was kind of peculiar. We'll poltergeist on Vertigo.
Tactical time that being
called out. Replay of the cone wiggling, but yeah. Fiku, Tracer Fire was his death, and the re-swing from Groovy did catch him as well. So really enjoying seeing G2's T-side manifest, and it's always a joy when you see Hunter in this level of form. All you can do is sit back, relax, and just breathe it in. There is very few players who have an affinity for that scaffolding T-side as much as Hunter. I've modelled a lot of my attempts, you know, buy in at Mach 10 and run with a spawn. That's a Hunter special. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm doing it as well as him, but I definitely can admire how quickly he has taken to this map and found a particular role that suits him.
Got a request coming in from I'm Rated X. I miss Rush Sadface. Can he come another round please, before this game is over? His voice is amazing, Loveheart.
Rush, I want you to do this entire round, please. I want you to do it seriously. I don't want to hear any of your impressions.
Okay.
We had this discussion at dinner the other night, so I want to do it.
Well, it looks like they're taking some early control, but also Kenny S over here with the AWP. A lot of ramp presence shown by the CTs, but they're not going to get anything out of it. Some nice nades, though. If there was a stack there, it would have been damaging. 2 nades, in fact. That's potentially huge if there's people there, but no one is there, sadly. But B is looking like the order of the core. You do have Hunter here watching mid. No one pushing mid. MHL's on the AWP. He might sneak up and try to clear some ground, but looks like he's playing a bit more passive. And it's passive across the board. This is the part where casters say interesting stuff, and I don't know how, because literally nothing's happening. But wait, they're all moving over to A ramp, and Groovy is checking out mid. It's just all on Furlan. We saw him with the Deagle, but this time he's got an M4. So I don't know if he's going to be as good with that somehow. But some of the ramp control being taken here by the T's. Hunter clearing out short. We've seen a lot of rounds where it's just spiraled out of control here on A. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, 3 goes down, and then they all go down. But nades are being lined up. Beautiful nade there. If someone was there, absolutely destroyed.
Was it? Can you take a look? I'm pretty sure landed over the box.
It might have done. Wasn't paying too much attention, but no one was there regardless. I believe MC can give us a quick little cam. Yeah, you're correct.
Nothing.
But they're pushing in. They could go up for a boost here. Oh, the molly got extinguished. That molly was to stop the plan. They do have another molly though. Oh, he's just got it down. 14 HP, runs away. Spam not connecting. Shots through the smoke. Kenny peeking over into heaven. And I think Groovy might want to... Was that the up down? It was. So Groovy might want to take it, but I don't think so. Got no one on the flank coming from behind.
Rush, ramp up the play-by-play now. More intensity.
So the time's coming close. Groovy is thinking about throwing some nades here. Maybe a flash out, some nades towards short. It's all going to be on Jax, in my opinion. Gets one. Needs to find more, though, to keep this round under control. Gets taken out. Amnex in a very good spot, but also taken out, too. They're on the bomb. They need to get him off. They're going to do it. Ah, he gets to come to the smoke. There's no time, and he's done it.
That was actually a really hard round.
That was really, really hard. And he observed the whole thing as well. So honestly, 10 out of 10.
Good job, Rush. That wasn't easy. We kind of threw you under the bus a little bit there. I'm sorry about that. Chad didn't help you out with the analysis mid-round. Normally that's where he'd do his job, but, you know, wasn't... Oh, Oscar. That was a bit awkward. Popped him in the head. But 9-3. We were waiting to see if the Polish squad brought much to this, right? It was like, we know what G2 can do. We know their Vertigo's solid, but we hadn't seen much of Argo in a tier 1 capacity here. But again, a little bit of a rough around the edges. That's not bad. Bit of damage. A little bit of work towards Mill, trying to make a bit of something happen with these pistols. Of course, the rifle on Oscar being the final punch to this.
Okay, descending the ramp, Furlan is on a hunt, but it's such a nice off angle. Hunter.
Oh dear.
Didn't connect the dots, it's Furlan.
This gap's problematic now.
Yeah, I mean, denying ramp is a huge component to success here, but I don't know if Kenny's going to let that one slide. He might want to continue his hunt. Furlan tucked in on that close corner. G2 want to retake that. And they will do so on contact. Furlan's going to give it back.
The low HP on Jax becomes a real issue. A real issue.
He's not seeing anything there.
Just tiny little glimmer there. And if he tucks in towards Sandbag, they might not clear it this late. They have Molotovs to do so, so it would be complacent if they don't. But the aggression coming on in from MHL could be enough. Here we go. So the Molotov Furlan will implode on impact. Now this is on MHL. He's tucked on in towards the short area.
Oh, Kenny, of course it's Kenny. Double tagged. He's done well to buy space. He sends Kenny back toward the flank. Smoke for that bomb plant.
Two of them are so tagged up. Kenny and Jax are so low that could have happened, and it does. Oscar is going to find it through the smoke. There's Fika towards Nexa. And suddenly Kenny can do nothing. It's over. It's done with.
Yeah, if he just denies giving the AWP over this side, this isn't too bad of a round. Obviously, sucks to lose against pistols again, considering now 4 of the rounds that Agar posted have been through the pistol prowess. 2 aces on the board, 1 from Fiku on the pistol round, 1 from Furlan with some of the best casting I think I've heard in years. And now this one here, a bit of a boo-boo from Hunter, who probably should have been converting onto Furlan right there, gets away with a freebie. And now the AWP will be purchased on up. So going into round 14, double AWPs are out on the Ago side of things. Let's see how they can wield it. They have 3 AK-47s, almost a little bit of a dream buy. Not to be confused with a double dream boy, which is a Danger Zone reference coined by Sid. Lauren, and you would know that. You watch lots of Sid stuff.
No, I don't.
Absolutely, the dream boy with the C4. Now Oscarish with the double kill. This is a Groovy chance for a third as well. Looks like they're doing well to
nice.
take control. Groovy locking down that bomb. Nades to call Kenny down, and look at the stack. They have the bomb and they just throw their bodies upon it.
It's been absolutely swarmed, hasn't it? So let's see if Hunter gets some room. Maybe he can get around the back quickly, but surely they're going to be cognizant of that pretty soon. I doubt they're going to go unchecked on it. But Argo come to life a little bit in these last couple of rounds. You know, it's a window of opportunity, but the T side's nothing easy either. These double ops trained.
No one's... Okay, Furlan is kind of looking.
Look at that for a crossfire.
The problem is the long flank, if Hunter goes all the way around through CT's
And he's ready for it.
What?
How does he find that so comfortably? The trajectory of the smoke was going elevator. Wouldn't have had that for a clue. Hunter's going around the world. CT angle could be the way in. 50 seconds. Kenny just needs to continue to survive here. He's already picked up 1 or 2v4 for these two. Silent's not going to be ready for this. He's been found out. Hunter continuing to impress. Kenny had a chance. Does answer the question as to the location. Molotov to buy space. He's got time for this. He does have a smoke as well. Probably wants to save it, but he opts to deploy it for recovery. Perfect bloom. Both are there. Both throwing out bullets. Flashbangs as well. Hunter could try and get that bomb and get away.
Good luck, Hunter. Oh, he gets caught in the heels, but he's Oh, that's smart. He just hit shift. Doesn't want to give too much of the game away. 16 seconds. He's keeping them guessing. They don't know everything of what's going on here. They're still checking in towards it. Bomb's gone missing. Suddenly there's a problem. And now the bomb being planted. They've got to make the right call, and they have. Heading straight up. Hunter's up for the fight, though. He's going to get one unawares. 4 seconds close. This is excellence from Hunter. Swift move to the top of the bomb, and he's staying proactive.
11 bullets, Lauren. 11 bullets. Ruby holding the line, realizing this 2 versus 4 is becoming a reality. In pursuit of the 10th, he saves the day though on the swing. 20 points of health separating the 2 individuals in that final duel. And it will be 9-5. XCOM ATO delivered by Groovy, but my God, they really looked like they had thrown that one away.
Oh, the poor timing for MHL there. That is filthy stuff. And Hunter losing out on top of the box. I can't believe Groovy actually peeked on in like that. That's fantastic round there for them to post on the board. So 5 is not bad with the CT side. This was looking bleak. This was looking very bleak. But right now, I think we're going to see G2 gear back up and go back towards that fast A play. Amanek not throwing the standard utility, but they're still able to bound off of this. There's a DAC being purchased on him from Hunter here. This is very curious.
Where's that going? Is there a plan for this?
Maybe it was a misbuy? Yeah, it's... look, the DAC, the auto snipers, DAC is what we call it in Australia because of the sound it makes. Very feasible weapon to use, realistically, if we're going to be honest about, locking down bomb sites with it. Being able to spam through smoke,
I like this B push. Look at this. They're taking so much of the space away from G2 that the CTs should have the right pieces in the right place. Gosh, a bit of a standalone hold for Nexa. Gives them some freedom to start looking. MHL could be caught out here. They're using that smoke to crawl up on that sandbag's position. They'll just as it fades. Hope that Kenny can take their head off. Ooh. 3, 2, 1. Vision returns. Oh, this is a shot. They want to swing. And MHL gets one and done.
Ferlin, though, still present. Shows where he is, but Hunter does receive some down trip. Molly goes back in. Will be the one up top. Kenny, first to check in on this. Leading the fray a little. Ferlin does see enough, but Amanek's there. Instantly in support, doesn't allow it to go too far away. Grubby trying to get away he had against him, but the flash is excellent from Fiku. Sets up Grubby for success, and suddenly this 3v3. Hunter, pivotal at this, still so good at it. Where's that bomb though? In the hands of Nexa.
Should be getting a plan out of that. Another smoke deployed just to make sure there's no funny business. Spray's not all there. Molly does miss, and Fiku wants to at least catch Nexa on the way back out. Oh, it's got to be a dunk nade though from Oscarish. That's how it finished the job. Bombs planted though, and so it is really comfortable for G2 at this point. The smoke makes things awkward, but Hunter can just sit there and wait for the sound cue. No kit, does recover it now. Fakes to draw the fire. Lots of steps, lots of sound cues. Fakes it again, really convinced. But they've doubled up and he put another one right now. He knows the time wasn't on his side. Goes for the Hail Mary. And we have a 10-5 half, everybody. Not too shabby. G2 looking to convert the must-win. AGO, though, keeping it competitive. 10-5, we'll be right back. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin. When they hear that sound, don't give up, don't give in. Before they catch the glance, know you'll find the strength within. It's your last chance. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. It's Vertigo, second half, first game of the day. G2 Esports and HGO head-to-head, lock-in horns, virtually. We're ready to get the action underway. Got Sponge and, of course, Pansy hanging out with myself and Machine. We're ready to get our action underway. And I'm seeing a little bit of util. Oscar is going to be throwing out smoke, 2 flashes. We do have 2 smokes over on the CT side of things as well to keep the wolf from the door. The wolf, of course, given GG Butts favourable odds in a large margin. Actually pretty good, Chad.
But yeah, I'm good at animals. Not so good at American accents.
No, well, that makes 2 of us.
Hunter has 22 kills, and he's taken a little bit of damage to kick off the boost around here in the second half. Let's see what he can get done. So
I wouldn't mind a little boost. Oh, he jumps for the info instead. Safer.
So Jax can take a lot of different angles on this construction position, even jumping on back to the railing behind him to look on over the top, but wants to pivot to get the information required. And while mid was just about posturing and misdirection, as we can see Groovy dipping on back down that ladder.
Groovy showed the bomb there, though. You know, like jumping in a flusher-like fashion, showing the bomb, showing it middle, then walking it up B. Kenny is alone. Smoke going to be arriving at Jenny's, and that's their go sign. That's their signal. Try to isolate Kenny S into a duel. 3 players trying to get through, and then next up baited in nicely on that quad position. Doesn't have the bullets for this duel, but Jax is there to babysit. Furlan, Oscarish, one with no armor, but it doesn't stop him hitting headshots, and now Furlan. Kevlar vest, damage inflicted to the both. Nexa and Amanek down with just 57 points of health combined.
Amanek's taking the long way around here. You can see him actually pushing forward. He's going to go through the forklift room and try and clear out to make sure that Furlan can't be coming with the flank through spawn. But as we can see, it's actually going to be through the CT spawn. Now the bomb is on that B site. Lots of footsteps will be heard very, very shortly. He might even get a plant out of this one.
So much he gets away with. Next is still pretty close by. This isn't fun. This isn't nice.
Let's swing on him.
Yeah, next is getting close. Amanek's there. If he isolates the 2 jewels, or if he's quick on one, yeah, not gonna happen. Nice work by Next. 4 kills that round.
I thought that was winnable for Furlan for a moment there. The fact that they allowed him to plant that bomb and then they were isolated both either on half HP or lower. But
if you get the one casual cursory shot towards Amanek.
Yeah, and that's all it would have taken.
Yeah.
So, look, yeah, positive stuff for Nexa here. Did a great job just lying in wait using Kenny as human bait. And then finishing off this final frag. The only problem that G2 have to worry about right now is that the bomb went down. So the force buy, we'll see if it's coming through on the side of things for Ago. They're running out of rounds to work with. And as we spoke about kicking off today, they couldn't make it to the playoffs regardless, but G2 definitely need this one. So look at all those Galils. 5 Galils, head armor behind it. This could be deadly. The late mid play. Jack's getting up on the box, boosted by Kenny. We'll need to go at least 1 for 1 here.
A lot of pressure on this round for Argo. Really do with the fight back in this half. Kenny might get the first bit of contact, but it's Jax who could close the account.
Oh dear.
Gorgeous work from Argo. Fika with 2, suddenly mid's open, and every single available access for is going to be flooded by T's. There's a trade coming in. Amanek falls to fall for sure, but he's going to do a lot of work here.
He's got this. He's a master of the SMG. Oh, so unlucky. Didn't have a last bullet necessary. One more, and he was into a one-on-one with time to reload.
All right, well, one of the things that gets interesting right now is if G2 decide to force buy back into this one with the low loss bonus of $1,400 at the bottom of the barrel, then this can become a very, very interesting matchup. They should force buy. They need to be competitive. They would have to take the double eco. They can take 2 partial investments to the double dip deagles that we've been talking about. And now Ago have an opportunity, if they can hold steady against these upgraded weapons on the G2 side of things, they can get back up to 8 rounds quite swimmingly.
Oh, but look who it is. He's been the downfall of plenty tier 1 teams here, and they look also aware of that. Furlan may be being patient. There's 4 players here keeping up the CTs. Kenny's the first to fall, but it sets Amanek into motion. Has gone around them. Oh, well, he still gets Furlan. Almost feels unfair, but the CT's going to peel away from this job down towards Ramp. Let's look elsewhere. Right to be feeling as such as Jax is about to make the call. Players on the site. That's a big shot. Oscarish now going to know he's under some threat. Ruby's made the cross with the bomb. That's a big call made. Second shot doesn't come in, but the cavalry has arrived.
Yeah, Oscarish has got this covered. Good control with the Mac 10. Necessary conversion as well from AGO. Just to recap what this has looked like into our second half, it was a G2 pistol. A retake. And of course, AGO forced back with that second round. Now, speaking of force, that was G2 as Chad outlined, giving it their all.
I think it's actually pronounced G2, Alex?
Yes, you do have to hold the G, I heard. That's
and in certain dialects, gamers too.
Straight from the horse's mouth, that one.
More of that, indeed.
I've got a sour sweet here, Chad. It's really, it's getting my salivary glands. What are they called? Salivary?
I don't know.
Saliva glands. Salivary.
I'm not sure. It's a bit like the centrifugal.
Let's not get started on the centrifuges. But yes, it's getting my... I'm not going to try again.
Your mouth all moist?
I'm getting moist.
I don't understand why that word gets such a bad rap. You think about moist brownies. There's nothing better in the world than a moist brownie. Like, I'm good at baking brownies from the package, of course.
I'm just falling down the rabbit hole of saying bad things on it.
Excusez-moi.
Right, should be comfy as now Amanek has gone. Bear in mind he was the only one who had anything to really bring into this round. P250 on Kenny, that's about your lot.
You can do an ASMR stream where I eat my banana.
No, let's not do that. Let's stay away from that. I'll just make some white noise. I'll make some white noise while that happens.
Please.
No, I won't do that either. That is just people.
Drop my floppy banana all over my shirt.
Yeah, alright. Well, this is a floppy round from G2. Wouldn't be expecting too much as the Giggle Gang over there continue to chuckle away.
Yeah.
The SMG has been retrieved as Jax with the cap backwards. Looking gnarly and ready to brawl. Will biff on forward using Hunter as bait. Swings on out. Won't find the kill, but does dink up Groovy. Now, 2-on-5 situation. Fiku with another, and it's just next to standing.
Oh, I really hate that, like, sincere commentary.
Yeah, it's really good, though.
I know, but, like, you know how you tell Rush off?
Yeah.
I want to say the same things you said to him to you. But maybe people listening like it.
Well, it's just because it's an eco round, so it's one of the least serious rounds of the game.
Do people at home really like it? I don't know.
I don't know what they
bear in
like.
mind, like, some people probably don't know any better, right?
That's true.
Sure.
I don't know.
What, that kind of serious stuff?
Just like everything being like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the kind of teammates I get in matchmaking.
Are they serious kind of guys?
The extent to which they understand Counter-Strike at pretty high ranks, and I assume those are the kind of people that sometimes tune in. No matter how much you talk about the economy, Chad, or defaults, and how they get to actively see the world's best professional salaried players approach the game to a certain degree, and like there's a degree of fundamentals that we outline regularly,
like trading,
spacing, smoking, like just truly the basics. And yet, still in supreme global matchmaking, I see human beings that have yet to master the fundamentals.
Well, I think that's why Counter-Strike is a game that's easy to pick up but very difficult to master, right? That's one of the key points. It's a teams-based level point and shoot, right?
Yeah, I do think it would be so cool if someone just got access to Valve's like HQ and had a week to make them a little, like the way Valorant did the introduction.
Oh, that's not.
But imagine us showing like, hey, here's Counter-Strike, here's a counter strafe. Trade on this bot now. Trade on this bot. It'd take 5 minutes, and then everyone that watched would be slightly less ignorant.
Yeah, but I like it. It makes my matchmaking games a little bit easier. So. You can find this is a relatively low buy from G2 here. They need to battle with some heads-up duels, and Nex has done his best to get 1.5 frags. You can see not much utility, not even a kit to work with for G2 now, so we can really start worrying about the G2 esports side of things on Vertigo. It's likely they lose this round unless they go back over towards A, so they've completely left the bomb site, and this is in heroic-esque fashion. G2 have been faked out plenty of times before, and they're going to be trucking on up that ramp before anybody's rotated.
Here we go.
Amanek, got to do a lot here. Natus has found the first. It's Amanek on the second bomb, down to 3v3. Make it 3v2, excuse me. Well, that's a clutch. Needing the head headshots Jax won't provide. And that's the round. Hunter didn't even realise it was over.
Well, they did well because what I was talking about there in terms of the low buy, it was only roughly about 4K to 4.5K max on the side of things for G2 Esports when they purchased in. That's enough for the M4, that's enough for the Kevlar, but then the utility, you have to be sparing with, am I buying a smoke? Am I going to get a HE? Do we want to use flashes? Who's going to buy the defuse kit? Them being able to walk away with that round, they get the win bonus in their back pocket, but it's still going to be relatively strapped for cash in terms of having all the goodies. So they'll have to drop over some rifles to make this one work. And while, there you go, we're able to put 3 on the board in quick succession, they have enough to purchase yet again. MHL will have his signature AWP. Only 6 kills for him this time round. Relatively quiet on Vertigo. Not always the easiest for all the AWPers. We have noted that over the progression of this map. And let's see what he can get done on the T side. Smoke to obscure his vision. Hunter has taken a massive chunk of damage there up towards the short position. Has to drop on back. They're actually playing very, very passive on that A side, so they don't want a piece of that fight.
Is that a ramp smoke I just saw thrown out? Is that Scaff?
Scaff from Amanek, I believe.
Interesting. Nice little lineup. And this is the one way, if you're wondering.
Yeah, the reason they throw this is if you do want to push behind it, as Alex mentions, you can see their little toes or their torso even. But it also just stalls them out. It's like, well, we can't pick behind this, we're not quite sure. So considering it. These are bullets ricochet. Jax is actually taking a lot of liberties here. So this might cause a rotation from Nexa early, or at least a fast flank. So you're setting up here to disrupt the plan. They're assuming Aego's going to go for a very, very late round here. There's a nade on Amanek as well, a Molotov.
Jax is being so thorough. Look at this. He's pivoted through B just to confirm there's no lurk.
Yeah, Nexa's actually stacked on over now as well.
We'll see if it comes in a timely fashion. They're already on the site though, so it's got to happen sooner rather than later. Ollies did well, but the smoke's extinguished, so bomb planted. Post plant, 5v5.
Nice. Here we
Everyone's
are.
standing. Let's have a go at it. Fallen above, gets a tag, but no more falls away. And now, next up, pushing in. That was a little bit brave in the end between the two of them.
Yeah, and actually Amanek getting caught out by Oscarish position. Next as well should be on the chopping block, but he has reacted quickly. Ruby caught out on the flank and traded nicely. That's Furlan to convert. And XCOM, AGO really are starting to get their teeth into this half. I'm starting to get a little concerned. My alarm bells are, the sirens are sounding. I mean, after a 16-4 thrashing from G2 on their map pick, Vertigo was when many considered we'd see the likely and expected outcome, according to GGBet and our desk and many at home, that this would be a G2 convincing win, but already posting 4 T rounds. The bomb's down in 3 of the 7 rounds we've seen so far. 6 rounds, this is the 7th.
It was trending very much in that way, right? Considering Aego were able to strap together a couple of rounds towards the tail end of that first half, G2 were running away with this. Keep in mind the 2 pistol aces, one from Fiku on the pistol round, one from Furlan with the deagle over towards the ramp. They were keys for Aego within this map right here. And G2, unfortunately, for them, have to take a partial buy. They've just gone for some light upgraded pistols, a smoke in the hands of Amanek. Jax is only on that USP. They don't have a lot to work with. The loss bonus going into the next will be 2,400, so they'll have another buy that's just bottom of the barrel if they want to go for it. You see the backpack, Hunter.
4x3? Oh, it's not nice.
May have showed up on the radar there when he moves towards that last second, but it doesn't really matter too much as G2 have to opt and fight now with 4. Sandbag position has been taken, a very powerful one to have just against these pistols. Can post on up and give out the information to your team, and well, that's the smoke potentially being used.
Go on, Hunter. Go on, Hunter.
Comes down to the timing here.
Yeah, he's not going to have a flashbang. It will literally just be him and his timing. And that's one, but quickly caught. So we do see the 10th found. This is really going to start getting a bit away from them because the T side, yes, that round was a guarantee, or it certainly should have been, but they're building up a lovely stack of cash.
Max bought a deagle in that round, and then he only had 3,400 to invest this time round, so happy to work with the MP9. That means potentially wanting to go a little bit more aggressive over towards the B side of the map as the second timeout will be called from G2. Now, the reason I say that is Next is going to want to get up close and personal, use that utility early, see if there's going to be an attack over towards his bomb site, his domain. But the guns coming out for G2, they're not going to be fantastic. I don't think we'll see the AWP for Kenny. I don't know if... I guess he could go naked AWP, right? Glass cannon. Because they lose this one,
okay.
$2,900 loss bonus in the next, it will just have to be another pistol upgrade round. And at that point, we're at 12-12. They are buying in. Kenny yet to buy. It will be the glass cannon. You can buy a flashbang next to that. Org for Hunter. So it's a potent weaponry to work with. Not a lot of utility. Kenny over towards mid. Next has already been pushed back from the B side of things. Exchange of damage through the smoke. Amanek with lots done under Furlan, but he cops a bunch himself. Good nade.
Oh, and they did it to each other. Look at that one. A quick game of hot potato. We're on 4. How to push down that scav position. He's certainly vulnerable to the sweep of MHL. Oh, and that's the frag we needed to see. Taking control of the round once more, and with so much time to play with, they are starting to mold G2's CT side like putty in their hands. Bending to their will. Can he change things? That's a great shot. And look at the damage from next to 2. Spraying with the MP9 has brought Oscarish to an uncomfortable level of health. Still 60 seconds, and Kenny is a rash on Vertigo. He's absolutely everywhere. $50 seconds, putting their pieces together again. Kenny wants to sweep this line. He's just positioning for it. And that's the frag. Fiku gone. Kenny impressing. Necessary kills, necessary round here, Lauren.
MHL is your danger man still. Plenty of HP. This Oscarish does to the AWP, so...
Well, that's such a hard line to flash. You have to go high for that, I guess. You must have to go higher. That box keeping you way too safe. That looks higher. That should catch him. Yep. And now he's in trouble. Oh, he's burning down. Perfect play. The utility, now it's the health that comes into relevance. Another Molotov to stop the close push. It's not quite what he wanted, but it's not the end of the world. Next to recovering an AK for this retake.
No kids here.
Got to have heard those steps too. MHL pushing up for this one. Wait, he's taking the fight on them. That's 1. That's 2. Gorgeous play from MHL. He was going to be the danger man. He had the HP, but the molly clearing out Kenny, all of the protocol before that, got them in the sight.
Yeah, Kenny just not being able to get away from that ledge because of that flash burns on down. This is the grenades. He's gone to the moon and back. Kenny didn't see this. He just shot. Like, that's just a reaction shot from Kenny because he was being peppered. That's the left eye peak that we're talking about. Yeah. And here, can't get out, jumping, flooding, falling, and that is basically the round right there as MHL playing guard close in the face, able to shut down what was the best G2 attempt so far.
Thought you observed that round really well, Rush. Just wanted to let you know.
Well,
okay, I won't do any more of those.
No, thank you very much. No, I appreciate that.
I didn't need a thank you. I just wanted to just like nod your head.
Oh, I nodded. Don't worry, I did nod. You know, compliments. I'm not good at.
No, nor I. But you have to remember how nice it feels when someone gives you a compliment, and if you remember that feeling, you assume that they'll feel something similar, and you can give anyone that feeling without a single cost to yourself.
That's true, Alex. I think you're doing
a compliment.
Yeah, Alex, I think you're doing a very fantastic job, buddy. Okay, I think.
Rush, stop it, you.
You know,
That's
I think you're also very handsome. And,
Hunter's in trouble, smoking now, and we are back into the frame of mind necessary for around 24 third map. Gets intense now.
Oh, we're pushing.
But it's not comfortable at all. Oh, G2, they're stacked up on the right side. The fights are taking place where they want them to, but they're not going their way. Viku's got a one-way gap. He has loved it. And Amanek eventually does go down to it. 4 bullets. 1 bullet. 2 bullets even. Hey, not quite.
Oh, Kenny on the reload as well. 12-12. I know it's a T-sided map, but this is a good-looking T-side.
Yeah, and I think that you go back to those G2 gun rounds we've seen, they haven't been full buys, at least in the Chad Birchall Counter-Strike handbook, and this is the first one they'll be netting on the board here within the second half. Finally, Kenny with some armor behind that AWP. Next with a defuse kit and a full set of nades. The same can be said for Jax buying him with an AUG and grenades. Hunter will be able to buy everything he wants as well, so 2 AUGs are coming out. Finally, we have, I think, echoing or seeming almost like a full buy from G2. Let's see if that's enough to get them on the board, as this half is quickly running away from them here. Kenny's going to get caught. Timeout almost again.
Oh, the timing's atrocious. He gets the tag. He's on the run. Nah, can't make it away. And out of everyone, he tags MHL, so it doesn't even matter that much. Next to
oh, no.
Just sent home packing. He's been at the nurse's office.
This is getting sketchy.
Oh,
this is getting really sketchy, and I think Furlan's in a prime position, though, where he can make this save nightmarish. He's not going to rush this. He knows there's a potential for 3 CTs to be there as he returns to his vision. And there they are. Damage confirms.
Oh dear.
There's still 3 hanging out towards this A side. So with XCOM starting to take the lead here on this T side and stringing together what has been now 5 consecutive T rounds. 9 in total.
They should really chase. Sorry to interrupt, but they should really chase. Look at the money situation right now for Ago. If they can take away any of these rifles, G2 only get the max loss bonus of 3,400. If they save on to these, they're able to drop guns across to the likes of Nexa and Kenny. They need to push. They need to fight. Ago, you can be more hungry now. You can take this to G2.
Merchant losing the AWP here. That'll be Ruby to recover. So I think that's enough to deter them. And Chad, yeah, you paint a perfect picture as to why they should be hunting. It's a bit too late, too little too late there from the Polish side. 13 to 12, we're going to see all the rounds of play. A reminder of how close Inferno was, by the way. A full 30 rounds played over on AGO's picks. So here we find ourselves in the decider, and again, a close affair. Timeout called. This will be the 3rd called by G2. So Malik on the mic gets a little bit of a podium, a bit of a soapbox to try and piece them back together again.
He needs it though. Think about this. If G2 lose,
Yeah, 6th currently out of 8. Blow them, I'll go, and blow that godsend.
and they're already out of contention.
Correct.
Okay, well, Malik better give a pretty rousing speech right now. 3 rounds is all Ago need to cause today's upset. We've gone the distance. Inferno, very back and forth, a competitive affair. Nuke, quick as you like. And now, it was feeling like one-way traffic for G2 in the first half. But Ago, they've got something to say about that. And through some big fragging from the likes of Ascarish, Fiku, Gruby, Furlan, all sitting there close to the 20 kills. They're getting it done, not through the star opera of MHL, but through the gritty determination of the riflers.
Yeah, it's been transferred to a tech timeout, just so everyone's on the same page. Looks like one of the players is timed out. So we're going to be taking a tech pause. I imagine we'll clear the HUD as well.
Yeah,
Go.
let's look at that beautiful free cam around. Just
Cool beans.
pretty. One thing I am seeing for G2 that does feel a little bit interesting to me is that Amanek isn't popping off that much.
Well, I think in their more recent runs, it's been the other 4 of them, right? So the way that I look at this roster is the 2 stars in my mind are Kenny and Hunter. Kenny having another quiet one this game round, only 10 to his name.
So against Big, which was the 16-14 win, Amanek, Mad Fragger, 22, Jax was up there as well. Let's have a quick look through relation to, let's say, their heroic game. Top fragging for them, Amanek up there with Jax. And then, let's say the other one, Godsent. Hunter up there. For them, Amanek didn't have a great game there, that was Jax. But I just think it's a prolific kind of combination that Amanek's presence on ramp hasn't been as daunting this time.
Yeah, we've seen, especially against Heroic in the past, them going hyper-aggressive, pushing down through the smokes, taking a lot of fights there. It feels like they're being strung out a little bit more. But also, I just want to keep pointing out the very infrequent amount of gun rounds that we have seen for G2 on this second half. There have been 2 or 3 buys that have just been rifles with light utility, Kenny with the naked AWP. Those aren't the rounds that you want to be taking in when you are losing a slew right now. They've only posted 2 so far in the second half, and that's why they'll just be sitting at 12 after a 10-5 first half. But they've just found themselves in economical turmoil time and time again. Now they will be able to drop guns across and make it work.
0 injuries, though. We haven't seen any failed run boosts this time. Rush, did you watch the twists clips? Could you analyze as to what was wrong with their run boost?
I did see that, yeah. I think he may have just touched the blue pipe. Some of the clipping on the blue pipe is slightly off from my own experience.
Pipe you're referring to?
Give me one second. Hang on, let me make sure. Okay, yeah, we should be good, MC.
15 seconds, so we should be able to drive back as we get ready to get back into the action. The blue pipe, of course.
MC, get on me. There you go.
That's what you thought he was clipping it, just like actually body hitting?
Yeah, I don't think the clipping on this is perfect by any means, so I think he just hit like a little bit close, and then obviously he did this.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that you play Vertigo for is the run boost.
Oh, so I love it. I like a run boost. Oh, we're live. What's going on?
Yes, we are, and we're going to get that HUD back in 5 seconds. There it is, even faster. Thank you. Sound effects provided by Lauren Pansy Scott. Find her on Twitter.
They didn't invest. I thought they might have tried to drop something across right now to bolster this buy. So if G2 can't pull this one off and they lose these rifles, they will be able to buy in the following, knowing the loss bonus will be 3,400 again. But I just...
Ouch.
Okay, Okay, wowie. MHL, I said he was a little bit quiet. He hasn't been needing to do too much as the AWPer on this map so far, but that's a fantastic opening. Hunter goes down. That was one of the saved guns now on the floor, and no one's close enough to pick this up. Nexer and Kenny on the other side of the map. To smoke over towards the scaffolding position yet again. And it's just a slow approach from Ago here, waiting out utility, waiting for pushes, seeing what they can find. Felon faking out some sound cues. Really relaxed stuff here.
Yeah, the boost is exciting because Amanek hopes to confirm or deny whether or not this is the all-in. Kenny S has been found. Oscarich catching the jiggle. Now the boost can show up, and it's not enough. It's not translating for G2. This is getting awkward. Amanek gobbles up a flashbang but doesn't pull the trigger. Now as his chance, needs the precision, tapping in the heads, but it's only one. Jax, 3 on his plate. He's already found the first. Another 3, charging towards him, and he's unable to convert again. So 14, this is getting dangerous. G2 hopes of Pro League playoffs, hanging in a balance, and already AGO are just 2 rounds away from throwing this knockout blow.
Remember, they found some key openings over towards middle as well. Kenny getting caught out with some timings across the map. The AWP will be purchased on up. The Orgs again for Hunter and Jax. I'm not quite sure what G2 will be expecting to deal with right now. If I'm Ago, I feel like I could go for a pace change. I can mix things up once more. I don't need to keep going with the same, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll be going for that default over towards the A ramp again. So if anybody from G2 wants to get a little bit too inquisitive, MHL will have no problems taking the scalps off over the top of the cusp of the smoke. And that was a great nade. So he's actually going to be brought down to 47 points of health. And this one here stalling out very slow again.
Space clearly has worked quite well though for Argo, so no problem just yet.
Oh, another opening.
Yeah, so
how much room did he have?
Enough to have cost Kenny S's life, so I'd be interested to see that one back, how that actually came to be. But for now, we look at where the bomb is, we look at where the T's are. Furlan going to be starting the walk.
Cool place to hide the bomb. I hadn't seen that before, using the cardboard so as to guise it a little bit. Should anyone have gone for an aggressive maneuver. Still, talking of aggressive maneuvers, yeah, sweeping through middle. Starting to work on the flank. Hunter has to descend the ladder. Now, does he opt for ramp, or does he focus on Fiku? Oh, Fiku's coming for him. And Hunter's caught him off guard, doesn't convert the frag, that's gonna hurt. And Jax is on to finish the job. He made so much noise though, and Fiku all found out and fragged out. Now 4 versus 3. Enter the A site. Next up with the stop incendiary. Should burn Groovy if he commits to it. So backs away for now. Smokes it. And desperately trying to land the bullets. The spray's too high. The incendiary's gonna smoke. And now, just like that, they have an advantage all over again.
Yeah, after noticing those 2 players that were chasing down towards poor old Fiku, they sped it up. They made that hit count. And now MHL. No mollies to force him out, no util left for the CTs, just time ticking. Kit towards 2 of them, they're on the site. Spotted, shot now rings out. No, Zamanek takes him down, but you can see the others are starting to wane. Nice work from MHL, but it's the 1v1. Grubby baited in on it. X has just about done this. I think that's going to be close, but it should be fine. Oh gosh, that's the round they get back, is it?
Oh, that's a scary round right there. Very, very close stuff. XCOM, Ago did a fantastic job, and I want to show you this gap that I was talking about. So take a look. Ascarish just walking in middle with Groovy and Toad. Jax is actually dealing with this, looking down the line. He throws a Molotov, and as that Molotov lands, Ascarish is in front of it, so they have no idea. Kenny walking on up, absolutely no clue this is happening. That's how that opening went down towards middle.
Right.
So just find a timing right there. We'll get back underway.
Sometimes that utility landing is a perfect cue. You know there's going to probably be a little momentary lapse of vision. Hunter's having a go, though, very aggressively into the smoke with his MP7. He's gone all the way down, moonwalks into them, and MHL and Furlan catch the MP7. Hunter changing the pace completely and turns this round on its head. That's great. Fiku's coming up short, though, and I don't know if Amanek's ready for that. The spray was good, but not quite enough to translate into a lethal stance. Amanek has been caught. Fiku confirms the sandbags are clear. Short control is theirs. AGO. 2 rounds is all they need.
The last ones are sometimes the hardest to achieve, it feels. Maybe that speech was quite rousing. We said it had to be damn good, whatever it was going to say. And Amanek finding a new approach, finding a new way around. He might just be on the flank. I wonder how much time he has to play with it. He has to be very cautious. Kenny holds the line. That's excellent. And now the last two pinned in. Not sure how much they know that or how aware they are. But Amalek's got him pretty much dead to rights.
He's got him booked. He really does. Groovy from short. Will molly the headshot position. Amalek likely just to pause. If he can find one here. No, Kenny's not interested. Not going to let that happen. Groovy thrust into a 1 versus 4, and just the one as G2 pull a necessary CT round out of the hat. That's stringing 2 together as well. You'll see that the T's are still flush for cash and will have everything they desire. But to remind you of how that one started, I'm sure the replay might have it. It was Hunter just taking over the game for a second. Underhand flash and jumping down with the supportive work of Amanek as well. Timeout. We've had 6 timeouts this Vertigo. That's how serious this is being taken.
And as much as we did say about Argo, obviously there's no pressure necessarily, but pride's a big factor here, and this is a really big opportunity for them. Obviously you want to do well in the Pro League, you want to prove yourself, prove how damn good Vertigo is for you and as a team. Inferno was great to look at. Nuke, we'd rather forget, but this is an exciting one. 14-14, couldn't be closer between the two. Finally, we're seeing a bit of life back in the G2 squad. The rounds were sporadic prior to this, but now we have 2 back-to-back, and it could have been at a better time for the G2 fans, but Argo still have the money, still have the buy, still right back at it.
Oh, tiny as the gaps in the MHL. Near this shot. I think you've still got 134 ADR if my stats machine's not broken. That's a ridiculous number to be maintaining until 28 rounds of play.
I think G2 have finally cottoned onto this default approach here and are dunking down with a lot of damage time and time again, but it looks more direct from Ago in round number 29, straight up towards A with all of their troops. Damage done almost through the boards.
Great flash, good damage as well from the wallbang. Hunter's got nothing left in the utility. Smoke from Amanek does buy him time and actually will smoke off that entranceway.
There's no close rotate for G2 right now if you have a look at the radar.
Oh yeah, geez, they're very invested to the potential for B.
Jax is the closest, starting to limp on over now. This is the same setup they went on pistol round, but it's on A.
Yes, and Hunter's spray gets 2. Groovy needs more. Jax is in the way. And we'll be able to contest if they start trying to close this gap without smokes, but I see 2 starting to blue.
Yeah, it's time now. MHL going to assume the position that he's quite diligent at. And those folks deep enough to lock in the site a fair amount while he comes in. Osprich gets out before any damage was truly done. So this post-spawn's still actually pretty good, if I'm honest. HP's looking nice. Would have loved to have seen a bit more utility, but on the TT side, 3 flashes, 1 just used, 2 in Kenny's hands. That's all they've got to play with, and MHL is watching this. Eyes are trained, it's Amalek to find Oscarish, though. He's in on the side, smoke goes up. Suddenly, it's panic, it's alarm bells. They're ringing, but the shot comes out. Jax goes down, he's on the bomb. Grubby knife out, gets nothing for it. It's going to be a defuse. Oh, it's heartbreaking, the final hurdles.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. XCOM Ago so close to taking this one away and upsetting G2.
Hunter did well to find 2 here. Overwhelmed. Look at Groovy. Just a little bit of an adjustment from Nectar. Tucked in on that far side of the box. Keeps him alive. He even heard the knife sound. He heard knife on crate. And continued to hold his nerve and hold the defuse. Puts 15 on the board for G2. A compulsory round for their pursuit of Pro League glory. Fiku, though, very impressed by the way he made an announcement into this first and final map. Excuse me, Furlan the flash, you didn't see it. Hunter has gone down.
That's a big piece of information right there. Hunter normally playing over towards the A site. If you're Ago right now, you know that the A defense might be a little bit weaker, and Kenny, he's up towards construction. Pressure can be applied.
They're thinking about it, aren't they? Jackson, Amanek, Alex, this is deadly. Furlan's on the other side.
Oh my goodness. Next time, yeah, he'll catch the lurk, but they know it's all up to Kenny. First found, Furlan down. MHL next on the plate, a quick flick doesn't hit. And now the flash has failed. Bomb planted. Has to think about this one. Has to coordinate. Nectar with Util as well. They've got kits. Overtime in the balance. Nectar's going to be making the calls here. You want to smoke for the bomb? You want to smoke for short, you've got both of them. That's the short smoke. Kenny responsible for the bomb. And made Charles the first to take contact. Time getting a bit too slim here, but very slim. The smoke's missed as well. Creepy can fight. And it's going to overtime. There's no time left. Nexa just has to accept his fate. We're going to an overtime, folks. MR3, 16K after the break.
And even a dash of OT now. 15-15. We thought it was going to be Argos for a good time there. The streak was brilliant, but in the final moments, G2 suddenly woke up.
Some of the woes for G2 within that second half with a lack of full bias towards the tail end. Able to make it work, able to get that money on their side, and able to push back against Ago, who were looking poised to take this one. As we kick things off, the timeout will be called from Ago.
Interesting.
Just want to talk through their final options. The ad break wasn't enough, but I understand. You want to make sure that everybody's in the right place, the right time, understanding the strategy and the approach. They found some gaps. They punished middle with some different pacings. The default over towards A, MHL was actually able to come alive and find some picks. You can see there he's up to 17 kills now. We're sitting there just around the 10 mark not that long ago.
True.
As you can see at the top of your scoreboard, as we go into OT, 1st to 19. That's the magic number we're looking for. If we go 18-18, we do it all again. And the buy will be coming out from both teams with that 16k. So Hunter's still wanting the preferential treatment for the AUG. AWP for Kenny, and well, that doesn't really matter. He needed an extra flash. So here we go. Over towards B. Flash through the windows to hold them on back. Next up, he's on his own this time around. Pressure applied. Figu taking that B control. G2 actually starting to gamble quite heavily over towards the B side of things in the later stages of regulation. Now we can see being able to withstand that A push. It's the same old, same old. 3 players down towards the forklift room. Ferlin, MHL, the AWPA, and the Scarish in tow with the bomb. Going for a boost. Amanek and Hunter pivoting on up. If he scopes on in, that will be heard. And they've gone for this 2-1-2 setup again on the CT side. So if it isn't a finish again, Hunter and Amanek need to slow them down. So a kill and utility to allow the rotation to come on through. And right now in limbo, actually, Nexus coming over. They've set Kenny up with the AWP on B. So they'll bring their third rifler over towards this side of things. One-way smoke dribbles on out. And I think the action's about to go underway.
Yeah, he spots Michelle, and Farland finds them. You know, another short now. They'll try and wallbang him. Amanek's backed away into the side. Jack's caught by Farland. He's on for third here. Amanek dueled out, does finally stop him in his tracks. MHL with a wide swing. And he spots one. The flick's not there. The burn is, though. That's embarrassing. Next to just got caught by the flames. Kenny keeping it level. Figu's flank, though.
Dear.
This is round winning. This is defining. And poor old Kenny, left to his own devices now, flank coming in, missing shots, bomb down, and with Fleetgoo to convert it. So XCOM AGO have come into this first, well, perhaps call it first overtime. It is the first overtime of the entire game. But 16 found, and that was the Ferlin boost. They didn't even throw a nade at it.
So the nade that came in, potentially looking away, thinking it was a flash, but that's a big find right there from Ferlin, and you were right, creeping through the smoke, really opening up business. Get back underway. Guns will be out again. So the buys, you're going to see them every single round, ladies and gentlemen. There won't be any issues getting the guns that they want. It's a different look this time. Ferlin going more aggressively.
Let's go, Ferlin. Let's see what you've got. His fights towards short last time around were pretty impressive. And of course, his performance so far is lovely. Catch. Next up. No information for you. You don't get the extras. You don't get everything you want. And Ferlin is so far ahead. He knows where Amanek is now. Would love that smoke to clear on the scaff eventually so we can get a little bit more of a look. But this man's presence is certainly paying dividends. Jax, though, having a little bit of a wonder himself. Now, this could be quite nice. MHL aware or not? Apparently so. These guys have got everything going now. I thought Argo might have hit their limit. I thought that was it that we saw. But no, there's a little extra.
They're playing games now in the overtime. The fact that they made no-nos over towards B, they didn't take territory of B lobby. That baited Nexter in for the push, and that's how they found the opening. And now G2 are scrambling. The aggressive moves, they have to come in. The gamble stacks. They need to put all their pieces in the right place. And guess what? Well, even with that flubbed Molotov, I was going to say they are in the wrong spot, but heading back over towards A, this could be the wrong call. Oh, they've been faked out again.
Oh, bloody hell. What a round from the Polish side. Yep. You love to see that.
Yeah, and the Molotovs are landing just as the rotate. Look at Amanek. He gets through the flames and he's met by a single bullet. That's all. The wallbangs are there. The burn is there. Oh, Kenny's having a nightmare.
Oh, this one is over. There's no way Hunter's getting in at a 1-on-5. Padding stats is about all the road. As MHL goes down as well. If they keep chasing him one at a time, the bomb has just gone down, so it could be possible, but I think the final 3, Ferlin, Oskaric, and Gruby might tighten things up.
Yeah, I think they just made sure their laces are nice and tight for this final 15 seconds. He's got about 10 to kill 3 of them, so there's the one. Bacon and quick frag needed, and there's Oskaric. Oh, I'm never one to write out Hunter, especially when he's hitting shots like that. 34 kills as well. He's head and shoulders the lead fragger in the server.
He had a banger over the first half. I think he had 20 plus kills within the first half of the map, and then it's hard to keep up that level of form when you switch on over. So he's cooled a little bit, but still finding impact across the board. And Ago 1 round away from clean sweeping the first half. And Ferlin, one of the veterans alongside of Gruby, really taking this game by storm right now. Big entries, big moves to take space and force out rotations. And again, he has the responsibility of faking over towards A. Single-handedly dropping his utility, holding 2 members at bay. And there's the pressure towards middle again.
I love the steps, I love it all. It's gorgeous. The sound fakes, the cues, the flashes. Amanek unable to relay much information, an idea of presence, but it's mid. Plenty of presence, and Kenny forced away on the angle. Jax, oh, he doesn't even get played off the back. This is pulling in from the T side.
Yeah, Nix is in trouble too. They're even going to molly him out. Clearly done their homework here. The fact that Groovy, after being boosted, continued his swing to check that close boost box. A flawless T-half on the agenda. The Royal Paladin M4 up against the Aquamarine Revenge. Kenny puts a shot. I'm surprised he's alive. And so is he. Will be finished off eventually. Smoke not planted yet. Instead, they just want to fight. Now the smokes are arriving. Amanek's on the site. Hunter's got bullets. The spray is there. Oh dear, this is another round that's just been systematically removed from the G2 contention. He's in the smoke. They're staring at it, hoping to nutmeg somehow, but Fiku's there in a position where he can trade. And so Hunter dead in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's 18, folks. This is really getting dangerous. Chad, for G2, in order to lock this down, what were their T side? What was working on their T side?
They had Hunter just barreling up scaffolding, remember? He was just running up single-handedly.
That did work,
flatlining A, and then it kind of tapered off towards the tail end of that half when they changed the pace up. So if they go back to that play, just barreling through, the way this round looks, Amanek will be throwing the smoke towards scaffolding, the flashes through the sky. It won't be that play. It looks like they're going for something a little bit more default right now. We've got Amanek dealing with mid, next dealing with the big push. Jack's going up towards the ladder room. Kenny and Hunter to deal with any A aggression. So not wanting to take a fight straight to that of Ago here, but if they get picked off, if they lose the opening duel, G2 are in a lot of trouble.
This is a matter of survival for G2. And it's going to be a flawless T-side run now. Pressure is certainly mounting in more ways than one. It's Kenny trying to keep control of this round, but it has been tricky. Ferland's been extremely valuable. This will be a shot and a half if Kenny hit it. Wants him away from the jump peak, but a miss is a miss at this point. You'd have loved to have had that.
They're walking up. Ruby's got the flash. Fake flash, now the real one. Now, surely, Ferland needs help. Needs something. There's the flashbang, but he gets away. Groovy only gets the one. This is better for G2. It's do or die. 4 players still with their fate in their hands. NHL does have a good shot here to maintain short control. Nade's not going to do too much. Hunter wants to peek on that. And does at least ward him away. Pulls out an incendiary. 30 seconds of play remaining.
Oh. Running out of time. They're running out of options, but they are getting a couple of kills. 3v2, and that's big. MHL going down. 25 seconds. Oscarish, the one who's still there. Hunter's on short. He's pushed for this if he gets the timing right, but I think it's all going to be safe for now. G2, that is too close.
Oh dear, take a deep breath. Down to the final seconds there. That was a close round. Ago gambling with that rotation over towards the A side, having a very good idea that hit was coming on through. But G2 need to replicate something similar. 2 more rounds needed to take us to double OT. Things get very difficult for G2 if they lose this game, progressing very near impossible. We have to wait and see how the rest of Group A will shape on now. Ago, we know they're just playing for pride right now.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job at it.
And some loosey-goosey maneuvers from Ferland especially.
Where's Oscar's gun? Am I going mad? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Didn't have it for a second, it looked like.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, Kenny with an opening onto Ferland here. So there's an opening coming on through. Can MHL reply?
He's still sticking around. Goes for the wacky wallbang, but at this point, it's going to get difficult. Hunter's found Groovy as well into the A site. MHL would have to do something quite heroic, but immediately traded. This round will slip away. Fiku and Oscarish.
We remember this story from the first half of the game. Fiku and Oscarish having to save time and time again after A was completely and utterly decimated time and time again. So now more of the same. So if they wanted to go for it and get stuck in, they could. But MHL doesn't have a great amount of cash. Maybe if Oscar stays alive, he can drop that AWP over to him in the following, just to have everything they need to go into the last round of the first set of overtime here. But there you go. They just need to find one. And you think that they could take a bit more of a risk. I know Furlan did just there on his own. But going into the last round, if you want, go for a push, you know, try something aggressive as a team. If you have any set flash maneuvers or aggressive plays that you've been holding on to, or even a gut feeling from somebody in the camp, pull it out now.
Go for it, why not? I mean, they've already secured second OT or worse.
Precisely. And
Might as well.
That's why I love it when we come into that. If you have a flawless first half in OT, taking a risk straight off the bat going into the second half, because normally teams are a bit unraveled. They're a bit worried about what approach they're going for. Regardless, here we go. Can Ago put a stop to this G2 comeback again? There's a risk. This is the... Ooh. MHL gets taken down by Kenny. If Groovy pushes forward, we might want to...
Have a neck though.
Okay, this is going to get real weird, folks.
They all pushing.
I'm going to left an AK at spawn, so he's going to go that.
They have to go for some aggression here. Can't get caught out of the round again.
Just catch Kenny, though. As the smoke blooms, Zamanek's going to be a bit salty about that one. And they're going to go for the long rotate through B for safety, leaving Furlan to spawn.
He's going to lock them in with that AWP, so at least they won't be able to fall back. It's so difficult to rotate past this line where Furlan's posted on up, and you can see G2 was stalled out. They didn't know the A site was basically empty. Their smoke walls go up now. They still need to clear over towards the short position. Slow and steady stuff. Lots of nades to work with. 2 Molotovs, bunch of flashes, another smoke in Hunter's hands. The longer they wait, the better this is for Ago. Look at them all in position now, ready to swing on out and fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a brawl. The last round of overtime, folks. AGO want to take G2 out of playoff contention. And they've got a round to do it, and G2, 34 seconds to defend their honor.
8.
Next up, catches them. Only the one. Bombs planted, though, and that's mission complete. Looking to retreat and potentially caught Fiku's mantle a little slow. Smoke and kits are present. There's only 2 smokes. Furlan and Fiku going to have to plan this one out correctly. One looks like Furlan intends to throw towards short, the other onto the bomb. Here we go. Now we're cooking. Who will have to stop that bomb first? That's the smoke onto the short position. Locks Amanek out.
They're on it.
They're on it. 3, 2, and 1. It's a defuse as G2's fades. Their hopes of playoffs no longer entirely in their hands. And AGO, the Heartbreakers.
Yeah, I can see all my intention. Got no place to rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna stop, maybe you should let it go. I don't wanna go and stay a little more.
about practice, and it's about breaking the hearts of every G2 fan that sat down today for a Counter-Strike meal, because they were given, I mean, it certainly was a tasty one. It was a dessert. It was a sweet treat for all of the AGO fans, but quite the opposite over in the G2 camp. So Vertigo is what we're here to review, Chad. I know you probably you said everything you wanted to say during the cast.
Yeah.
But let's rehash the important points.
I think if you take a look at this matchup, the patience from AGO was something that I want to look towards. They were just happy to do that default, wait out the utility a lot there, and they weren't in any rush, and they just whittled down this G2 side, who I think in the early stages of the second half got a bit ahead of themselves. Right. A lot of the buy situations they found themselves in, I think, were probably the undoing, and probably a reason that they had a hard time just getting to overtime.
Now, let's actually bring in Oscar to the conversation so we can get a little bit of a one-to-one. Or a one-on-one. Here he is. Congratulations, or a 1v3. Yeah, congratulations, Oscar. That's a big scalp to take down. How much of the pre-preparation paid off there? Did you have anything in particular that you prepared for G2, and how much of it saw the light of day in the server today?
No, we were just watching the demos, like usual. I think we didn't do anything like new or something like that. We just practiced. We kind of knew how they're gonna play. On Vertigo, we had some good setups, and we had some good game plan against them on T side, especially not on CT side, because they played really good on T side also. And I think we are feeling really good on T side on this map, like Vertigo. So in the end, it worked out. Even though we know that we can't get like into the playoffs, we still wanna like fight against the best team.
That was the point we wanted to bring up next, mate. Just about that, the fact you can't make the playoffs, do you feel like in the series today that there was a little bit less pressure, knowing that you guys could play a little bit looser?
Not really, I think. Okay. I didn't feel that. I think we had some like stress runs and so on, but like maybe it's a little bit different, because we know that we don't have that much pressure right now, because we are fighting just for like a little bit better ranking, because when we win against the teams, we can get higher up in the HLTV ranking. So I think like it's maybe a little bit, but not that much, honestly.
All right. Well, with your team, obviously, we don't get to see you in the realms of the Tier 1 tournaments too often. You get a couple more games now before the season's over. What's next for AGO after this? What comes next in 2020 for the team?
We didn't speak about that yet.
Okay.
But I think we're gonna continue practicing together. We had some good like experiences against the better teams right now in the Pro League. We know that we are capable of winning against better teams than we are like a team, and we're just gonna, I think, see and analyze our last games. I don't know what to say.
You got to check out the replay of Fiku after getting that pistol ace, by the way, because he had a smile on his face like it was Christmas morning. It was adorable. I'll let you go.
I was screaming to him like, "Go get the ace!
Get it! Yeah, dude. He was hunting CT. I was like, "It's not happening." He did. And Oscar, thanks for the time, bro. I'll speak to you next time. That is actually all we've got time for. Really, we've got to go ahead and wrap this one up, because it's heroic Navi after the break, and I'm going to go get a snack. It smells good.
Head rings here.
Yeah, food time. Be right back.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
Pro League continues. We're here for the Malta Online's 12th season of ESL Pro League, and we're getting into a big one. We just waved goodbye to G2 after conceding a surprising loss. That's digesting my brat verse. But we have got Heroic and Na'Vi ready and rocking to go. Now, we haven't got too much time, so let's try and be efficient with our use of that time, Chad. How would we summarize the recent form of Na'Vi versus that of Heroic?
I think Na'Vi's been a little bit more volatile, whereas Heroic, we know we're going to get the majority of the time. Sure, they've had a couple of losses that they shouldn't have kind of conceded, and I think Ago is one of those that sticks out to people when they're looking at their win-loss record in recent times. But stylistically, that's what I'm excited about, right? Because we're looking at this Heroic roster as being very tactical on the T side. They have a great approach. They can string out these rounds. They're very good. I'm calling them fakey boys, right? They're throwing a lot of fakes. But the problem is, when you come up to a brick wall that could be the Na'Vi side of things on the CT, you got your Simples, your Electronics, Flamey showing some good form recently, not even giving out high fives to Perfecto. That could be a real problem, because if they don't move, if they stay stoic, they don't get faked out, they come in and they multi-frag, that is what I'm most excited about. So the style today is going to be late round Counter-Strike and seeing how these young guns on the Heroic side clash with some stars from the CIS region.
Bang on, and we have seen Na'Vi so far playing against the lower end of the table. We have seen very few against the tier 1, sort of, well, not tier 1, but the top end. So they did fight against Ents and they lost that. Outside of that, though, they did well against the lower end of things. So I hope today is more of a test as to what to expect. As you can see it kind of posted up there. They've done well against the God Sense. They've done well against Argo. They've done well against OG.
Big Win's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah. That's the one that stands out. But of course, Ents then to counteract that too.
And I think now that we've just seen G2 lose, I'm pretty sure they're out of contention. I don't want to double down on that. I'm pretty sure they're out of contention. I'm 95% that now that last game maybe doesn't hold as much weight for G2 as what it probably would have if they'd just picked up that game against Ago. So going forward into the last game of the day for Na'Vi, or last game of the series for Na'Vi, maybe it does get a little bit easier for them. So this Heroic game, we were building up as a potential do or die. Na'Vi have a chance to lock themselves in the playoffs with this win, I do believe, right here. But we do need to look at the battleground, right, Alex?
Yeah, we're going to rewin up the maps. They're going to appear now. The power is invested in me by the magical people of ESL.
We should ordain you.
I would like that.
We should do that. Now, there'll be no Vertigo. Yeah. Na'Vi, ladies and gentlemen, will be banning Vertigo. Surprise, surprise. Heroic will be banning Dust 2. There you go. And then the map picks, I'm not sure. I think maybe a punish pick of Overpass from Heroic would make sense as their first one. The second one, I don't know. Like, you could pick a lot of maps here. Inferno, Nuke. Yeah, Nuke's going to come through. And then this is probably going to leave us for a third map ending somewhere around a Train. Both teams relatively proficient on Train. Have seen Heroic with some up and down results in that in recent times. So Mirage will go out from that of Heroic. That will probably leave us with that Inferno ban for Na'Vi and then Train as the decider. So this is a tough series for me to call, because for me, with Na'Vi, it's about the type of squad that turns up in the server. Yeah. I know that sounds ridiculous.
No, it's always been the case, hasn't it? You don't know until you see in the server if they're having some unnecessary argument in the middle of their rounds again. You know, like this has been the story for as long as they've existed. It is definitely a different approach, but of course you can't argue with the results. You can't argue with the history, and definitely kings of the CIS Counter-Strike Castle. We've seen, of course, they were previous to champions of ESL 1 Cologne, but now years has passed, and now we're preparing to see if they can really find that right mix. Of course, we had always one player not showing up to the plate. We have your triple, electronic flamey simple. That's the world beaters, which you have this point cast perfectly, a perfecto boomage. But when one of them is absent, often it doesn't seem like that is enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, no, and that's
barbecue sauce.
I went with ketchup, but it was still pretty tasty regardless. Now, I just want to quickly give people the idea of what happened in the last two Overpass showings from Na'Vi, building on your point. Alex 16-9 lost to NIP 8 loss to OG. That one really stands out to me. So this is why I think it's a bit more of a punish coming through from Heroic, who will be starting on the T side of this map right here. But one of the men, and then this one right here, there he is, that guy right there. He is going to be key for me, going for information players against the fakey boys, right? Because we know that Heroic will throw the nades and then they leave territory. A lot of teams, they leave somebody around. I think Heroic are actually very good at evacuating and knowing that they can get away with it. Boomich is a good space taker. He's someone who can get information for the team, and hopefully that will put Simple and Electronic in the right places. But we have to, like I said, we have to wait and see, because Simple's been still playing fantastic CS.
I love the fact the conversation could completely change when you address Na'Vi, right? So as I said, if you put one map in and we know which Na'Vi we're getting, we can make it tailored towards that. But it is an unknown element. We wondered about Heroic, but they've got themselves together. This is going to be a good one, Alex.
It absolutely is, Lauren. And as they prepare, mouse and keyboard in hand, we take to our seats. I hope you are comfortable too. You've got your friends around you, you've got your friends on TeamSpeak, Discord, whatever voice over internet protocol provider you prefer. Friends, or you're doing it solo. I've been doing a lot of that recently. Welcome. Let's get into it. Heroic and Na'Vi jumping into the action. We turn the lights off so I can see the screen, and we get this one started. Second game of the day. And Tessus already looking to make some space towards Monta, running in anti-flash. There's a lot of CTs there to receive them. They're practically all 5 here. And they were ready. Nico does draw first blood, though, and they've already got a goosh. Oh, God, look at the flurry of frags. Electronic and Perfecto going to try and stabilize just a little. Of course. Here's Heroic, ladies and gentlemen. This is how they work.
Fakey boys. Fakey boys. They rush.
Whatever.
We lost it.
I was going to try and take the song somewhere else, but you're right there, Alex. You were bang on. Look how much space Cadian's taken.
Footsteps.
And they're going to rotate out, and then back towards the B-bomb side. The bomb goes. Funny that.
Like that a whole lot. And if you can stay alive, do a bit of damage, even better. But yeah, now you're like, wait, I don't hear it. Oh, dearie me. Right, round we go. Electronics off. No kid, of course. Now that extra time coming back in. He doesn't know if they've pushed up lower towards Graffiti, towards CT. They could be anywhere, but we know where they are. One's on short. Now Borup's going for a bit of a walk around. So Electronics still dangerous as ever, but the time is a massive factor now. And there it goes. So nicely done by Heroic, even in the first round, showing that little bit of style we love to see.
Yeah, and that's hopefully going to be the name of the game, and how Na'Vi deal with that is going to be their key to success right here today. Just taking a look at Simple's performances so far within the Pro League, Godsent was their opening matchup. He had 36 frags in the first game, 17 for 7 in the second. You move forward, that end series that you were talking about, Lauren, he went 20 for 18 and then 15 for 24. That was his worst performance.
What a quiet game.
Yeah, but then you got 26 kills, 34 kills, 36 kills, 29 kills, 32 kills, 21, 24. If you have someone who's consistently getting 20 plus frags every single match, well, that's why I probably call him the GOAT. They're back on the beat.
Yeah, they're going to use these Mac 10s as best they can. Flashes are there. But it does need a little bit of a call-in of the big guns. For the AK with Nico. Let's see what these Deagles, these CZs, these Scouts
damage
can achieve. And yeah, you're right. The damage is there. Borup's a little low, as is Nico. So, and the isolation of Tessus. If he tries to cross back over, Simple, I feel like he's going to get a tag on him. Actually doesn't quite in an awkward moment, but they've backed away. They've taken a pause for thought, and they've weathered the initial storm both sides. But now we have to consider, where do these rotations go? This will cost Na'Vi positioning now.
Yeah, I think the positive sign for them is once those pistols strike onto Borup and Nico, it's only one bullet necessary to make them hit the dirt. Tessus and Cadian are going to be the two having to do a lot of the heavy lifting. So you have two choices. You either use the low HP as bait to trade out onto efficiently, risking multi-kill potential if you don't go for wide spacing, or you try and have your higher HP players go in first to keep those numbers alive and give you this 4-on-4, at least as it will appear on the top of the scoreboard. Smoke towards the B site. The rotation still very close on over. Electronic will stay on A right now. He's just poshed up towards long, and the faking style of Heroic means that you'll always see the CT striking out a little bit. Missed Molly means Barrel is a problem.
Right, Cadian now tagged up as well. That's 3 low players. Let's see who got the damage going. That's Borup to find Boomich. Not bad, but Flamey's still there. Tessus becomes the big man. He's still pretty until then. Simple takes him down, and suddenly here comes the threats. Oh my word, you're ambitious as hell, aren't you, Simple? Hoping for one of those to hit, knowing the damage they've inflicted is very real, but now with the bomb against them, Borup spots out Simple. Don't play with that. We don't play these games. But no kit for the CTs. I don't see one down unless I'm missing it. Let's see what they can do. They don't know how low these guys are. That Mac 10 could shred through them all. Maybe Cadian a little bit trickier than before, but I think the CTs realised it. Time's up. Yeah. Get out of there. It was all possible. Simple leaves a parting gift to Nico. Oh my word. It's always so dangerous. Okay. 2 rounds for Heroic.
Got barbecue sauce on my bloody shirt.
Oh dear, ladies.
Alex, you want to go wash it off?
No, I'm going
Alex, go wash it off. Don't leave it on there. It'll stain.
We'll deal with this. You deal with that.
Please, I don't want
We're
you to
only
mess up
around
your
2.
lovely
It is
shirt.
the
I like
second
it.
series.
Oh.
Well, now he's going to be in a tiz, isn't he?
No, he'll be fine. He'll
All
get
right.
it off. It's all right. Speaking of tiz, though, a bit of a rough one here for Na'Vi, right?
Well, I think those saved weapons are going to make them look a little bit more deadly than otherwise. You can see some nades, upgraded boomage going for this Zeus. That CZ75 was dropped across to Perfecto right here, and Electronic holding on to the Mac 10. So this is still dangerous for Heroic, who once again want to be at least setting the pace over towards B. Hello! Boomage on Acadians down, will get the trade, but that's a quick frag to lose, and they do find themselves immediately into a 4-on-4.
I love that.
Nice little surf.
That was amazing. The surfing just right to the face. Very uncompromising, isn't it? It's quite an intimidation factor. Obviously now on the other side, rifles going to be shuffled back through. So all 40s going to be posted up with rifles. But they're not in a hurry. Obviously you want to find out what you're up against. Any stacks, any sort of, misery business going on. So time will be taken.
It's mainly simple scout that they want to avoid within these early stages, because if he can get a couple of tags up, that softens them up for the pistols and the SMGs on the side of things for Na'Vi, and the remaining players are Flamey, Electronic and Perfecto. So boosting on up, but, well, as we can see, back to A, they go. Meanwhile, you've got some nades being thrown out from Stown. He's actually smoked off towards Heaven, just keeping them busy on that side of the map, and it will just be Electronic having to jiggle around, jump, and see if he can get that early information to call in the rotation. So actually dipping on back down through Bank. He's left at the wrong time. Bit of a unfortunate rotation coming on through, as we will just see Heroic walk up through long. They're going to get the site for free. Nice wide spacing coming in from the final player. Anti-flash there. That was good observing. Thank you, Rush.
How did they sell this B fake?
It didn't really. I think just Na'Vi gambled.
Okay.
It was just Down throwing quite a simple smoke towards Heaven, and then a gamble call coming in from that of Na'Vi. They're planning bank side, which means they might want to be postured a little bit more forward towards the drop down. And Nico's taking full control. Look at this, simple as you like. 1, 2, 3, 4 headshots galore. And
it was a very
third round.
Satisfying round. We had the great solution at the start.
Yes, we
and
did.
then just that little moment. Nice and tight.
Did we get the sound effect?
Yeah, I did. I
on
managed it.
Look at this.
Wasn't as nice as it should have been.
Not this.
This was pretty lovely. I mean, you knew that they were all rotating into his domain, and he understood the perfect balance between not wasting all your bullets, but throwing down suppressing fire, isolating his jewels. Cadian's got a smile on his face and a haircut on his head.
So all power for Simple here on the first gun round. Going to be very important to keep track of how his fragging will go down. Electronic having the solo responsibility of holding A early. He's just pushed forward, listened for information. Now he's dipped on back, jump spotting for long. There is a timer on this kind of a play when you only have one individual over towards the A side of things. If you look at your radar, you can see that we have 2 players committed towards the monster side of things, spamming through the boards right now is Boomage, and helping from Heaven with the AWP is Simple. Now Simple loves playing in rotation. He can get the information from his teammates, and he can put himself in the right place for the right time. And now that Electronic has been flashed on off, that might be the cue for Simple to rotate over towards the other side of the map. Still jump peeking, eventually smoked out. And now you can see him making his way back up to help his duo of Electronic. Quite the potent names in the server here today.
Yeah. Simple. Cadian actually, both going to be the first to fire off some shots. Simple just tagging one, clips the wings. Nico not going to be able to fly too far. 45 seconds, Simple ops for bank. Bomb on down. They can still pivot, but they've got a perfect spread of CTs right now.
Simple's going to flash here, I think. Oh, re-smoking towards the bathroom position, and the flash might be good too.
That's a look. No one there.
And they haven't heard anything either, so B have to stay planted.
Yeah, you can see the usual being put up by those B players. Smoke towards Monster, flash towards Short. It's all there. I think Boomage is starting to come around though. Did they see that second player? I think they did. Electronic still stands. It's incredibly impressive he did this much, but now support's on the way.
Yeah, rotates in. Simple about to be needed down to 25. That one hurt. Planting the smokes down with just a couple of seconds to spare. Does get it in. Flash and frag. Simple executes Bora. More to be needed from Stown, but unfortunately unable to deliver. Cadian 4 players all hoping to find him. And he calls the bluff on the fake. Simple. Spotted. Needs to check it, and now the spray's just not quite there. It's Perfecto on the 10-second defuse and does eventually pull it across the line. He gifted an AK for his troubles as well. So we'll see how that one started. This was Simple just taking down the prong on long. And that frag through Boomich. See that from the first time around. Look at that stuff. Whoa, that is a stylish Zeus. I didn't get to see that live yet. Lots of different perspectives. It's an interesting poster you've got there above your sofa.
Was it nice?
It's interesting.
I didn't see it.
Same.
I was getting back in the Skybox.
Are you back?
I should be back.
Cool. So we can just shout for...
Yeah, if you want anything checked out from any perspectives, let me know. Cool. If the viewers at home want anything broken down in the post-game segments, I need some inspiration, guys. I've seen everything a million times. So anything...
Can they reach out to you, Chat?
I use the hashtag #ClipItChat, and I'll be checking that as the games progress. And
just tweet him at Sponge, really.
Well, we actually have a hashtag that we used in back-to-back Pro League seasons last year, Lauren, so I really appreciate it.
Really popular, of course.
Was a good segment, actually.
Fantastic segment. The ClipItChats went down.
ClipItChats.
The ClipItChats. That's what they were referred to.
Everybody was.
Everyone was on the ClipItChat train. So if you just want to, get off that hate train, that'd be nice.
Choo-choo. Down we go.
Choo.
Oh, these boys are spicy today. Boomich is in a little bit of trouble. We had bodies and.
All right.
Yep.
Nice shot there from Nico. I think this one's done. The save call might have to come in from Navi. I know it is Electronic and Simple left alive. But Nade's not going to do an awful lot, and getting back into a 5-on-2 retake on the B bomb site. They actually want to hunt.
Damn, and Simple is going to lose his life. Nico's got 2 of these frags, 20 HP from the start. And when he's got that flair to his play, he is truly one of the more intimidating Nicos in the servers. Really, really excited to see that this is the player that showed up to the Heroic plays today. What's their scoreline at the moment in that round robin, Chad?
Heroic?
Yeah.
Let me just bring it up. Navi are 4-1.
So that's what. So I know that they're above them. Navi and Ents are at the top.
I think that Heroic are sitting at 3-2 right now.
Okay.
Just double check because we had G2 coming in today at 2-3. Now they're going to be sitting at 2-4. Just make sure I get this right. I'm 99.9% sure it's 3-2 right now for Heroic. Just waiting for our routing to get on through as Navi will be taking a timeout. The first one here of our second series of the day. Yeah, Heroic are 3-2 at the moment. Navi are 4-1. Big are 4-2. And also at 4-2. So Heroic can keep their head above water with this win here. You see the scores so far. Not too many frags being netted within the first 5 rounds. But Nico with 213 points of ATR. He's off to an absolute flyer. It's great to see Nico, being able to perform to this level. I remember back when he was on teams with MSL, it's such a great teammate. Well, here he's not only a good teammate, he's one of the workhorses of the team. I think Nico and Stown are the 2 ones who stick on out. Not like sore thumbs, but diamonds. And then when you get the Tessus and the Bo-Rup performances coming on through, wow, the team looks good. Real good.
Yeah, they really can turn up. Or tore up. It's Tessus and Bo-Rup. 2 of the bigger players out of the squad. Did a little bit of a lick of flame to Stown's toes there, but a name not to be forgotten in that list. And so we're into the 6th round of play, our second series of the day. The active CT side. Yeah, I mean, this corner will be checked. Likely mollied, but look at the way Nico's doing this. Robotic, and now as he was that clear, no! He slept on the closed corner. Electronic's patience prevails, and now he's got an AK for the rest of this round.
You can see A is completely open though. With Electronic push down and connect, the Simple had to rotate all the way back over from B. So this was a gamble call, and the safer way to rotate out is actually back through the soy. It doesn't seem like it, but this is much smarter than going back up those stairs into Party and into the hands of Heroic, who are waiting up top. Now they'll have 2 players over towards the A side of things as Boomich is on the scene. Flamey now coming over as well. Bit of a switcheroo for round number 6. And the force by coming through for Navi with his SMGs and lower utility, including the FAMUS. It's working out wonders. Now in limbo, they need connector, Heroic. So they're clearing this out, making sure Electronic hasn't stuck around.
Yep. Punished. Boomich finds it. Very hard to find a way back in now with 30 seconds left. You just got to give it your best shot. Cadian is going to line up the smoke. It will achieve very little in the grand scheme of things because it's so clearly coming towards this side. Simple flash though. That buys them some room. Now flanking perhaps. Tessa's caught with a nade in his hand. Simple wants to stop everything here. Pushing through. Forup does line up too. He's only got 6 seconds though, and unfortunately, no time to plant, no time to frag, and
killing
him after the time. That is brilliant. It's rare to see a player hold his nerve and hold his trigger like that. Had him ready on his plate and just waiting until the bell rung.
Wow, that's good stuff to see.
Really nice. You can see what that's done to his economy when we cut back to that HUD. Heads-up display.
Do you know what GUI stands for?
Game user interface?
I think that's it. I don't know.
Yeah.
We used to call them GUIs.
I do think in a different life, I'd have been quite good at the user experience. You know, like deciding basically how humans think when presented with like an app or a website.
Okay.
I think that's an interesting part of technology.
Can I point something out? There's some boys there. They were bottom left, second in. And they like change rooms. When I was watching last night, they're in like a kind of cinema room now, and then I saw them in another room. There was
hopping around the house.
Them there at the
Do we
moment.
know their story? Like, who are you people?
Who are you?
Yeah, tweeted us.
Please let us know who you are and where you are.
You know a lot about us. Tell us something about you.
We want to get to know you guys.
I'm noticing a lot of familiar faces tuning into the fan cams every day, so it's not just us losing our minds watching Counter-Strike. Other people want to do it with us. That's great. We're on this journey together.
Shared madness really is quite an enjoyable experience, clearly. The Eagles out. Clock. And flashes. Cadian. This should be a swift one.
Catch that, down.
Oh god, the timing couldn't have been worse. Nico finds Perfecto, puts Flamey into a bit of bother, but should stabilize. There it is. Stability through Simple. Lovely stuff.
Alright, simple as you like here. We'll just be Cadian last man standing. Any damage he can do is good stuff, because you can see that Na'Vi, their bank hasn't swelled out of control yet. They've actually been kept relatively honest so far with the reinvestments necessary within the early stages of the game. The rounds have been back and forth from round 3. And this time, Na'Vi will be breaking serve and posting 2 of their own in a row. So we spoke about their woes on this map. 2 recent losses, NIP and OG, single-digit games. Cadian making sure he keeps this one costly, but Boomage takes him on down, and that's round 3 posted on the board. So the guns will come back out. Cadian has enough to get his AWP in play if he would like it, and there you see it being purchased on in. Just down catching that nade, look at him flying through the sewers. Oh, okay. Nice one, Simple.
Reasonable.
You always love a good wallbang.
Oh, it's back. I really want him to make that his brand. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
Just he has the binds of it. He's got the t-shirt coming out. He's got it all. Like, make it his catchphrase. Oh.
Smoke dropping in there.
I think I only missed from the Na'Vi side. I might go back and check that one out. A much slower start to round number 8.
Boomage should find Tessus if he hadn't made that executive decision to back away. Realizing he's better off just alive than anything else. Electronic might get more than he bargained for on this sweep. Wow, very precise into Tessus, but traded. And lucky for Nico, he opted for the low HP on his teammate first. Boomage on a very fast flank, so he can confirm that they can stack in right sight. So this is valuable information.
Oh, this is what I was talking about in the pre-show with Boomage taking space. Normally it's over towards the B side of things, but with all of this stolen over towards A, if he plays to contain and locks down this rotation from Heroic, Na'Vi could be onto something here.
Passive Perfecto is playing on Barrel's position, and now Boomage does take down the boost. Oh, gets warned off, but 3 on 4, 35 seconds. This is the hit. Smokes are blooming for both sides. Perfecto catching a good deal of nade damage, but Cadian catches again from Boomage. He's just the spanner stopping this machine from functioning correctly. Clean onto another Nico one for the ace. Wow. He's very sharp as Nico, but recovery, and it's Boomage to find his 8th frag in that round. So round 9, overpass Heroic's pick, and down to the 2500 mark. So it will just be the Eco, a pistol of choice,
wouldn't mind digging into that a little bit more. So we were talking a lot about how Heroic do these fakes, right? And that comes off the fact that they can earn map control respect. It's the idea that they could be anywhere, anytime with the lion's share of their forces. Having connected control, that's one of the keys into making sure they can rotate between these bomb sites in mid to late rounds and continue to do those fakes. Now, Boomich, he is taking a risk by pushing, right? There's always a chance someone could be around the corner. But if he takes that space and he contains, getting kills is even better. But if he contains and makes sure when they do rotate back for the fake, he gets a kill, slows them down. We know that Heroic do like late round plays. So this is a key for Na'Vi right now. If they're able to keep it up, it will change Heroic's play style. It might make them more direct.
A big shout out to Nico for the coolest Tech 9 as well. Flash is good. Simple's fragging though. I thought he hit that for a second. For the greatest of flicks. They do get Horum into the site. It's very short term though, as the Flash returns the vision to Electronic. He will return the bullets to Heroic. Spots one jumping for confirmation. The Stoun's in the toilets, but they are backing away. Na'Vi not going to let them retreat without some warning shots and some info pushes. Electronic quickly in pursuit of info. And he catches them crossing down towards that B site. This is not so much fun for the Heroic gang.
I'm liking this stylistically. It's going to force Heroic to play a different style of Counter-Strike than we're seeing. There was Boomich trying to hoover up some of that space. It's a weapon, but it's hard to see how Heroic get in this round on this HP.
Yeah, I mean, Stan would have to have not been spotted to start things off. Don't know how they're supposed to get that bomb down. Nico's giving them a little bit of room, but it's short-lived again. Kaden will scoop up the M4 for Perfecto, jumping for info. They did well to find a couple of frags, but Na'Vi do string together a nice 2-pair, or rather 4 rounds now in a row. So 4 to 5. Cash back in the Heroic camp.
If it is just the hard B coming out from Heroic as the pace change, or at least going into the B site to try and mix things up, we know that Na'Vi love a good 4-man B lean at the start of the round. They're more than happy to let Electronic play solo. This time that won't be the case. As you can look at the radar, you see Simple in tandem with him as they double Molotov. So that's one towards the playground position and one towards the lip of the stairs there. Tastas has to respect the second. That'll slow down his ascent. But that's not where the attack's coming on through. They've taken sewer. They're trying to get connector. They need to force that respect I was talking about into Na'Vi so that they're not just pushing and taking territory off of them.
It takes time and it takes a great amount of skill to be able to do that to this caliber of player. And Na'Vi will love to do this to you until you break it. Flash comes in, they try and play off the back. Electronic unfazed and unmoved. Simple's got his back, so you can stay pretty firm in your beliefs. As already Nico's fallen foul to it, and Electronic hasn't fully shown the intentions here, which I like. Still plenty to be played for and room to be controlled.
Timing could not have been better, just as Kaden switched to his util. Another round looking to be converted. Down trying to rock the boat. Bomb's on its way towards A. CT's likely tucking into the site, if not rotating further. There's not much reason to. Still set up. Borup's heading back towards spawn without bombs, so it will be the finish towards the B site. It's down to try and convince us whether or not we should be getting any louder.
Oh, that smoke coming down right now is going to buy them until roughly 16, 17 seconds. They have to go through this. They have to make something of it.
So, open over now, shut down. As soon as that smoke went up, you saw the odds just teetering over, and a team ace. Every single player getting 1 kill on the opposition. 6-4 Na'Vi. This is the weird thing with Na'Vi. Again, sometimes I feel like the caliber of teams they play against, when they play against your higher end teams, they decide to turn up more. I don't know if it encourages it or if it plays better to them.
I think this, like the stylistic matchup that I was presenting at the start, is one of the most curious things about this. If Na'Vi weren't playing well individually, then them getting strung out by these fakes, or even just a heads-up counter, like the initial duels they went over towards the A site right there, that would open the door. But because it's more limped out, more individual from Heroic, if they win their heads-up fights on the Na'Vi side of things, they have the number advantage, and then they don't have to move. You saw there, Perfecto and Flame, you could just say exactly where they were, but B, we're going again. Good trades.
God, this is brutal to watch. It's actually worked out favourably for once, though. Flame and Perfecto down.
Okay, well, the rotation has come in, and now the faking can begin. So they got those openings, and now we have 1:20 left on the clock. So at this point, this is exactly what Heroic want. When you get that far into the B side of things, especially with 2 opening kills, the rotation has to be respected. You have to move on over. You can't give up a bomb site completely. And that's why we see right now with this lovely observing, in limbo is Electronic trying his very best to get back towards the A side of things. He'll be there, but the bomb is still all the way back towards T-spawn.
Cadian's got a lot to do here, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Electronic holding the tightest of lines. It's not to stop the plant. They won't be able to stop the plant. Molotov tucks Cadian in even more. High flash, Simple indicating his arrival. Electronic does catch one crossing, which can find his kill in bank, and Cadian nearly gets both. Testus to save the day. Electronic a triple kill already. Armor and an AK. No head armor though, so this M4 even the more deadly. Boomich crawling in from toilets. Testus has got a chance here, but it's going to come down to timing. Electronics on the hunt. This is the first frag he needed. Testus makes quite the announcement. He needs a second. Boomich crossing to the site. He goes for the fight. Boomich saves the day for Na'Vi, and they get another round. This is getting silly now. That's going to be 6 in a row. 6 CT rounds posted from Na'Vi in succession.
Well, the loss bonus as 3,400 means that Heroic will be able to buy with that plant, so that was never in question. But the damage they were able to do with just pistols, you can see exactly the game plan that they're going for. Electronic patient, realizing that that space could have been taken, not taking any risks on his own. And now, let's see what Heroic want to go for to mix things back up. Quite a lot of them over towards A. This looks like a big pace change. Oh, never mind. Let's tape it on out once again.
How does Simple get out of this? Technically, they could have been up, but he's made it away. No one there to capitalize on his aggression, or should I say not capitalize, but punish the aggression. Stound's going to be tested a touch, but he's fine. He's making presence noted. He's keeping them somewhat humble. No free information can be found.
The more Boomich jumps and baits in that regard, the more utility and the slower approach that Stan will have to take on that side of the map, not knowing if any flashes are going to come through. But we can see time and time again, Monster seems to be the real lockdown point for Na'Vi. The bomb in backyard, and this is the default spread from Heroic, right? Check this out. All across the map, they want to force the CTs back, so they have to play the bomb sites. That is the key to their game plan. It's simple. Well, he gets an absolute freebie. Tassus looking at the ground, trying to line up a smoke. And there's another opening for Na'Vi.
Good play from Simple, holding them just enough of an off angle. Fakes up on Jail. Tapping away at the toes of Bora. Bombs delivered to the tunnel, so not anything. Oh,
nice. Nice crossfire. Everything fell into place at the right time. Boomich able there to secure the intention of the T's to try and trade back in order to get some presence towards that B side, but by now, the 2 remaining are kind of being closed in on here.
Yeah, this is really good stuff. The default, if we get pushed back, they find the opening, they push forward, the rotation with Boomich coming in. Now it's Cadian and Burrow wanting to go for the save. Na'Vi, if they wanted to have enough of a bank to constitute sending 1 or 2 players out for a kill, and Burrow, now that the pressure has been applied, has to see if he can get out of dodge, and he cannot. Perfecto with the AUG takes him down, and it will just be Cadian killing him after the time. Electronic, he's right in front of you. Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, he died after time, so for poor Cadian, that's not great. Take a look at the bottom right of your screen. 150, bottom of the barrel. No loss bonus coming through because he died after the time. If you're not so familiar with Counter-Strike on the T side, if you're trying to save those guns and time has expired, you die after that, you do not get a loss bonus. The loss bonus would have been 3,400. Now he has absolutely nothing. This was the opening from Simple onto Tassus. Look at this. He is looking down at the ground, trying to line up the long smoke to obscure vision, not expecting them to be posted forward. And that was Burrow up, going down. Look at this.
Oh, peculiar.
Not one there, but regardless, it worked out even better. I think if Electronic had pulled the trigger before, having a bit of a giggle Perfecto there, wondering how that one unfolded. Cadian will be dropped across the Deagle, so he's operating with just that Deagle, nothing else. The only other thing he could afford in the entire game,
Decoy. Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So probably going to be holding on to those $150 as he's been shaking his tin to his teammates, hoping for a handout. He's been given one. Money looking great on the Na'Vi side of things, but getting broken on a round like this as we taper into the later stages of the first half, that could mean a spree of rounds coming through on the board for Heroic. We do have a technical timeout here, so hopefully we get this one back underway ASAP for everybody at home. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
How's your day been?
Pretty good. Yeah, no, I love this. It's having a nice routine. You get to drive to work. The hotel's awesome. You know, it's like a little kitchenette.
Feels like real life.
It does actually feel like real life. It's not like from event to event like normal one where you're on a plane twice a week. I get to go to the gym. I go to a personal trainer. I'm really happy with things at the moment, Lauren. Life's good.
Alex, how's your day been?
It's been okay. It's not my favourite. I got barbecue sauce on my shirt. So obviously.
And I really like that shirt. I know it's been quite like
it'll come out.
Point.
Taz. I think there is just a tying procedure that I haven't mastered.
We'll work it out. I'm sure
exactly.
we can.
I do think it holds weight. Other than that, I'm feeling good.
Nice.
I'm enjoying the fact that Na'Vi looked like the Na'Vi that lift trophies. Good
That is
to see.
exciting. Feels like we haven't seen they've been okay. I just don't think we'd seen like the high point, right?
Yeah, they always speak about it. That's hard in the interviews when we ask them, "Oh, we're not at LAN, we're not at this. It's hard with the team environment." I think that we've heard from some good individuals, especially Magic, saying, "You know, it's online. You have to adapt. This is the world we find ourselves in now." But we're getting off topic, Lauren. How was your day been?
Thank you for asking. It was a poor start, if I'm honest. It was a really shaky start. You guys put on some fun music in the car, which cheered me up a bit. I basically didn't sleep. You know, when I was explaining to him earlier, you guys, chat and play along with us, of course. You wake up and you think you've overslept, and it was like 3 a.m. And I was like, oh, it's 3 in the afternoon. I'll really mess this one up.
Jeez.
Wasn't the case. So yeah, just had a really bad night's sleep. But you guys cheered me up. Had a nice day. My pen then broke, got ink all over my hand.
Real small setback that doesn't faze me.
Really, yeah.
Crying,
Had a little weep, but been nice. Been a cheerful day, and chat's been quite funny today, which I enjoyed. Yeah, no, I like it when they do the little like weird Pepe stuff, and it makes me smile. I don't know why.
The Peepo things.
Yeah, the Peepo stuff and the Pepes.
How about you, Rush? How are you doing?
Doing okay. I'm feeling very energized at the moment for some reason. It could have been the coffee.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, that's it.
How are you doing, Chad? Are you well?
We already covered me.
Oh, okay. How's Lauren doing?
We went around the circle. Lauren's doing good.
Is Alex doing all right?
No, Alex isn't. Alex is he's a bit upset about his shirt. But
the barbecue sauce.
Yeah, but we can fix the shirt. We just take it to the hotel and say, hi.
You clean satin.
You get it washed professionally by the hotel. Don't worry about it. You don't need to do it yourself. We have people for this. We also have across the road a laundry place where you can go in, you can use your broken German, you can be all pouty sad face and they'll help you.
Okay.
It's going to be fine. Worst case, Alex. Worst case, get your phone out right now.
Yeah.
You know that shirt that I ordered said it was too big?
Yeah.
I immediately just ordered another one.
You did. And I really like the fact that I get to wear the extra big one.
Yeah.
So I might wear that.
Looks great on you as
I might try that one out.
Just can't wear it on the same day.
Yeah. I mean...
We could.
We could.
You want one as well?
Match the uniform, the lumberjack.
I don't know if I can look any gayer than I already do.
The denim is a strong look.
Yeah.
It definitely does kind
Putting
of...
on any plaid really just...
Whoa,
it's over.
The plaid
it's over
shirt,
the top.
it's crossing a line. It is.
All right, well, I understand.
But no,
I don't want to force any fashion choices on you.
yeah, no worries. Chat, how are you guys doing? You happy or sad? Well, let me talk to
her.
them.
Talk to her friends.
These are my little humans.
She's nice to them, they're nice to her.
Okay,
Yeah.
have a nice relationship.
And you know what? They're the people that spend every single week, they tune in, and they get to enjoy being part of our lives. So I like to include them once in a while, because it's kind of nice.
Oh, now this guy...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
There's a bad one.
Just a big shout out to Cool Man 420. He's a man after my own heart.
Okay.
He's called Sad Idiot. And he says, Machine's got barbecue sauce on his shirt, the most relatable man in esports.
Oh, that's so nice.
Big love to you, for all you other clumsy gamers out there. I also had a bit of a nightmare. Chad, have you ever got... I didn't realise the stickiness of milk.
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't considered milk to be like a sticky substance until I lost the lid for my protein shake last night. And so I tried to kind of... it was I put like my coffee, you know, the top of a coffee cup. I kind of held that over the top and shook.
It's like he's making a martini or something.
Yeah, and there was just little spots of sticky milk all over my house.
Okay. Did you leave the sign on the door so your room could be clean?
I didn't want to, Chad. It was too suspicious.
Now you have to clean it up.
Yes. I've got the soap from the
there's
bathroom.
a sponge. No. Have you looked in your cupboard?
There's a whole cleaning.
There's a sponge and there's also paper towel.
Yes, I've been using a lot of the paper towel.
Well, that's in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Lauren, you're disgraceful.
I'm so sorry. You keep saying these things.
Bloody mind out of the gutter.
In our house, Lauren, we have an absurd amount of paper towel. More paper towel than anybody needs.
Alex proof.
Did you buy this during the...
No, I brought it because of Alex.
Is he just a messy person?
Upon arrival to the Maltese house, where Henry had warned me, by the way, Chad's just like a bit fussy about the house, so just make sure you do the rules, and it'll be okay. So I showed up, and the first, pretty much my first day, I picked up a jar of salsa. I picked up a jar of salsa and smashed it on the ground. I don't think that was my intention. No, I can't remember how. I think I just washed my hands, freshly lubricated hands.
You were putting it away. You were trying to help.
I was trying to tidy up the fajita chilies.
Oh, it's not you trying to
help. And I just smashed tomato sauce all over the kitchen.
But I also went and I purchased, Lauren, I purchased a steam mop because with a lot of spillages, a steam mop is perfect.
He really likes the steam mop.
Right.
It's a good steam mop. Have you ever used a steam mop?
No. I've used a steamer and a mop. I've never combined the two.
Question to look more interested.
How did it go?
There you go.
Well, we haven't had to use it that much because he hasn't been spilling that many things.
And I'm getting up on time. I'm fast becoming an adult. I am, age 27. How old am I? 27. Okay. That's a very funky looking CCTV camera there, because I don't know where the source of the light is. Can anyone pinpoint where the redness is coming from?
Josh, can we take a look at the truck? Or MC, there's a truck in T-spawn.
Whoa, this is
want to go first. No, the truck in T-spawn behind the fence.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So this is this a flower truck or a painting? We'll go on the side. Let's have a look here. The Blumen. There has to be a flower truck.
Blumen is flowers.
But why have they got paint cans in the back?
Probably
they're ammo cans.
Oh my God. Okay, the law.
Oh, the law.
Okay, so the terrorists, they've rocked on up to somewhere in Germany, apparently, in a flower truck. They've jumped on out. They have this ladder over the fence. I'm not sure why the ladder.
Climbed over the ladder.
If you're terrorists, wouldn't you just come in here and cut down the fence like it's some reverse or something? Truck through the fence?
That's not very subtle, though.
I don't want to be announcing.
They don't want to be subtle while running around with AK-47s.
Your default starts with an unannounced presence taking space, denying it with utility.
All right. You're all right.
You know it starts quiet.
You're right.
It ends loud. And it was locked. Look at that lock. That looks, to be fair, that's comically easy to cut.
Yeah,
actually, Valve have made that like a nice little, lock-picking, lawyer-approved, multi-gold.
A couple more textures on it.
Triple. Yeah, goodness me. There's about 4 polygons there.
Let's have to.
Well, let's take a look at some other. Hey, Rush, I'm going to play a game with you.
What up?
Can you find the wheelbarrow on this map?
The wheelbarrow? Oh my goodness.
Good luck, mate.
Easy.
Good luck, my friend.
Oh, I don't think it's over here. I'm pretty sure it's not long.
Think about it. Where would
it be?
They removed the bike.
Yeah, it's in the way.
It was in the way.
Okay, if you need a wheelbarrow for something, what would you be using it for?
Cement. Oh, I know. Damn.
Yes. I actually legit don't know anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's on a roof somewhere. Go to a roof.
Spawn and go towards A. Take a look at left.
That's a lawn.
In the window. Go back.
In the window?
In the window.
No way.
No.
Why are you looking in there, dude?
I have to look at every detail as a Counter-Strike analyst, as somebody who takes their job seriously, Rush. I need to know where every prop on every map is at all times.
I guess so.
Professional here.
I wish we had Counter-Strike.
Alex, don't talk about more fun content.
I like that.
I get excited and then it never happens.
We don't have time for content.
Of course we do.
When? I work 7 days a week.
Oh.
When do you sleep?
At night time.
And how about, rather than watching the 2 games that are relevant other than a recap once in a while, you go, I'll socialise with my friends in a way that can create content so it's even related. I like that one.
Dragon Law.
Dragon Law.
Yeah.
Flowers are pretty too. Maybe this is the tease, trying to look like the flower
and they're not very good at it.
Yeah.
Oh, smart.
Right, so they painted like children.
Well, maybe that's all they can do, Chad. I imagine the education system isn't fantastic in this fictional land.
Have you seen my handwriting? It looks like my education system is terrible.
Look at that bomb breathing.
I don't like it. Stop
kind
it. We go elsewhere.
Making me a little...
We look at a little bunny rabbit.
Is that a Stewie 2K stick on the back of that gun?
Yeah, Electronics got a lovely sticker, and we
please stop looking at the
are unable to stick around, I'm afraid. We've got an announcement. Yes, it's time for a break. We will be taking a quick one. We will come back, though, hoping to get that missing Na'vi member back in the server. Bye. gentlemen, a substitution has been called in. Electronic unable to return to the server, and therefore Na'Vi have fielded a new one. It's Bit standing in for this game, and of course, they'll be taking on Heroic. It was a fantastic showing, and of course, Electronic was part and parcel of that. Let's see how stand-in Bit fares. As his stop Molly does pass the first test, at least the utility's still going to be there. And we can get into the action with Heroic. I've got Pansy and Sponge alongside for the ride. I feel like this ride could get a little bit weird and bumpy now, folks.
Yeah, online Counter-Strike, these things haven't happened too much so far throughout the Pro League, but the issue, hopefully we can move past it quickly. Bit actually from the Na'Vi junior squad, the highest rated player for that team, so they brought in their best man for the job here to replace Electronic. And just to catch you up to speed, Cadian in the previous round number 12 went down after time. That's why he's operating with no armor. Actually came into this round with a drop deagle, which has been swiftly swapped over with Bow up here. So let's keep an eye on how this one progresses. Na'Vi were looking hot to trot before the pause.
Quite exciting to see a young, like a really young player below the kind of up-and-coming standard that we sometimes see. Obviously, not quite Pro League level, but it could be fun to see how well he can slot himself into this and try and keep up and do the best he can, of course. Now, Simple. That's enough of a giveaway to know what's coming his way. Flash towards long, curiously done. Takes his time to walk away and readjust position. So, new look for Simple here.
Not to you, Till. Bits in the right corner. Looking for his first frag, and he does catch Borup with the spray. First down. That was the low HP player, though. There's more to come. Tessa's just on the edge of that smoke. Simple hasn't moved a muscle. Evades the flash. Can contest the plant. Oh. He does have the angle just into the shoulder. Boomich catching another as it fades. Bomb's yet to be planted. They've got 15 seconds. They need frags. They need a plan now. Stone's got one. But that's all. And Na'Vi weather the storm of their first CT round with the standard. Lovely start. Converted nicely. And that puts them back into jeopardy. Poor old Heroic. 3.5. Round 14. You're either going to have AKs and some MAC-10s, or you're going to have a half buy with the SMGs. Oh, okay. I'm actually into this.
Let's go, baby. 4 MAC-10s coming out in a deagle for Tassus here. Utility as well, so this might be a faster play. They can go for really quick connector control. They can try and overwhelm over towards the bathroom positions, put pressure on this new kid. See what he's got. He's dropped the Molotov again. Flashes to come out. Lots of pressure will be applied here.
Has he seen enough? He's seen a few, I think. That's going to be a call for assistance to come in. They're on the way, but he's going to have to deal with it somewhat himself. That's first, that's bomb, not bad. Turns to look for the second, that's a kill. Good enough work to buy some time. Rotations are here.
Yeah, he's done more than you could ask for him. The flash slowed them, his frag slowed them, his smoke slows them. Bit has delivered. And we're now 4 on 3. Tessus yet to really have any impact, considering how influential of a player he can be. This is alarming. Good caught. Good catch, sorry, from Flamey. 4 on 2. Nico's their best bet. A re-smoke, a CT smoke for Boomich to play around. And they're using all their utilities to continue to buy time. And there is absolutely no flank to be concerned about. Perfecto's confirmed that. Nico's going to have to give it a go. Off the flash, in he goes. Finds himself a Simple, maybe a Flamey as well. Oh, goodness, that's the low HP player there. There's still a chance here. If Nico gets another, they're going to throw this round away. Nico gets himself the 4th. And a round becomes reality. After one more frag, Nico has turned this completely upside down. Topsy-turvy, Nico doesn't move. The bait shots from Perfecto still not working out. Nico winning the round by not moving a muscle. And now he swings in. Perfecto with just Macadian trades. And that was supposed to be the 10th. Nico disagrees. Big round from their only star online. He's about to break 20 before anyone else on his team breaks 10.
Oh, this was good stuff from the youngster here under pressure, being able to get 2 frags before going down. But Nico, oh my, what a big turn of events here. On the site, able to deal with Flamey, taking down Boomich. And that is a huge round to win, because I was starting to paint the picture that the T side, it's going to get a little bit more difficult when Na'Vi get over there, but their play style, it doesn't really matter that they're lacking electronic. It might be able to slot on in. Well, if they can get 6 rounds Heroic, they could be looking good to bounce back into this one in fashion. Final round of the first half here. Simple will have the AWP. Rifles for Boomich and Flamey. Perfecto down to the deagle. Bit on the SMG. Boomich posted up close here. There will be fights. Borup wins them.
Yeah, he certainly does. Simple now. internal clock ticking as how long can I stay around here. Catches one though. Tessus goes down, not bad, doesn't fall fully away, waits for that smoke to plume, sees no others.
Okay, 4v4. Boomage, the space taker, taken out of the equation early. It posted up very aggressively with that SMG, holding on to a lot of territory at this point of the game. He lies in wait, might be able to come in for a quick flank towards the B site. That's currently where Flamey and Perfecto lie. Smoke in Flamey's hands. Will he deploy it? It's gone on out now. That'll corral them to the right side of the pillar. Flashes through, and Flamey's safe pair of hands has grabbed one.
Yeah, failed flash from Heroic. Don't think they can contest that plant though. Perfecto hoping that his bullets would have done enough. If anything, it signs his death like Warren. Simple into the site though. Cadian thrust into a 1 versus 3, and a missed shot gobbles up the flashbang. He's running out of chances. It will be Simple's responsibility to defuse, and he's holding it this time. So Cadian, just a matter of time, and eventually eliminated. A 10-5 half, and it feels like we just had a long one, but I promise this one should be a little quicker. We're taking the break, folks, and we'll get this second map of our second series. Oh, it's the first map. Good grief, time has stood still. We'll be right back.
mistaken, he is more sorted for the T side. As a little bit of a look to maybe Navi's future one day, who knows? A long way off though, playing for the junior side, of course. But second half now, it is a 10-5 scoreline, Chatty B. And Heroic get their shot on the CT side.
Yeah, they're going to lock things down in a big way. This was their map choice, and Navi came out the gates hot. 10 rounds to their name. Could have been a couple more there as we get underway. Flamey ready to take some fights. Bower up and Tessa's pushing forward. Flamey standing tall. That's information. The door swings open. Electronic tries to trade, but Cadian with the boost. The trap was set. And Heroic have punished them.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start. Oh, door closed though. They're boosting to find them, but Borum's ready. They even want to go again. This is a clean pistol round from Heroic and a necessary one at that.
Simple stuff there, nothing too difficult to
comprehend.
Yeah, but a lovely crossfire nonetheless. Perfecto and Boomich, they were the utility individuals. And unfortunately for them, I think the pistol round in the second half is probably done and dusted. Haven't heard that one in a while.
Done and dusted?
Done and dusted.
Classic. Perfecto try to make it look good, but it will be shut down. Heroic with a nice initial gambit there.
It's always a calculated maneuver, and they always have a backup plan, so that was great stuff to see. Hopefully we don't have too many more dramas as the game is now back underway and we can bring you all the action. Just that initial fight, and you can see what it did. Cadian waiting, the door gets swung open. He was completely flashed and still finding that. And just to note, there was a sound cue made in the connector when going for that boost. So Burrup had a good idea that it was coming on through. And we'll get the second round underway. Navi are going to be taking this one as a full economical. Well, all I would say that. Simple as a deagle. So, and armor. So, hold up.
Simple different, you know?
Yeah, well, I think you get whatever you want when you're the best player in the world. Zywoo fans now, real mad about that comment.
He could be up for the task, I'm sure. Hard to split the two, but Simple, the career speaks for itself.
That is an ambitious auto shotgun shot from Cadian. I don't know what universe he's living in, but I mean, there is it is really unpredictable with shotguns at mid-range. Like sometimes all of your spread kind of lands in the head, and sometimes it's hitting their toes. It's really not the weapon for the job, and Cadian's felt the brunt of that. Now, Borup is advancing with Stown, and Flamey no longer exists. This, unfortunately for Simple, would have been the end if you hadn't have hit two spectacular deagle shots! A is open, Borup's rotating, Perfecto's got the rotate locked in. Stown fanning around with the door's not going to get him far. And now, Perfecto can continue to tuck in. So, poor old Borup dealt a bit of dud hand. They know where one of the two is, and they've got a pretty sneaking suspicion as to the other. Simple looking to single-handedly win this round with a $700 sidearm.
As I said, must be nice.
Got another one.
World's best. Must be damn nice. 4 kills with just a deagle and armor.
This is the second round of play.
Yeah.
What in darn's sake?
Carnations.
What in tarnation is that?
Yeehaw!
That's actually, as far as accents and yeehaws go, Chad.
Not bad.
Pretty decent.
Spent some time in Texas.
Too shabby. Yeah, I heard you've spent some time there.
Did a couple of events there.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
As a pro.
Don't you find, Chad, that when you leave countries we visit, you just always feels like you're leaving a little bit of yourself in the different countries?
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Doesn't it? Every visit.
Every time. Simple left a mark on this round.
Did.
And that was the fourth. Oh, jumping. See ya, Borup. Well, he's on one today. 20 kills for old Simple now.
11-6. Simple winning a round that he had absolutely no right to win. Just the deagle headshots. Phenomenal gaming. Flashes deep, and it will... I wonder if he's deliberately firing off shots with that scout. He certainly wants to make them think they could punish. Stown sets up to punish as well, but oh, look at the setups. I actually think Heroic got a bit of a shout here. If Perfecto doesn't expect it, this could have gone really disastrous. It does look like it's been handled well. Boomich notices another coming in. His line of sight does handle it for his 15th frag, and now poor old Borup. 6 frags to his name, as he said 75 with a... What sticker is that? It was blue. Is it an LG one? Is it a Frenchman? It's Breezy? That's a guess. What is it? Give me an inspect. You
Rush, can you work this out?
bloody mystery. I'm squinting at the screen.
Rush, what do you think it is?
Cold Zera?
I can't tell. It does. I think Cold Zera is a good shout, actually.
That's a good get. There is a Z at the end of that.
Yeah, it looks Cold Zera.
It's so hard to get an angle
It's
on.
really hard to tell.
Oh.
Inspect it.
But yeah, borrow.
Maybe twist.
Oh, Philip with a good suggestion coming on through.
Please say twist.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's a Z at the end for sure.
Okay, well,
I think
we need him to die so we can see it. If he doesn't die, we're not going to work it out.
This is going to really bug me.
I wouldn't say Cold Zera is the typical CZ
And the blue,
player
could
either.
it be a blue colour?
Could that be like a Vegas Squadron sticker?
Ooh.
Oh, like a shop. No, it's not a P's. Why can't he just inspect his pistol?
Some people don't have it bound because it's a bad habit.
But it looks cool.
I know, but it is a bad habit.
You want to look cool while being
I'm
a
saying
professional.
Cold Zera. Luminosity sticker, maybe.
Could be LG, yeah.
Okay.
Look at it. Where's the floor? No, look at it. Oh, God. Inspect it. Oh,
God damn it.
Well, we could find out. Electronic could be using his sidearm into the next round.
Oh, that's gonna
want our dreams. Still, this was how it all kind of got sold. It was Boomich just dealing with that test push that kind of stopped us getting concerned. Go, 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 go. Oh, turned on the wrong side. Everyone's trying. I respect the attempts. Thank you so much to everybody for participating in the production rooms. A single flashbang, a $200 round from Heroic. Let's see how they choose to use it.
All five ready to jive.
And here comes the flashbang. Nobody really going to be home for this one. If it goes now, Boomich is having a look.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Electronic's not going to believe his eyes here. Are you ready? Hi! He got 4 of them. They throw out their flash on theirs, but Flamey's called the site clear. Bomb's surely going to be pivoting back around. Simple's not wanting to get caught out here. Throws the bomb. He's like, I want the frags. Give them to me, and it costs him his life.
Oh gosh.
It's alright, it's alright.
Fine, but it's messy. I don't like it.
Well, one of the things is when you're in this position...
Get the mop. The steam mop. Get it out.
I don't know if Henry would be using the steam mop.
I bet it's sat rather idle.
A cleaning lady doesn't even use the steam mop.
That
Just
really
uses her own little standard mop. It really upset me when I just didn't...
Did you try and explain to her, like, look how good it is.
Like,
Love it.
getting your friend around for gaming, and he sits there at the laptop when you've got a fantastic gaming computer.
It was a little bit upsetting, but apparently Tessus wants to have a crack at this one, and if he takes Perfecto out of the equation, there is a chance, because the Mac 10 at range from Flamey, not so good.
Against unarmored opponents, probably good enough.
Maybe Tessus actually doesn't want to have a look. He went on in.
Yeah, poked his head around.
It out.
So it doesn't look like I'm particularly welcome here, what with the whole explosive device and everything. I think I'll just save the old Kalashnikov.
People are giving me the idea of this twist from Boston 2018.
Oh, okay.
Nice, our research.
Could be blue.
I actually did get a good look at it. It is twist.
Twist, he
Definitely.
said. Thank you very
Philip
much.
gets 10 points.
Wow.
All right. Guns come out now. Won't be the AWP in the hands for Mr. Cadian, but potentially some orgs coming out. I think Tessus had 5.1. This was the map choice once again of Heroic. We will be moving into Nuke as the second map picked by Navi here. Another very proficient map for that of Heroic. So they probably aren't panicked too much. This feels like it's going to be a 3-mapper. So strap yourselves in for the evening of Counter-Strike, ladies and gentlemen. It will be that org, as I mentioned, coming out. See where he can post up, use that over towards A for the time being. Down towards center was Katie dipping on through, and Nico, he was in the race with Simple for 20 frags. I think Simple's pipped him at the post, but it is a bit of a 2-horse race as far as the fragging's going on in the server right now.
Just a little.
What's the intention of this smoke here? You can see he's lining up just in front of the site. Yeah, just in front of the beast site.
So if they get pressured, they need to be able to get out, right? So the thing is, in the position that Tessus is playing right now, they could creep up and flash and explode, and if they do that, his smoke will just get limped out in front, probably an underarm throw from that of Cadian, and it'll give them a way or a door to hopefully get out of dodge before being overrun. The T's aren't going to want to push through that, and they're going to have to go to a wider line.
And it enables Tessus in the same breath to be boosted up for the info toilets. So really good camera work here just to help you understand the T approach at the moment. Too long. 2 towards the B side. Bomb in limbo between the two. So this is actually a really interesting demonstration of that default spread.
Did you see the head there on the jump?
I don't think he did. Otherwise we'd have seen the flick by now from Simple. But Tessus, is he vulnerable at all there? safe and sound. Smoke from Cadian is deployed.
I feel like Simple knows something's up.
No one checking on him at this point? No one doing much? 20 seconds?
He's got a chance here. Pulls the trigger, reveals it. Simple wants to knock the perch off his head, and he does take the first turret down. Cadian does well to find one propelled forwards, and a spray for one for Nico as well. Back and forth, the trades favour Na'Vi. 5 seconds, a single second to spare. The wallbang doesn't come out. He is low. He's down using the elevation of the bin. Simple left it a 1v1. Simple's looking the wrong way. Smoke deployed. Nico picked up. What's he looking for? A kit? Nothing. From Simple.
He just pushed the smoke.
Of course he does. 14.
Oh dear. Well, that might be the end of the map. The reason I said that, yeah, check the money situation now. It's not great. Heroic will have to take a save or limp him with some pistols. That's probably going to give up round number 15. This has been a quick one. Even with those issues that we had earlier, bit potentially having to play, but Electronic being able to get back in and we find them at full force. Things are very quickly running away from Heroic here today. Oh, they've gone for the all-in, so it's SMGs galore. Electronic forward. And we'll get taken down by the MP9. Simple tag on up as well. Low HP. Can he stand and deliver any more?
He's got the bomb, Chad. This is terrifying.
Flanking.
This is terrifying. He needs help. And he gets a no-scope onto Stam. Boomich is trying to support him. Bomb lost. All grabbed. Boru tagged. He's throwing out his smoke to try and escape. They know the bomb was lost in playground. A knife kill from Tessus in the meantime. Now the bomb is back under Na'Vi control. Boomich will recover that. And at 2v2, this mid-round is about to get chaotic. Perfecto's calling B clear. Boomich has to get the bomb there with safe passage, and through spawn is his best bet. He'll opt for that. Tessus is still considering the potential for a Boomich lurk. Of course, the bomb was last spotted there. Cadian sweeping in to confirm that the underpass is their best port of call. So we will see that bomb go down. It seems that Boomich is understandably a little on edge. But they've got utility as well. It is in the form of a smoke grenade, which could not be better once information is gained. So they'll drop it towards short. Process of elimination enables them to focus forward and get that bomb planted. Both of them arriving unannounced. He wants to make no noise there. And a boost on the sandbag's a possibility. Here we are.
Uppity over we go. Ooh, the desired AK as well. Gorgeous. Perfecto will be the one to receive.
Boomich can't stop the bomb from that angle. So he's going to be the one to first take contact, you'd assume.
There's one.
And that's enough. Perfectly played. Perfectly played. Really enjoying this from Na'Vi. It does seem like they've woken up on the right side of the bed this morning. 15-6. Heroic have really not had much of a voice in this first dialogue. It is heading into Na'Vi's nuke next. Ooh, alliteration.
Now it's going to get very interesting, right? Because we have seen a lot of Heroic playing on nuke. It's down with the vent control. We've been loving the way that they can defend that lower site. But because we've seen so much of it, I'll level save it for the segment. Let's get through the game first. You guys will hang around. I'm sure you all love to watch my desk.
Yeah. Oh, they can't get enough of it with their thinks and their keepos.
He said it.
I know how it works.
All right, well, Natus with the knife has been able to get the org up again. Let's see if we can get anything more. Oh, he tagged Electronic there.
He got that on the way down. That's mad.
Oh. Tessus is gone, not having a great map here today, unfortunately. Having a nice day, maybe. As this one's done.
Yup. Stick a fork in this one.
Who kills Bora? Alex.
Who does it?
Yep.
It's obviously going to be Simple.
Okay. Nico as well?
No, Nico kills Simple, and it's Electronic that trades. So, as you can see, it will be Borup to take a little jiggle, the Simple will flick. Oh, nearly. Gets it, though.
Okay, so then we should
Nico kills Simple. Precisely. But Electronic just didn't get the memo. 16-6. Another fantastic performance coming out of Simple and Na'Vi. We'll take a quick one. We'll be right back. Meltdown.
Everything I could do. Everything
Well, perhaps indicative of what's to come. Na'Vi certainly no slouch, simple no slouch. Boomich, 21 frags. Electronic, 126 ADR. Maybe a bit skew whiff after his disconnect, reconnect with our stats machine, but regardless, everybody you needed there delivering.
Yeah, and Alex, I want to kind of derail this post-game. I wanted to educate first and then do the highlights, so we're going to flip this one on its head. So if we can jump into the telestrat straight away, so I can show you guys a bit of a skybox to show the fakey boy stuff from that of Heroic. Now, they didn't have a great game. There's no doubt about that, but their play style is what we need to point out to you guys. So if we dive on in, we bring a full screen, and we can get crack-a-lacking over here.
I'm going to take a seat, because it's kind of skybox.
I'm now dancing.
And obviously, the cue here is to load up the sky.
It's all right. Okay, we're into it now. We're in. I might have needed a longer lead time there. But anyway, here we go. So we're going to go into...
okay, you know what?
All right.
Yeah.
We'll just wait. Everyone stay quiet until it starts working. All right, it's not working right now, guys. So I can't show you what I wanted to show you, but that would have been brought to you by America's Navy. So now that was the education portion that you all
supposed to kill at a time.
What was going to happen was everyone was going to turn off their brains then anyway. So we've skipped that. You guys loved it at home. I know you loved it. You really enjoyed that. You learned so much. Anyway. Yay! All right, here we go. This is pistol round, all right? So I just want to show you here the early stages of this. It's going to be basically an all-in early B play. So Barup's going to throw the smoke over towards Heaven early. That's going to draw out the rotation. You get Simple is going to come through the store position. But the idea that I want to point out here is look how much territory they take, right? They're on the B side and they're finding frags. You've got Cadian coming through the store position, and everybody is over towards the B side of things here. But what the point is that they draw this rotation. And when they draw the rotation and they find the frags, they don't commit, because right here you can see they've already spotted out two players over towards the side. Borup and Stan are aware of that. Cadian's now being relayed that information, and this is something that Heroic do very well. So now with this extra space, they can just tuck on out, they can just sit back, they can hide, they can allow the CTs to wait, assuming that that attack is going to come on through. And if we clear off the screen, you can see Cadian rotate all the way back around, and he's making all these audible footsteps. See this running? Very, very noisy. This is heard. The rotation from Electronic and Perfecto comes in, and now the two players with the bombs, Stan and Borup, step towards B. They do this on gun rounds as well. Now look at all the space that Cadian's taken. He's actually posted forward to take the duel. He's even going to be able to find the first kill on Perfecto here, because they need to know where the T's are at. It is just Cadian on the side. Electronic will trade it out, but at this point you can see the two players, they're on the side. The bomb gets planted, and now they just get to play the post plan. And when we see this is Electronic, Lauren pointed it out perfectly during the cast. He's at Heaven right now, right? He does not know if anybody's pushed up towards Graffiti, towards CT Spawn, if it's in the sewer below him, if they're back over here towards Jail, if they're over towards Monster, Sandbag. Think about all those positions I just highlighted and how procedurally he would have to clear all of them. He has to take some liberties, right? He has to jump in, has to be a little more aggressive. The bomb's already half ticked by this point. He doesn't have a defuse kit, and just simply running around the map and playing the territory like Heroic do time and time again, netted in the pistol round. So that's the round I wanted to show you. They run that on gun rounds as well, where they take space, they find the opening picks, and then they drop on back. That was the education. We can jump out of that now, and if we still have time, well, maybe we can do those highlights.
We certainly can. Yeah, that was brought to you by America's Navy, and I wanted to make sure, like, if we could put a name on what they're doing, like it's like exploiting the what ifs of a CT side, right? Like as soon as three pistols disappear after you've already lost that control, you kept saying it during the cast, like they have to. There is no option for Na'Vi, especially when there's audio. God knows not Cadian could have the bomb on his back.
Precisely.
So there is this. It's just using all of the tools in your arsenal when it's not utility, especially in the pistol round. You see it so much more often and more prominent. But even in the absence of all of that, simply by using one of your bodies, you made the site, instead of a 3 versus 2, a 1 versus 2.
And there's two ways that we saw Na'Vi dealing with that, right? Boomich going aggressive, going for those flanks and taking that space away and being a real nuisance, cutting off connector. And the other was when they did lose the space, you saw it in that round where Electronic rotated Bank, and he just held that very tight line from Bank, knowing that the space could have been taken. If he pushed on that, he might die to one of those kills. So instead, they'll wait, they will allow Heroic to make the move, and then they'll pounce. So here's the man who had an absolutely phenomenal game, and when we did get into that second half, that Deagle round on the second to, really smash things home. 22 AWP kills. It didn't feel like that, and it's so strange. This is when we talk about the Zywus and the Simples. We kind of just expect them to drop bombs every single game, and when they have that many kills, it's like, oh yeah, it's just another quiet 28, just another quiet 30, just another quiet 25.
This was him catching a couple of players off guard. He's definitely done his preparation and his homework, as well as the Deagle work, as you see this round coming home. Look at this third shot.
Yeah, jumping away.
Oosh.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well,
There's no one like it.
At least he's on form, and going into Nuke next, they will be starting on the T side, so they will need that form. So, look, I don't know if we're set for a 2-0 just yet. Heroic could definitely bounce back, and they could take us to the third, which will be Train. But if Na'Vi can play that level of Counter-Strike like they did with all of their individuals, it should be 2. It should be done and dusted.
Yeah, will be the operative word. We take a break before we get there, though. So do stay tuned. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, have yourself a quick DM, and we'll be right back.
Ready? Huh? Boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
Getting on ready for this one. I've got Chad, Pansy, and myself, Machine, getting ourselves prepared and equipped for Nuke. Now, we haven't got too much time to set the scene. Chad's already given us a bit of the lay of the land. Now, but coming into Nuke, it does seem like this is not necessarily an open and shut case in RV's pick, but of course, with that, means you're going into the T-side start.
Yeah, and that is a little bit of a problem because we have seen how proficient Heroic can be on it. I think you can maybe dabble in a similar story as what we were saying with Complexity. And one of the scenes that they have been playing the map a lot is a more favoured map in the pool, so there's things that could be exploited. I think the really good form of Simple, if that can strike true on the T side here, then it might be big trouble. But I don't want to talk about the game, Alex. Honestly, if I get some more Instagram followers, remember you and I on the weekend, we were trying to...
It worked.
Yeah, we had like 100 Instagram
We mentioned
followers.
our Instagrams. We were like, we should use that instead of Twitter. How do you feel about that?
I prefer my Twitter. I don't really...
You can keep your Twitter. We want our Instagrams. Chad Birchall, ChadBurchill. That's me on Instagram. Follow me, please. I need it for my ego.
You guys follow me on Twitter. I have less followers than those two.
Not anymore. Not anymore, you don't. Everyone's just followed you. If every member of you just clicked the follow button on Twitter,
everyone of
Lauren would get like, what? At least 30,000
at least six new followers.
10.
10? 10 whole followers is what she's requesting. I know you can do it. I want a panda too. Go on my Instagram. It's much better than Chad's. Unless you've forgotten what he looks like, in which case you can check it out.
Yeah, reminded.
Lots of reminders.
Then just like a couple of like songs being screenshot.
Machine.gg. I actually made a landing page. It's so bad. If you go to machine.gg now, you can click to my Twitter and Insta.
On it.
The buttons aren't lined up. Anyway, let's get into Nuke.
All right. Nico in the
buttons work. No, they don't, do they? I was having a go.
They didn't line up. I left them alone.
Okay. We're into the action. The lights will be off in a second, so we'll be able to see what's going on. And we can get into this action. Nico, very prominent presence, usually on their yard position. Katie's tucked in to hold for the info. Just Simple jumping across for now, and he's anticipating the boomage drop. He was right to do so. Simple, a real demon on the P250. And Navi have got clear intentions here. 4 of them in yard.
Ooh, intentions or not, sometimes the outcome differs, and so far it does. Cadian making some decent work of them, but it's Sound who could be the bigger threat playing from the old locker room. Simple having to peel away slightly as the P250 still stand. This man with P250 strikes fear into many hearts.
I'm loving the T-sided meta with a bit of a shift. Multiple P250s being purchased and dropped across in a lot of teams these days. But as we saw on out, Flamey trying to draw some attention over towards the lobby. And there you go. Dink dead. Borup hits the deck. Now we find ourselves in a 2v3.
Yeah, and Stan's tucking into the heart. He hears the access. And Simple having an absolute
Get him out of here.
Sends them packing. Tessus, he's got his suitcase half packed. He's got his stick, his spotty. Ooh. What do you call that? Tarpaulin? You know, like in the old, you know, like in Wallace and Gromit, when the penguin's packing up his house and he gets the cleash, the stick, and it's like a bit of fabric, and they tie it on the end of the stick. What would you call that piece of fabric? A tarpaulin?
Like with the little lunch.
You know the chicken?
I know what you're talking about. I do know what you're talking about.
Oh, God, it did.
The stick in the sack.
Gosh, what would you call it? You're normally pretty creative.
What is this tarpaulin? What are you talking about?
No, we're trying to define the term.
So you know in like the old, when you're packing your bag, and you've got like a stick, and you put all your belongings in a little...
Oh, it's like a hobo backpack.
A backpack,
yeah. Having rush off right now.
Yeah, anyway, that's the end of Rushley. He's actually lost his microphone privileges. But we do have Borup. Now, many people would like me to call him Borup.
It's called a bindle.
A bindle, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you. Words are hard. We just walked straight past.
Molly missed as well. Gosh, I was wrong.
What's going on here? This is such a messy round. And I saw rifles for the T's and SMGs-ish falling over, but it's the scout to almost close the account as electronic. Left in a 1v4, and these don't even look that phased. You got Sound low, sure, right. So he's a little weaker than the others, but the rest, perfectly fine.
perfectly.
If Electronic wins this round, is they would pull out a 1v4 here, it's going to save Navi a lot of heartache because going into the next, they're only going to get a $1,400 loss bonus after winning pistols. So back against the wall, Electronic needs to dig them out the best he can. Bomb down towards that hut position, and guess who's pushing forwards? Down and Nico, both with SMGs, could pick up that AK-47 at any moment, and they will do. So the most potent weaponry in the server right now in the hands of Nico. $25 seconds now. Electronic, what's the plan, my friend?
The plan is get a couple of kills when it's dark. Then you get nervous. He thought CT event was the issue, but it's down to find it in the end. Double kill, make it triple now. Grabs himself a freak little upgraded AK-47 for Cadian as well. So that's gone fantastically. And of course, in stark contrast for the Na'Vi camp, the worst case scenario for them. We'll see how that really happened. Just weren't expecting down, and a quick switch to the Mag-10 gives them this double. Final formality. That's a huge win. Of course, not forgetting this is T-side. If you win the pistol and you convert, that's like half of the rounds you need for the half done already.
So gold, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the case now for Na'Vi. They have opted for Tech 9 Force Buy. I hope there's some coordination behind this, and the smokes do indicate as such.
Well, it's a ruse. There's only one player outside. That'll be Electronic with Boomich on top of the main position. Tassus has taken some damage over towards ramp early. We have been seeing the Orgs come out quite a lot from Heroic. Nico and Tassus are the two we normally see wielding them. Cadian when he can't afford the AWP. Boomich will be dropping the main smoke. Keep them interested towards the yard position. Nico's actually tucked in towards top, so quite a few members waiting. Here in Butter Up and Nico, they're pushing forward again.
Well, Curiosity could certainly kill here. That's 8 bullets remaining. Electronic only needed a couple. And Nico tries to... Oh, I don't like this aggressive play. The Tech-9s love it. This is their absolute environment. But Tassus and Cadian are in, a spot to do something.
Yeah, Electronic's going to tuck in. He spots one. Cadian pushing and loses his head. Back and forth, the Force Buy Wars. I can't believe Na'Vi made this one look so comfortable. Electronic takes it to a conversion. It's down all the way with that AK. He's just going to try and keep hold of his weapon at this point, and they are starting to push him. Audibly hunting him down. Electronic up to bait him in. It's a nice wide swing for Perfecto. He'll take the AK back, and wow, I would never have seen coming into that Tech 9 armor round 4 players alive with recovered weapons for Na'Vi. That was not the outcome I expected.
And they gave them the hold, right? This is the opening kill. That was 5v5 until that moment. So obviously losing that yard control applied way too much pressure, having to move forward to try and take space. They were respecting the smoke walls that they had seen, and wow, Electronic punishes right there, and the forces continue. Heroic this time round, scout for Cadian, Deagles for everybody else. They made it work before. Maybe Na'Vi will think better of going in towards that top site, playing around the smokes, and getting destroyed by sound. Here it seems to be the case. So they've trickled out 3 smokes towards the yard. Is there a gap outside, Rush? The radar is showing that there could be. Yes, there is. A very big gap right there. Could be punished, but the Org, good weapon for the job, will be tagged up. Both players, Cadian and Electronic, taking truckload damage.
Orb's called and not be clear at this point. Flamey's above them. That's the locker's smoke. That's the molly for heaven. Orb wants to hunt him down. Oh, Flamey's got a good idea that this is happening, though. There's a lot of interesting duels happening at the same time. Rush is going to try and find the one which will actually pay dividends. It's not easy to do. He could use the door to slowly drop, or the break sound cue for Borup to work with. This is intense stuff, but the Deagle does find blood. Perfecto on the flank.
Well, 48 seconds to do something with this. They could do with this to go well for them.
I can see a world where we just have the Force Buy Wars.
I get nervous about it.
Oh, Lord, look at Tassus' spot. I mean, he's going to come round on the railing, I would assume. Yep.
2 bullets to the belly, that's all he needs.
You're right.
See how many he gets. None. Perfecto, quicker on the trigger. Tassus goes down, but look how many players waiting. He drops down, peeks his head over the top. Probably gonna die. Flash is coming as well. We're running all the time. No, come from this way. Cadian's found one. Perfecto. Quick work. 10 seconds. Where is the bomb?
Can't even win it.
Just live.
Kill him now. Just live. Yeah, exactly. The round is over.
Oh, Christ.
As long as it doesn't go down after time, Sound can push in and take this away. This is going to hurt the cash. Down as well with the real punish. 2-2. Back and forth we go.
Well, this is quite the game, folks. Already we're seeing force buys constantly trading blows. It gets weird now. Perfecto's got 5k. This is how Borup found Flamey. That sound cue, giving him the extra preparation. Perfecto gave it his best shot in his defense, but Borup just wide swinging out with that Mag 10 and Stown, having the initiative to clear that CT vent, grabs himself a free AK, the AUG.
It's almost been a hero in every round so far, right? If we want to recap, Simple on the pistol, then in the second it was Stown, then in the third it was Electronic, and now it was Borup. So if everybody wants to keep having magical moments and shutting things down, I'm happy to go back and forth all the way. But it seems like Na'Vi haven't signed themselves up for, well, what comes fifth? What would the fifth be? Not a trilogy.
The pentuplet?
Pentuplet? Do we have any movies that have gone 5?
Quintuplet. Quintuple.
I don't know. Whatever. They're not going to force buy again. They're just going to light upgrade into some pistols here, so they will be able to purchase in round number 6. Glock for Boomich with a flash. Electronic has a smoke. Deagles for Flamey and Simple, and a P254 Perfecto here. They can just wait out the early CT side of utility. Their buy is not fantastic either, so any damage they can do will hinder them going into round number 6. 2 AUGs. MP9 UMP Alligator in hands of Borup over towards that top side.
Intelligence?
I don't know. It's just a lot of force buys and that was done.
My brain just kind of really got stuck on that. Flamey's found down, so I'm mostly looking to see how much damage the T's do, if any, as these rounds have been weirdly sorted. Ink, but no kill, but again, more blood being spilled. Simple being found, leaves Flamey and Electronic, the last two here. The options become very, very small. Cadian has to be safe, of course, otherwise this could open up opportunities to punish rotations and get around and get in awkward positions. No subtlety to it, though. And no chance to it either. Nicely picked up in the end for him. 3 kills there. Keeps the control. And Heroic do break the trend.
Yeah, Cadian could, if he would like, buy into that AWP to give them a potent buy going up against Na'Vis. Currently still holding on to that MP9. We know that they made some very big gambly style calls. Reflect just to their Inferno games the other day. They were stacking 5 players over towards the B side, laying utility down, top banana. They had a 5-man A-lean mid-round with Cadian knowing he could cheat on over, and he will do exactly that. Upgrading. Borup has the MP9. Testas are stuck with that UMP. More damage exchange. Cadian takes a little lick, and Flamey gulps up a huge chunk, so he's down to 17 to kick things off. They have plenty of nades to work with, so they can still string the CTs out. If they want to go for a smoke wall, there's not a huge amount of aggression towards Yard. It is just Nico currently overseeing with the AUG, playing some very tight lines, and then Cadian towards the held position, also watching a very slither gap across towards Secret. Na'Vi are taking their time here. Heroic seeing if they can bounce back on the map pick of Na'Vi. Here comes the smoke wall. L block coming out. Third smoke a little bit late, but she'll get there on time. Katie might be flashing Nika forward off this.
Wants to go through it, and he does catch a perfectly flashed Perfecto, but he doesn't convert. That's a bit of a mare. Early frag found. 2 members of Na'Vi very low, but they are descending with that bomb. I haven't seen the lower side hit, really. First time we're going to get some action here on B. Tassis and Cadian rotating in. UMP, certainly not the weapon for the job. He hasn't got time to elevate, so he will just opt for this lower side. Boomich playing with the doors, plays with Tassis, and it's the end of him. Stown claws 1 back for Heroic. It is that AWP that sees no action whatsoever. Electronic makes short work of him. Perfecto with no HP. This is an ambitious fight to try and take with an armored AK. He wants that weapon. He nades itself to it. And now it would be lovely if he was to get the frag with the naded Galil. And he does. That should be about it. Simple. And 3-3.
Nico's yet to frag. He had an absolute banger of a game in that first half over there on Overpass, so being kept quiet here is something we need to keep our eyes on. Simple was head and shoulders above the rest with a massive performance, and Nico was, I guess, toe-to-toe with him for the majority of the game. Even though the scoreline was such a blowout, it was still a huge fragging performance. So let's see if he's able to gear on up. Wooby is down, giving the AWP back over to Katie, and he has a deagle, one for Testas as well. There's the full purchase. Triple smoke wall, we need a new name for this one. Coming on through.
Diagonal?
Yeah, diagonal smoke wall, that works.
I like it. I'd like to see what they do with these buys, if I'm honest. He's gonna have to be an integral cog in this. Keep in mind he's gonna have to fall away. Territory now garnered. Simple's going off over towards Secret. He has got the bomb in hand, so gotta be a little bit cautious.
Yeah, setting Secret up and setting Simple up on Secret is a fantastic first step, and completely denying this. You can see that Caden has been forced to fully set himself up in that lower site. He's actually heading back to ramp now.
No one's going to be lower.
Electronic would have a bit more room to maneuver now. Boomich, look how much space he's got. Perfecto and him could work on ramp from either side. Cadian reveals the orb is there, and that's the flank. It could be both. It's only one. Boomich, he's caught ramp. He's locked it down. Hell is now absolutely real for Cadian. And into the lower side, Simple's already going to be planning that bomb. This is a nice T-side approach from Na'Vi, and it's translating into a round win. They might have to save, considering the finances of the CTs, and considering what little equipment they have to bring into this. There's no kits. It's not like it's a retake territory. If anything, they just want to get Stown equipped.
See if they get this orb off at the ramp, but I think with Flamey pushed so far forward up at Megaton ready to duel, it might be difficult for Stown to get close. Perfecto's gun is one that maybe could be on the docket. Oh, Flamey says no, takes another rifle out of the equation, and bye.
Look like a dink. Unlucky. Simple. Still orbing. And now they do lose two more weapons. Damn, Borok's going to be happy with that one.
Might be able to get the orb here.
Yeah, and he keeps them honest. So that's not ideal for Na'Vi, far from it, but picking up the round win is certainly the primary objective, and you'll see how the way in which they managed to manufacture this. It was Boomich flank. Cadian caught out. Borok does well to do some damage, but round 8, map 2, game 2.
Hey, those are the boys I was telling you about.
Hey.
There's more of them now, there's 5.
Yeah, having a whale of a time. Love people making time for the competitive Counter-Strike. We have only got USPs in that preserved orb, so let's see if Cadian can turn anything around. Nading off the door early does mean that he'll be able to hold this line for the rest of the half. And ooh. I should say round, not half. Jiggling in.
Here comes Cadian.
Cadian wants to go. That's a hard shot to hit when Flamey immediately tags him. Now it's time to play juggle the orb. Everyone gets to go. Nico passes the first test. Harvey, these are the rounds they cannot afford to let slip away. Don't want to get it too costly, just have to group up. There's a level of disrespect that's relevant and a level that's a little foolish.
He cut down the Venerator. He might be in position over towards Decon.
It's pretty nice.
This feels good. Smoke makes it difficult. Throws out one of his own to play around.
It's like scissors, paper, rock right there. Still need to get control of this. Window is a problem. Burrup is there with the deagle.
Love this little adventure we've had with the util. Not that from Simple. Just a little bit better. Bomb goes down, and suddenly all those threats are a little less threatening. Sounds good.
He looks like he got caught with his hand in a Haribo there.
Cookie Jar was just snapping down on him, but no. We'll let him get away with a little treat for himself.
Oh, that was funny.
Find him, I'm not sure, but yeah, that did make me a little nervous.
Yeah, it did just look like he was trying to steal something and he just got called the hell out. Young man.
What are you doing?
What do you think you're doing? He's got himself the AWP and he's heading off to the safest of safe spots, that is that CT spawn.
Might not feel that important that he saves this, considering how these rounds have flowed on through. But take a look at Cadian's money right now. He has 1,100 in the bank balance with a $2,400 loss bonus coming on through. So for him to get given the ball, he can drop a rifle, take the AWP and just go glass cannon, and it might be able to bolster one of his other riflers, someone who's going to be a bit more mobile, might need the Molotov, might need the smoke to play around, or Stown, who we've seen as a decent secondary AWPer, might be able to pick it up. Now note this position of Natus here. This is on the CT side, but he has an affinity with that position when we get into post plant and we flick on over to the T side. So if Na'Vi have been watching the demos, they'll be well aware of where Natus likes to play. Cadian didn't drop a rifle, bought some extra goodies in for himself, even gave himself $1,000 left in the bank balance, so good for him. More ops in the future potentially. Electronic quickly towards Yard. Cadian, well, maybe he'll get a kill onto Flamey up at ramp here.
He checked his corner last time. Let's see if he's procedural again. He wasn't quite. Goes 1 for 1. Nico caught Electronic outside as well, though. Nico in mini. Perfecto. Good chance to try and sell this one. Just as the smoke blooms on mini, they do continue their push. Boomage wrapping around now. Perfecto containing. Loud. 4 versus 3. It's down in the lower side already. Tessus prepares himself for the potential of the conceded hell.
Well, they're boosting up onto the rafter as well. This could be a massive point of timing for Nico, depending if he wants to go towards heaven or not. And just play this off angle. Oh, wow, Sam.
Sketchy. He gets it. This test is tested. Now the bomb can go lower. Stown's been there the whole time, I will remind you. What have they got? A molly, 2 mollies. Surely they don't just go for the full hold. That's just easy Stown frag any day of the week. Yeah, the bomb's loose. Simple has to clutch up. 35 seconds. He swings open the door. Stown's already waiting for him. A big frag from the lower rotator. And that pulls the 4th home. But 5 posted for Na'Vi. Considering they lost the 2nd round off their pistol win, they've done very well to break back. 3 in consecutive order. This was the Tessus trade that continued them on the path to success. It was Stown who just waited around just long enough. Didn't anticipate the rotate down, so...
Did feel a bit rushed in on towards that lower side, but obviously unawares or maybe some misinformation on where they thought both of the remaining CTs were. Round 10 underway with the standard utility towards the squeaky door. Nade to blow her open, smoke to obscure vision. Nico's been taken out of the equation here early with some good smokes, as Na'Vi want to continue patrolling and controlling the yard. Over the smoke, Cadian may have been able to find one, but Stown's actually done through the smoke, so things starting to heat up here on Nuke. Heroic can wrestle this one back. They can still find themselves with a 10-5 first half.
Certainly. Electronic's going to be pretty furious about the full smoke shots 2 rounds in a row. First Nico, now Stown. Speaking of Nico, quiet from him. Oh, wow. Perfecto. His full 360 nearly translating into a frag. Nico working with just 7 HP.
It was a good turn right there as well. That was very quick stuff.
Evaded it and returned his aim necessary very quickly. 4 on, 5 on 2. Boomage the first to draw blood for Na'Vi. They know Nico's tucked in. That's not the weapon for the job, Borup, and he's given him a way in. Nico trapped towards the garage.
Simple wants in.
Yeah, Cadian can't really support him because he has to worry about mini. And now he's gone down. It's a 2-on-2. They've got so much time. 30 seconds. Tess is in the fence. Boomage anticipates it. Smoke to cover him off. And Cadian needs 1 hit. Oh, and the jumping from Boomage has done enough. But it is through the smoke that Tessus thrives. 5-5. Managed to keep it honest, but down to the squalor. That is 2.8 on the high end, 1.9 for Electronic, and we'll see how that frag from Boomage looked. This is their way back in.
Really not the gun, was it?
Oh. So Tessus and Stown took down the 2 best players on Na'Vi through smokes just there. So that's a very frustrating way to be losing Simple and Electronic within a round, but a good round for Heroics to be picking up as they tied things up 5-5, have forced Na'Vi back down to just the pistols. And guess what? Simple has the Deagle. Guess who dropped him in? Boomage. This is feeling very Zeus-esque. Back in the day, if you forget, Na'Vi did everything they possibly could to give Electronic and Simple guns because they were the biggest 2 weapons, and it feels like nothing's really changed, even though the roster has drastically... Oh! Simple working with a very, very tiny gap there. Won't be Granted the chance to get a kill, but hold on a second. Boomish just glocked Cadian across the yard.
I think he just out-walked Cadian with a Glock.
Okay.
Sometimes you like to see a bit of context to things, wouldn't you? How the hell that went down, but maybe it's as simple as it sounds. However, still going to keep things relatively on track. Maybe a weird feeling beginning here. Perfecto shut down by Nico. There we go. All safe, but yeah, very makes you wonder outside there what happened with Arcadian. One thing I'm wondering though is this is a very close game. 6-5.
Oh yeah. Well, that's how we like them. We don't want them to be running away too quickly. We want to get into that second half with a close affair, so the clutches have to start getting forced. Less save rounds come into play. And Na'Vi, well, 5 rounds is good, but they would be looking for 6 to be safe. Get back underway here, over towards top roof. Electronic putting out some utility. Perfecto having to deal with Tasses at ramp early, but he, okay. Oh! I'd be mad.
Yeah.
I'd be real mad.
Really unhappy with that one.
Poor old Nico, that is a nightmare incarnate. And now the 4 remainders, probably a little baffled themselves what happened there, but don't watch your back. It's not going to help.
Yeah, forget about that one.
Yeah, try and move on. And let's see what Borup can do. He fancies to go at it. That's gone much better.
Seeing the arm first to a flamey, that's a big pickup. And the nade damage that happened over towards ramp put Boomich, Perfecto, and Simple all low. Boomich wants to put the vent rotation in question, and that smoke will do exactly that. And Stownwell, like a moth to a flame, gets up close and personal, even pushes through it. No fear on this kid. The Molotov has now told Boomich, you don't have control, we do. And decision time
This
for now.
is scary stuff. Okay, so if they walk lower, Testis has got the perfect weapon and position. Down to be caught. Not down yet, but does well to maneuver into the headshot. Boomich goes down the vents though. Testis does find himself the first 2. Really is just textbook Counter-Strike here. Perfecto eventually knocks him off his roost. Doors are closed, vents are dropped. Perfecto wants to plant, but it's the timing of that door opening really has worked out wonderfully, and he closes out. They're just toying with him now. Poor old Boomich stares at the flash. Fake required, or is he just going to hold the Cadian to sweep in? And so, 7-5, you said 10-5 possible chatter now with, what, 4 in a row from the CTs. It certainly starts becoming a reality. Now looking at 2.9 for the T side. This is the frag he wants to forget. Aims for the head. The box is a little too bulletproof from Electronics POV.
Oh, the first 4 bullets didn't even touch him.
No, couldn't wall bang the corner there. Unpredictable textures of Counter-Strike. In some games I used to play, it was like really obvious. Like anything made of wood, you could wall bang.
There's also
you didn't.
Like within the early stages of this game, when I was trying to learn it as CS:GO first was coming out, there was like different angles on which the walls were more spammable or not as well.
Like look at double doors. Like anything from a slight angle gets really skewed.
Okay, well, Borup tagged down to 55. This one here probably shouldn't have too much interest in it. Simple does have the deagle. We don't want to get overly excited. It's not as easy for him to take territory and isolate Jules like he did do on an overpass. I think Na'Vi, for me, on a map like Nuke, sure they have a very strong CT side with that duo of Simple and Electronic out towards Yard, but it's normally their gritty style on their T side which forces the CTs into economical turmoil, and that doesn't appear to be happening right now towards the tail end of this half. We're on to round 13. They'll only have 2 rounds to work with. Unless they make this one costly, money shouldn't be too much of a drama.
It's 2.
Isn't that nice?
Very nice. And none of those threats we were considering have really come to it. I think that's nice from Flamey. That's very nice from Flamey, but that bomb... Excuse me? Is Flamey just putting some style points on this?
On him right now.
Yeah, I like this. Come on, Flamey, have a crack at it. Why not? 40 seconds. You now got the bomb. Oh, I was kind of enjoying the deagle, if I'm honest. Now the clock begins to feel like it's trickling away, but he has a second or 2 to play with. He's got some choices to make. Can he get a bomb plant out of this? What can he do to try and encourage the situation? But he has got himself the M4, of course, picked up and put into play. Opting for the deagle here. No one giving anything. Control room to the left to be the first target. If he gets that cleanly, then it's game on. Probably not going to happen though, and it doesn't. It's down. Stops it before it starts. Safe round in the end, even with a loss of 2.
Yeah, having to try and manufacture something there out of nothing. Now, Simple did have that fantastic first map, and we don't expect him to drop 25 every game, even though he does. Right now, nobody on the Navi side of things in the double digits. He comes alive with one of those simple rounds. Navi might find himself being able to barrel up to 7 rounds. Let's have a bit of a gander here at the buy. What have they opted for? The big green, it's out for the big man. Towards the Arcadian, aggressive, moving across the secret early. It's been called on out. Boomich from up and over the top will take him out of the equation.
And Electronic could have been found back, but he's... I always feel like Electronic's quite lucky to be alive here. There's 2 opportunities to maybe catch him out, but that smoke, I guess, kind of, even while slightly out of spot, did work.
Oh, Perfecto!
No, Perfecto turns around, he goes there. Right, it's down, next target. He's got to know it too after that fight against Electronics. Down's now feeling the pressure. He's realised things aren't looking so hunky-dory.
Not at all, far from it. Simple's working on main as well now. Steps don't bait him in. Simple eventually finds his mark. Down found. Down.
I said it in my head, I was like, we haven't done that yet.
Or open testers. Doing nothing with this one. So it should be the 6th.
I guess they do have to save, you're right. Lossman is only 1400. Borup can drop 1 next round. He can drop 1.5 guns, really. Testers will be able to drop a Famis over. So they can make this buy serviceable. Going into the last round of play, Heroic have the chance to post 9. Navi have sealed up 6 with this big round and kept it clean. Meaning unless they get a little bit too audacious with their hunt, you should be able to have the 5 rifles in play and following. You're going to get 3,500 for the bomb detonation round win. Oh, the hunt is on. Great Molotov there. It's going to burn Burrow forward. He doesn't need to swing out too far. Well, he's being dinged from ramp, so they're doing great on this hunt. If they take these away, this is fantastic work. Great stuff from Navi there. And just take a look at what that's done to the bank balance. The only one able to buy in, really, is Burrow. Arcadian can get an M4 and armor, but everybody else is down to pittances, potentially Deagles, SMGs, shotguns, menagerie of the buy. What is going on here? What is he a ghost? Ghost Fecto? What was that about?
Oh, he used his ultimate, I think.
I didn't really... Okay, so he has got enough kills.
Got enough kills, so he popped
his ulti.
And then he popped it so that he could go...
Okay, all right.
Really invisible.
All right, well, can we see what the other team's buy looks like, or we have a bit harder game over here?
This is a little bit more mysterious, I'm afraid. You have to work it out for yourself.
Oh, you got to keep track of things.
Oh, that's wild. The one thing, though, it does have is it has visual elements of what's wallbangable and not. That's a little feature for you. I know you like that one, Chad. Didn't bring it up, but then you went and flamed the game. Flamey! Ooh. It's in the corner. Down the fence we go. Oh, this is awkward moments. The CTs are just walking into them backwards.
The shotgun is so scary. Well, Electronic has stayed alive. Perfecto's taken down Stown. Now it's just Borup and Cadian. This could be the 7th on the board for Navi.
Could. Cadian's got the bomb, though. Perfecto could get caught here by Borup's swing. Dink exchanged. Electronic finishes him off. So now it gets awkward. Now it gets difficult. Cadian, I've seen you pull these kind of rounds out of your hat. Let's see.
What type of hat's he wearing, Alex?
Oh, it's a snap back. It's backwards. It's really cool. 8-7. We're going to go discuss our favorite hats and maybe exchange some pictures too. 8-7. We'll be right back. home. We're ready for ESL Pro League's third map of our second game, etc., etc. Machine, Sponge, and of course Pansy janging out.
Janging out.
Janging out.
Just friends with hanging out.
Just janging out.
But we're slanging out.
We're losing our minds. There's been a lot of pauses, all about, weird scenarios in this. But we are in the second half.
Now, I'll tell you what, that's something Simple could slap with. He's waiting for the God Flash.
Oh, I don't see the sticker on it.
You're right.
Wrong one.
Orac's got a very stylish Glock fade, though, with the Skull King.
Very nice.
Here we go.
Flash. Here we go. Simple.
Sweet Jesus, it's gone. Okay. That's a lot of money squandered there. That's a full Kevlar vest in a CZ75, $1,200 gone in a bullet. And good damage inflicted by a boomage. Really nice, but there's only 3 of them left. They still haven't planted. Orb has the bomb. Nico trying to challenge as well. Flame dealing with lethal. Plato's caught Nico. If they find Flamey, they want to pivot. He knows that. And he has been found out. They are just running around now as a partner or a pair. Oh, good shot from Boomage again. He's definitely not willing to bow down to this one.
Okay, where are these little fakey boys going to go now? Little fakey boys, always somewhere else.
I liked the song before.
Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, okay, cool.
How up the ladder, the Glock's not too bad. Nor with the CZ75. Boomage making this sound cute. There's somebody's home. Oh dear, is Katie go up and around?
He made the drop with that step.
He may have.
This could be so nice. If he checks back in.
Hi.
Oh, he's seen both of them. That's a lovely bit of info.
Smart gamer. Bomb's going down, though. He's got to try and find Tassus. Does confirm he's still in the heaven position. Boomage is using every tool in his arsenal. He actually fakes the drop off again. Tassus is going to ignore it.
He dropped as well. Look at this.
Jesus. Oh, well. It is on to Tassus to clutch now. He's got 3 frags already in this pistol. No kit on Perfecto. So Tassus is going to jump for the info. Does get him off the bomb. Confirms it with his jump peaks. These guys are raw, just playing Counter-Strike at such a level. And it will be a magnificent pistol round from Tassus, all things considered. 4 kills. He overcomes it all. And what a round that was. Just seeing the way in which people have, when presented the puzzle of no utility, of no weaponry, no sprays, you can see all of the extra elements that people have found to get that competitive edge. Really nice round from Boomage, all things as well, but that was the perfect play from Tassus. Jumping, bouncing his head off to confirm and to make the sound necessary to confirm it's a fake. We are into the force fight, so keep your eyes on Simple, keep your eyes on Electronic. Outside smokes, Nico's charged already to the red container. They plan to get a vent drop, that's what that smoke indicates.
Ooh, that's going to be heard. So they know that there's one player towards main here. Electronic flashing forward and Flamey to be tested towards ramp. How big can Flame Dogger go?
Not 4 kills big, but...
Going to have to be nuclear right now.
Does he have any support nearby? I don't think so. Falls away. Yeah, Simple.
Oh,
excuse me? Okay, he's dead now, but a little dangerous. Flamey's fallen. Alright. He's open, no worries.
All spies dealt with, and Perfecto and Electronic should really just hang around, see if they can find any of these AK-47s or hold on to what they've upgraded into. This one here is done. 10 rounds on the board now for Heroic, and as we spoke about, it's another good map for Heroic. There was no reason they couldn't take this one back off of Na'Vi. The map pool actually very good for both teams. It was more the stylistic matchup that we were interested about within that Korea game.
Where's the map? Train?
Train will be the 3rd and final map of this series, which could also be an absolutely fantastic affair. We've seen Simple and Electronic in the last season of Pro League. It could have even been the road to Rio, doing some dirty 2v5s and talking us through it. We've seen some great little maneuvers from Heroic on this map, deciding on which type of jewels they want to isolate and work on. This one has delivered today, obviously with the big performance of Simple over there on Overpass, and now it's been more of a back and forth tussle. Thinking better than pushing forward. Heroic will hold on to what they have. Both teams calling a bit of a stalemate here, and that was the kill to open the round up. Nico onto Boomage, just rotating away as we have a bit of dabbing going on. And the crew back in their little cinema room.
Oh, they're trying to high-five.
High-fiving one another.
Yeah, like virtually.
Cross hammer fight.
Oh, it's kind of cute.
Respect. Of course, we want to get involved in the fan cams. That's the thing. Heading into round 18. Let's see then. Energy drained out of the room from this incredibly slow approach at times. Boomage trying to get himself down those vents fast and furious. Shouldn't be anything to write home about, but it will be heroic taking their time, and understandably so. There's so many positions unaccounted for. Outside, Nico's confirmed it's clear. Boomich up secret with his Desert Eagle. We'll be hoping for a free frag. Here come the outside smokes, so Boomich will be able to confirm or deny whether or not there is any information to be gained there. He's been Molotov'd out. He chooses to get ahead of it, but it cost him his life.
It was good timing there by Nico on that. He threw the Molotov, he forced that error from Boomich and was able to capitalize on the kill. And now they do have to worry about if the lower site is under jeopardy. Testing with the flash over. Smoke's giving them the ability to force around towards top ladder. You can see the one covering off towards the windows, one towards main as well, and then up they go. One little jump at a time. Electronic realizing that Heaven could be a problem now, needs to take back some territory towards lobby. Simple's posted with this CZ75 on the boost boxes towards ramp, trying to make the most of what he can, but this one here should be over. It's hard to see how Na'Vi are able to find kills with this setup. Utility can be deployed from Heroic. You can see they're dealing with Wiki Door. Perfecto not able to land a shot. And now the question becomes, do they just want to try and get exits? Do they want to make a real crack of this one based off the 2 flashes that Perfecto has? There's no right answer. Na'Vi are in a lot of trouble. They're in strife.
Nuke sometimes can feel so high octane, and this feels very concise. It feels very clear cut in a great deal of these rounds so far from the end. Kind of surprised. Electronic play me and Perfecto. There's not much to be done here. Maybe make it costly if you can. Not going to get the first chance at it. Perfecto with the flash. Doesn't do anything. Flamey's already dead.
Yeah, so
hear him too. Could be hunted here.
If you can avoid going down to an SMG, that's not bad. Save a bit of extra cash going on the board. So that's a win, all things considered there. As the loss bonus comes on through, the buy will follow. Simple as enough for an AWP and armor, but might want to go for the AUG. We've seen him be relatively proficient. Never mind, he'll get dropped the AWP. So lucky Simple, not having to worry about purchasing his own big green. Gets a gift. And he needs to make it work, because Na'Vi, if they're looking to close things up on their own map pick here of Nuke, they need to get started now, and the gun round should make things a little bit more interesting. So let's watch Down's approach. Will he still play around that vent? Nade open. No smokes come on in just yet. It's not deep enough to give up the idea that somebody could be down the vent, because Simple is, in fact, in there with an AWP.
Of course he is.
Top hit.
Where else are you going to be? Simple, knife, then, or sounds all but right. And if the T's aren't careful, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble with him there. But looks like attention's being turned elsewhere.
Oh,
Maybe
that's big.
just holds on.
Yeah, that's huge going down, though. It does open up ramp room. Simple's already stuck down to the vent, so he'll be able to commit to the lower side should they do. But at the moment, it seems like Lobby Luck sticking around. The frag, though, just hoping to pull the CTs out of position, and it has. Boomich and Simple have both been forced into the side. Would respect that.
If you can keep Simple in limbo, you've already done a fantastic job, and that's what they've done. He's in the wrong place. We can see the
Look at Boomich, though. I think he's pushing ramp to call it clear.
That's a good call. We've seen Heroic in the past limp out through Squeaky or Hut with walks. Nobody's watching Heaven just yet, so this might... Oh, Boomich, you saw him!
Does now. Gets the frag, and it looks like Electronics wrapped this wall on it, put a bow on it, and Simple. Losing his AWP. Perhaps even losing his round. There's still 30 seconds. Perfecto and Boomich left to try and pick the pieces up. A dink straight through the vents, and he's gone. He's out of there. AWP recovery could be difficult. He flew past it. Yeah.
Perfecto got it.
Perfecto grabbed one. Good. Okay, so the CTs do maintain that. It was a huge investment. Perfecto dropping it out, and he recovers it again to drop it out again. Perfecto, he's only got 3.3, but with armor already, he can grab himself a FAMAS and some nades. Cadian, let's see this frag. So this was a shot onto Flame just as he was trying to find some cover. Heading into our 20th. Second map, second game.
Wouldn't mind just bringing in some news here if this one starts a little bit slow. Daps, who stepped down from Genji, won't be playing tonight, has announced that there will be a new fifth for Genji going up against 100 Thieves this evening.
Ooh. So the announcement happens then, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess we'll wait and see who that is, who will be unveiled.
A new Genji player.
Wait, and this is... Sure, okay, I hate to be the spoiler, but isn't it already locked in because of the...
It would have to be, but Daps didn't say whom, so
okay.
I'm not sure who it is.
I see. We're playing nicely. SMG out.
Already on lower, no one's home.
Famis's, yeah, this is they're free and clear. Borop's loving it. Shell where he is. Molly's in. Cadian's on the flank. Oh, freebie. Gorgeous. Now Perfecto's even in question now. It's got 2. You can't ask for any more. What are you meant to do with these 2 now?
Save. Alright, Heroic are looking geared to take this map. So good stuff from them to bounce back after overpass. Now all the pressure on Simple to hold on to the AWP. If he can't carry this, if he can't maintain his grip, and Tessa says no, it's going to be a very, very rough spot now for Na'Vi. They have the choice, maybe just a little bit of a light upgrade, some pistols, maybe some armor behind this, or they can go for a force buy. But here, Heroic are looking like they're in position to take this one and take it quickly and cleanly. Exchanging each other's map picks today is on the cards. And speaking of cards, Down having a bit of a shuffle, keeping his hands busy.
Aww.
That's impressive. Good job, everyone. Teamwork, making the dream work.
Cute.
Love that.
Okay, well, looks like it will be the eco from Na'Vi as freeze time is trickling on down. Simple could invest a little bit, so could Electronic if they want to make this round slightly more potent. Boomage with the Zeus. We did see that over there on overpass. If you missed us, he had a little bit of a surfy maneuver. Have some smokes. Deagle for Simple. Electronic. Not going to buy anything, surprisingly. Maybe he'll have to drop the AWP for Simple in the further round. So let's get round 21 underway. Let's see if Na'Vi have anything to say, because so far Heroic are looking very, very good. This was going to be a back and forth affair after map number 1. It felt like it maybe was just going to be all one-way traffic for Na'Vi. But Heroic are making this interesting, and here we go. Here's the Zeus. Now we don't get the sound effect, unfortunately. Nico deals with Boomage, and towards the lower side they trundle. Or do they? True Heroic
boys.
What was the song? I actually remember which.
It was like a Spider Pig.
Keep alive. Got it. I remember now. Yep. Tell my brain's really not in gear. But the Fakey boys are at it again. But the CTs haven't moved too much. Flamey's having a walk around. But other than that, everyone's kind of as they are. And your Danger Man will always be Simple. 9 kills. Quiet for him here.
Yeah, this might be his most quiet performance so far within the Pro League. I was reading out his kill distribution and just some of the crazy stat lines that he's had up until this point. But as I said, if you can keep Simple in limbo, if you can keep him moving around, he's basically negated, and that's one of the things that they are doing well here today. It's not over just yet. Heroic will post 13, most likely, unless Simple does something wild. 2 kills is nice, but it's not enough to give Flamey the door ajar. And we wait.
Yeah. It's not quite the thriller I was hoping for, if I'm honest. It's a little bit of a shame that Na'Vi looks a little flat here, if I'm honest.
What do you reckon the X21 means? Anyone at home know? Write us.
Is it actually...
Send a letter. It might get here before the end of this game. Stout finishes things off, and here we go again. Round 22. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so Electronic did buy the AWP and give it towards Simple. See if there's any bite in this one. Maybe something a little bit more aggressive from Na'Vi. That's how they could deal with this, continuing to lose Heroic behind the smoke walls and different strategies. So a yard control could be one of the ways to operate here.
Chad, can you check in with Rush next time there's like a low buy round, maybe?
Sure.
Miss him. That's a little bit of flavour, you know? Simple, we need some of that flavour, some of that spice, something this guy can do. 11 kills. Maybe there was a moment, a glimmer of hope last round with that Deagle, but then it faded away, and that's what it's felt like this entire time. Bit of a fade away, but Simple gonna bring something back. Maybe spark something among this Na'Vi size. It just seems dreary. Molly comes in, here comes the hit. Good trade comes out, even if Electronic falls. Boomage is on it with Perfecto. Simple here, and everything's gone to plan. Shut down. Move on. 4 stand for the CTs. 13-9.
Gosh, I might as well check in with you now, mate. What's going on in there?
Hello?
What's the temperature like in the production room?
It's pretty cool now. It's pretty warm earlier. This is a tough new game, though. Jesus.
Why is it tough? Just slow?
It's slow and like all the fakey stuff, you know. Even Na'Vi were a bit, they were shifting around a lot. It was Everyone's everywhere, it seems. It's crazy.
A lot of the duels are happening simultaneously here.
Oh,
which
yes, we
makes
do love
life
to see
very
those.
difficult.
I love that.
You can't be in multiple places in one time,
Oh, I can
unfortunately.
definitely try.
Cross your eyes, cross your arms.
Put Simple up towards heaven with the AWP now, not back towards yard. Oh, okay.
Oh. Electronics just killed 2 of them through the smoke. Stown kind of had a plan, and it's just been taken from him because the bomb's now under CT control. He's just gone and got it. The
so cheap.
balls on him. He's going to get the full plant now. There's no one really to stop it. Flamey is there, but chances are Stan still gets this one down. Fakes the plant.
My God.
And walks away. That's one way to pull the rotate to the lower site. Imagine if he goes up the ladder now. Perfecto. Stan's going secret.
That's so cheeky.
Yeah, Nico's there to meet him. The escort will continue. Perfecto's the only one on that top site now. I kind of find that hard to believe. So CT vent, I mean, it is the perfect option. Electronics positioning himself to support top site. They're staring at him. Just as they look away, he has a look. This is crazy. Spots one. Knows it's coming. Flashes just to survive at this point.
Oh dear. I'll get rid of it. Still there. Fire, flames, everything poured in. Still stands finally gone. But Nico coming in combination. That's big. But Simple. Smoke. He's stopping. Simple just walking in. He's still operating. He's still trying this one out. Oh God, that was close. Oh my word. Why is he always a bloody danger? The poor Stan Flamey. So it's just Simple. And Simple, sadly, for once, isn't enough.
Okay, surely this is it now. How can Navi continue to battle back?
I mean, they'll have enough of something. It might be a Mag 7 or something of that ilk for Boomich. But yeah, they turned that around. And credit to Stown, I thought that double kill from Electronic was enough. But yeah, you can see what it ended up looking like. It was Nico's frag that kept them safe. Stown gets himself 3, and that's huge. Yeah, that's going to warrant a cheer, or a micro fist phrase.
I would hate to play the mid rounds on Heroic, like actually being on their team and just the way that they're all over the place all the time. It's insane.
Okay. Back in we go. Ooh, they already crossed? Pure confidence, it feels like. They've got Na'Vi by the throat now. Oh, start of the round, we're barely 30 seconds in, and Heroic are everywhere. Perfecto surrounded on fronts. He's got nothing to do but die. This is 15 every day of the week.
What a T-side this has been. 5, 6, 7 rounds now for the T-side. Puts them on 15, and Navi would have to have a spotless run. Unfortunately for them, though, they invested all their schmeckles, 2,900 loss bonus into the next round, which means you're going to have nothing.
Oh, no.
So the third map is Train. We've prepared ourselves for the potential for a third map here. Navi unable to convert their map pick. It's always been a weird one with Navi in terms of the map they pick, Chad. Like Dust 2 for a while, and like no one can really pick Dust 2, and then going for Nuke, and clearly it's certainly not like, you know, a flawless
I think
home turf.
They would have loved us to here today, but unfortunately that map was banned on out by Heroic, so unfortunately for them it's having to pick between a map pool where Heroic are actually quite strong.
Yeah.
We've seen Heroic on Mirage look pretty good. Navi could have picked into that if they wanted. I think Nuke potentially thinking they could have exploited some tendencies or approaches. And for moments, remember the first half was very close. It looked like it could have happened, but now backs against the wall, pistols come out. It is the last-ditched attempt. This should be Heroic sealing the deal, and you can see the scores right now. Stown was an absolutely monstrous performance, 25 to his name, 19 for Tassus coming alive after a slower map 1. Katie with 17, 15 for Borup, 12 for Nico. On the other side of things, we've got 16 for Perfecto, 15 for Boomich, 14 apiece for Electronic and Simple, and then Flamey there on 13. So even fragging on the Navi side, they're just being handedly beaten. And I think that all of these mid-round little maneuvers, fakes, back and forth, it's difficult to keep up with. You heard from Rushdie 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the best observer in the world. If he can't keep up with it, how are Navi meant to? So is there any life left in Navi? Scrape together this buy. It's a tough one. It's difficult to see how they get into it. And the reason, you know, it feels like it's low intensity is because once Heroic will burst into an area, they'll merely take control and then fall back. And Na'Vi can't strike or fight with low utility and low weaponry. They have to take advantage of the attacks. They need to be hiding around in the smokes, making sure they don't get out of those choke points, not giving them too much room. But it's too late for that now. And the innate and a flash left to Fuse Kit in Simple's hands. It's going to have to be something special.
It is certainly going to have to be at least 2. Wow, that's 3. Flamey, he's not going quietly into the night. He wants to fight. Gets himself 3 very crucial frags in order to keep and extend this Na'Vi nuke. It's down though. Yeah, progressing out. Does continue to hang around his favourite door. Nico holding the push. I'd be ashamed to see Na'Vi push in, but tucking in, that's fine. Electronic confirms. Still access from that squeaky side of things. A smoke towards the vents. Trying to draw the CTs into their crosshairs. 25 seconds. Simple catches the glimpse. A little leg, a little cheeky ankle. Want to keep this spotless. They want to hoover up all of those rifles. Every heart beating in the Na'Vi jersey should be equipped with something better than a Desert Eagle by the end of this. Boomich has fallen. Electronic likely trading. There we have it. So it will be 3 rifles and AWP, in fact, preserved. Electronic grabs himself the AK-47, and Na'Vi have got 5 rounds without any margin for error. Flamey, it's rare to see something this successful in that quad area. Katie getting a flash assist. I don't think we're going to get too upset about that. Wow, I didn't realize we've got a henchman.
Arnie's on the scene.
Yeah, huge.
So what was really cool about what Heroic were trying to do there was to avoid exactly what you were painting, Alex, not letting them try to pick up those guns. Unfortunately for them, they did go down. The guns can be scavenged, and the buy does look good on the Na'Vi side of things. But all it takes is 1. And Heroic have rounds to work with, and their approach so far has been fantastic. It's unlikely we see another triple kill coming out on the Na'Vi side of things in similar fashion to what Flamey just pulled off. They can just do these smokes towards the yard position, isolate some jewels, force out rotations once more. There's no reason for them to change things up. It's been working very, very well. Comes close to Simple already.
Natus has made it ahead of the others, but Rob's fallen. Flamey keeps him safe as well. The bodyguard's here. No one gets to get that close to Simple. An assassination attempt thwarted as Stone has moved up to ramp room. Where has that bomb been lost? It is in the outside area. Yeah, tricky to recover. Flamey aware of where these holes may be, even in the Na'Vi defense.
If you know you've left a gap, you have to just play really safe, and Flamey not doing exactly that. If Stout plays this gap, lets Flamey walk past and doesn't go for the kill, he can actually flank Simple.
Oh, he's behind enemy lines.
This could be huge.
I love this. Down must remain calm, though. There's 1. So we're seeing 2 players here. This could be quick. 1. Oh, before the call could even come through to Flamey, he was there for it, but this is now falling apart. Nicely handled in the end, but you could see them plan in motion.
Yeah, Flamey, the fact he hit that shot so quickly, that was pure reactions. He just heard the sound, Simple screams, and he quickly gets that revenge. Let's see that one again. This is Flamey's opener. Good catches from him. Quick turn and spray into Down.
It was a nice attempt.
Yeah.
He's considered.
NT.
I think with what Flamey did there, just for people why Simple didn't move from that line when I called someone was close, Flamey knew he had to deal with that push. They were well aware of what strategy Heroic were running with, and right now it's Heroic just down on the pistol. So potentially a pace change here. Might try something a little bit more explosive. They've thrown the secret wall smokes to feign control towards the lower, and then Katie with a molly and 2 flashes might just be a top piece. Perfecto can't get blind here.
Here we go. Turns it. 1, 2, 3. Maybe even 4. I can count. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay.
I'm jumping off the rafters with 1 HP. That's a
bold.
That's a man who with a plan.
Lives on the edge.
He does. 4.3 on the low end for this T side. We had a full 30 rounds of play earlier in the day. See if they can match it here.
This just feels like a matter of time now.
It does. I mean, I'm afraid that's the assumption we're operating under. I'm sure Na'Vi would like to change our minds. Heroic, though, have impressed us, and this T side does just feel like it's a matter of time. Simple's going to be tested here. Oh, elevated angle, and he bites his time to the first. Can't jump to reposition. Cadian trading. Flamey now conceding.
He has to give this up. He can't fight this. If he swings out, he'll be taken. There's multiple members now over towards ramp, backing Cadian up. Okay, well, they feigned full ramp control. That flash, the fact that he didn't peek off of it, it means that they could be anywhere, but Electronic is actually taking space back himself.
Whoa, you don't see this flank all too often, do you? Not at this pace. Not at the pace at 1 minute. Still on the clock. Look at this. He's turning his... He's going to have 2 backs turned. Maybe even 4. Hi, everyone.
Oh, it's everything you've ever wanted. It does die to Squeaky, but that's everything lining up. It becomes possible.
It's still doable right now for Heroic. They're going to get down the vent.
Boomich. He was there. He's been there the whole time. Excellent play from Boomich, and honestly, that flank here, the timing was unreal. To come around just as they were falling away from ramp, they sown that seed of doubt there as maybe they got a bit of ramp control. No. Electronic. That's why you want him in the server. Bit, we love you. Don't worry. Everyone was a big fan, but we appreciate this. 15-13 timeout called. This is a slog.
Yeah, so right now the loss bonus has ticked all the way up to 3,400 on the Heroic side of things. So they can go for a half investment right here as we get the Na'Vi fan cams coming on through. Lots of you at home, big fans of the Kings from the CIS. Now, I would like to see a partial buy from Heroic here. They can have those Tech 9s utility again. Kevlar for a couple of the players will make that 4K, and will be the only one not going with it, probably wanting to get an AWP up in the following round. So they do have 5 smokes in play. We could see a standard secret wall smoke, and they could just have all 5 of them Hail Mary and try and get down. That's not a terrible play. You're going to close the distance, you're going to close the gap, the pistols become more potent.
Certainly not. And of course, the other threat, if you were to go for something like that, is Electronic. It's simple at the moment, though.
Well, they have a couple of cross, and Sounds get punished by Boomich. Electronics on the scene.
I need to see something to make me believe this round has got any sort of threat to it. That flash isn't bad. It's a good stepping stone, isn't it? Everyone's here. Simple's down the ramp. We've got Flamey on the board. It's quick. They're having none of it. We're 1 away from 15-15. OT is feeling like it could be on the cards here. This could be a long affair between these two. Heroic wins it. We go all the way through this.
What's Cadian cooking up in his bag of tricks? Final round. You've just lost your last 5 attempts.
She's got the AK.
Okay. What's he got in store? What of Heroic planning to break this CT defense? And RV running with momentum. Heroic to take us to 3 here in regulation. Otherwise, overtime will be pulled out.
They're trying to test Flamey again over towards ramp.
Simple's there, though. Smoke, an incendiary, anything. There it is. He's thinking about it. He's flirting with the idea. That will give him info. That forces down back, a little burn.
Well, the Electronics just swung on yard and heard lots of footsteps. This is getting very dicey. Simple's back in time.
He is. He's flashed off for now, but it's Flamey that needs something. North Simple does pull the trigger. 4 on 4 as they drop to the lower side. Boomich is there in time. Electronic could be caught out here. And in the meantime, it's Boomich. Spots both of them. Gets one. Good damage inflicted into Tessus. Cadian catches Simple outside. Bomb to be planted thanks to Tessus. Electronic and Perfecto aren't far away, and the fact that he's delayed this plant has enabled them to dig their heels in. Goodness, if Tessus was to plant here, if he makes a sound, if he confirms that the bomb is on that lower side. Oh, good shot. Electronic, the robot. Oh, and Borup's gone too. We're looking like overtime. Tessus, he is on that lower side. Perfecto towards Decon. 30 seconds. He wants the spike, and that's the sound cue they needed. Na'Vi. Wow, 6 rounds in a row on the defense, and it's time for a quick break. We'll get ready for overtime here on our second map.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get action, now I'm feeling this is it.
defenses towards the end. It was a spectacular start from Heroic. The Danes came to play on our second map. It was a 16-6 thrashing on our first. Perfecto toggling on his noose, and we're ready to get into what will be the first round of our second map's overtime. First to 19, got Spoonge, and of course Pansy hanging out with my self machine.
My alarm's going off. I've got to water my plants.
You've got an alarm plant. Well, let me try again. Plant alarm.
Yeah, because I overwater.
Oh, you overhydrate them.
Yeah, I do. It's a real problem. Oh, this could be a problem for Heroic. Simple, though, pushing up, hitting his underwear. Oh! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, God, there's no escape. Put out of his misery by Nico, and then Electron is gone. This is an absolute travesty of a start for Na'Vi, being tried to kept together by Boomich and Perfecto. But the pace from Heroic. God damn.
So that's the first round Heroic have posted in the last 7. It was 6 straight from Na'Vi to get us to overtime, and Heroic have come out of the gate swinging. Simple getting caught in no man's land, just waiting to see if he can line his shot up, not wanting to pull the trigger too early, and then having to dance back through the flames. There's no way out. There was no way out.
They completely isolated him on his attempt to go aggressive.
All right, well, back in we go. That was a quick one off the break, so let's see how they fare. Squeaky getting naded open. Cadian trying his kick, but he's going to cop a nade.
Double nades, yeah. Nico, Cadian both down to 50. Now Flamey, he's going to drop his incendiary at the perfect time. It was an HE, so doesn't quite buy as much space as you would have hoped.
Well, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Safe from the flash. Double flash. He's going to surely go down here, Jack. Oh, what? They were lined up for Simple. He plugs them both from the air. A double peak. Oh, and a fast flick. Simple's furious. Nico's going to go down as well. He's on for the ace. Simple. Absolute disrespect. Slapping down a collateral, plucking them from the air and winning this round single-handedly.
Oh, you don't get to dance with the devil and not expect to get burnt. But now, 4 up. A 1v4. An ace is the only accepted form of currency here if he wants to round win. Bit of a tag to begin with. That's going to be a second. They go 1 by 1. It all becomes a little bit more possible.
I like this. This would be the perfect microcosm of Na'Vi. Simple's got 4 up to clutch, but Perfecto saves us and saves Simple's hard work. Great. Yeah, give him the defuse. That one counts too. So you're going to get the 16th, and both rounds have hinged off the back of shutting them down. What are we waiting for?
AK-47, so
there we go.
Just making sure they have the biggest, baddest guns in the server possible. And the defuse will come through. Perfecto ends up taking that one. It doesn't matter. We're in overtime 16k. So now as we move into the last round of the first half of overtime, let's see who's going to take the lead. Simple's double. Flamey, very lucky.
Mid-air.
Very lucky.
He was supposed to be screwed. I don't know how he hit that. Still not really sure about that one. But yeah, Cadian.
You just gotta. That's gonna be water for ducks back. Like, oh, yeah, it is simple after all.
It's okay. It's okay. All right, they're going outside now. Boomich, Electronic, both mixing it up with a different look. Electronic's been given the responsibility of outside. It'll be Simple normally who flashes for him, but no one's there this time around.
That double nade is indicative that they know Electronic likes to play up close and personal to that CT-sided smoke and look up towards the top of Silo. Lining up their own will be Heroic now. This is an interesting position from Electronic. We want to keep eyes on him here. He'll be ahead of the smoke wall.
See what you're saying.
Does he get the info for it?
Likely. One jiggle. He just has to choose when. Yep, there it is. Nothing close. It's not a safe call, but Simple has caught us down. He was holding that broken squeaky door.
It's huge.
And by finding that frag, it's indicative that they've returned to lobby. And so Ramp, Flamey's been a real pillar of consistency here. He is hearing the steps, and he'll confirm that information to his team. Perfecto. Flash and Borup is going to check his corners, so now it gets intense. Boomich's spray not quite good enough. The flash might delay. Cadian does convert. This is looking better for Heroic. A 4-on-3 at the moment, but the bomb will go down. Simple and Perfecto ascending or descending from the ramp. Electronic from Secret. Testis wants an information, and he gets more than he bargained for. He gets taken out of the picture.
Super simple so far. Cadian on one, Borup on the other. TK trained on this, chooses to go towards simple. Probably the right choice, I'd say, at this point. But Perfecto gonna manage some good work here. Let's play it back in. He's spotted out. That's great work. Perfecto now almost running low on time. Cadian's just buying it. Seconds now passes. He knows his chances are dwindled on this, but he has to go for it no matter what. There's the first and the second.
Hold it. Drop the flash. Do something. Oh, okay. That's the end of that. 17 to 16. It is going to be an advantage heroic. And we're heading into that second half straight away. My goodness. This was Navi's pick. We'll see how this one opens up. You can see this is a very important frag. Just catching Boomich out on the angle that Nico was holding.
As soon as I saw him coming down the stairs and I saw the doors, I was like, oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no. Jack, can you remind me of the T-side we saw from Navi quite briefly? Because honestly, it felt so long ago now.
So they won a pistol, they lost the force, and then they battled back with 3 in a row within the middle of the piece there, and that's when they were able to humble the heroic economy. But once heroic got their goodies out, they were actually able to string together a decent half. It was an 8-7 scoreline. So it was a back and forth affair, but it was scrappy rounds for both. Wasn't anything very clean.
Gosh, that's nerve-wracking. That was the bomb.
Oh, dear.
He was so ready to try and find the frag. Now the bomb's been spotted, and Perfecto didn't win that duel. He's been having a great game as well, by the way. And Stound's gone down on the aggression. Wow, this game keeps changing hands so many times.
Has Cadian got eye on the bomb at all? I guess he knows where it went down at some point, but Electronic could probably pick this up.
Yeah, the fact Perfecto killed Nico has made Cadian's job a lot more difficult.
Looks like he's trying to be proactive with it. He might even flame me for this. They're still maybe aware, but Cadian out nade to hand. That's going to catch 50 HP, but 4-up's going to be called to go to lower. Cadian's still considering how do I put myself in the best position, and it feels like maybe the wrong choice, but had to make one either way.
They left the bomb.
30 seconds, boy.
Allowing Electronic to pick that one up.
They're doing a heroic to heroic.
They're doing a fakey boy, and it's worked.
Fakey boys get fakey boyed. That's a rarity. Boomich is going to shoot up the vents now, and that'll be the sound cue that they realise, oh dear, it's gone awry. He's burning himself down to a crisp.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself, Boomich.
Okay, he could have landed on the plant, so that would have been awkward. But we're all getting the hood now, and it's time for an after plan. Navi in pursuit of their 17th. Fakey boying the very same. He's got the one-way smoke. Tessa's got an incendiary. Victoria's going to be forced out into a flashbang here. They've got all the right util.
God, the headshots come through thick and fast.
Oh,
down. Here we go. Boomich can only do so much, but he has to do it all for them.
Stop planning for it.
Oh my God! You can't do anything about it. It's all over, and tragedy strikes.
Over to Chad Birchall with more.
That was a great retake. Oh, I cannot believe how much they milked out of that one-way smoke.
Dude, the shot Tessa's got, you can see the vision from Perfecto was completely nullified. Damn, that's impressive stuff. And now, well, they're off for securing it. That's a bit of a heartbreaker for Navi. Oh, they're going for something a little bit quicker. At least the nades indicate that. Fast Molotovs all over the inner sight. Every weapon they desire for this fight.
Okay.
2 rounds required in simultaneous fashion from the team side if they want to take us to another OT, or heroic 5 kills to get that train locked in.
I won't lie, train is looking very, very likely right now.
Yep.
Heroic have mounted a very good defense.
Really, I mean that retake, it wasn't even defense, that was assault. Went straight in from the top heaven position.
Okay, yard smokes, it will just be Electronic out here to sell this one. Nico poking his head up. He's on low HP over towards Secret, but has the AUG. And the fact that he hasn't seen anything means the rest of the players on Heroic can stay on high alert in their current positions. They've given up ramp, and Nico's actually searching. So Nico could be a problem late round.
Where do they take this ramp for now? First stop for the T-side, bombs there, all going through.
Oh, some missed nades, it's getting real dicey.
This feels sloppy, but it can still come together. Flamey going to play by door. This could be down towards his end potentially. He's got room on this. Started by bore up and loses to bore up.
That's the vent rotation possible now. So Navi, 25 seconds.
Look how set up they are.
Oh, there's no time, Alex. This should be a slaughter.
Oh. Now just simple. Pop flash. Looking good. Simple. Not going to go down without a fight. But he is going down. 19 to 16. Heroic take nuke. We'll be getting ourselves ready for trade. Over on Train. The first to reflect on Nuke, it was an overtime victory for Heroic. And it was on the pause-o-matic of Navi, let's not forget that. We've got our sunnies on because it's getting a little late and it's getting a little bright. They put those lights on. It was a flashbang IRL.
It was jarring.
Jarring.
We need to take a moment, guys. Does everyone have water standing by?
Yes.
All right, so I want you to just get it. First we'll have a sip. We need to hydrate. It's been a long day. Hydrate. Grab a drink, all right? Or you at home too. I'm looking out for your chat dads here. Now, we've all been sitting down for a long time, so I want everyone to take a couple steps back from their desk area and limber up. Not like that. We want to stay a little bit coordinated.
Keep him in like a smaller area, maybe. He's coming out.
Okay, so let's put the arms out, and we just want to rotate the arms. No. You keep the arms in. Lauren, you and I with the arms out. Alex,
I'm good after that.
Alex can join us for the other stretches.
Oh, gosh. I just feel like I've been on a pub crawl, Chad.
Isn't that every day?
No, I don't drink anymore. That's
well, we're limbering up, everybody. Just take a couple of stretches, get out of your chairs. Your mum and dad will be loving this. You know, you want to be moving around a little bit. I want everyone on the fan cams to be doing. Here we go. Lauren's getting the hammy stretches in. Alex is doing some squats. This is good.
Nice.
Okay, so now that we're all feeling a bit better about things, we can talk about the map. Nico, well, he only you do. I'm glad. Remember when we were in Russia and we locked in our ice hockey locker room and I made you, me, and Yanka go for walks outside to keep ourselves fresh? We can't do that here. We can't do that here, Alex. It's not possible. So we're just going to have to talk about the game. And Nico, we had his stats up. He had that was like 3 years ago now. Okay.
Try to get as far away from you.
This was a good game from Heroic. They had a commanding lead. Na'Vi did a valiant effort there in that second half. It was 6 rounds straight on their CT side when they came alive. We had that massive moment from Flamey over towards Ramp. He had that 3-piece with the UMP. But Stound was the driving force in the early stages. He definitely cooled as the game went on, but the rest of his teammates woke up. I think Testas as well bounced back after a very slow overpass. But one of the key things for me, even though Na'Vi lost, was how it was a relatively team effort, right? You look at this, 27 for Simple, 27 for Perfecto, you've got 25 for Bunu, Mitch, 21 for Electronic, and 20 for Flamey. Simple only really ran away from the rest of the pack there towards the tail end, so otherwise it was pretty even fragging throughout. Couple of blunders, couple of moments like that Boomage round coming in from main when the bomb was planted on the other side. But all in all, the series is delivering. The style of, or the clash of styles that we're getting here, it has been nice to see. And going into train, I'm sure we're going to get a little bit more of that. But I don't know who my star players or individuals to look at. I think we just have to stick with Simple and Stout. We'll just stick with those.
Yeah, I think we should, and it makes perfect sense. Of course, taking a look at some of the highlights of those games. Yeah, this retake was something. Look at the way Testis and Borup work. This is a unit just checking over that one way, catching another. This is where Boomage realized he's in trouble. Now. Where's the bomb? No.
Plan it for you, boss. No. You know what's so cool about that retake as well is that they threw the Molotov directly below the heaven position, right? So that one way was forced, that Molotov forced Electronic into the, I call that box mushroom, I don't know what you guys at home call it, forced him into that position which the one way could be exploited by, and it was good to see. So all in all, a good game of Counter-Strike. I don't really have too much else to say.
No, that's fine. We can actually just take a break.
Let's do that
instead. So myself, Pansy, and Sponge will be right back with your third map. It's Train. We'll be back in a moment. You can go wherever you want.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
I cannot be stopped constantly. Constantly is a part of me.
League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
I told you can't do knife rounds anymore. Like it gets too much camera time. And of course we're back for ESL Pro League. Now we have got apparently a knife round to check out, which Rushley has been requested to commentate and provide some color commentary on. So of course the knife for the third map of a series is often determined through knives. It's a weapon, makes you run faster.
Can I just interject just quickly, because if people want to watch lots of Counter-Strike, if you want to split your vision, the B-Stream game of the North American side of things is already live. The 100 Thieves versus Genji is live right now, and the player who is playing for DAPS is called CXZI. Never really XZI. Haven't heard of him. Not quite sure what he's going to offer so far. He has. Could be sexy. I don't know. He currently has 0 kills. They're 4 rounds into the game. That's one thing that we want to make note of, just so everybody at home is well aware. And we do have the match Complexity versus Vitality coming up. But we will have to wait till this one ends, because that's just kind of what happens, right?
It is. That is. I mean, you can't watch that game until this one is over. Yeah. But you're right. Train is next. I thought we were doing that knife round.
Yeah, no, it was coming. Well, maybe we've been. I guess they got to get all the lower thirds in, right?
Bibbly
I
bobblies.
want the stuff from CS Money. If you're watching CS Money,
you know they're not doing that.
Come on.
I want the A, not the A3. It's not as big as I thought. A1. I want the A1
I don't think
sheet.
it's bigger.
I want all of us to have a nice A1 sheet.
Yeah.
You print out the pictures. You get collage, right? And I want to present it like that. I want to have it like homework.
Fun fact for you people at home: if you've got a piece of paper, you know you can't fold a piece of paper more than 7 times.
All right, let's try.
7. Can I have a sheet?
It's my favourite notepad, but yeah.
You can have this. Okay. All right. Well, this is my favorite notepad.
Okay.
7.
Is it in half?
2.
Yeah.
Okay.
2.
Yeah. There was no knife round. We got trolled.
That's all right. I mean, I was on the phone with the big dogs, and
oh, you got a canned.
They understood my tone.
Ah, okay. I think this is 4.
Yeah, I've only got 5. Well, let's get into it. It's strange. Navi going up against Heroic. A full overtime game on Nuke, so who knows where this was going. Keep folding your paper while we get into the knife round. The pistol.
I mean, we could always just get rushed to cast around later on, you know. Oh.
Hello.
Rush, you on the other end, or you just prank calling us?
I just received a call from the high-ups, and I was told I could not do the knife round. Apparently someone from the desk put in a call. I'm not sure who. I wasn't watching, so I don't know if someone said anything, but I don't get to do a knife round now, and I'm very sad.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Rush. That's horrible, man.
Oh, right. I've already lost 2 players, Rush. You want to take the rest of the pistol for us?
Can do. I do like Borup's position. Simple, though. He's above. But I don't think they're going down. It looks like Flame is sneaking out. It's only Nico here. He doesn't have a lot of... Well, actually, he has a lot of utils, so he could rain a HE down, but he's giving up some ground. Gets destroyed at the long range. Perfecto now. Probably going to push up as close as he can. Boomich. I doubt he's going to go down, but honestly, it looks like they're saving already, and I can't believe that. That's craziness.
How does it make you feel?
Kind of weird.
How many emotions would you put on it?
I mean, I understand they have a kit and a flash and Kevlar. I just go in there. I mean, they've got the stuff. Yeah, they got the stuff. They can get it done.
They got the juice?
Yeah, they got the juice. They got all the kinds of juice, honestly.
All right. Well, thanks for
there's
no worries. Better than the
I like the background noise going on. It feels like there's life in it. You know?
Ambient noise.
Oh, that's like why I listen to it at night, so I don't feel lonely.
We can just record Rush's production room. We can get all the the pens dropping and the tapping of the keyboards.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. I normally choose magical library or mythical forest, but I guess production room would.
Someone's put me squatting on their little seat in Mirage.
That's quite good.
Okay, go on Alex's Twitter right now. I need you guys at home to be able to play along.
Well played, Roro.
Is it at Machine GG?
Machine Egg. Yes, or Machine Egg.
My car number plate in Australia used to be 1 egg, and I hated it.
Well, you can be GG or you can be Machine Egg. I wonder how many people I hate that she's seen that for the first time now. Here she is, boiling the kettle.
4 spy now, 4 heroic.
Oh, how thrilling. Let's see how well this goes. Oh, smokes everywhere, deagles, the scout. Truly the thriller in Manila here.
Well, it's a 5-man stack towards the yard, so this one might be a no contest, because I don't think the rotation's going to come in time. The smoke is good. Heroic are locked out. If the bomb goes down and they're not on the scene, guess what the correct option should be, everybody at home? You get one guess!
Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a boring round of Counter-Strike. We're going to try and make it sound as boring as possible, because they are going to potentially have some contact. Nico has gone a little close. He wants to try and see if he gets anything for free.
Ooh, they're biffing and brawling.
Wow! Whoa! Whoa! Hey! The crowd goes absolutely wild as Nico gets one single frag. And Flamey does one better. That was lovely. He's just protecting Simple's AK-47, dropping his utility to make sure that that weapon isn't recovered, and he does manage to get it back home. Have to admit that the squat on the Mirage
really throwing the two of you for a loop, hasn't it?
It's just perfect.
It literally looks like Neo's weird cousin from the Matrix.
What?
Why does it look like I'm wearing swimming goggles? I'm after
Oh,
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
You guys are going to be walking home this evening, all right?
I just need chat to also see this. Chat, go on your phone and have a look. It's brilliant.
He's had a look. He's had a look.
Okay.
I've retweeted it.
Oh, good job.
Okay.
Oh, good job.
Well, it does look like I've had some sweat Slim. Yeah, I've sweated and burped to laugh out. It's been weird.
Oh,
but we're back into the action. I'm so sorry for the inappropriate presentation. This is obviously a professional product, and we will be fired. So you guys will get your way.
That's a good start from Stout. Unable to convert onto electronic. And Boomage mopping up another. So this one here might be over before it started. Acadian has... Never mind.
Oh.
Boomage, have a round.
Monsieur Boomage. En français. I managed to convert on the USP. But still, 3-0 starts in Navi's T-side. They're not going to be having the same issues they encountered on their T-side start of Nuke, which was, of course, a bit of a force-by battle, ending in that 1916 you see in the top right there. But have a look at the highlights. Let's see how these ones came to be. It was the second one I'm interested in. Was it the third? Okay, so the third was the one I was more concerned about. So it was
a bit of a bosh on Acadian right there. I'm glad that happened. That couldn't be any better right now.
That was through smoke. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Natus is still rocking this AUG, so curious to see. He's really loving this weapon. A bit of a, not meta shift, but a change in a lot of players at the moment. Boomage, down pop, takes Nico out. Big opening.
It's like prove a point. Has he not? I don't think he's died yet. He's 7-0. Anti-Bond. Actually, no, he's got an assist. Damn you. But he's doing incredibly well for himself. Maybe unhappy with how Nuke went, but Down gets the chance. Here we go. Boom. That's one. Boomage gone. Finally the first death for him on the board. They are, however, on the site, but the bomb isn't. That's still towards the hall, so I'm looking to see when that joins. It will be simple with it. Looks like he has made it down for now.
I do have a good feeling about Stound's position here. He's quite hidden.
Bomb down.
He's had a great shot. Simple tried to cross with that bomb. It's on the catwalk now. Issues for Na'Vi.
Terrible round to lose.
Terrible round to lose. Stound's coming from behind him. They're not ready for that. Katie caught. Oh, Flamey fixes his issues, but Stound does finish him off. So 1v3. Perfecto yet to frag.
Oh, Texas knows.
Good shots. Ooh. And Stound just going hunting. Had the scope. Didn't want to turn his back.
So curious to know that they opted for double orbs as a priority here against Na'Vi in the first gun round. Let's see if they want to continue to get that up, as Stam will have to drop that over towards Cadian. Potentially unable to afford, didn't completely catch the cash money, but I would say unlikely considering the state of affairs with that win bonus. Na'Vi fans back out at it.
The violinist is back.
Nice.
All right, so we'll just be the single orb. They couldn't get that secondary orb up to play right here. Over towards the inner side of things, we have Nico having to deal with Flamey. But otherwise, netting the territory, they need to ease there early. Now, they have to worry about team main control. We know that Borup loves to get flashed in. Deep Molotovs, deep smokes, we've seen it before from Heroic. Perfecto needs to be on high alert as he's holding this side of the map just on his own. Tickled up by the Molotov there was Boomage, so Tassus is aware that somebody is close by. This is already forced Heroic to play two players. Oh dear, totem drop into the molly.
It's not a commonly used strategy, Chad, but...
No. It's only one player dropping in that we've seen, not bad.
Yeah, but the double...
Just sent him to the death pit.
Sitting on his head.
Sitting on his head. He was like that bully kid at the pool that would always just hold you under a little uncomfortably long, you know, when you were wrestling in the pool? Yeah. George, I remember you.
George. Sounds like a bully. Borup,
He always said he'd give me his RuneScape gold, but he never did.
Never did he?
I made all these promises. Simple's got a nice frank, though.
Okay, this could get fun at least. Orbs coming into play everywhere. This is just Orb's paradise, apparently. Again, this could be another one. Not to beat. Simple now gets the line, but it plays in Borup. The last two for the T's. The territory's not great. They're going to have to really fight for these frags, and Simple's having a bit of a look. Smoke dissipating. Might give him a chance, but it gives Cadian a better one. It's now 1v4 beckons.
He's got no options. Borup, if he goes hunting, would be the frag that he's waiting for, but he's got 9 seconds just to try and preserve this orb. He doesn't want to go down after time. Does hit the first.
Oh, the push.
Simple paid out and loses it. Down to $850 and bare knuckles. That's a nasty way to end the round.
I'd only be able to grab one pair of Gucci slippers with that amount of money, so... How much did the Gucci slipper?
I don't know, I think that's probably right.
That's what all the players buy, right?
Yeah, they're all players, of course.
That's the little slides.
That's slides, but they're all like ridiculously priced.
Yeah, okay. But Electronic has the Zeus and a good spawn, so down Pop Dog will be the most likely use for this right here.
That's practically clear flashbang.
But nobody's pushed on forward, so Electronic will just have to come on in. And that's probably his round done. As Stown takes down Flamey. Nico can see that there's nobody else pushed up towards the box halls, and while this eco is over as quickly as it started, Simple full invested. He only has 150 left. For him, next round is not going to be looking pretty whatsoever. Where did Simple buy? Limited Eagle to Eagle. Okay, that makes sense. That's a quick way to spend your lion's share of $850. Dollies?
Hi, I'd like to exchange $15 for one Kalashnikov, please. I'm sorry, sir. This is a weapon shop. We take primarily money.
Gold?
Or criminal services.
Yeah, you maybe have like a Rolex. We might use that.
Where in my Rolex? Who did that? Was it Wiley?
Yeah.
Wiley.
Wow, that's back about 10 years.
Brian, throwback for you.
Casual Rolex sweep.
Okay, well, we've tied things up at 3-3. Heroic with 3 of their own on the trot. As it's down straight back into the double lob setup. So it's a priority here for Heroic on their CT side of Train. If you're going to buy on the Na'Vi side, it means the Simple probably just will be the Deagle armor, and that will be the purchase. Flamey with the Galil, Boomage with the Galil as well, so they can get utility up. If they know the double orbs are out again, or if they have an inkling, they might go for more of a set piece here. Looks just like the default spread, so we're going to have nades over main. Late control. This is the deep Molotov I'm talking about. Burrup will get flashed in here traditionally, but will be held at bay. And Perfecto, well, he's done.
Wait and see the rest of this lovely idea. I mean, maybe Boomich is a little further ahead, yeah. So he does get to catch our Borup, but this line of defense still holds. Sounds okay, no one through Ivy. This is one-dimensional, but they are out. There's no other layers to this, so Tess is just into the smoke. He's through it. Simple. Finding the head casually. I don't know how he makes it look so easy every single time. It's Flamey now.
Go on, if he does the jump, I will scream. He's thinking about it, I can tell. I can feel it. No, wants to test this instead, but he is not going to have counted the player behind him. And so, it is Heroic starting to really pick up steam, if you'll excuse the pun, here on Train. 4 frags already. Let me try again. 4 rounds consecutively. Very hard to have a constant stream of dialogue that is coherent over the course of a long series such as this, especially after already having one prior. I apologize.
Good. Want it in writing as well.
You see not handwriting usually.
Yeah, we can type it up. Alright, meaning lots of down that one right there. Still love that space picture above the bed, one of my favorites. Let's get back underway here as Na'Vi opting for just the economical once more. Pistols coming out. Deagle for Flamey, Deagle for Perfecto. Boomich is going to try his luck this time round with the Zeus. Simple yet to purchase, probably wanting to have enough money for the AWP. Electronic will upgrade to the Deagle as well. And here goes Boomich as fast as you like. Can he make it into the pop dog and greet a CT? Nobody's close, so probably not going to have too much luck in this one. Teslas might Molotov before diving on in. Lots of nades towards main. Down's actually taken down a huge chunk of damage over towards that Ivy position, so he's had to drop a smoke and a HE, and they even rotate out of position. They're swapping on over. There's the Zeus. Goes missing, and Tessus takes down Boomich. So this round here needs to have the Deagles do some work.
Let's see if any of them do. Well, I'm just going to back away. He's got Perfecto. Excuse me, Tessus to help him out. Perfecto on the other side, the one tagged down to 23. There's no real rush on this. Na'Vi just going through the motions. Barely any util left on the CTs. That's nice. Simple gone. Electronic now. Also to full. I was thinking it must be nice to be a sports commentator sometimes. It's just like Flamey.
Yeah.
You know, just literally like.
No, I was thinking that. And I was also thinking like it's really easy to rein it in. Like I could sit here and give you the bare bones. You know,
sure.
Flamey shuts down one, gets another, and then you just pushing A. Not to be, and you just do that for 20, 25 rounds straight.
Phrases.
Yeah, I could, but you know, sometimes.
Isn't that less fun for you?
Exactly. I mean, that's half the reason why my commentary has morphed into this kind of mutant collaboration of things, just because you have to keep it interesting for yourself as well, you know.
I've been trying to make my commentary a bit more artsy.
Yeah, I've been hearing that. I've been enjoying.
Artsy.
I mean, he misuses that word, but I'm no longer triggered by it. He knows.
I'm glad I'm not able to pick it up on that. What do you mean by it?
It's Chad's catch-all word for anything that he doesn't constitute as logical, but is probably falls under the creativity branch.
Yes.
Anything is artsy if it involves kind of creativity and unquantifiable.
If it's not Counter-Strike, Lauren, it's artsy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like
clothes, design, fashion,
artsy.
Anything.
Okay, well, I like. Thank you for the translation.
Yeah, no worries. I speak fluent, Chad.
Oh, that could have been a double if just the second had lined up there. But Down does get to live another day, and he does also to keep his HP a little bit higher, so maybe less inclined to spend all that util. But he has put it all in place regardless. We are at the 18 marker.
This is scary stuff. Perfecto was eventually ironed out. The crease and off. Gone. Sound keeping the orbs working. These double orbs are deadly. Sound's just on for a full round here. He's got 3. Boomich the last victim. Simple, but nothing he can do now. He's just baiting around with them. Cadian's mantling up. Yeah, he's got a very pretty orb.
I think it's called the Paw. I don't know. I bought it.
Paw Patrol?
Forget. I did buy it.
One of Lauren's favourites. You love a bit of Paw Patrol. You don't know what it was? No, I think it's a children's TV show.
I think I was too old.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'd have to get Natus on the phone to ask about that one. So I'm not sure if Simple's already considering the save or thinks the aggression's going to come through here. Either way, Na'Vi haven't been able to find an opening into the round. Completely shut down by Sound, and he's continuing to push forward for more. Simple in a very, very difficult angle to clear. I'm not sure Sound will be aware of this. He is scoped on in tightly.
Imagine if he did get hit.
Hit him.
Oof, for 50. But with 17 seconds left and the bomb at despawn, I don't know if we're really expecting much more. Dink exchange again, so both low, both holding on to their weapons. Flamey does well to win the duel on Borup. Yeah, this is great. The rule of 3, but not as relevant when they've got 10k in the bank across the board. It's down, let's see those frags again. 1 on the close line as Electronic runs up, pivots to Woloff as Perfecto tries to get some info. And number 3 was Boomich, just as he watched that smoke fade. So it's down, a really good round from him, even tagging up Simple as well. The Danes holding the lead, as you would expect, admittedly, here on the CT side of Train, but we are still just 10 rounds in, or 9, this is our 10th. So let's get into the action then. Electronic forced into just attack 9, and does seem like there's an air of pace here. A fast pop-up drop. Boomich silently dismounts, and that's a really good sequence. Boomich, the in-game leader, leading by example. That's one way to win a round, just like that. It's been a while since we saw that kind of flair.
Bro can fight for this. They don't have to save with all that money.
Make a good point, Chad, but finding ways back in is going to be difficult. The utility could be their avenue.
Oh, come on, guys.
I feel like I've spent more time in this series
with them saving guns.
Watching people save than I have actually casting play-by-play.
Because the first 2 kills happened, 15 seconds into the round, and now we just sit and we work out if Na'Vi want to throw away cash on a hunt, which they don't, because they haven't built up a bank on their own. At least the double orbs get held onto here for Heroic if we're looking for silver linings in that round. And we're always looking for a silver lining.
I'm gonna look at that picture again. It always cheers me up.
I made it their group icon at Lauren's request. So.
I'm so happy. I just love the reply that someone made is, imagine walking around the corner and seeing that. You know, you got your flash from me into B.
Check the corner. I'm squatting with my swimming goggles on.
It makes me so happy.
Good. I'm glad, Lauren. You've had a bad day.
Yeah, honestly, that brings me so much joy.
Shout out to Roro-chan.
Yeah, thank you for your creativity. You guys at home, we really appreciate it. It's fun to
I've been getting lots of lovely messages of encouragement as well. So shout out to you guys for taking the time out of your day to not only watch the show and put up with us, but also say nice things to us. That also, as a human being, feels nice, believe it or not.
The love language is words of affirmation.
Absolutely. Not mine. Caden's in trouble. They're doing it again.
Let's go. This is a nice looking Na'Vi. Give me some of this. You got some of the best players in the world on your squad.
They're saving. I swear to God.
That was 15 seconds of play-by-play. Plus,
I got so excited. I was going to segue in a bit.
Boomich is play-by-play. So probably about 20 seconds of actual casting so far.
I got a groan out in the last one when doing each other double. And, so, you know, I got that in there.
This is pure analytical time, right?
I could explain to you the reason
it.
they're holding on to the gun so that they can have another double dip in the next round. The economy's not great on the CT side. Heroic's loss bonus hasn't built up. It's 3,400 is the max. The weapons are more expensive on the CT side.
Would you like a beatboxing tutorial instead? Yeah, except let's use boots and cats, and then it happens very naturally. Your mouth is making the shapes. You go boots and cats, boots, cats. And it's a good way to get your snare drum and bass drum.
Okay.
So practice that. Boots and cats at home.
Can I do it in the mirror?
Mirrors are optional.
Okay.
If you're interested in the German word for mirror, which is helpful if you're ordering your eggs, because they have Spiegeleien. I think I said that wrong, but they call them mirror eggs when you flip them over.
Okay.
Sunny side down. Spiegel is mirror.
All right.
Spiegel. I think it's Spiegel. It's like Smeagol with a P.
Good eye, mate. Give me some
I'll have a Spiegel-eye.
Yeah.
I'll have a Spiegel-eye in my frustuck.
Round 12. I know we're going to get a little bit more action in this one. Don't you fret.
Here we go. Let's see how much play-by-play we can have, Chad. Set me up.
The pace is out. Smokes towards 5 lane and E-box. Utility. Mitch. He's on the entry fragging duties once again.
He's been Perfecto's out. He's got bar up. Here we are. Around the smoke. Testis has a safe haven, but it's potentially sprayed down. And now just 3 CTs remain. Down.
Safe.
Canadian, they certainly don't have that option.
Close.
There's a lot of fights. Down towards the backtracks. Far enough. Pot shots has yet to connect. 2 orbs as well. So if that bomb goes down, we might have to call the save.
As they back away, the realization sets in. Once again, we had 30 seconds.
So altogether, I reckon I've nearly cast a minute so far.
This is great.
Wow.
Over now with these 3 rounds posted in the board. On a row, in a row, Na'Vi. The loss bonus for that heroic will now be 2,400. There's no way that I can really take it. But you can see there's the 6-round 3 in the middle of the game that Heroic were posting. We had the opening 3, which was the pistol, the force by conversion, and then against the eco of Heroic there on the 3rd. And at least we're getting strings of rounds. It's not the back and forth affair that we've seen in more recent times. That one there being posted on the board, round number 12, is another bomb explosion. And look, you can see how few kills are needed. That was fantastic to point out there. Electronic only has 1 frag. Perfecto only has 2. Right? They're not needing to find a lot of kills because they're saving round after round after round.
There's your highlight package, guys.
Yeah, the post game for this one. This is the game for your power plays. I mean, after this, there's not going to be any highlights.
Hey, can we just have just various saves that we enjoy?
Vote for which save you enjoy the most.
Oh, they're going again. Here we go. This time, mollies galore. The 4 is on fire, but Perfecto extinguishes 1. Fight back comes in from Testus. And there's the peek back through. Flamey and Electronic in combination force the fight. It's down, holds the line this time.
Yeah, that's a big frag from Cadian as well. Gives him the numbers advantage, but look at Electronic. He had a chance, he's gone and lost it now. Missed shot from Simple, that's the end of that. And so Heroic will take one, and we actually see a full 5 players coming into the next one with cash to splash. But you can see what that's done to the T-side economy. They've still got oodles of cash from their 3 bomb plants.
You want to know something wild here as I'm just having a look at the round timeline. In those 3 rounds that Na'Vi posted in a row, there was only a total of 5 kills.
Yeah.
That's insane. 5 kills and 3 rounds. Na'Vi had everybody survive. So their money's going to be good until the end of the game. The loss bonus for Heroics in a little bit of limbo right now because they've won that one back. But there's only 2 rounds left, so it shouldn't be too much to worry about. Boomich, here we go again.
Go on, Alex, go on. Treat
yourself. Thanks. So double molly. Doesn't want to burn too much. It does spread nicely, but they're coming out onto green train. The train is there. Stan was pressured. Borrow up frags. They want to go back up again. Simple. Trying to suppress and catch Borup off guard. Tessus backing them up. They are just fighting. Like, there is nothing. There is no nuance to this. This is run outside yard and fight. And Heroic have worked it out. I mean, they put 4 players outside in yard and fought. This time, as the dust settles, as the frags come in, Electronic and Perfecto continuing to collect deaths like their Pokemon cards.
They're having a rough time with them, aren't they?
Simple, Flamey and Boomich left to their own devices. It's not pretty. Simple has the bomb and 6 HP. Why did I say 6? I guessed. I could have looked. It's 7. I was close.
Simple's going to get flanked at some point here, and actually bigger problem than that will be Boomich. Knife out. At least the jig's up. Simple knows the push has come on through, but now with only 30 seconds left on the clock, decision time. Flamey's out, and this would be a 1-on-4 for the Ages.
I don't think the Ages are quite ready for this one.
Yeah. Some say 6 HP, some say 7. But he's going to need 3 more if he'd wanted that. So, at the moment, Heroic have kind of stemmed the bleed that, as you said, just straight up fight that we kept having. It's simmered down.
An 8-7 T-half, though, I would argue favoured that of Na'Vi. Especially considering their CT woes are less frequent than that of their T sides. I can't kind of understand. When I look at the scoreboard, Chad, it's so weird, but that's because of all those saves, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, it just looks so peculiar. Look at this, that's a 6-round T-side win, and they've barely got more than 30 frags combined.
Rush follow Flamey, he's got a Krieg.
Well, Simple's doing aggressive things, because Rush is not going to listen to you. He might be able to now, because Simple's ran out of options and HP. 70. Perfecto. Flash favours him. He does... It must have been was that a team flash or Perfecto's? I don't understand.
Could have been Perfecto's own flash. There was a grenade that went off just above the blue train there. On top deep, that's going to push Boomish out. He has to fight. We'll step on forward into the loving embrace of Perfecto there to protect him. And now let's see this bloody Krieg. Oh yes, that's what we're talking about, Flamey.
Cadian doing well to find 2 in the instance now. No, Nico coming in as the inner player. He is going to catch some Flame to buy them time for that bomb retrieval. It's on top of the train, I believe. Electronic gets it. Does get off before he can be contested. Now, Nico has a flashbang. He could try the wall bang, but that would kind of give up the jig. Oh, this is alright if he gets the timing. No, Electronic goes around. It's an 8-7 half. Not too shabby for either side, I'd say. It will all be determined in the final half of play. Na'Vi locked 8-7, final map, serious business. Casters having way too much fun, we know that's a problem.
Let's tighten it up, guys.
Let's tighten it up. Let's have some serious business, because it is, of course.
Oh, it's another online game.
I was just doing a sassy tweet chat, actually. I'm about to press
okay.
send.
All right, hold up. Can I take over then? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back for the last half of the evening for our series, number 2. Heroic. On top over towards Connected to hold them at bay from Burrow, but it's towards into they go. Perfectos to receive in the back lines. He's going to get pushed on further as the retake setup from Na'Vi is already under fire. Boomich on the quick flank. Might be able to take down Tessus here, but they're pushed so far up. Simple will take one. The positions are given on. And the Glocks, they found the right range. Boomich, there's not much he can do.
Tessus. Oh, gosh. The shots were desperately needed to land. Look at this Nico. Going right up. I was going to say undetected, but there you go. Position now noted electronic. Going to give away the game, but Borup's right there. No kit on electronic, so time is of the essence, and Nico can be drawn in, but mostly to protect and ensure there's no funny business. Nice work from Heroic to get this one started. 3 for Nico then.
And we can't have funny business, Lauren. We Counter-Strike on every single day for 9 weeks straight, and we're doing every single game.
No, stupid casters ruined the clip.
I want stadium quality casting with no level of entertainment. That's what I want. If I don't get it, I'm going to make a Reddit post.
No, seriously, my free entertainment was not how I personally want it to be delivered. So
the thing is, it's just a vocal minority, and they've upset me because it's been a long day, and I know that we're having fun. I know
everyone loves it. I'm getting 90% majority lovely comments. Don't feel like we're fishing for more. I'm just saying.
It just upsets me. Like, people need to understand.
I know they do, but chat, they don't have the capacity to understand. They're either too young or too dumb.
All right, I'm taking a deep breath. Hold up.
13 and everything is
taking a deep breath. Hold up.
Here we go.
All right, I'm back. We're in the
Electronics in it. They get into the fight. Nice, aggressive CT play. Trying to take matters back into their own hands. Bring those SMGs to a range where they can thrive. And it puts the pressure back on the T side. Caster's gone and done that. A little bit of attack towards Down. That's the Galils. These are the big guns that are left now.
Well, Down's low HP becomes a real problem here. Still have a minute left on the clock for them to work with, but Train isn't a map where Heroic can sell the fakes as they did in Overpass, and as they have done on maps like Nuke and Mirage in the past. A different kettle of fish, this one. The CTs are granted a lot of space within the early stages, and the fact that they took even more with those SMGs means that, well, this might be a Na'Vi round. They're heading towards the inner bomb site. We have 2 players ready and waiting, Flamey with a scout, and we also have on the bomb train of Perfecto with a deagle. Stan will just take 1 bullet to fall. Nico has a good amount of utility, and Cadian with some as well, so it will be the B finish, making no noise down the low ramp. Actually, maybe there was a step or two. Perfecto could have heard this. Bombs in the side. They've missed their chance. They're going to get the bombs down, and Stan's even found one.
Yeah, Nico should be able to keep this one under lock and key now. No issues to arise. It is a position from Simple where could have caught them off guard, but Nico's reaction speed was very high. So Heroic 10, Na'Vi 7, starting this T side as they mean to go on. Looking at the money for CTs does mean that we are going to be once again stomaching that 3rd round. And we'll see how Nico plugs Simple. Ooh, clean as you like. Couldn't get better than that.
Well, you know, chat has been very nice to every one of you. They thoroughly enjoy your content.
Yeah, baby. I told you, the majority are nice.
I mean, I think it's just, as I said, people understand that we're in a scenario where it's a lot of content, so if everything's treated as, you know, the hypest moments, all of this, blah, 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 then nothing is. There's no true apex, there's no true zenith to what's actually exciting. That is exciting. We like a bit of that. We like a bit of Simple on the deagle, but we have to see more to get truly excited in the concept, and this could then convert to a round win.
Who's waiting over towards the Ivy? It will be Flamey. He only has that USP, so not a lot he can do. It looks like this one will be mopped up again from Heroic. You know what I thought was really... Oh. There we go. You know what I thought was really cool? We had APOC Dud from Chiefs doing one of those pro tips that we've had the pro players doing recently.
Oh, I remember seeing that.
And I really miss, obviously, the way that my people speak. And we call it Vines in Australia, not Ivy. It's just a little difference. It's a tiny little nuance difference.
He's pushing Vines, mate.
Yeah.
Vines. Yeah, he's on Vines. Diggity, diggity. Vines.
I thought it was really cool to kind of hear that. It takes me back to my youth. So
that's cool, man.
Still using the names we were using 15 years ago.
I'm glad we're not using the names we were using in Call of Duty 15 years ago, because my goodness, I'll tell you now, video gamers were much more loose-lipped. Gross. Cadian, not so gross. He's got himself a Galil, and of course, had the option to upgrade into that T-side orb, but he's happy to nurture the bank account. So we're heading into our 19th, and it is time for Simple's CT-sided orb to make an appearance. Whether or not it'll see too much action remains to be seen. A fast smoke towards the Ivy side of things does enable... I want to learn that smoke, a fast one. He threw that practically off spawn.
Teaches you after work.
Thank you.
It was adorable.
Perfecto has taken a lot of pressure early, meaning he's had to dump that Molotov, and now he's left with nothing. That's forced the rotation over of Flamey, so now it's a 2-3 defense, but it will be the inner hit. They need to step up big here. Multiple frags needed from Perfecto and Flamey as the duo.
No ease to this. A tough one at all costs. Flamey choosing to post up on the close train. Flashes, mollies all coming in. He's forced out of position. One side ain't covered. Perfecto knows he's in danger. Does well to find Downers. Better on board. Up the third is excellent.
Ooh, boy.
Suddenly it's all simmered down. Cadian, it's all gone to pieces.
I would love to see a spark of speed to his play, but he's still so paranoid of the potential for pop pushes. He's right to do so. Electronic's tucking himself into the most unpredictable angle he can find, so that if there is a return from main, Electronic is there to deal with it. So with 48 seconds, as he does maneuver silently through, you can see that Electronic is denying a lot of this information. By being here on a line this tight, Cadian even with his knife out is up for a fight, and not even a fight. Electronic's not participating. Just a warning shot to the dome. Cadian's forehead inverted. I remember being very proud that when I learned convex and concave. Remember that one? That was a lesson in science.
Convex is?
Convex, you know this. Just think about the cave one. The cave is the other way. The cave is internal, and
convex is
out.
So I have a scar over my right eye.
How'd you get it?
Well, on the doors in my parents' house, which they still own, they're concaved, the doorknobs.
Okay.
And I was a dumb little kid, and I was on the swing set outside of the chain swing set, and you know how you spin them up the whole way?
Oh, yeah,
Well, yeah, so I've unspun, and I've gone inside to find my dad, probably to tell him some dumb story.
Yeah.
And I've perfect height smashed my face into the doorknob, and now I have a scar there, and I had blood all running over my eyes and stuff. And I had to get stitches.
Very nice. As a child, I was stupid and thought, why does God make us blink so fast? So I decided to blink really slowly, walked into a lamppost and cut myself under my eye.
Oh, dear. Okay.
Really smart there. Really loved that. But we're back underway. Galil's out for the T, so of course the money's a little less than ideal.
Caden has the orb though. He had a lot of money left over, was able to drop his saved weapon, and now he can duel against Simple if need be. And well, just a blind shot onto Flame. He flashed through the smoke, holding a line, had absolutely no idea, and that's a fantastic freebie for Heroic.
The one I'm learning?
That's the one you're learning.
Okay, what's he putting his back to?
It's part on the train, yeah.
Okay. So, sending... We saw Navi attempt this. It was rather hilarious. Now they drop into the smoke and Boomich collects a freebie. He was so ready for that. Heroic's different approach of just diverting and both jumping off the ladder at the same time to peek from two different angles. It does seem more favourable than the alternative, but down, look at this positioning. Has he been spotted? He didn't. Oh, Simple. He suspects. And he's not gonna know. No, Stown gets caught. Quickscope from Simple. The flank gone. Bomb was supposed to be joining them, but Simple's caught them off guard. I can't believe Stown went for the ladder there.
Nothing to get them across, and Simple's gonna get more. How many more? That's the question.
Another.
Hello, whack-a-mole.
Doesn't make the Spectre with nice control of his laser beam.
Ooh, and they're picking up the secondary ob too, so that one should go across to Flamey.
Let's pitch the worst weapon idea for Counter-Strike.
Well, they already did that with the revolver.
I think the lightning gun.
So
just straight up lightning gun comes out.
Like from Quake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Like you ammo spawns around the map, so you have to find it, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
So you have to do specific rushes with your LG.
So there was Valve legitimately, and now this is the same time they were telling me about the revolver.
Riot Shield.
No. Oh. It was the they pitched a tether gun to me, right? And this is back when I was a player, and they used to talk to me. Now they avoid me at events. But back then they talked about a tether gun. And I've spoken about this before, and the idea was they were using Inferno as an example. And you were a team, let's say you were running into the site, and there was a player, and you could tether him, so he couldn't shoot you, but a teammate would have to come in and finish him off. And I was like, that is the dumbest idea.
I love that. Put it in Valve, please.
I think we need a blunderbuss. One shot, one kill to the body.
Rocket launcher?
Yeah, it's like a taser, but long range.
Panzer, or maybe a rifle grenade.
Mortars.
So you just put big grenades in there, boom, and away you go. That could have been a twofer.
Where we That wasn't a day of defeat.
This is my plan here. Like, legit Tessus has got a plan. With a full eco.
Not bad.
They do draw the fire. He used the top access point, so that's a nice little extra 800 Louis-doos.
Nice. Yeah, I think rifle grenade things.
That's your enemy territory.
Yeah, because it was like a Garand or a car, but you could then put like a grenade on the top of it and boom, ping around the map a bit.
That's a good one. I don't think I can retweet that one. Why are they not talking about the game with that picture? That's hilarious. They've made a bicycle out of his brain.
I thought I had an idea as well. If people don't want to listen to us, they just mute the stream.
It's insane there is an option, and yet they're not quite smart enough to find it.
That's right. Maybe now that I pointed out, it's in the bottom right, guys. You shouldn't be too hard to find. It looks like a speaker. Anyway, away we go. Double orbs back out. Round 22. Bow up. This one here is towards main. We've highlighted this a few times. It extinguishes that Molotov straight away. Ooh, okay, the Molotov was much deeper, so Bow up isn't able to take the room he was looking for. It's a default spread right now. 2 towards Ivy, 2 towards the box halls. Navi have actually fanned forward. They have pushed up in towards Pop Boomich, and that run boost was nice, but nobody was home to receive.
I like the idea though.
So back towards dinner, we still have that 2-3 split. Oh, okay, Testa straight into Pop, and Boomich gets the better of him. I'm not sure even that flash was deep enough. Looked like there with the line from the X-ray that it didn't land exactly where they wanted it to.
Question you have to ask yourself often. You're absolutely right, Chad.
Test out those flashes, head over to refrag.
Canadian boosted over. If Electronic gets a little more passive, it seems highly unlikely considering where he's currently positioned. So we can report back on that later. But stands up to his usual tricks, his usual hijinks. He's managed to sneak out backtracks again. Flamey's cognizant that there is a gap, and so that's his responsibility, albeit passively. And Heroic actually starting position for an inner hit. I'm actually kind of convinced if Nico was to walk out and... Oh, I see. So Stan wants to get across. Currently being held by Flamey. It will come down to timing. Well, he's been spotted, but he gets the frag, so that's going to sell it. Simple Perfecto have done great work. Nico catches Perfecto. That should have been Nico surviving, but now it's on to Simple. One-on-one for now. Boomich is on his way. Stout mantling on the train, trying to find the angle, but Simple holds them back. Navi back in the game. Triple kill from him. Perfecto takes one. The inner hit falls flat. I wish I knew enough. I might have to learn about music so I can make more references to the musical world. You know, like falling flat, and then I'd be like a B flat. Okay.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, no, maybe. Really? We could just cheat and just look up the terms.
You could.
Okay.
It's not.
11-11.
Gas mask on there. I love how creative people have gotten there.
It will just be the pistols coming out here from Heroic with utility behind it. They do get the 3,400 loss bonus in the next round, which means they will have a full buy. Can get the orb back in the hands of Cadian if they require. Totem drop coming in towards Pop. Nobody home this time to receive, and forward they go. Might be a bit of acceleration on this.
Simple. Picked up. Probably a bit more cautious. Here come those pistols. Simple doesn't love this one. A little scary. You got an orb, you got the swarm of Zerglings just heading towards you, but they have got themselves a little M4, a little treat for all their troubles. But that bomb is still posted up with Nico, so he's not moving anywhere. We've got Cadian on a wild trip around the map.
Oh, Nico's crosshair was not up to snuff. Down. Oh, the spray. It's a little too wild for my liking. Cadian only has a P250, no armor, so Stan is really hinging on him. And that's the end of him. So, with the bomb loose towards that green train, Cadian has been caught by Flamey. And the 12th now strung together for Navi. That's 5 in a row of the second half. It's final map of this series.
Do you remember Overpass?
Gosh, was that this series?
Do you remember when we had
Bit? Bit was in the server.
We've had an interesting series, haven't we?
Gosh, guys, our day has
been.
Once production was like, Electronic will not be returning. We won't be having Bit coming in. I'm like, who's Bit? All right, Navi Junior, highest rated player. I thought we had a storyline. I was going to get excited for it.
Like 3 rounds of it.
Yeah, sell the young gun, and well, Electronic came back, and now we're on the 3rd map. Boomich and Pop did it on the T side, doing it on the CT side as well. It's down to big scalp to take here. Flames laden over towards main. Burrup doesn't have a smoke grenade to extinguish if required. And Electronic harassing up towards the Olaf position. They have lost Ivy again. And they're on high alert. Simple watching backtracks from the bomb train. Stout's flank in the previous is being remembered, even though he has been taken out of the picture. Not much utility
drivers going past, hitting their horns. I imagine it's one of the ones, the cool ones you pull down.
I hope so.
No, none of that nonsense with a button. It's a proper gas-operated.
Oh dear, Flamey. Spotted the barrel, takes a shot. His position's given up now.
Yeah, but that smoke enables him to at least have a safe getaway should he desire. Cadian's got something cooking up in the smoke department. Or not. But they're backing off towards the Ivy. We haven't seen a late Ivy push in some time, and there is a huge gap. There has been a gap that previously Stown has been exploiting. Maybe he's communicated that, saying, I've been getting out mid-round from that Ivy position. If they contact this, if they walk on out, it's going to be a fantastic opportunity. But yes, 20 seconds, Lauren, you're right to be shouting about the clock.
Draw the rotation, Simple's going.
Oh, that could be big. I wonder how much they have to work with. 15 seconds.
Oh, and they get the frag. Both of them, in fact, Lauren. It is all onto Electronic. He's got two. Simple has to save the day. He has got one, but Texas has the bomb. Surely he can plant. Simple can stop him, but no. It's Perfecto. There is no time. He just has to survive. He turns it on the train. It's 13. Simple gets the necessary shot. Perfecto, too. And just about keeps hold of his rifle as well. Well, that is a chaotic round that Na'Vi thrive within. It's their chaos. They manufactured it themselves. And Heroic, by running that clock down so low, I thought those frags from Borup. Let's see them again from his POV. Getting two. Simple finds one. Now, 9 seconds. Who knocks him off the bomb? It's Perfecto that catches E-Box.
I think it's the Hetas had to deal with him, right? So he couldn't just get that bomb down.
I didn't quite catch it, but yeah, sure.
It was just chaotic counter-strike out there towards the bomb train with the late rounds.
This is ballsy. He's ahead of the molly. He's ahead of everything. And Testis has opened up the other side of the map as well. Okay, so Stown's coming in around. Desperately trying to do something. The smoke from Simple enables the cross.
Just pure chaos this round, isn't it? Everything's bad. What is going on? Right, bomb plant. Calm it down. 2v3.
Testis is so low. Element of surprise is his biggest weapon. And the flashbangs are too. He gets both of them. Magnificent from Heroic. Now Boomich. He knows there's a player through the smoke, but Testis actually gets all 3 of them.
That was huge.
Really big play from him. 4K in total as he opened up the site on that low ramp frag as well. Now look what happened to Na'Vi just after the highs of the round prior. They come in with absolutely nothing. Paper clips, a weird old highlighter, bit of lint, a train ticket. It's not enough for a buy. And that's the grey screen. When I'm talking about grey screen, that's what I'm talking about. Your whole body's sticking out, but your goggles are in the smoke. It's a nasty way to go in Counter-Strike and really punishes people trying to disrespect that smoke wall.
Boomich has got himself the Zeus again. He's been really loving this series. We've seen him wield it a couple of times with moderate success, but Simple with the AWP. Well, let's see what this man has to offer. Flashed away, repicks, grabs one, another one close. Down to deal with.
And he knows it. So what's his approach? Edging slightly. Sound cues enable him to regain control. Smoke from Stown. Wants to find Flamey, but picking up that opposite threat. Flamey can't move a muscle, and Stown knows it. Trying to hit a very hard shot. It should still be Heroic's round. Remember, Simple's the only weapon that has any potency here, but he's still hitting some shots. Finally knocked off his perch. It's a 2-on-3. It's a 2-on-1. 3-on-1. And he hasn't really got any bullets left. 5 now. Clip. Tessus brings his health to null. So 13 to 13, we will see almost all the rounds of play here. Heroic stringing together 2 consecutive rounds. CT still in a weird one, Chadney. What's the conversation here?
This will just be a half buy. I think that they could potentially just get some Deagles, some CZs, as you've seen Simple purchase on in here, and try and do something a little bit more team-based early, because Heroic are seeming quite direct in their approach in the last couple. The Zeus for Boomich again, so maybe not. He really wants to get that working. It is a cheeky and definitely terrible way to go down if you are on the receiving end of the Zeus. Into pop, he's close, needs to pull it out, he gets the kill, and Cadian goes down. He had the AWP, he had all the goodies. Let's see if this one gets more dangerous. Borup, he might not check. He hasn't.
Oh, sneaky Electronic behind Borup, but...
Well, he's communicated this. Flamey.
Called it. He gets it. He's still alive. He's still kicking. There's a
It's a world where Electronic could do some more damage here, but I don't know.
Angles.
Okay, he's been given a little bit of room to maneuver pivot now, but it's because they're searching for his teammate. Now it gets even more awkward. They can pivot. Looks like the bomb in the hands of Tess. This is going towards in. That's down. With the backtracks, electronics options becoming fast limited. There it goes. Planting safe on that right-hand side as well. So, 40, let's assume that this is going to be heroics. Electronic with no armor, no kit, likely not interested in this one.
Tell me a bedtime story, Alex.
This is the story all about how your life got turned upside down. I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there to tell you how I became the prince of a town called Vincere.
Heard that one.
In West Philadelphia.
Were you born and raised?
Oh, you know this one?
No, I just thought that would be the natural progression of the story.
No, in West Philadelphia, there was a large influx in crime, and of course, following on from that, I had to relocate to an alternative location.
I see.
A couple of guys. They were up to absolutely no good.
Oh, no.
But we are ready for another round of Counter-Strike. Isn't that exciting, children?
Yeah, for all you Zoomers out there, that's the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Did you see you can get it on Airbnb now?
On Airbnb?
Yeah, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air mansion is on Airbnb. Really? Yeah.
What?
You can rent that one out.
Oh, I don't think we're going to the States anytime soon, but...
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's a few flags there.
Just a few.
All right, well... The guns are out finally for Na'Vi. Simple has his AWP, couple of kits in play, utility is looking good, and up close and personal towards Pop with Boomich again. Pressure applied. If Simple swings, Cadian's up forward. At the server, he's creeping. He might even... Ooh, I thought he might push that smoke. Thinks better of it. Doesn't want to give away an opening pick in round 28.
This is a crucial round of play. Make no mistake. The CT is limited in util. No incendiaries to keep the wall from the door. Nico is lining up a very easy smoke, I'm sure. No, it's a wallbang even towards that bomb train, hoping to knock Simple off his perch. But at this moment in time, the T's are trying to find space on Flamey's location. You can see as the util's deployed, he kind of has to. It's no other option, but that denial of info has actually sent Cadian back towards the main position. 4 CTs floating around the outer yard area. And the last of their util has been deployed. So now there's a lovely 45-second window where Heroic will be able to do anything they so desire. No flames at their feet, just bullets to avoid. And they've got just the one smoke grenade of their own. I imagine Stound's going to be deploying that. Oh, he's actually doing it again. Ivy, they really want to sell this, and it's working. Perfecto will be isolated as they hit this inner site.
Down. Look to the left, shot to the right. Perfecto, though, is alone. Did well before. Again, these shots are so crisp. Sees another, still staying alive, still getting info, still doing damage. Bomb being loose is going to have to be picked up and recovered. It looks like Cadian's on covering duty, but his buddy's been killed. So it's all on him.
Cadian, no time at all, but he's got players pushing him down, likely going to kill him. I was going to say after time, but not going to rush this one. Simple, just going to get it done, 14-14. And yeah, don't have to get too creative. It would have put Cadian still on 6.6, so not as much of an issue.
Yeah, and they have to take a time out here just to discuss their options. So there's a few questions in the heroic camp right here at 14-14. Do we invest what we have? Do we see if we can pull something out? We always were speaking about heroic having an answer when there wasn't a lot of money to work with. Or do they just go for a partial investment here? Maybe pick up a light buy, get 2 opportunities to go all in, or at least a half and then an all in. Or will Na'Vi get gifted 15 because of an eco or a lower buy? There's enough money for Tessus, Down, and Cadian to get everything they desire, and Galil's can come on out. Okay, so Borov's actually gone for the AK Kevlar. That's a very important note because on the other side of the board, Perfecto and Boomich, they have the M4A4s.
I see what you're saying, yeah. So he has... he's hoping that he's not going to be heading into any headshot angles. For one-shot kill without the supplied helmet.
Alright, so smoke's over again. Potential misdirection. Tessus was a hero on one of the previous rounds. Borup down pop. It was against the AK, so the Kevlar didn't matter whatsoever.
No, but Nico jumping into electronics jaws has really given them quite the leg up, and this is no fun. If you made a call off the T start, losing 2 players in the first 20 seconds puts Cadian on notice. He really wants to try and find the repeat, and Boomich can't believe his luck, catching the AWP slipping. It's down, jumping into the flames like a lemming. Electronic finding his triple. Tessus really is just scratching his head, having a sip from his Have a Nice Day water beaker.
I want to buy one.
You can't have one. It's his brand now.
Heroic.
No, we're building a brand for Tessus. Have a nice day. Merch on its way.
Looks so happy too.
He's gonna have a bind. He's gonna spam it every time he gets a kill. Have a nice day. He'll do it to simple just to really get under that skin.
Nice. I like that. Well, OT or bust, I guess.
I think it might be bust, and the reason I feel that is 2,400 is the loss bonus going into the next round. If Tessus cannot hold on to this or do any damage, the Na'Vi are going to have a very full-fledged buy. Plenty losing the AWP, that's one step in the right direction. As you can see, Na'Vi, their cash is not flush by any means. They will be getting the round win, but if they lose that magic number of 3, getting a full buy will not be easy. So Tessus trying to hide in plain sight, 25 seconds left. Coming on through, they definitely know where he is now. The clamp, the ice, it's all coming on through Tessus here. 15 seconds. It would be terrible if he died after the time. You need to consider that as an option as he pushes forward and he eventually gets taken out. So as you can see there, 2,400, that's the best they can muster. We're talking about Mac 10s or Tech 9s, just pistols with armor and utility behind it here for the final round of play. Heroic, they're in a very, very unfavorable position going into the last round.
Electronic practically won them this map. I mean, that was the round he had to convert. Yeah, Tessus knows what's coming. This is brutal. The last round of regulation, folks, and you don't want to be the first body to drop. This is Deagles. This is against a fully bought up Na'Vi, and after so many hours of Counter-Strike, poor Heroic have to defend their honor, defend all of that hard work with sidearms and a smattering of nades. It's not fun. It's not impossible, but it is far from ideal.
Seen stranger games being played between these two already. Moments have certainly crept in, but creating those right now is going to be tough.
Ivy was a big gap in the past for Na'Vi, but look how many players are attending with this position right now.
Yeah, but the bomb is so like this is one of the risks of Heroic style of play. If you don't successfully sell this, if you don't make it look like it's something more than it is. I mean, they've got util. I imagine it'll be deployed towards inner, and they're hoping to wrap in towards a rotating CT on A. I mean, with the bomb there, I can't think of an alternative plan unless somehow they end up backtracked with the bomb. So this is the inner util, hoping to pull some CT util out of them. Incendiary, 40 seconds. I'm getting nervous here, Lauren. I don't know what their plans are.
I don't think they... I hope they've got a better idea than we do, but it looks like those plans might falter unless something great comes from this, I guess, fake piece they're trying to sell to be. It's pulling some attention. Uh-oh.
The bomb has to hide.
It is. This is going to come down to...
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, Electronic has single-handedly won on this round as well. 2 of them. And poor old Boro, Cadian, just no longer shadows of the former selves. Tech 9s, it's 16-14. Na'Vi with a must-win series. Boomage just exhausted after that one. And the fist bump check. Way, we got all 4. Love to see it. We'll be breaking it down after the break. minutes, break it all down, grab an interview, maybe even have a little look at those Mountain Dew Game Fuel power plays. That's certainly one of the options, and it's one of my favorite segments where we take a look at all of those good things. I don't know, we made jokes about it, Chad, about what they'd actually feature. I found a cardboard tube.
Nice.
I really
with that.
Put that in
you're
your
going to put it away, but you've gone and fiddled with it, haven't you?
Put that in your bindle, and can we get into these power plays out? Whoa, violence on the desk.
All right.
They're all aggressive, but I don't know where we'll start. Maybe there'll be a couple save rounds.
I feel as though they're just going to be simple montages.
There might be some
Come on,
simple in
give me
there.
a simple There it is.
This was about 3.5 hours ago, so if you missed it, here it is again. It was a huge round. It was a very important round for them to pick on. What was number 2? Anybody have any ideas what number 2 was?
If I had to guess, simple again?
I don't think so.
Maybe a test or something? Hey, 2 for 2.
And his impact on this pistol round, as they do around the world, it's not a matchmaking strat, I swear to you. It's just heroic style of play. The fakey boys, I think we're going to call them from this point forward.
Fakey boys are coming.
But there is more simple, of course.
There is?
Yeah,
I wasn't wrong.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, here he comes. So we have Simple in the 3rd spot as well. Your Game Fuel power play over the colossal collateral.
Ridiculous.
He's joining Cloud9.
He might be.
Okay.
Yeah, watch out. Don't sleep.
That third one was big. That third one was huge. And then the fact that he got the 4th there, that was nice stuff from him too.
Angry from that round before. So
He needed to be mad.
He has that kind of server anger you see manifest sometimes. Testis is there again. It seems like it's a battle of the 2. An aggressive 4K. And yeah, I think I remember he had low HP for the last 3. Yeah, 10 HP. Look at that as he gets his double. It was flashed by Borum, of course, gets a lot of the credit, and then catching the last one.
That was nice.
Well, maybe he doesn't report him for flashing him.
No, I believe it's acceptable in Counter-Strike.
Oh, and in Denmark, probably.
Yes, and Denmark probably is
I don't know.
quite liberal over there. Hashtag Game Fuel Power Play if you want to go ahead and cast your votes at ESLCS.
I like the nuke one the best.
I liked...
I like the Deagle.
Yeah, I liked C the most.
A and C I'll go for.
I was just going to say a letter at that point. I think C was my favourite. What do you think? Let us know over at ESLCS. It's on Twitter.
Where's Flamey? Is he coming?
Flamey might be coming. Let me see if I can rustle him up. I'm just going to... No, he's not coming. Hang on.
You need to...
Just channeling my... Can do it again.
That's the Flamey song. We put the bat signal out. That's the Flamey song.
It's on the way.
Similar.
I think it's because we've stopped talking. We've run out of energy. The production were like, I guess it's over. All you guys like, yeah, clearly. Play them off.
I'm pretty sure it's actually been 10 hours of casting.
Yeah, well, you know, I've never talked for 10 hours before.
It's a whole new world in the desk.
A whole new
Yeah, so that was a good game of Counter-Strike. It's good to see Navi. I'm pretty sure after that they locked themselves in.
Why did you put an F at the end of that?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Navi have locked themselves in for the playoffs for that win.
I think so too. But
Sure.
I think I'm more excited, actually, by Flamey being ready for you.
Oh, he is ready.
Oh,
Yeah, he
Flamey!
Goodness, Flamey, save us, please. Hello, brother. Hello. Okay.
That game was long, wasn't it, Flamey?
Yeah, it was a really long game, and especially when 2 of us ill and feeling sick, not good, and it was really hard to play like 4 hours straight, but we're happy that we won, and thanks to Simple and their teammates that they played so good.
Yeah, I saw Boomich just look relieved at the end of that one. I'm sure that was a...
Yeah, he's the one who is ill, but he was so good today, yeah.
He made some good calls, definitely. Yeah, can you see our desk right now, Flamey? Can you see us?
Yes.
What do you think? Yeah, what do you think about flowers?
I think it's good.
But do you think my shirt is a bit too revealing?
Yeah, I think you're so hot now, yeah.
Oh, flame dogger, you old dog.
So, serious question, Flamey, because you've had some really good form lately, mate. You've been looking very, very good. What is the uptick of your form? Why are you looking better? You're looking much sharper.
To be honest, I didn't feel like I played better today, but yeah, we stayed on bootcamp, me, Perfect, and Boomich, and we are working a lot with the coach to fix our mistakes, and we are playing so much CS, and that's why I think that we play everyone better.
Okay, wonderful stuff. And you have one more game coming within this group. You guys are taking on G2. They can't make it anymore. Do you think you're going to beat them nice and easy?
I think there is no pressure for them, and they will play a good game because they're a great team, and it was some unlucky games for them to not qualify. And of course, they're a top 5 team, and I think it's going to be a great match, and it won't be easy.
Okay, perfect stuff.
Fantastic, Flame. Thank you for calling in, bro. I appreciate it. A long game. It probably wasn't the first thing you wanted to do, but thank you for jumping on, and we'll speak to you next time. Peace out, bro. Thank you very much. Good games. Laney, what a charmer. I like him.
Yeah, he said you're looking hot.
Be sexy, so I mean,
maybe he meant that you were too hot because it was hot in the room, but we'll take it that it was a compliment, Alex, all right? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that makes more sense, actually. It's probably, yes, it's hot, so you'll take clothes off. I understand.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's possible.
Anyway, who won the power play, Lauren?
Lauren, can you do some desk hosting?
Can you remind us of the 4 plays we had?
Start with Simple with Deagle, then Tested did something good, and then Simple did something else that was quite good with them. Okay, sorry. Simple did something quite nice with these Deagles. Bear in mind this was against, I'm pretty sure, a fully bought up team as well, which was ridiculous. Over towards old Tested here on the pistol, having a go at it, bit aggressive, lovely to see him doing very well for himself. That was quite nice too. We saw a lot of fights up towards it, didn't we?
It was, wasn't there? There's a lot of yard flanks coming in that series. It was a very good map with the overtime comeback from Na'Vi, 6 on the try. And this was part of it. You can see in the overtime, Simple looking very, very good once they were starting to shut out Heroic, but it wasn't to be in the final fray of frags, and that's where you're going to be catching. This, I like this one here. The cognizance to know Nico was still in the yard.
Exactly. Nice. I think with that one combined, Simple's probably got the front runner in my books. Testis, though, I have to admit, the Flash and team play, if we were voting for something as a unit, I think definitely the impact this one had. Of course, Na'Vi pulling it across the line, it loses the touch of its significance.
I reckon the collateral probably sells a lot of people.
I think you're onto something there.
How do we find out? When do we get to see it? Do we get to see it right now?
Yeah.
Got to bring the votes up down here.
Oh, it was close.
It was Simple. 47%. That's quite a lot of percent.
One in the name, one in the game fuel power play.
So we're going to show it to you again twice, once in regular speed and then the second time slow motion. So we're going to bring that up for you right now. This is what's going to happen. You ready? Well, here it is in regular speed. So this is saving Flamey. This one here onto Kaden as he tries to get up and over. Very fast flick from Simple.
Leg, and then he just...
And then Nico traditionally lurking out towards yard. He's aware that that's a possibility. Now you're going to get in slow-mo, gang. Look at this.
I want to see this flick because I want to see...
Here it comes, here it comes.
A foot. Barely a foot.
A big foot. Kaden probably has pretty big feet, probably size 11.
Yeah, there's Vikings, size 12 minimum.
All right, well, congratulations to Simple. It's great stuff.
It is.
Hope everyone enjoyed the game.
I think we're done.
I think so too.
Fantastic.
We're behind schedule, so everyone is waiting around for Vitality, Heroic, Complexity.
Get out of here.
Let's make like a tree and leaf. Let's get out of here. Let's be out of here. Chad, Sponge, Birchill, Lauren Pansy, Scott, Alex Machine, Richardson. That's enough from us. Thank you for hanging out and putting up with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Why these boys so stupid? Counting me out now, I'm counting my money. I'm probably gonna cut me a new wrist. Y'all gon' think I'm a nuisance. No sound know me who this. Yep, I make some improvements. Me and the gang been bowling. If Shawty gon' think. Hey, they not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
Everybody, yes, that's right, me, Trace, and of course alongside me are Harry and Hugo. And there has been some developments that have developed us up to the point of complexity versus vitality, which is what we're ready to give to you. But not without a few words that I think come deep, deep, deep from the crevices of not only Harry's heart, but mine as well. You guys, we put on a show for you every single day of the week. And the duration that you give out on the forums, personally, I could give a shit less. And with that being said, I'm going to kick it over to Harry.
Yeah, man, I just don't get it. Like, it's very, very obvious that these aren't the crowded LAN events, you know, like high stakes, high rewards. These are group stage games, in and out, online, every day. And you know, we're just trying to make it fun, trying to make
Basically,
it, trying to enjoy it as well, you know. Like, I'm sorry that I laugh sometimes. I'm sure Lauren is as well. Like, you know, God forbid you ever show any emotion, right? We could just stand here like all emo, you know, and be like, yeah, you know, it's a big game today, Vitality taking on Complexity. But, you know, we try and add some personality to it, and everyone just seems to hate us, and that's cool, I guess. You know, I hate me too, but...
Well, hold on now. Let's slow down. Let's not get in, you know...
Yeah, sorry, I went emo, man. I've really got to a bad place.
But let's not do that. In fact, let's start to talk about the vetoes. We are a little bit behind schedule. Obviously, that game having taken just a little bit longer. Vitality, Complexity are ready to deliver. They're both in the server. They're both ready to talk about it. And Hugo, now you get to put your 2 cents in.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money, Trace. I'm not sure if I got that much in my account right now, but maybe we'll have to wait and see. Veto's flying through. Complexity, Vitality. This is a big game, right? Obviously, for Complexity especially, who are only a win away from securing a place in the playoffs. If they take down Vitality here, the freshmen, they will be right through into that playoff spot, guaranteed. That's got to be a nice feeling. A bit of a, you know, sigh of relief. But is it going to be that easy?
It's definitely a Lorem Ipsum feeling.
Sure.
No? Okay. I just didn't know if you transcribed that. So, Nuke, Vertigo, Dust 2. Did it end out kind of the way you thought at the very end, the Dust 2 part?
Yeah, not really a surprise to see Dust 2. So I'm kind of shocked to see Vertigo get straight picked for Vitality. I do like that. They showed us what they could do on that map the other day by taking down Astralis, and that's always a lot of fun to see Vitality on this one. So yeah, I really don't know which way this is going, other than expecting a 3-map series. Right? I'm hoping these teams keep up a competitive game, considering we're late into the night as well. Right? They better be having Mountain Dew game fuels if they want to stay alert.
Well, just the Mountain Dew,
or just the main.
Take out the apps. The apps that never happened.
Now we can replace that with something that's a little bit more exciting. That's going to be 2 players for you to watch. Who you got, Harry?
Of course I got Zywoo, right?
Of course.
Nice and easy. But Hugo, I think, you know, you picked Obo into this one.
Yeah.
I'll let you
talk about Obo. I'll
talk about Zywoo. You know, like, why wouldn't I pick Zywoo? Hugo, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, he's really put up a great argument there. Obo,
nice, yeah.
He may not be the physical muscle of the team, but he's the muscle in the server, man. This guy, young, hungry, all the way over in EU for basically a whole year to compete against some of the best teams in the world. Like, this guy's had a crazy last 12 months, and it's about to get crazier if Complexity can lock themselves in with a playoff spot.
You know what? That's crazy, Hugo, because that was definitely one of the fastest death seconds that we've ever done. Wipe this all away. Get it out of our face. It's time to jump into the first map of the last series of the day. It's going to be Vitality taking on Complexity right here, right now. And for all you out there watching in Freeland, which is exactly where you're watching all these matches, we hope you enjoy the show. We could try a little science experiment here and be very bland, boring, and dull throughout the first half of play and really put you to sleep, or we can put you to sleep via laughter.
Wipe that smile off your face, Trace, as we're getting into the very important action now between Vitality and Cole. It's a bit of a vent dive, but one denied is rushed down. Config with the headshot to the shocks and the dink follow-up. How does Mizuta get away with the kill there in all of the madness? The bomb has been planted. Cole aggressing to the ramp, trying to cut off this point of rotation. 2 CTs here. Zywoo, that's exactly who. And he's going to take down Poison, leaving Vitality a man up. Late Van Lurk will have no success as all of Vitality are on B around.
Oh, but Config with a quick opener. And now trying to lay down the pain from the decon. He's in with another knife out. Oh, flashbacks. Config with the knife onto Zywoo. And obviously that there is going to give him some bonus money. So that's what we really need to focus on here. 4 in that round for Config. A bit more extra cash now in his hands. He can look to maybe bring an early AWP out for Poison, but instead just goes for the AK. Obviously only going to be up against pistols here in this round, or at least, you know, that's what we're anticipating.
What a statement for a pistol round. What an opener for Complexity. They're already setting the precedent early days. And Vitality are forcing things up. Oh dear, Brain grenaded out of the round immediately. Doesn't get a say in the matter.
Wow, what a scout shot.
Another buy, Trace. He's missing all of them.
What a crazy scout shot.
Yeah,
I don't think we should
down this spot.
I don't think we should push this point any more than we need to, considering the fact that, you know, vocal minority is always going to be a bit louder than the people who do this podcast, and we all appreciate every single one of you, all you fans, vocal or not. If you're liking what you hear, thank you.
Even if you don't like what you hear, just think about what you type.
That's a great point, Trace.
Because like Trace is jacked, and you wouldn't say that to him aloud. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, he hangs with the chillest dudes. I do hang out with the coolest dudes at LAN, that's for sure.
Oh, cheers, man.
I mean, Harry and Hugo, they try to pretend to know pros by first name, but they just, come on. Yeah. That's just not the reality of the situation.
Yeah, dude, what you want to buy? I know,
nice.
What's this guy's name again? I know,
Alfred?
yeah.
Alfie?
Alvin. I know Alvin. Like, me and Alvin, we go way back. Yeah.
Alfie. A little bit of a miss there, but nonetheless.
It's Alvin saving the scout.
Alvin, Apex, Alvin.
Alvinson is the...
Alvinson, yes. Sorry.
Alvin, Apex, Alvinson. Complexity. They're going to get that second round. So let's, we'll keep it nice and topical. Oh, look. You got the ESL Autumn winner jacket. Well, we don't, but, we could. We went to shop.eslgaming.com. You look fresh as all hell. I saw Hugo wearing some ESL merch the other day. Just couldn't take my eyes off of him.
And it's pretty easy that, obviously that attraction between these two gentlemen here, but I'm thinking more just like if you love it, you wear it.
That is also true. We've done a couple of, publicly funded research studies into that, Trace. Right now, Complexity, they're wearing Vitality like a jacket. Obo, you cool, mate? Bit of a spam onto Mizuta. That's one way to start a round. This has already been a very confident show for Complexity. We're already a couple of rounds in play. Blame in main, taking down Shocks and a grenade to the back of the site. It shouldn't be a problem here for Cole to find a clean sweeping round, but Zywoo swoops in with a double off the P250, falling in the face of Obo, but he is traded, and Cole wrap it up 3-0. Here comes the buy for the French.
Yeah. So what's up now, internet gangsters? Sorry, someone had to say it. No one had to say it, but.
Yeah, no one did, but you said it anyway. That's something that can be applied to you a lot, Tracy. No one had to say what you said, but I didn't mean it wasn't.
It was said.
It wasn't said, right? Yeah. So look, we got the AWP in Zywoo's hands. He's already had a great start to this game, and I see Zywoo. I see the AWP. I remember what Zywoo can do with this gun, and I'm like, yeah, let's see it. So hopefully we get that. He's rotated down early over here towards Secret, down through the B site rather. Looked like he maybe wanted to head that way, but with that already belonging to Complexity, Zywoo's going to trade places with the ramp player, Apex. Alvin, still waiting here in the garage, and already seen one. Goes for the spray transfer, it comes up a little bit short as Hobo gets that trade. Now it falls to the rest of the Chipmunks here on the Vitality side. They're 4-on-4. They're looking outside. They push the lobby, and Shocks does get the better of Rush. So man advantage taken here for Vitality.
As Zywoo was ahead of the game, realizing they weren't going lower. Apex got that info from Cole running back up Secret. They didn't know how deep he was. And now Cole going back towards B, hoping Vitality haven't pre-rotated. But what have they done? They've pre-rotated. Shocks is in the site. Zywoo's moving in. Conflict's lurk timing is important here, as he could put a knife in the back of Zywoo. Over flashing into the site, and Zywoo's not even considering it right now. Blame's got the entry. That's going to keep Zywoo looking at this smoke. But there's Conflict pouncing. He doesn't know about Zywoo. Now the tables have turned in favor of the AWP, and he's got a quick shot as well. Bomb planted, retake opened up. There's a chance, but Blame looks to stop that. Oh dear, catching Mizuta, and now he knows exactly where Zywoo's coming from. Door shut, and now he's going to play with it. Zywoo swapping off the AWP, going to the bomb. Blame waiting for the timing. It's perfection. Complexity 4-0 up, and they are looking warm.
Blame is just so damn good. Like, I don't even know. I feel like no matter how much you praise Blame as an individual, I don't think it would ever be enough to match up just how much effort this guy actually puts into his craft. We had that stat the other day, about 5% of all the demos uploaded to ESCA Refrag belonging to him and key to the coach, right? So that's mental. I think when I checked it, they said, it was either 10,000 or 20,000 demos have been uploaded. So that means like every 20 demos that were uploaded, one of them belonged to this Complexity squad.
Yeah, that's some hard work going in for these Cole guys, and I don't think there's anyone that can deny that. been pretty apparent from the building of this roster. And everything they've gone through, the Europe move, and even all these really good recent results, they were flawless for some time in EPL. They currently have 1 loss to their name. Was versus Mousesports. And now they're looking to keep it pretty clean, take a win versus Vitality. It's their map pick, it's the T side, and they're about to go up 5. That if Apex doesn't have anything to say about it. He's crept into this close secret, but Masuta peeking. Ovo catches him, and now Apex, he might have no effect in this round. They're already running towards main. They got the back turn, but the CZ is a fickle beast, and Poison, a beast in his own regard, fights him back. Obo dead, but now they know where Shox is, and Heaven's been mollied. He's going to go for the gun. Poison won't allow it.
Yeah, this has looked really good for Complexity to start this one off with the 5th one up on the board. Certainly Shox, 1 kill in the round, but not a whole bunch of HP to go around because Poison's going to take out the remaining bit, and that's 5 for the Complexity side, the North American organization from North America. But also not at the same time. Shot up 1 time, Jason 1 leg, probably find him in the fan cams, which you can also find at esl.gg/fancam. That's where they happen to be.
And there he is, as promised.
Indeed.
Never missing a moment. 5-0. They're not missing a shot. Vitality have a buy those. I was back on the AWP. He's already banging out Colbert to no success on rounds. Running out the smoke. Lands on the Molotov. RPK holds strong. Cole bail. They go back into lobby, and that's where the rampers aggress. So Shox gets caught. Obo's in a dangerous position. Could get wallbang, but right now Cole going back towards the ramp room. The AWP's already here. Zaiwu with a shot and a drop to B.
Look at this. Obo try to weasel his way out of the hut. This Masuta that's able to eliminate that threat before it ever becomes a real problem. And now the problem is for Blame F and Rush, who have the bomb, who have ramp room, but have no idea where the 4 remaining Vitality players are. And surely that's going to begin to eat away at the clock here with just over a minute left of play in the round. Full control for Vitality at this point.
Yeah, Apex just got so much info by clearing lobby from the outside flanks, and now he knows that Cole have to be either working B, which Zoe's waiting for, or coming outside from the other side, and that's what they're doing. Cole dropped down, Vitality rather dropped down the vent. RPK still stays here, and Apex can come in to retake A. Are Cole going to go secret to B? Okay. Going for the full tour to nuke. Lobby to ramp to outside his secret to B. They could have just walked ramp to B, but they're trying to spice things up and catch Vitality looking the wrong way.
Maybe we can get a camp path for that. 1 round the world camp path for every map. Fashion.
I think we'll talk to MC about that.
I mean, MC.
Ooh, Masuto's right behind.
That's a shame for Rush, right? He didn't check it. We'll get the better of Zaiwu, but that's where Masuta swings. Blade also shut down. And Vitality can get their first on the board. So they arrive into this one. Finally, takes them 6 rounds to get that first one up there, but now that they have, they're looking to chain together a couple. And that was a very nice response to an attempt from Complexity to change up the pace. You know, they try and rush that A site. And Shox as well, like, to be fair, had an opportunity to take down like 4 players on that flank, but he tried to play the trigger discipline, and it was one of those situations where actually holding off gets him killed. They turn around and they just drop him. It almost gave them a way to get back in. Luckily enough, Vitality, they were quick on the rotates. They were helped out by Obo executing into that A site still. And so now it's back to the drawing board for Complexity.
Shox has crossed outside to red. Cole, they're being patient. Conflict's watching for the secret play, but he's yet to see anything. So will Cole think the yard is clear? Oh dear, they're setting up smokes as well. This position could be so good. The smokes can just land past him. Shox might have to go a little bit wider as they could elude his vision, but it's actually the wide smoke. So Shox remains hidden, remains unknown, and it's all a fake, it's all a ruse. Complexity go back towards lobby, and so Shox can call, okay, there's no one outside, but just stay on the A site, stay on ramp, because these rotates are not coming through. You don't want to drop B when you have no need to. Masuta in the hut, almost walked into danger, but he'll bail, and Cole setting up for an A play. This is exactly what Vitality are ready for. 3 players here, and fast rotates available for the ramp. Shox is doubled up. They've left outside. They've gambled, but it's the right call to make.
Yeah, last time this A play was dealt with pretty efficiently by Vitality. Is the second time a charm now? It's not actually the A play at all. It's a ruse. Complexity heading into the ramp room. Now, Zywoo was able to nail this shot last time, and this time there's no problem either. He's in with his second. Zywoo just being a nuisance. Obo denied the trade as well, even getting wrapped from the lobby, and Zywoo's putting on a show. Blame left scratching his head. This was not how he envisioned this round panning out.
Yeah, and it's all the danger of the outside control for Shox, right? Zywoo may be the hero of the round with the kills, but the information and the setup comes from Shox pushing red. He knows that there's no one there. He calls to stack ramp and A, and they just leave outside open with no worry. There's no luck for Complexity as there has been in the past, and so Vitality able to double up in positions. Shox draws attention. Zywoo goes back in for more, knowing he's got that at least to fall back on, and then finds a third on B. Beautiful stuff for Vitality warming into this game. It took some time. 5-0 for Cole, but bounce back for the French. Once Blame got up his sleeve for this follow-up.
Certainly something. He seems to have an answer for everything else. In this regard, it's going to be the AK on his back. So hopefully he does have the answer for at least Complexity's sake. Zywoo with an open door outside for an AWP. Never mind, there goes that secondary smoke. So the wall of smoke's complete. Zywoo repositions over to the hell side. Has no visual as to who's crossed and who hasn't. Now, Blame elects to stay over here towards red, and that's going to be able to create a situation or a dilemma, perhaps even a problem. Anyone want to rotate in the backside is secret. But it's Complexity that have found sidehall control, busting out the windows, and they're ready to go out on the site. They're not going to be alone, I fear.
Ooh. Quick blocks on the other side, so it's not a worry. The nade, did that just fully dunk Rush? Oh dear. Apex following up, Shox helps out. Obo does get a Glock kill out the window. He's going to run for the gun, but Mazuta has it covered. Mazuta is looking very good as well in this game. On these lower rotates, 3 for Vitality. Again, ready for the B execute. I call it an execute. It was an eco for Complexity. They had one gun saved from the previous, just running out the door with pistols, hoping for the best. Not really the end of the world. Money will be building as loss bonus is getting acquired thanks to Vitality, giving us a bit of a show. 3 in a row.
Welcome to the show. It's 3 in a row. Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Look at this double ramp push. Poison just looking away. Could get caught to the timing here. They hear the flash. They know that people could be aggressive. They are. Shox there. Gets the dink, but not the killing blow. Onto Poison. They deal with Zywoo outside. Mazuta is now the only threat that still remains from this ramp push. He's going to try and get some usage out of it. He does best Poison. Now Rush has to watch his back and look at the hut. He's suddenly been given a lot more responsibility than he was hoping for. Vitality, they just take the straight duel out through main, and that drops the bomb. Thankfully, Rush does at least lock in a trade, leaving us into an even odds 2-on-2. Still trying to hold the lobby, but he's got to watch everything. Like, he's checking hut, he's checking Squeaky. I know, he's in with another. Rush might have just bailed them out of this one. Blame is still sneaking down into this lower bomb site, looking for the plant. And Mazuta, late outside, he's going to hear Rush get down the vent, and now he knows that it is this lower play. Sadly realising it a little too late, so he's left in this clutch. No chance to deny that bomb plant. And there's the wrap. Rush in with 3. And Complexity, they salvage a 6.
Yeah, Vitality even calling out pauses as well. Their rotates have been pretty good, right? Despite Cole being in control of this game right now, Vitality have had good answers to the problems. But obviously, knowing that the money's coming to a bitter end, they're going to have to follow up with a win, or this could be one hell of a T-side for Complexity. Just around the corner.
Hack timeout being used. Vitality not as confident in how things have started here. They're going to have weapons in this round. But guess what? So are Complexity.
That's how those gun buys go, Trace.
Ah, yes, the ever-coveted gun buy.
Guns getting bought and being used.
Gun buy, bye-bye.
Double AWP as well for Vitality. None for Cole. Zywoo wrap Shocks in the door, standard all positions, but Shocks gets spammed or mollied or something. I think it was the main molly he walked into while scoped up. Cyclops mode, looks away from the flash. Cole go back outside late. Apex is here, he's only jumping. Oh. Sometimes people will do that and take no damage. Obo, gravity's not his friend, but it's nothing to be worried about. Mizu's pushed door. I love this position as well. Shocks takes a shot and then backs off. They're not going to be ready for another man tucked in his corner. Smokes outside for Colt again. Fake smokes with Shocks isn't here to confirm nor deny, but he's going to get that info from the lobby if they walk into his crosshair, and they should to set up Norton nades towards A. There's the shot. Bomb block, and Mizuta gets checked. Rush is very aware, and out of nowhere, 3 kills for Complexity. The A site is theirs.
Ooh, Apex playing around this main smoke. There's a gap in it. Doesn't find anything from it. And in fact, it actually comes back to hurt him. Zywoo left in a 1v4. Does deal with Blade F outside, but is he even going to give this one a go? Odds pretty overwhelmingly stacked against him. And Hobo's even hunting this kill down on the Hell Wrap. Oh dear. Oh, they've missed each other for now. Zywoo seems aware and does deal with Obo. Now just looking to hold on to this orb, and he's going to get away with it.
It's crazy how many fights like Zywoo will be versus a rifle with the orb and will still like right click, left click way faster than the opponent can even aim and left click, right? You know, there's that extra bit of work. You gotta use 2 fingers instead of 1. And Zywoo is fast in the server. 14-7 right now, despite the score being very favourable for Complexity. Zywoo's shown up in a big way. That's going to be influential in this series, no matter how long it goes. And boy, you know, hoping for a 3-mapper, especially with Dust 2 to finish. We know how good Vitality are on a map like Vertigo, so Cole have got their work cut out for them. But starting strong, 7-3, AWP for Poison as well. We get to see that, and Zywoo has saved his, right? So there may be a head-to-head in this round. Zywoo's on the A site. Complexity been going back to it round after round, but this time they actually push behind the smokes. This is going to be so annoying for Vitality, who in the last 2 times Cole had thrown these smokes, no one has crossed behind them, but now they're sneaking and there's no information for Vitality. There's no confirmation on this play, and so you can see the minimap. No one's dropped lower because all Vitality are waiting for is Cole to go back towards lobby and set up a utility. Oh dear, it's the perfect call, and it's going to give them a freebie bomb site.
All of this control, yet all of this hit is on B. And you're right, Hugo. B bomb site. Free real estate for Complexity. And a quick, clean, crisp kill there on the Apex and Rush. So, that's not good. And it was at this moment that Rush knew that Mizuta had really flubbed it up.
Oof. It's happened to Obo twice now where he's tried to deal with Shocks and just gets 1D. Rush is looking like really crisp as well. Like every one of his kills has looked so effortless. Wow. As you said, we needed a round the whole map camera. Well, we just pull one out there. Look at this. We can go everywhere. Take us somewhere fun.
Keep going, man. Never stop.
Roller coaster.
I want to get Vertigo.
Yeah, that's the second map of the series, Trace. Just be patient. Okay?
I was just thinking like actual Vertigo from watching the cam paths.
I'm not happy if I'm not profusely vomited. That's like that's the mantra I live by.
And boy, sick to the stomach of Vitality. They get dealt a rough hand. You know, that's we talk about the word conditioning a lot in a game like Counter-Strike. This is the perfect example with Complexity throwing those outside smokes and like Shocks confirming in one of the rounds that, yeah, no, it's just fake smokes, guys, don't worry about it. And that's Vitality getting conditioned. There will be a problem again. Zywoo's push red. He wants to, again, get this information, but the smokes come down. He blocks one, and it's a bit of a mess outside with the utility. I don't even know who's throwing what and where and why and how. But all I do know is Cole. They're going out the door.
Like, yeah, there's a lot of smokes outside. I don't really know what it's for.
All smokes, no blokes.
And now they're trying to maneuver around this, and they have actually done a good job of dealing with this A play. It's kind of crumbled down in front of Complexity. Complexity, Blame left in the clutch. 50 HP, and they know where he is. They know that he's here outside. They've smoked off main. They're not giving him the room. He does have a whole minute left to play with. Oh, I thought he saw Shocks. I thought he did. And now he knows that Nate has given up the aim of the game for Shocksy, but it doesn't matter. He's going to nail the shot. It's 4 on the board for Vitality. Hugo, what do you say is more important, the conditioning or shampoo?
You know, what I can say is definitely don't use 2 and 1. You want them separately.
Yeah.
Right?
No, but I don't think it's necessarily about the product. It's about the the actual use of it. And the truth is, I don't know. And honestly, as a 30-year-old male, I didn't really know you weren't supposed to use shampoo every single day.
That's the first I've ever heard of that.
You didn't know that? Yeah, you're not meant to shampoo every day. Bleach your hair of all the oils and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 22 years late to that knowledge, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
30-ish, maybe 40-ish. So.
Wow, wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
We're probably educating somebody else out there who's, profusely washing their hair all of the time. We would love to talk about this round, but guess what? It's one of those rounds where there's just not a
Trace. No, Trace, these are deagles.
Just saying, there's not a lot going on yet.
Hang on.
I'm getting angry!
Right, look at this. We got Deagles outside. And a run boosted into Secret. And the collateral for Zywoo.
No. Get him out.
Config still alive with a Mac 10 in a 1v4. We've seen these moments from him. I remember this exact play from a few years back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same team as well. Exact same team. Here it is. Config creeping down in through Secret. Eagles out for the boys.
Yes. It's every 2 or 3 days, just to clear that up for you, Hugo.
Really? Okay, that's good information. Ooh. I don't know if I'm going to, I guess I should change my ways.
You use the conditioner the other day. Like the other days that you don't wash your hair, and then you use both on the days that you do wash your hair.
Yeah. Config, man, he's like, he's showering bullets down the other way onto Vitality. Can he find anything else? 15 seconds left for Config. And here he is, tapping that bomb. Not going to bait a peek just yet. They do delay it. So now he's got that bomb down at least. Looking for Zywoo around. He does deal with him, but that's where RPK swings out of Decon and keeps that all under control. They just don't give Config the room.
Yeah, that's important. Zywoo kind of like YOLOs into the site, but he knows his team are doing it as well, so there's almost no way that they lose the round if they all just go fully in, especially when he's got a Mac 10. The multi-kill weapon against rifles. Nice shots for Zywoo. Catches the run boost. Kills a double. Woo! Beautiful stuff. And yeah, you can only laugh about that. It was a low buy for Complexity. No real pressure on their shoulders to lose that round. 8-5. This is a great T side, but boy, could they make it better. And that's their intention. That's their objective. Smokes outside again. Only one orb this time, and Poison's peeled away from his. Rush is going to get naded inside of the lobby. He's got a bomb in lobby with 3 outside. Okay, you've got my curiosity. What's Complexity going to do with it? So they've already lost Config in the yard. The smoke spam and a follow-up throw, but as he goes through the smoke, to aim. Mizuta with a kill. Down to 20. There's the bomb drop. Rush right out of the heart. Poison needed that kill, and now without it, this round is falling apart.
Look at this, though. Blame F is the kind of guy that's that his knife matches his gloves, and that's how you know that he's just straight up balling.
And that's knife.
That is.
No.
That's knife.
No.
Only way.
Sinatra fans now.
Oh, that nade for the spell. Baby. You know, Masuda peeks ahead of it. And Sublime dropped, and now we approach the final round of this first half of play. Complexity, this big old lead that they once had. Well, Vitality, they wanted to say something about it, and they certainly have. They grinded this one out. They're close to, splitting this half as conceivably close to the middle as you can get.
Yeah, and maybe just a quick B-Stream update since we're here already.
Yeah, let's do it.
We could talk about Shampoo. I mean, there's a lot to be learned there, but much rather, I'm sure you'd know that Gen G beat 100 Thieves in the first map of the Series 16-14. That was Vertigo. They're over on Nuke right now. It's 12-6 for Gen G. We're playing not with Daps. Here we go. Let's get back into it. Oboe finds Shocks through a smoke, though.
Oh, dear.
You know, though?
Apex loaded. He's on B, and he's ready for the fight. 2 put up by Apex, and that's what time Mizuta. Smoke comes down. Does he want to open the door with it? No, he's going to wait. There's a lurker again. Cole, they always have this top side lurk when they're taking this B control to the ramp, and Blame could uproot this A side zone. He's been chased back to spawn. Blame killing Mizuta up the ladder. There's another one. Switch weapons, and that delays him for enough time to allow RBK to take the A site again. Zaiwu back to ramp through the smoke. No fear. Zaiwu is here, but not for long. As now Complexity want to long out this round in the 2-on-2. They've got to find RBK in main. He is about to drop the bomb if Obo goes any further. In fact, RBK, he doesn't wait. Just poison left. Tech 9 in a dream. Last round of the half. The bomb at the feet of Vitality, and they're swapping guns as well. This is about to get a bit brutal. Can Poison dart through to the vent? He's got the first, but Zaiwu trades. Low HP, RPK goes first. Vitality play things by the books. And the numbers, well, they're split right down the middle. 8-7, favor of Cole, but no idea where this one's going. Stick around, ladies and gents. We've got more Counter-Strike.
League Season 12, everybody. It's Complexity taking on Vitality. And we are ready to get the second half of Nuke underway. We enjoy having you. We love you to pieces. We hope you love us too. We'll leave it right there at that. Harry, Hugo, those are my goons.
Not goonies, just goons.
Straight goons.
We're the muscle, dude. We don't want to talk about that any more than we have to.
Kind of like my two left hands almost.
Well,
there ain't nothing right about either one of you. No? All right.
No, I like it. I like it. It went in a better place than I thought it was. So
did Jin Ji, who also just 16-6 on the second map. So that series is done. We're in the second half, and it looks like a fast, squeaky play here, Harry.
Yeah, it does. Shox has been able to sneak his way down the bed like a little gremlin boy into the back line.
Not a normal boy. Gremlin one.
Can't be feeding this guy off to midnight, that's for sure. And here's Obo, tucked on down. That's Poison at the ramp room to help him out. Out through the double doors comes off PK, Config, and Obo, able to take this round by storm. And Complexity, they just flood the ramp. They just take those fights while they're being given. And they've left the Vitality side in a pretty bad shape. It's all on to shots. And now, well, no one. Obo with the stellar pistol round here. Complexity picking up lucky number 9.
Yeah.
Hugo, why is number 9 your lucky number?
Because it's, one smaller than 10 and one bigger than 8, and I can't think of any other reason, Harry. 4 for Config in his opening pistol, 4 for Obo in his. And I wanted to mention Apex was on silo there. You talk about that ramp rotate for Complexity. Vitality were fully stacked, going lower with a player on silo to watch for those secret rotations. There weren't any. Full rotate down ramp for Colin. They avoid that lurker. Fast out A on this force. Mizzou to the mag. He's somehow going to get that kill at the end of the clip. And Zoe does follow up. It's somehow some way up in the open. Bomb dropped. Obo holding onto the site, stalling the round out and buying time for his team. It's important stuff. Shox does respond with a P250 and Apex on the flank as well. Oh dear, the gun swap, it falls into Apex's hands, but he gets the kill before he needs it. Blame F, a long way from home, all alone, 1-on-3.
Can't believe Poison just helped out the enemy like that. Dropped his gun down through the...
Why is he on that?
He was trying to trade weapons. He didn't actually give the gun. Apex swapped it out immediately.
I don't know, man. We don't saw it.
It's the weapon swapping that got him caught off guard, right? It not only told Apex that there was a player above the ladder, but it also, he's swapping guns. You can't shoot when you don't hold a gun. It's kind of simple there.
Well, you're right. Which brings us to a very important topic about gun law. I'm kidding. We're not doing that. Not today. Not ever. Because the only laws I want to talk about are the ones of gravity right now that are Complexity losing this lead.
Ooh. Yeah, you see the catch out. Caught during the swap. He'll take it.
Cat jam, man.
Oh dear. We all know what that timer means. And it's no use in the hashtag ESL Pro League. How long are we going to be waiting to get this game back underway?
And what animal are you drawing Harry as today? I mean, the world's your oyster.
We're back.
And maybe Harry's your oyster.
Harry can be your oyster for the right price.
Yeah.
A free 99. So get over there on MS Paint and show us your best.
There are actually some really good drawings. My favorite one was the one that was done of Henry, when they thought that Hugo sounds like Henry, and then they realized they weren't even meant to be drawing.
He DM'd me on Twitter. He said he got everything wrong. It was great drawing, but he thought that Hugo was Henry's stage name, and that I was Henry.
What?
And then he thought that we were drawing Henry, i.e. me, Hugo, Henry G, apparently the same person.
I'm confused.
We were drawing him as a horse. So we drew Henry as a horse, not me, and not Harry, who we were actually trying to draw. It really didn't make a lot of sense.
Hold on. We've all had an afternoon of staring at the wall and the ceiling. Let's be honest.
Most days, Trace. Most evenings, actually. I would say mornings, but I'm barely conscious.
Yes. Of course. Here we go. We're looking at a pretty salty buy here on the side of Complexity. And this could just be the round that puts us on the even kilter. Well, kilter. So, well, that was not the graphic we meant to show you. That was the internal scripting there for the match itself. Of course, these are not real players. These are all bots that we kind of designed these games and these rounds in a certain way just for you. You guys would never understand.
Calling Config a bot?
No, I'm just saying, like, we wrote kind of like all the path and all the movement. We wrote all that out by hand.
And the way we can prove that is by spoiling the script. So temporarily, I'll tell you, Vitality, they're going to win this round, and I know that. That's the only thing that remains true right here, right now. So as you can see, it's all calculated. It's all part of the plan. Shock's dying. That was supposed to happen. Apex missing his shot, also completely calculated. As the curse is not lifted, it's laid down upon us.
Right. Please, Hugo, don't stop there. How will we ever know the rest of the story?
Well, Vitality, they're obviously going to get the bomb plant, right? That's for free. Cole, no way they can retake, because as we know, these rifles are going to win the round versus the low economy of Cole. So, retake on for the CTs. Coming through the door, Obo. What gun does he go with? It's the MAC-10, obviously. It's in the script. We know. We expect it. And he gets out into the site. Already through the smoke, Zywood gone. And this is all going as calculated. All going as planned. Vitality, not a worry. I'm not sweating. Are you? And they're on the defuse. It's not a worry. They're going to open the door. They're going to shoot him in the face. And they're going to win the round. Simple as that.
Well, you can see the quiver, but it's not over with. I'm just kidding. This is pretty much done. Blame has no kit. And well, for Hugo, you can tell he's sweating his britches all the way from over here, but man, that one got a little close, Hugo.
Yeah, any teams want to pick me up to curse their opponents, you know, it's not cheap, but I can do it. I've got my crystal ball and my cauldron. I'm a bit of a witch, not really a druid. I don't know, words are hard, man. But cursing, that's easy. Vitality, they're going to pick it up, as like we all expected.
Here we are, 9-9, and my oh my, as Hugo was, I mean, this is exactly what we were expecting, right? And here we are. It's gun by for Vitality. And Blame with the 1 AK, he just couldn't shake Apex, and so that there is the AK already removed. It does get juggled into the hands of Poison, but he doesn't have armor. And well, that means that he's going to get aim punched every bullet that comes his way. So we all feel bad for Poison. Shocks as well is waiting for a player. He's like daring them to take a peek down the vent. You guys think you can deal with the vent? Well, okay. In all right case, Rush's USP doing him more damage. But thankfully now it's all onto Poison. 1v3. He's got this AK from earlier on, out through the heavens, almost a follow-up, but luckily enough, Masuta swings by to help out.
How you doing over there, Trace? You enjoying the match? Pretty tight, pretty competitive series right now.
It's cut right down the middle, isn't it? Fan cam's back on the cards. Hello, all of you beautiful people. Even the chair right there, you're beautiful too.
They actually picked up a stream feed in the fan camo. I don't know if that's a fan doing it or if the stream's also in the call. It might be.
I mean,
that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at that point, it's just like double the power of the stream. So, anyway, back to you, Harry.
Yeah, man, thank you very much, Trace. I was wondering when I was going to get my turn. Blame, he's been waiting for his turn as well, and it's his go. Apex, shot in the back. Pretty grisly way to get removed. RPK, can he bear the weight of this round out through the heart? He is completely caught a time in here, but Rush has realised, and that one gets laid to rest pretty convincingly for Cole on their first rifle round.
That was so
How did that like Poison got robbed, man. Hashtag Poison got robbed. Let's get it trended. Well, let's not.
Vitality, they're broke. They lost all their money, and that's why this round is the most important of all. Nothing to show but a couple of dirty deeds. Poison robbing them back, or trying to.
It's such an awkward fight for Blame have to take anyway.
Yeah, it's just not even worth it at a certain point. Like, you know, Blame's going to hit it eventually, but it's the fear that he gets hit on the way down. And so the spray, that's fast safe for RPK gone. Okay, to Poison config, swooping up those eco kills. Who doesn't love him?
Nice little pre-fire from config too. Yes. It feels good, man.
He dropped. He got dinged from the silos, so he drops his gun and just looks at the ground like, yeah, I'm not playing until the round is over. 5-on-1. And the round, it's over. 5-on-5. Back in with another one. They just keep running them back, no matter what we do to stop them. 11-10. Cole in control, but for how long as Vitality now have the guns?
A lot of aggression outside here for Flame. He really goes for it, and he's not alone. Apex is taken out by Poison's AWP, and that's created a very interesting dilemma here for Vitality, who on the back of some weapons have not found much success in this round. 5-on-3, they're going to try to barrel their way out of this hut area. But here comes a rush. He's hanging on top of the hut, king of the hut even. Just up to Zywoo, 1-on-5. You go to the end of this round. Just kidding, you didn't answer fast enough. It was rush and complexity. So, 12-0.
12-0. That's quite dominant, Trace.
With the one in front of it. 12-0 with the one in front of it.
Whoa, Cole haven't dropped around. We're back in time in the first half.
Also, something else that I think is important to mention as to why this series is that much more important is that if Complexity pick up the win here, they guarantee that playoff spot.
It's true. That's what the calculations have said. That's what they told us.
And that's what we love.
We do love that.
We love it. You wear it.
Yeah.
If you're not wearing it already, then
what are you really doing?
Harry, most of your outfits are pretty complex on that note.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, like you got it from Complex, the magazine. So.
Yeah, man, I just ordered them out of magazines. Pretty old-fashioned in that sense. I pick up the old blower and I'm like, yeah, what's up, mate? You want to ship me that in my size? And then
wait, the blower? Is that the phone?
That's the phone.
Never heard that one.
Usually
you go, man. Are you even British? I believe it less and less by the day. Oh, nice shot. Look at this. That's nice. It's clean. Everyone loves a nice, clean round, don't they?
Tactical timeout for Vitality, rightfully so, as they find themselves down 13 to not 0, but to 10, actually. My brain miscalculated it earlier. And look at Rush. He's just having a good old time. Mr. Will. That's what you guys can refer to him as.
Mr. Will.
Mr. Will.
Wow, look at that picture of you, Trace, as a turtle. You see that on the right?
Shella. What incarnation?
Hella cool, my guy.
And not much to Shella say about that.
Well, shall we get back into the action here? It's 30-10. It's another gun round for Vitality. Trace is shaking his head, but other usual... Actually, I don't know where I'm going with that. We'll move past it. Up for Zywoo, he's got no armor. He's got 20 kills, though. He's top of the server right now. And,
yeah, man.
Flames made the cross. Zywoo did see him, though. That's info. Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Just sitting back, hanging out at Cedar Creek, you know, the golf course and nuclear power plant where there's terrorist activity. But not a whole lot of activity here for Vitality. This will be a good round for them to get back in, or we just kind of say, you know what, it really didn't go your way, except for that first half of play.
Yeah, in their back pocket, they've got Vertigo, a map that Vitality even 16-2 Cole on backup last. So, you know, there's that to worry about for Cole. You know, if they win their map pick, it does set us up for a 3-mapper. Obviously, you know, never know. The game in Counter-Strike.
I don't know, man. I always think, like, Blame F, he's not someone who's going to take a 16-2 hand and then be like, yeah, well, this just ain't a map for us. You know, I feel like he sees that and he's like, well, there's a lot of room to improve then, isn't there? He's like that really positive guy that no one else can, like, get on the same wavelength as because he doesn't seem real. And that's kind of the vibe he gives off. But here's the outside play for Vitality. They've got 2 here. Config opening up on one of these players back in the lobby. Now, 30 seconds to push is hoping to come through. And those were not the results you were hoping for. Zywoo in with 1, but that bomb is dropped back in the lobby. And I think now he's realising there's just no time. It's just not happening. And Obo does run around and run amok in the round. There's 14 now on the board for Complexity. There's also no money for Vitality up against 14. Now, everything I've just said is a really nasty spot to be in if you are the Frenchman here.
Why would you say that, Harry? I can't believe you.
Yeah, it was all my fault, really.
You should be hyping this up a little bit more and stuff.
Wow, I mean, they've got no money here on Vitality, but, you know, this is where you really get to show what you're made of, right? This is where you dig deep, you come in with a force buy, or maybe an eco, you know, it's a matter of opinion. They've gone with the force, and now we see, can they show us how good they are with these pistols? The Arsa looking like no, as Rush has tripled up on the top of the hut, looking for a bit more, and Rush is in with 4. 5 now on the cards, and Rush is keen for it. Shoxy back in main, doesn't want to give the ace over, but there's only so much you can say about the ace when you get shot in the face. It's Rush offering up the goods, 15 for complexity as they reach map point.
Yeah, you talk about getting shot in the face, that's one thing, but how about the blistering pace at which Vitality tried to do something in that round? Obviously, it all goes by very fast. You're going to see it here in a second. Rush with the answer, the man with a plan, at the right place, the right time, and with the willpower. I think we should just go with that.
Yeah, I love how every player, like, they're kind of dying in waves, right? They're just running through the smoke. No one's looking up. No one's even, like, considering it. They're looking at the side player or the heaven player. They're like, yeah, no, Rush, he won't kill 5 of us. He'll be fine. Rush, well, he kills 5 of us. It wasn't 5 of them. It wasn't fine. Nice nade onto Shox, who does cross down B. Apex about to walk past Blame. Oh, dear, this is not a safe crossfire. Poison in heaven, Blame in the garage. A lot of freedom for Apex. So he's going to time his late coming into this A site after his teammates on Vitality inside of door. Up to there goes Config. There's the timing. Blame hits his shot. Shox has yet to cross. So Blame is considering there could be more outside. He's right. Does he hang around for the fight? He does. And now back to the hut. It's Rush again. He won't be able to 3K them now, but there's plenty more CTs where that came from.
Oh, Config. There's 2, and just Masuta left on the other side, but he has got this one close. He's made it doable. He's got an ace now as well. Are we going to have back-to-back aces, or do Complexity get this game locked in, or this map, rather? He might want to drop the vents, and that is a decision he's going to come to regret. Complexity lock in their map pick.